Yeah, yes, karibuni, habari yenu. It's my hope and my glad that you are doing well. Video ya leo tunaiita The Dying of Men That Knows No Ruto. And there is a reason why Mr. Cyrus Jirongo has died today. Hata kama saa zingine tunasema hajali haina kinga hama, but some of these suspicious accidents which happen in Kenya na kuanga na shida sana nazo. And without wanting to speak much, Cyrus Jirongo issue, and it is my own opinion. I don't want kati mtu anzie kuniambia na kwa nini Njiro unasema hivyo. Cyrus Jirongo was assassinated today, and I will give accounts and a series of events which portray toward that. For your information, accident ambayo imetendeka 3 a.m. you have no accounts of eyewitnesses to tell you what has happened, and I don't get the story whereby ati driver ndiye anatokezea na anaanzia kutuambia story. I was here to rescue 65 people. It's about hoodwinking emotions. Is not a real story. Frankly speaking, is that Cyrus Jirongo was on borrowed time. He has been working with the Vipers, and since his times of working with the Ruto Kasongo, aka Ruto, in his earlier days of 1992, IK92, even in the times where he wanted to launch his book and he could not launch his book, I have all the pointers indicating that or suspecting a foreplay in what has happened. Na musiseme mimi na BF kama wale Waafrika wengine ambao wanasemanga Mwafrika hawezi kufa kama hakuna kitu imemtendekea. That is not what I'm saying here. All what I'm saying here is that everything which is happening to one's Jirongo story is not tying up. A driver on an accident, I don't believe he appears na anaanzia kupeana story kama hiyo amepeana leo. I suspect so many things in Kenya. So musianzie in Kenya I don't just absorb the story like shit. Yeah, those who choose to absorb stories is well and good. You are okay. But the retro intellect which I have, I will not absorb that story of the passing of Jirongo just like that. Ati niseme tu ni gari zimegongana. For me, I usually take it more than that. So the Jirongo story is than the vehicle crashing. Sababu memories, hakuna jambo Bwana Cyrus Jirongo lala pema pazuri. And I don't believe you are dying story. So I don't believe the dying story. Mr. Cyrus Jirongo. People die. That was a good way of dying. So that one I agree. But in his house, so wacha Jirongo apumzike. So I want us to audit that. Do you believe that the death of Cyrus Jirongo was normal? Do you believe that the death of Cyrus Jirongo was normal? Do you believe the death of Cyrus Jirongo was normal? Do you believe the death of Cyrus Jirongo was normal or there is a foreplay? So Cyrus Jirongo today has died, and the theory is so serious. The driver appeared. He doesn't seem to panic. Let's put the driver. I think Kenyans inabidi wanapewa stories kama hizi, sababu sisi wa Kenya we believe narratives so much. So, unajua wa Kenya sisi sio watu wa kuinterrogate. So now tunasikiliza dere kama huyu and we hoodwink emotions. Oh, wow. this guy has really done well. And anakuja hapo anasema pole, hey, wow, this guy has really done well. He has actually saved 65 people. So it's okay, we sacrifice this one. So that is the story which is trending. But we have to analyze it more than that. So acha tucheze hii, maybe itatuambia uhondo.
Can you be a travel advisor without quitting your 9 to 5? Actually, yes. We're Fora, the modern travel agency, and we are empowering anyone with a passion for.
Mimi naitwa Teras Kamau. Mimi ni dereva wa Climax Coaches Bus. Nimefanyia Climax Coaches miaka 8. Na ile ilitokea usiku ya leo, ilitokea accident mbali ya basi yangu na Mercedes. Mercedes ilikuwa inatoka kwa mafuta petrol station, na mimi natoka Nairobi nikienda Busia. Mercedes wakati aliingia kwa hakugive, aliingia kwa mafuta kwa barabara, na akaona pande yake gari zimeweka jam, akaamua kuja penye
niko. Hear my voice.
Tukakutana kichwa na kichwa na yeye.
I don't seem to have voice. So
ilikuwa watu wangapi, na hiyo gari ilikuwa na nani ndogo?
Gari ndogo ilikuwa na mtu mmoja. Gari yangu ilikuwa na abiria 65.
Kuna mtu alipata majeraha.
Wakati nilijaribu kuokoa, nikasikia gari yangu inaenda chini. Sasa mimi nikaanza kanyaga, akakuja kama ameniingia.
Na gari ilikuwa na nani? Unajua gari ilikuwa na nani?
Baadaye ndio askari walipokuja, ndio nikasikia ni mheshimiwa Cyrus Jirongo. Pole
sana.
Anyway, tusikilize huyo driver. I think nimeweka settings sasa, so let's listen to more accounts because
politician and former Lugari MP Cyrus Jirongo has marked the end of a checkered political career that spanned more than 3 decades. Now, Jirongo rose to prominence in 1992 as the leader of the Youth for KANU 92 lobby group, a key fundraising machine for President Daniel Arap Moi during Kenya's first multi-party election. Well, Apollo Kamau tells us more.
Remembered for his flamboyance and generosity, former Lugari MP Cyrus Jirongo rose to national fame during the 1992 first multi-party general election, earning the nickname Mr. Moneybags. Then just 31 years old, Jirongo had President Daniel Arap Moi's ear and was so powerful that his name became synonymous with a 500 shilling note.
We have no history of being losers. We shall deliver. Na tunaangalia yeye uso yake, tunaangalia macho yake vizuri sana. Tunataka atumie sign yoyote kuonyesha ni direction gani, and will be in full combat gear.
Elders katika bunge, kila mmoja wao akiwa mwanasiasa anasema mimi niko na vijana. They are proud of the youth. Mimi niko na vijana. I think it is time hata sisi kama vijana tuseme sisi tuko na wazee.
Of course.
Jirongo hit headlines in 1992 after assembling a team of Youth for KANU operatives under Youth for KANU 92 to campaign for Moi. Among its members were current President William Ruto, former FKF President Sam Nyamweya, and former MP Joakim Kung, among others.
Well, in 1992, when we in the KANU were almost giving up, Cyrus came up with a very strong encouragement and told President Moi that with us as young people, we can give you support and you can win this seat. And he did it. But as you know, humans, the moment the majority of them cross the bridge, they forget. Or when they climb, they throw away the ladder as if they will never come down again.
Operating from KICC and Anniversary Towers, YK92's mission was simple: deliver victory for Moi at all costs. The result was a flood of campaign cash that destabilized the economy but secured Moi's election.
Hiyo noti ilifanya kazi baya sana hapa. Walikuwa wanaongoza na marehemu Kanyinge. Unajua Kanyinge alikuwa mtu wa Moi. Wakati huo Kanyinge ndio walikuwa wanashikana na Ruto, kina Jirongo. Hao watu walikuwa upande wa Moi na walituvinya sana.
It was given a lot of money by Moi to go and buy the young people so that Moi continues being in power.
The source of the YK92 funds linked to the Goldenberg scam, the central bank, NSSF and other public coffers would haunt Jirongo for the rest of his life, a fact he later admitted at an opposition rally in Ukambani.
Nimevumilia miaka 30. Watu wa Goldenberg ndio waliangusha uchumi wa taifa la Kenya, na mmoja wao ni ndugu yangu, na Saitoti alilia 5.8 billion mpaka kafa.
After the disbandment of YK92 in 1993, Jirongo turned to elective politics, serving 2 terms as Lugari MP from 1997 to 2002 on a Kano ticket, during which he served as Minister for Rural Development, and from 2007 to 2013 on a Kadu party ticket. Jirongo later fell out with President William Ruto, once his protege in the 1990s, with the two publicly trading barbs in a falling out that turned allies into foes.
Watu hawana shida, hasa na wewe rais. Ukitaka kuja kuomba kura hapa utapata. Lakini taratibu. 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 My neighbor William. Taratibu. Taratibu. Ukuje tukae. Hakuna shida.
Unajua my brother Jirongo saa zingine anakasirika na mimi kwa sababu zamani nilikuwa mti yake ya mkono. Sasa anakasirika na mimi sasa, anaona huyu ambaye alikuwa mti yangu ya mkono alipitia wapi hapa mpaka aka. Lakini unajua my friend, ni kujipanga, na nilikwambia.
In a tribute, President Ruto, who in 2018 helped secure Jirongo's release from Udangari police station, described him as a relentless go-getter, a seasoned businessman, and a consummate politician, praising his generosity and willingness to uplift others. Apul Kamau, TV47.
Fantastic.
Forget everything you knew.
With that, I want to give my theory. So, I want to explain the reason why Jirongo was not, it was imminent for Jirongo to die. I don't think, or maybe when Tanzania kusema basi, why then would you not tell us before when he was dead? But I want to give insinuations why Jirongo was a dead man walking. Jirongo is the only man who knows how to assemble, maybe I may say historically, he is the only man who knows how to assemble money and win an election. A concept which Ruto has to use in 2027. So, and now this Jirongo is not on the side of William Ruto. So how do you expect Mr. William Ruto to assemble a group of young people, and many of the things which they did together with Jirongo, and Jirongo as an outsider now, or working with the opposition, or not being in good terms with the government? He knows the tricks, and those tricks he can help even explain to people what is happening. So that is why in a mafia style society, if there is a replica of something which happened in the past, it has to be repeated without those people. Is how mafia society happens. Mafia society does not use you twice. Mafia society uses you once. So the fact that in Jirongo was a platform for Moi to get into power in 1992, and the same platform which was used in 1992 has to be used in in 2027, there is no way in which Jirongo was to be alive for that platform to work, because the two platforms have to be co-linked and correlated. It goes without a saying. It was an accident, as we say, and we will easily forget, and we will be hoodwinked to the emotions of Jirongo has died with an accident. Kiptum died with an accident the same time, the wee hours of the night. Sisemi mtu hawezi kufa an accident, but this is a very suspicious death. It is like the same death which happened even to the father of Obama. It is the same thing. Some of these people who die prematurely in death, anyway, karibuni kwa show. We need to interpret that among other things. Na pia tukijua pia Gachagua alifanya interview the other day. I wanted to see like if there's a place where Obama is recounting his father. Yeah, but his father also died in an accident. I'm not able to see that. Let me see comments za watu. Nyamo KM. Aha. Nyamo KM. I strongly feel CJ has been eliminated because he confessed to Sifuna that he was writing a book and was not ready to release it now because it would cost his life. This was not an accident. Yeah, I can now see now people are now thinking. We now have thinkers. People are thinking. I need this type of thinkers instead of people saying that the conspiracy nafanya hapa. It is unfortunate, like we will never have to hear of Charles Jirongo issues again, but I've told you from my analogy and my look at how political scenes operate, 1992 and 2027 are similar by mode of operation, and 1992 and 2027, both of them are presidential rescue missions. It's a mission whereby the president is not assured he can win an election. So, and the Ruto will have to do something, which, and the people who we want to oppose him, ni watu ambao wana concept, ni wana experience. Ruto is not worried of Gachagua because he knows Gachagua is very inexperienced. As famously it is said, Gachagua is a one-term, he did one-term MP, even though he was in the government operations. But in those government operations where he was, we cannot account that as experience. I'm talking of political experience. Political experience, Gachagua has like around 7 years. 7 to 8 years experience. So Ruto is not worried of that, noting that he has like 30 years political experience. But somebody like Jirongo, who was the head of mafia state during Moi era, there is no way in which Ruto can launch another mafia state, which he has to launch. For your information, he has to launch another. For 2027 to be winnable, there must be a mafia state in Kenya. I don't know if people can understand that. There's no way in which 2027 can be won in the ballot. It will have to be a mafia state. what happened in Mbere on steroid. Voter intimidation, beating of people, coercion, buying of voters, all those crap. We are being prepared to have a note of 500. Note ya 500 tunatayarishwa tukue nayo. There must be an engineer for that. And these things cannot happen with the people like Akina Jirongo. So it was imminent. Jirongo was a man on borrowed time. It's unfortunate that, and that's why I always say some of these people, don't say I will release. And that's why I want to warn Kenyan politicians. Usikawai tokezea useme nitaachiria. Let's stop threat politics. Threat politics does not work. Keep quiet, release. And that is why I like Miguna. Miguna peeling back the mask. Peeling out the mask. I don't know his book. He never threatened. Tulisikia tu Miguna ametoa kitabu and is speaking very bad against Raila Odinga. So that death is meant to decapitate opposition. And actually, opposition is supposed to be very angry about it. But again, because and karibu sana Dan, and because Kenyan opposition is very lazy, they are not able to think clearly and categorically. They cannot see what is happening here. That's why they will take it as normal death. This is not normal death. It was an assassination which you cannot question. We call them premeditated assassinations. They happen a lot in government. So Cyrus Jirongo has been assassinated. I know people are fearing to say this because they say, you know what, hatuwezi sema hivyo. Kwani nimesikia watu wakisema, kwani ni Ruto amewekelea gari hapo? Kwani ni Ruto alikuwa anaendesha hiyo gari? Ni baraka kutoka kwa Mungu. Ni baraka. Danda Riome. Those are the questions which are saying, kwani ni Ruto alikuwa ameendesha hiyo gari? Juu mnawekelea Ruto kila kitu. Assassinations are premeditated. It doesn't mean that you are the one to cause the assassination, but the assassinations are premeditated. I agree with Nyamo KM. It is only Jirongo who has accused Ruto publicly of murder several times, and he has not been sued. The only guy who would have destroyed Ruto in 2027. Yeah, so I can now see people can be able to think now. So instead of opposition seeing efforts of decapitating them, efforts of removing them from the axis, wamerelax tu hivi tu na kunyamaza tu. And again, you will see them taking this one as, tusiseme ajari haina kinga. You will see our opposition very lazy. They are not able to look through details. And they will be eliminated properly. Nisiwadanganye hapa. Kenyan opposition leaders, because of their stupidity, they will be dying one after the other one. Yeah? You are not worried by the death of your brother. You think you are not the next. Haya, nyamazeni. Kenyan opposition refuse to defend each other. Mutakuwa munachukuliwa kamoja kamoja. Mutakuwa munachukuliwa kamoja kamoja. These people are determined to make sure that there is no one who can be able to accuse them of ill health. Remember Jacob Juma was silenced, of course. Ruto never forgets, never forgives. He only goes mute, but plans meticulously to eliminate the target. Dariome umesema. Dan Dariome, exactly. So anyway, we have lost Cyrus Jirongo from the act of assassination. And I will not withdraw that statement. So now please subscribe our channel so that we can continue building this channel. And so I've not listened to what people are saying. I know now, like watu wanasema sijui nini. I don't know what people are saying, but as usual in Kenya, so many people have died, and it is just a holiday as usual. So I will not talk too much about that So I don't think wacha niwaekee tu akina Kalonzo Musyoka, mimi niwaekee hizi speech. Hii upinzani yetu hii, sababu kuna vile ni kama hawajipangi. Hii upinzani yetu hii, hata muniambie nini, there is a problem. They are not connected. There is no connection with the ground when it comes to delivering. Unajua sio rhetoric. Opposition is not showing concept of delivering an election. Somebody might say that mbona unasema hivyo, but Kenyan opposition is not showing formulas of delivering an election, and it is very annoying. It is very annoying. Sai Ruto should not be having platforms where he is even addressing people. They should be vibrating the system kabisa, but Ruto anatembea everywhere, what, buying people, doing what, and their work is lamenting na kusema nini. Opposition has to shape up. They cannot be this weak. Otherwise, they need to stop wasting our time if they cannot produce this election into a win. Na tafadhali upinzani, musituite to support you if you think you are just trying. Na kama kuna mtu wako hapa anajaribu stories za 2032, ni grau anapima, yeye anataka 2032, asikuje kutuwestia time yetu. We cannot try for 2032 now. Kama ni 2027, we have to put a plan of getting Ruto out of power. And that plan needs to be visible now. How are we going to mobilize people? How are we going to stop Kasongo from stealing our votes? All those things, they have to be, and everything which is happening is a learning lesson for something. Mbere issue is an indicator to something. And the opposition cannot sit plenty and say that hiyo story ya Mbere iliisha ati Ruto atakuja kutuibia kura tena. There must be a simulation and somebody has to look through. How do you stop such an agenda? Wacha niwaekee Gachagua. Maybe let me first of all put Kalonzo. Maybe niweke alafu I want to hear what Kalonzo will be saying about 2027. Wacha tusikie vile aliongea Mayakos.
That's it. That's it. That's it. Excellency Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka.
Stop it a little bit because I have to respond to Shaima. Shaima, let me tell you, have been a follower of Azimio for over 10 years. Azimio has been telling us forever. No, Azimio, Raila Odinga, NASA, CORD, walikuwa wanatuambia forever tunajipanga. Only to end up in a stolen election. Personally, I'm tired of the dialogue that watu wanajipanga. Hakuna kujipanga, wanajipanga. Truth be told, if these people walikuwa wanajipanga, we could be seeing their ground mobilization. We could be seeing their attempts, connections with the other civilized world, looking for poll watchers everywhere and doing those sensitization. Shema, you know how a serious election mobilization is done. And I can audit for you, United Opposition is not doing any efforts to mobilize a serious election. That's not how it is done. Up to now, they have not even hired people with the political experience to marshal such a thing. I'm not hearing like they are not even hiring lobby groups. Or you want to tell me they will rely on Akina Manyora and some lazy political operators in Kenya who can Manyora win an election for? Right now, as we speak, other than Matiang'i nilisikia already, because that's how you note a serious candidate. A serious candidate needs a lobby group. He needs a serious strategic institution working for them. He needs a serious strategic institution working for them. Right now, no one has hired any company other than Matiang'i. No one has hired any company other than Matiang'i. So Hata huyu Gachagua wetu, I follow him because I have no otherwise. Huyu Gachagua wetu, do you see a strategic campaign machine which is kuna difference here, a campaign machine which is well funded or well oiled and well thought. I don't want to go to funding because tunaweza kusema bado iko mbali. But we need to see a campaign machine which is well thought, which is using science and thinking. That is a campaign machine. I'm not talking about using money. I'm talking of a campaign machine which looks strategic, informed, and focused. I don't see that. Those are the things which we have to talk here because it's our idea. But you know, again, because the opposition is very lazy. Unajua kuna saa zingine mtu nikianzia kusema hivi kuna mtu anaanza kusema maybe ana support Ruto. I'm not supporting Ruto. But I will not sit down here and wait to lament in 2027 after our election is not there. I will not sit down here and follow people who seem blind. The reason why I'm saying hizi vitu saa hii is so that we can convert 2027 into a win. But I will not follow an election which is blind, my dear Sheima. I will not follow an election which is blind. I will not. I will only nitafuata ile siasa ambayo inaonekana this one is strategic. This one is so let me tell you, in 2007 when Raila Odinga won that election, because clearly Raila Odinga won that election, look at how alipanga hiyo siasa ya 2020 ya 2007. Let me show you the chief campaigner of Raila Odinga that time. It was Dick Morris, Republican strategist. Let me show you Dick Morris. Natoka hiyo wakati natoka Raila Odinga anzie kutumia washenzi, siasa yake ijai kuwa nataka kuonesha hapa. Na nataka muone hiyo campaign machine ya Raila Odinga when he was with Dick Morris. This is the article here. Go ahead look for it. Here. This is the article. Go ahead read this article, Madam Sheima. Powerful article. Hiyo nimekuwekea hapo. US strategies to help Kenyan presidential challenger. Hii ni 2007. Huyu ni Dick Morris. Dick Morris. Wacha niweke hapo hivi muone. Soma hapo. Opposition candidates kicked off their official campaigns. Raila Odinga, who has a narrow lead in opinion polls, said American pollster Dick Morris had joined his team. Hiyo ndio tunaitanga strategy. Strategy ndio hiyo tunaitanga. Look at Raila Odinga in 2007. We have never seen such a Raila again. Wachana na huyu Raila mwingine wa 2007 when he was having strategizers when he was having Tom, Dick and Harry who are not serious. So if opposition has to win, because unajua kitu ya kwanza, if you have a serious strategist, the government will not just steal your election. So it will begin, vile napeana hizi formula tu pole pole Shaima. It begins by hiring quality people. There's no in which tutaanzia kusema we want to win an election and we have no quality people who are managing our election. And the quality is not akina Gachagua with Wahome Dhuku in Nyeri hapo, or Gachagua with some funny strategists in Kenya who do not know anything, who do not have experience, because hizi vitu tuna experience Kenya. Other people have experienced these things which we are experiencing. Do you understand? No, go and look for a political strategist from Eastern Europe who are fighting tyranny, and they can come and help you on how to do these things. Look for political strategists from Hungary. Look for political strategists from Bulgaria, from Serbia. They are there. They are there. So why do you want to kuniambia ati Wahome Dhuku na kina Manyora are your political strategists? Which experience do those people have? Which experience does Manyora have? to tell me. So that is how you see a winning campaign. So a winning campaign, you see it from the kitchen. It is not an accident. Already, in terms of buffoonery and the stealing of votes, you can see a winning campaign on Ruto's side. Najua hii itawalemea lakini ni sawa leo, lakini lazima niwaambie. In terms of buffoonery, stealing of votes, coercion, all those dark forces, you can see a winning campaign from Ruto on that. Hapo Ruto atatugonga kutugonga. Ikifika ni kuiba kura, bribery, doing what? Sababu sisi unajua ni wale wazuri, hatuwezi fanya hizo vitu. So we need to see a strategy, right? From their methodology, what they are doing, we need to see that. So how do you want me to say that like Rigathi Gachagua was in America for 3 months? Ama ni miezi mbili. How comes from Rigathi Gachagua being in America for 2 months, he has not contacted a serious political strategist from whichever the country? Tusikiange Gachagua political strategist wake is from Serbia. Na msiniambia tena dharau Afrika. It's not about kudharau Afrika. Tafadhali. I'm not belittling Africans. I'm not saying Africans cannot be political strategists. Lakini Mwafrika akitaka kukua political strategist, akakuwa political strategist Rwanda ama Mkenya. You can become a political strategist in Uganda. But vile siasa ya Kenya iko, we need well-polished political strategists. And not a blogger. Not this bloggers, Form 4, and I'm sorry, to Form 4 dropouts. We only blog. Those are the people who are doing our messaging. Bana. And some of the look, angalia what the people doing our messaging. That's why I'm so bitter with opposition. Look at the people who are doing our messaging. They are not even people deserving even to be listened to. Go look, angalia hata hiyo DCP to you. Nafuata DCP lakini angalia hiyo DCP. Look at their political strategies. You just even stop even without saying. Hiyo DCP, look at their strategies. Anyway, wacha niachane na hiyo because najua kuna mtu atasema wewe peleka hasira yako mbali. But we have to tell you the truth. If we cannot see, and let me tell you, I'm not going to invest my emotions the way I have been investing my emotions with Raila Odinga for 10 years. Only after an election, I go into a mental derangement for 3 to 4 weeks. Alafu nafufuka tena. The time I have is to do other things, not to babysit people with no strategy. I have not that time, personally. I have no time to babysit people with no strategy. So if I cannot see your strategy, and let me tell you, what is these things which the people are saying at wataki strategy leak? Who said a good strategy can leak? Even if a good strategy leaks, kwani hata watu wakianza kusema na huyu Gachagua anakaa kujipanga. Sio ndio information mzuri kwa ground? Hey, na hiyo upinzani inakaa kujipanga. Hii hatutoboi. That will be a signal to the ground. But how do you give confusion to the ground? Let me tell you, let me tell you, if the Kenyan opposition looks orderly and strategic, they will even make Ruto to fear. Lakini hii confusion na kuonekana tu hivi tu maziwa rara bongo rara hivi tu hivi upuzi. Who will fear you? Who will fear you? I heard something is coming from Mr. Kitaumana unless people are ready to understand. No, so Nyamuke, yeah, my hope is a he. Unajua, that's why saa zingine sitakangi kusema he or she because I don't know. It's very annoying. No. It's not about that, Mr. or Mrs. Nyamo. Anyway, I don't know. Let me use both. It's not about verifying us in the public. But Nyamo, a winning campaign is visible. Wewe hata ukiona in 207 na usiseme ati hawa upinzani ati hawajashikana. They already do conferences together, so we see them. Kuna that moderation and that working together. So kuna vile upinzani wetu umeshindwa na kuconnect issues. Anyway, unajua shida hatuwezi zaa wengine, ni hawa tu, ni hawa tunajua Gachagua, Matiang'i. This is the opposition which we have to work with, but they are very lazy in terms of influencing the ground and making things work. Like all the gains we had gotten, Nikama is like Kasongo is starting to gain them. I do polls here, and I can tell you our polls are not looking good. I do serious polls with machine learning, and our polls are not looking good. Kasongo anakuja vibaya sana. All the gains we have gotten, simply because we couldn't defend one election in bed. And let me tell you, this one I would say sasa mukitaka sasa kusema niko na Kenyararo museme sasa. I was speaking with an old man who is actually very frustrated with what happened in Mbere. Na huyu mzee nimesema sitakataa story zake. Ni mzee wa karibu miaka 80. He is of the other generation. Alikuwa ananitara. Alikuwa ananiambia, he was giving me words of wisdom. Na alikuwa ananiambia kama unajua watu enda uambie hivi. Let me tell you vile huyo mzee wa miaka 80 vile amesema. Mzee wa miaka 80 amesema kuangalia vile Mbere kulitendeka. He told me opposition should give up. That is what mzee wa miaka 80 aliniambia. Kenyan opposition should just give up. I want that one to sink. Kenyan opposition should just give up. He? Nikamuuliza mzee, todo wake, nondo wake, kwa nini? Yeah, you see ile sasa hata unashangaa. This is not a person who is trying to describe to you situation out of a political analysis somewhere, out of what? This is what mzee aliniambia. And I even told some of the people who come in our platform. Huyu mzee ameniambia hivi. Globally, hata sijui mimi alijuaje maneno ya Marekani na maneno ya China. Akaniambia duniani mote, have never heard people saying they were being beaten and molested and bad things were being done to them in their home ground, in their stronghold. Alisema hata kama ni serikali, na akaniambia even whether it is Republican or Democrat party, there's no way in which Democrats will go and joke in a Republican territory. Like those people who understand American politics. Places like North Dakota or Louisiana, which are heavily Republican. Do you think Democrats can go and do money business there, even if they are the ones with the government? Mimi nasikiliza huyo mzee. I'm telling you the story. Nasikiliza huyo mzee. Huyo mzee akaniambia, the day when the Kenyan opposition allowed Mbere election to be stolen and they did nothing, their perceived stronghold, kwisha. No one has never refused to defend himself akiwa kwake, hata kama ni mtu amekuja na bunduki. Hafadhali hiyo bunduki fiatuliwe uko unang'ang'ana. Can somebody come into your home na achukue watoto na aseme naenda na wao in your home? So we have been here trying to defend the opposition. Oh, you know, tuliibiwa. The fact that the Kenyan opposition, Gachagua etar na wenzake, the fact that Gachagua aka Wamunyoro allowed the election to be stolen in Mbere, all your fortunes were finished that day. And you remember this statement. Nimewambia, it was my thinking, na pia nikasikia mtu mwingine. The fact that Kenyan opposition, which has been saying that opposition, Mount Kenya is our stronghold. Mount Kenya is our stronghold. The fact, whether the government was real or what, the fact that the Kenyan opposition with Mount Kenya as their stronghold, they could not defend themselves against the government in their stronghold. They are dead on arrival. It's a very cruel statement. And I'm telling you this because people have even retreated from this opposition. People have retreated from this opposition. We cannot support an opposition which is full of cowards. Up to now, they cannot even defend a win which they were supposed to win, simply because, and the only thing wanakuja kutuambia, wanakuja kulia kama raia, tuliibiwa. And you want us to invest our 2 years on the people who will come and lament to us tumeibiwa. That is the most lazy opposition I've ever seen in human history. Leo nimewaambia nitawagongea kuwagongea. It is impossible. Mbere is not Sugoi. So there is no any reason na mwache kusikiliza Wamunyoro. Awache kuwaste time yetu. You know me, I'm a very honest person. Until Wamunyoro gives the reason why he allowed votes to be stolen in Mbere, we will never support them again. We are that serious. We will not take people for a ride. How can your stronghold be stolen na mumenyamaza? And it is business as usual. Bwana Wamunyoro acha kutusoma bwana. Hiyo, that one we will not allow. We will not allow because, and we will not agree into the rhetoric. We will not agree into the rhetoric that they will defend 2027 because Ruto will be busy even in the Sugoi. We will not listen to that lazy argument. That is a lazy argument. And that's why I have said we are only listening to strategic people. People who can be able to organize themselves. And Dan, let me tell you, and I'm very serious here. There's no way in which kura inaweza kuja kuibiwa kwa stronghold yako. So they need to tell us quickly, Mbere is not their stronghold. That's why the votes were stolen. They need to agree on that. That is the only thing which I can, because that is what is politically viable. It is impossible. And I want to give you an example. Mbona hata Kibaki hajaienda kuiba kura Nyanza? Mbona Kibaki hajaienda, even when Kibaki used to steal election. Mbona usiende ukaibe Nyanza? You don't go to steal into somebody's stronghold. But now watu wache kutusoma bwana. This opposition is very lazy. And we have to tell them as it is. And there is no way, and let me tell you, there's no way in which we will support this opposition with these stupid things they are doing. We will not support them. I'm telling you, and I'm very candid. I'm a guy. Maybe you can choose who to support. I'm not here to choose for you. You can choose to continue with them. But we will not continue supporting this opposition if there are people who can allow somebody to come into their stronghold and steal an election, and it is there as usual. Hiyo nayo hatukubali hiyo. It is impossible. There is no way in which an election can be stolen from your stronghold. We need more explanation than answers. Bwana Nyambo, it is not business as usual. And Wamunyoro needs to know that his rhetoric is no longer working. He failed completely in Mbere. That Mbere, and I'm not trying to validate Ruto. Ruto is a bad man. We are trying to fight him. I'm not trying to validate Ruto. But and I don't need to talk about Ruto. Me, I don't talk about Ruto. I'm talking about the people who, and that's why I'm saying, if we get other better people, we will start supporting them. But there's no way in which we can support such a disorganized opposition. Mimi nataka mtu akuje anielezee hapa saa hii. Because I've never, na sijui kama mumeona, since our Mbere election was stolen, have you seen how disorganized opposition has become? Siku hizi hata wanafanya vitu kivyao. Anyway, wacha kwanza ni, you are so right. That was the end of Gachagua and the rise of Meru politics. Njiro, it is true. How could Ruto do monkey business in Mbere and failed in Nyamira? I'm ashamed. Gachagua promised. Let me tell you, Gachagua zituambia, and let me tell you, people should stop listening to Gachagua now. Yo, muache tu kumsikiliza tu. That is empty rhetoric. Politics should be followed by actions. That was a big letdown. Big letdown. Sikuwa nimeongea story ya mbele, nimeongea. These people let us down completely. It was a big letdown. There was no way in which they were to allow Ruto to steal the election in Mbeere. And they knew how important that election was. Even camping there for two. Let me tell you, you can overwork and still fail. Hata mtoto anaendanga shule na anasoma na wengine wanaanguka na wengine wanapita. So, Gachagua campaigning in Mbeere for 2 weeks is not enough. Did he do the right thing? Na zituambia alidelegate. So Gachagua come with a better rhetoric. History ati ya kutuambia Ruto ati ataiba kura ati 2027 because we will not listen to that easy argument. Hiyo nayo, hiyo ambia wale wanazaliwa leo. Those who do not know issues. Lakini mtu kama mimi kukuja kuniambia ati people will be busy elsewhere. Hiyo ambia wale tu wanazaliwa leo. That one you can go to maternity, tell kids who are being born now that Kenyan election cannot be stolen. But some of us who have been here for some time, we cannot listen to such a statement. You know, everybody will be busy in every polling station. Ati uchaguzi wezi ibiwa. No. Photomam, hiyo story tuachane nayo. It was our stronghold. It is not about Gachagua candidate. It was an opposition stronghold. And I'm telling you, from facts, from reality, it has never been, even in Uganda, Museveni does not steal in opposition stronghold. Museveni has never won in Kampala. Museveni has never. We are the first people in the history of the world to be defeated in our stronghold. We have just to say, Mbeere, what we need to just say and admit, Mbeere is not our stronghold. We just need to admit that Mbeere is not our stronghold. It has never been had in the history of the world. Even Museveni, the dictator, he has never won in Kampala. Na kama kuna mtu anajua Museveni hapa amewahi shida Kampala, aniambie. Nataka muniambie hapa sasa hivi. Najua leo watu hawezi ingia studio because wanaweza sema ni kama nimekasirika. Justin Muturi ndiye alifanya blanda. Wate? No. Wala wacha tuache hiyo story bana. Hiyo story tuache bwana. We have to be serious on this. Hiyo story tuache bwana. Even in Russia, Putin hawezi enda kuiba uchaguzi bizana support. How? Tuache hiyo story. Let me tell you, Nyamo, whether kijana Musafi ali-uniform ama haku-uniform, that is not our bother. Our machine had to work. I'm telling you from fact, it has never been had in the history. That's what I want to. Wengine wetu kama sisi tulienda kimi. And I'm even evaluating this united opposition. We are calling you. This is not united opposition. It is something else. It is not united opposition. And as a person who follows politics, it is impossible to lose in your. I mean, I need reasons. What wanieleze muniambie. How do you lose in your stronghold? How? This is what stronghold means. Stronghold means hata yule karani yako ndani. No, Nyamu hapana. You don't lose in your stronghold. Even with those bad machines, you cannot lose in your stronghold. Yule karani yako pale, their chances is aligned to you. Political chances, because it is your stronghold. Chances, you have a sympathizer in the opponent, even akiwa agent wa mtu mwingine wako, pia ni high. because it is your stronghold. It is your stronghold. Let me tell you, Nyamo, statistically, to lose in your stronghold, it's a wreck. It's a concept on a wreck. You cannot be saved. You cannot be saved. I'm saying here. No, Spike, forget about being beaten. It is your stronghold. You have to plan for that. Let me tell you, I'm telling you, in the history of the world, no one has ever been beaten in his stronghold. If you get beaten in your stronghold, you have to say, we didn't have enough data. We thought that maybe these people are watu ni wetu, lakini sio wetu. But we cannot claim, I'm talking now politically, we cannot claim this place is our political bedroom and we cannot turn numbers. It's an immature statement. Forget about Spike kuchapa na vitu zingine. So Mbere, the fact that Mbere did not turn for us, we have to start re-strategizing. What is wrong? This was a do-die. No, it doesn't matter. It was also a do-die for us. This idea, what wanasema, it was a do or die for Ruto. Why not a do-die for us? And even this opposition has never been tested on anything. So they also needed to turn this so that now they can start now turning people to them. Now sasa, by losing Mbere, they have even started turning people away. Sai Mlima Kenya hadi watu wameanzia kuvaa yellow tena. A lot of work we had done to eject Ruto out of Mlima Kenya. Now watu ni kama wameanzia, hata watu wameanza na ni kama huyu Ruto tu hatuwezi toa. Sasa those narratives are now the ones which are being feared. Bana, tuache mchezo bana. Na hiyo upinzani, they will not test their fortunes by our emotions. So history ati tuingie upinzani bwana. Alafu sasa tuende waachilie uchaguzi vile waliachilia hii. Bana, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Hakuna mtu ameninunulia hata dawa when I'm having emotional damage because of losing an election. So mimi sitajiingiza pahali to die emotionally. Do you know what it means to invest 1 year following somebody? Alafu anaachilia uchaguzi hivyo. Kama saa hii uchaguzi ni 2027. Alafu sasa mtu aniambie saa hii ingia upinzani saa hii. Ingia upinzani. Sasa niingie upinzani saa hii. I've been following them. Alafu sasa 2027 tufanywe vile tulifanywa mbele. Can I recover? Can I recover? 2027. Alafu sasa tunaanzia kuona, alafu sasa naanzia kuona wacha Ruto ainue Biblia without my emotion there. Kama ni kuinua anainua. I don't want. Kama Ruto anainua Biblia, ainue Biblia kama siko. But this idea whereby opposition want us to invest our emotions in them and they are not doing anything. Wachukue wale wanataka. Me personally, I've retreated. Na sio kwa vibaya. I've retreated. So I will be commenting about politics in general. I will not be talking about politics because even the Bible says, a nation without dream perishes. Let me take my charger. So let me save my emotions. Yeah, haina shida. So Spike, guys, like this. So Spike, don't worry. So that's a very not a very good narrative. I know people will not like it. Utasema na huyu kwa nini anapiga upinzani lazima ni upige. Yeah, because there's no need of wasting people's time. Afadhali hata you people, you have family, you have so many things you can do. Father is a father. It is better to shepherd and do the things which you do in your life kuliko kufuata upinzani. Hata wewe Spike, I will tell you for free, there are better things you can do in this life. Upinzani wachana na wenyewe kabisa. They don't listen. They don't look for people who can tell them. Kazi yao tu ni kutafutana tu na watu ambao who even actually want money from them. There are so many pro bono people who can help them, but they are not interested in having them. Kazi yao tu ni kukimbizana na wale watu wanataka viti. Na yule mtu anataka kiti, kazi yake tu he works as a psychopath. And I'm telling you, and I'm sorry to say, that's what I'm telling you. You see, like when Matiang'i is working with somebody like, and I'm not saying that Matiang'i should not work with Kibagendi, but Matiang'i should not be taking Kibagendi advice. And I would say Gachagua should not be taking advice of Gakuya or advice of some of the people who are wanaitwa nani, akina huyu jamaa manywele mingi anaitwa nani, huyu jamaa manywele mingi huyu Medho. That is a psychophant in steroid. That's a psychophant in steroid. Wamunyoro tu akikutana na Medho sasa, Wamunyoro aulize Medho, Getungati 01 zinasikianga kiita sijui Getungati 01 na 02. Gachagua akikutana tu na Medho ni mtu ashapagawa na amelewa na Gachagua. He doesn't see the other side. So Medho atamwambia mkubwa, kila kitu iko sawa hapa, hata wachana na kwenyewe, enda kwingine wewe toka hapa kabisa, wewe enda kwingine, enda huko Masai, tuachie hapa. That is what happens. People are close to you, they are not very good for advice. And I don't know why these people cannot learn. So Gachagua should know that hao watu wote anatembea na wao wa Mlima Kenya, those are not advisors, those are psychophants, those are people looking for survival. Lazima Medho arudi tena, and the only way in which Medho will survive ni akuwe na Gachagua. So how do you expect Medho to tell Gachagua good advice and he want to survive? Hata Kibagendi is looking for survival through Matiang'i. So Matiang'i listening to Kibagendi is a reason discussion. What do you want Kibagendi to tell Matiang'i? Mkubwa hapa unachoma. Na akienda kutafuta mwingine yule ambaye anamwambia vizuri. Na unajua mwanasiasa ni mtu wa kupapaswa, kuambiwa mkubwa usijali, hapa tumepanga, hapa kila kitu iko sawa, hakuna shida. Si hata umeona vile wale walikuja hapa wakutaki vile tuliwafurusha. That's how politicians wanataka kusikia ukiongea. Sio kwa vibaya, because politicians operate through psychopaths. Even in America, sikiliza watu kama akina Stephen Miller wakati wanaongea na mzee, they have to be psychophantic. Sio ati kwa vibaya, lazima every man has to have a psychopath. It comes without saying. Kuna watu ambao because you have to seem you have support. So how do people who support you without a reason? Watu tu wako hapo tu, watu tu wako nodi, mkubwa ni hivyo, hakuna shida. Huyo jamaa akisema hapa hatukuli, watu wakisema sawa, mkubwa umesema hatukuli. Mumesikia hakuna mtu anakula hapa, ni watu wa kuenforce kile umesema. Nyamu amepotea, ni kama Nyamu amekasirika na siasa yangu leo. Tunasemanga ni people, every politician needs psychophants. So si ati nasema kwa vibaya, and you need psychophants because you'll be very lonely without psychophants. Lazima ukua pale, kukua tu kwa watu, mkubwa na leo umeongea bana. Hata sijaiona ukua umeongea hivyo. Yeah, psychophants, but psychophants are not advisors. So sometimes we confuse between psychophants and advisors and opinion shapers. Those people are different. But in Kenya, we mix all of them in one basket. You need psychophants, you need opinion shapers, and you need advisors. Lakini psychophants pia wasikue wengi sana. Na psychophants pia you have to control them, wasikuje overshadow advisors and opinion shapers. So there must be a balanced system, because psychophants wanakuja wana overrun the others. Sijui kama father unaelewa hiyo. No, father tu nataka tu kukuuliza tu swali honest. Can you tell me what can Kibagendi tell Matiang'i in an honest opinion? You want to tell me that Kibagendi can tell Matiang'i one day unachoma? Or any other guy you think is supporting Matiang'i? You think there is any day you can tell him unachoma? I'm talking about honest things which we have now to start discussing and talking about. So anyway, in a nutshell, namaanisha you have to look at our circle. So our opposition has to sit down and come up with the strategies, proper strategies. I need to see serious strategies. Wanafanya kitu pahali. Na msiseme ati ni vile hawajakuwa unraveled. If it is a strategist from Serbia or Bulgaria, you don't need to hide him. That one we can know. We need to see news. Hiyo kitu hata we need to see news. Gachagua hires Prigozhin from Serbia as his chief political strategist. Those are the news which carry the day. Those are the news which zinaleta mvuto. Hata ile wakati Matiang'i alitafuta that Canadian company which is working for him, uliona like watu walishangaa kwanza for like 1 week. Tena it is news in the positive direction. Kalonzo Musyoka, lazima we need to see them hiring serious people who can strategize for them. Yes, Wanjeri, karibu sana. Nyinyi mlinitoroka kabisa mkaniachia kituo peke yangu. Ama you didn't want to follow the rant. Karibu Njeri.
Oh, sasa Njiru, kwani kuliendaje?
In terms of what? Kwani kuna shida?
Anything new?
No, I'm just trying, ni vile mimi nasomea upinzani. I'm just saying upinzani, they are very lazy. I'm not seeing them strategizing enough.
Yeah, ni kama
So,
they have gone.
The news is they have assassinated Jirongo, our man.
Yeah, Jirongo is dead, and all the things he knows. Unaona, let me tell you something. Anybody who worked with Kasongo, it may not end well. And walked and dined with Kasongo. Unajua, do you normally watch those films za Narcos and all that,
Of course, inaitangwa double. So of course, naonanga hizo videos and it is very annoying.
Yeah, they normally eliminate even their best of their very best friends, because they have to try and keep tie loose ends. You know, that is what they do. They spend their life tying loose ends, and that is what Kasongo is doing. You see, unakumbuka story ya Gishero. If you look at all this Jacob Zuma, all this watu wote Jiru, at one time they dined with Kasongo and they were his best hand right man. Unaona hata kina Faruki Bet, akina Sudi, they should not be celebrating. They should be wary of their lives. You know what I'm saying, Jiru? If you are somebody's right hand man, and the person is a criminal, he's likely to eliminate you. Unajua, Jirongo in the recent past has been saying things that I'm sure are not palatable to Kasongo. A case in point, mumeona the video going around what Jirongo said that Kasongo alinyonga mtoto, a Masai boy. Did you watch that, Njiru? Ama hukuona? Now Njiru has disappeared. Now Njiru should know why people don't come to his show.
No, I'm here nakusikiliza. So sema.
I asked you a question. Did you hear what I asked you?
Okay, niambie. That one I didn't hear. It has escaped me.
Because ulikuwa
I was trying to check what to give you. Nilikuwa najaribu kuangalia YouTube kidogo, but go ahead. You can ask me.
So I was asking you, did you see the clip going around what Jirongo said about Kasongo? That Kasongo alinyonga kijana
Masai.
And a lot of other things. So Jirongo must have been knowing a lot of things about Kasongo, and there is no way he can let him leave. So, and I understand the driver who rammed into his car later even changed the story. Uliona hiyo story ya hiyo driver? Akisema ati sijui nilikuwa natoka nikaona and he was narrating like it's a nice thing. I'm like, huh?
No, huyo jamani kama amekochwa. Me, I don't believe in that story.
You know the way he was saying,
it's kama like, jamaa amewani. Unakumbuka yule jamaa mwingine amewani after Kakuru amekufa?
Yani I'm wondering what is he saying? Is this like it's a wedding he's talking about? Somebody is dead. And he's here talking like nikashanga. This is evil. If you ran to somebody's car and he died, you shouldn't be talking the way you are talking. So and you know the sad thing the government is one that gonna investigate. Government cannot investigate itself. You know, I watch a lot of stuff, and sometimes it makes me be very, maybe have paranoia or be very suspicious. Do you know even somebody could be dead in their vehicle and it is rammed? Jiru could already be dead. Eh?
Of course, you know, sasa nikuulize Wanjeri, sasa like kifo imetendeka 3 a.m. How many people in the road at 3 a.m. even to confirm for us it?
Yes, to confirm that he was not already dead.
Unajua hata gari inaweza kanyangwa. I'm sorry to say this. Unajua hata gari inaweza kanyangiwa pahali na mtu aende auliwe pahali ingine, awekwe kwa gari, and do you know that they can even stage an accident?
Yes, and he could already have been dead in that car. So who help us? Unfortunately, the government pathologists, the police, the DCI.
Wanjeri, story imeisha hivyo. Hebu nikuulize, ni vifo ni Kenya, ukikufa ni hivyo. Hii story imeisha hivyo, unfortunately.
Imeisha hivyo because
hii story imeisha hivyo. The problem, wale watu wako na shida ni familia ya Jirongo and his relatives, lakini story ya Jirongo imeisha hivyo. The devil was able to capture him and he is done. So nani Njeri, wachana tena story ati tutajua ukweli. Hakuna ukweli tutajua. Let's not stop pretending ati we will know the truth. Tutajua. Hebu nikuulize, ni watu wangapi wamekufa hapa na tunangojea ukweli? Hebu nikuambie, because Julia, we also use the same statement wakati wa. Hebu niambie sasa, tumejua ukweli gani kwa Juma
na Ogola?
Ogola. Alafu hata yule kijana mwingine alikufia polling station. Tumejua ukweli gani?
Ojwang. And the man behind him is working, getting a big check from the government.
Ndio nauliza, tumejua ukweli gani?
And not even that, what about the Gen Z who were abducted and killed?
Yeah, hii story ya kusema we will know. Mtu ukishauawa ni hivyo, story yako imeisha. The problem is your family. But tuachane na hii story ya tutajua ukweli. Hii kusema tutajua ukweli is a very racist statement from people who are trying to make us relax and cool. It's just Julia is like hii statement watu wanasemanga, hakuna shida, kila mtu ni kitu tunapitia sisi wote. Do you hear watu wakisema hiyo statement hivyo? Wakati unasikia tu ni kitu tunapitianga sisi wote, haina like it's a mere statement ati I don't want to follow that.
Hebu tutafutie video Jiro. It is sad, but I pray and I'll stop praying that hivi karibuni itabadilika na tutakuwa na ile serikali yenye inatilia usalama wananchi, kama inachukulia maanani usalama wananchi wote, wawe wa vyeo vya juu ama vyeo vya chini.
So Julia, Jirongo dying is Kenyan history dying. There's a very part of Kenyan history ile imekufa.
Because there'll be nobody to give evidence and to tell us those things he was saying.
There is a lot we are losing.
So uko na clips hapo? Uko na clips, we watch, we comment on them.
Ndio nataka nini sasa inaonekana sasa like speech za Jirongo. Wacha niweke hii, but inaonekana clip zake za akiwa nini ndizo zimeoverrun.
Give the gift of adventure at Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's.
Your
adventure starts here.
The Asian sensation menu, only at Zaxby's. Who's got the sauce?
Zaxby's.
Archbishop Wabukala, the congregation, and in particular, Juma's family, may I take this opportunity to pass my heartfelt condolences for the demise of this very young man, the name of Juma. I have known Juma since his childhood. As Okemo spoke, I and him shared the cost of Juma's education at the Kenya Polytechnic. And since then, Juma has been very, very, very close to us. And I think it's just about a week ago when Honorable Chris Okemo and I and Juma met at the Southern Sun Mayfair in Westlands, and he was in a very good mood. As a country, I think time has come when we must stand firm. As a country, I think time has come when we should call a spade a spade. It is saddening ukisikia the IG, Inspector General, calling upon leaders to write a statement. The IG knows exactly who killed Juma, and he should not try to harass leaders when it is clear those that killed Meshach Yebei also killed Juma. He has the information. And if the IG is sincere, Archbishop, he has the information. And if the IG is sincere, Jacob Juma slapped the deputy president some time back. That is where the investigations should start.
Working across teams is tough, but Asana helps you handle it. Asana AI can spot roadblocks and assign
Yes, Wanjeru, umesikia hapo akisema Jacob Juma and slapped the deputy president. That's a serious statement.
Hii serikali watu wanapenda kupewa slap. Hii Kenya. Kumbe there are a lot of slaps indoors. And kicks. Yani wanaume Njiru wanaonananga mundu kwa mundu.
Yeah, anyway, he was a dead man walking. Neither hatutakangi kushida tukiongea sana. Yeah. But Cyrus Jirongo is dying because of 2027. Your experience here 1992, there's no way in which you can have Cyrus Jirongo arrive and he is not on your side in the wacha nikuwekea Wavinya Wandeti kidogo.
Okay.
Alafu Kalonzo aongee, then we continue percolating.
That's it. Excellency, Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka.
Asanteni, asanteni. Machakos hoye! Machakos hoye! Machakos kipi? Asanteni, mnaweza kuketi briefly. huu sio wakati wa kutoa taarifa ama hotuba, kwa sababu zote tumeona na nimeona hali ya kandanda imezidi kuimarika Machakos, na tuwapigieni makofi wachezaji wote. I know it is very painful to miss a penalty. So I want to encourage wale walipiga mpira hawaku score, don't go and commit suicide. Tomorrow is another day, because hakuna haja kujilaumu, ningefanya hivi. Even at the level of Arsenal, Man U, Man City na kwingineo, watu hupoteza penalty. I used to play for the National Parliament. I don't know. That's what I want to stop quickly. Mimi nilikuwa mchezaji kwa timu ya bunge na nilikuwa hatari sana. Lakini naona vijana mkule mayai kidogo, nadhani ongeze a little muscle. Naona mko hiyo stamina kama ile kijana number 7. He was so good. Lakini aligongwa kidogo akapotelea upande ule. Angekuwa na stamina, it would have been a different story. Yule number 15 eventually scored pale, alijaribu sana lakini aliingia kule ndani.
If y'all been buying that generic Viagra from Walgreens, stop now.
Na hiyo sio ya Wavinya amejaribu. Sio. Ni ya Ruto ama sivyo? Kwa hivyo tuchukueni kura, tujiandae. Next week, next year, in the 3rd edition of this amazing tournament. Kwa hivyo Governor, congratulations. The 4th edition, I'm sure will be better. We can see people from the national team, Harambee Stars coach, anaangalia ni nani anaweza kupeleka mbele. You can all produce Messi, you can produce watu wa ajabu. Football has become a major industry worldwide. Kwa hivyo andumaituma masakuno kamba uandena Kenya, nendano semanyo, nikanene kilomo wenyu, mwili weina sikukunzo ya Christmas, na mwaka mpya wenye manufaa makubwa makubwa. Mwaka huu kitaide atu adenge angia, wede atu adenge angia, wede atu adenge angia, nikanaki adhiki ya nzao. Inyo matayari, Harambee! Congratulations, the winning team, and also the others, both women and men. I'm told wasichana walijaribu sana. Nilisikia mkisema mnataka kuchallenge ile ya Nairobi ya Sakaja. Mtakuwa mnamuinua Sakaja, tafuteni Mutua ama Malombe na wale wengine, hawa muende kwa Gavana Kisumu na wale wengine, but okay. Hata vijana wa Nairobi na vijana wetu, ama sivyo? Whenever I would want to see Machakos ikilaza Nairobi. After all, Machakos was a capital city of Kenya. Asanteni sana. Basi wakati huu gavana wetu mpendwa, ni wakati wa kupeana awards, na nitaomba
Julia, wacha nikuwekee Martha Karua. Martha Karua was in Meru today. Sijui kama umeona hiyo?
Sijaona hiyo.
And she has really done a wonderful mobilization huko. She's trying. Anajaribu, tuseme kwa uwezo wake anajaribu. Bado hakuna mtu amepost Anyway, I've just ziko kwa mitandao somewhere in alikuwa in Tigania. Unajua Tigania ni ile Meru ya huko juu. Anyway, but she was there. Maybe Kip atakuja kutuambia vizuri. I don't see it, but nimeona anafanya ground mobilization mzuri by the way. I've seen some good mobilization. I think in her own effort she is doing well. Amekuwa uko ground kwa mbele, nimeona hata wamama wakimwimbia sana. Ameimbiwa na wamama sana. So but anyway, Martha Karua amejaribu kuweka ile sura ya a serious leader in Kenya. Lakini tu kuna vile tu wa Kenya ni kama tu like
she's one that Kenyans can depend on. Wote hao wengine wote waachana na hao wengine wote na kiherehere yao. Martha Karua, Kenyans can depend on her.
Yeah, so the others, they still put a lot of lukewarmity in her. I don't know. Although still,
let me say, Martha Karua, if she was in America, she would have been elected, right, Njiru?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Even as president.
Yeah, you know, because you will get a sizable people who are able to reason with the reality rather than their pocket. You know, Julia, ile kitu inatukosea is that in Kenya and in Africa, we still have a very vibrant, and I will say this one is a lot of, we still have a very vibrant rural economy. Hata mambo ikiharibika unaweza rudi kwenyu. Unaona places kama America,
which is an advantage to Kenya.
Yeah, unaweza rudi kwenyu, like even if Ruto becomes worse as worse, hata akikula kila kitu unaweza rudi na huko kwenyu, na huko kwenyu Karigoine, unaweza rudi na huko kwenyu like na ujifiche na huko uko unakula mandizi na zile vitu unapata na huko. But places like America whereby watu hawana kwao, apartment ndio kwenyu, how do you expect such countries for people to reason with the bigotry and the people to reason with the politics which does not work? So that's the difference. That's the reason why, like in Africa, we still tolerate bad politics, because there is a fallback. So like for us, you know, like in America, worse is be going to the streets, and maybe your state is gonna snow. So how do you go? So like somehow they need some functioning politics. But for us in Africa, it's not a must we have functioning politics, because we have that fallback. Like there is an in-kind economy which can still support us. But in serious countries where people do not have that in-kind economy, they think properly. They will not listen to people like Wamudende, because they know this Wamudende I'm voting is about the economy. It's about my life. But I don't think Wakenya tumefika level whereby we have been able to tie our lives with the politics. We still think like life is just like life is easy, and that's why you are even seeing like mtu anasema sijui siasa, I don't care much. Hata tusikie vile watu wanasema ati msijifanye hamukuona list ya No, Anna, I didn't see that. So you need to tell us that. I really go and watch these politicians. Huyu anaitwa wako ama ni nani? Miss Muringe hii.
Alafu Njiru, sikia. Unaona, even as we talk now, unaona we are really here, really vibrant, talking about good governance, right? Question is, do we really believe in good governance? Do Kenyans really believe in good governance? Now, how come even watu wako diaspora wakienda home some of them believe that they should buy somebody to get services? Na wakikuja hapa wanajaribu kujustify kwanza huwezi pata services. What does that tell you? That even the Kenyans mentality, they are not convinced that they need good governance now, or that good governance can work in Africa. So that is why they tend to think that the end justifies the means. Now, that is a whole education that we need to even to put in the curriculum ya Kenya. We try and produce children and future generations that do not believe in corruption. So we have an uphill task. Our task is not only just removing Kasongo, but also changing the mentality of people and letting them know that a country can function without corruption, and people can get good services. People can be productive without corruption. You know, that is something that we have to really implant in Kenya as Njiru. Utasikia watu wamesema tutaki huyu. Lakini bona, let me ask, for example, a question in point. A question that I want to ask. What people around here telling us Babu Owino should be the next governor? Njiru niambie tu.
And I even heard that he had been poisoned. I don't know how true it is.
Nimeona hizo rumors kwa nini? Kwa niambie at people, I even saw at this lady called Maverick Kaoko is calling Babu Owino the next governor, and for sure he may likely to win because hiyo jina yake kuitwa governor imewika sana. Hata Gachagua mwenyewe anamwalika kwa chama chake, so which means the next governor is most likely to be Babu Owino. Now, do you think Babu Owino will stand out above corruptions? Do you think he'll do that? Do you think he'll be revolutionary? Do you think he'll deliver services to the people of Nairobi? You know? So, until we all change our mentality, even us who are here talking, and even those who are in the comment section, until ukienda home, uamini lazima upatie mtu kitu kidogo. Unaona? Just do the right thing. And until you do that, until we change our mentality, that is the only time that we shall come out and have good leaders. Lakini kama sisi pia bado tunaamini kwamba things must be done this way, we can't get far. I'm telling you. So we even need to introduce something in the curriculum that maybe citizenship or something anti-corruption.
Julia, you think our viongozi ambao they want to damn and raise the people, they can introduce citizenry improvement programs? How?
Pengine tuweke kitu tu inaitwa anti-corruption, na hiyo kitu lazima inawekwa mpaka unaona ile course communication.
Hawezi kama already walianzia huku, sikia walikuwa wanasema ati the rise of Gen Z ilikuwa sababu ya zile vitabu watu wanasoma shule.
Now you agree with me that education can change the country. Unaona Gen Z vile they know their rights. It is because
sababu sijui nasikia tu walikuwa wanasoma vitabu kama ati tumbo lisiloshiba.
Na nini, si hata wewe ulisoma Kilio cha Haki, Muhi wa Mwema.
Na mbona sisi hatuku react, tulisoma tu na tukanyamaza.
Hao wamepatwa na hizo vitu zote, Kilio cha Haki, Muhi wa Mwema, vitu kama hizo, vitu kama Kijeketile, vitu kama wamesoma vitabu. Things for a part wamesoma. So that curriculum has been building inside Gen Z. And then the teachers, sasa let me tell you, don't blame your generation. The teachers, our generation yangu, our walimu ndio wameeducate our watoto. We are the ones who have produced these brains. We have empowered them. We have made them know their rights. I want to tell Kenyans without fear of contradiction. When I was in Kenya na nilikuwa mwalimu, I was a deputy principal in a big school. Njiru, this is how we received Form 1s. We told Form 1s, welcome to one of the most successful schools where being taught is your right. Quality education is your right, is not a favor. Njiru, mimi nilikuwa kwa shule yenye tunaambia wanafunzi kama mwalimu hajakuja class unakuja kumreport. Na kama unajisikia mwalimu hakufundisha vizuri, come and report. I was in such a kind of a school. We empowered these children. We taught them their rights. So I count myself a very proud mother of Gen Z. We empowered them. So education can change a country. Can change. Tunaweka hiyo subject. Unakumbuka university Njiru, ukienda university kuna ile basic inaitwa communication skills. Sikila na basic maths.
Kulikuwa na communication skills na development concepts na pia
na basic maths.
Hapo ndio nilisoma story ya cycle of poverty, sijui vicious cycle of poverty.
Basic math, communication skills, lazima usome. Sasa hiyo
and there was a question Julia nitakwambia, there was a question tulikuwa tunaulizwa kwa development concept all the time. A country is poor because it is poor. Explain, 20 marks.
Sasa hiyo subject tuifundishe mpaka university. Wewe unafanya psychology ama unafanya medicine ama unafanya nini? Unaifanya. Na tunasema in Kenya, Kenyans must take that. Unaona, and must get a credit for that course in the university. Kutoka nursery mpaka university. Yani nakwambia inchi itabadilika. Utakuwa ukiambia mtu ati nipatie nini anakuitia polisi. Let me tell you. That is how
Julia, wacha nikuoneshe.
That is how you educate people. You change a country.
Nikuoneshe revolution ya Bulgaria which happened this week.
Okay.
This
The
was
epic
what
online
happened
action
in
game
in-
War Thunder is ready to
whereby
blast
the
your
whole
daily
government
routine to
resigned
pieces.
and they
It's
were
not
not
just a
killed.
game.
Tens of thousands mass in the streets of Sofia as they have done for the last few weeks and in several other Bulgarian cities. It's been a gradually growing movement driven by dissatisfaction with the government, accusations of corruption, economic grievances, and a demand for new leadership. In common with similar protests in other countries, it's younger people, Gen Z, who are at the forefront with the demand for change. United under the slogan aimed at those in power, "You angered the wrong generation."
We truly hope our actions will lead to real change. What I can say with certainty is that we will not stop. We are prepared to continue with active protests, uniting students from across Bulgaria and abroad.
I believe that corruption, the way we keep on living, and the money that's actually being stolen, that's the huge problem for us. And I truly hope that there will be some youthful energy boiling over.
The growing anger and sheer strength of numbers appears to have brought about the resignation of the minority centre-right government, a move unanimously agreed by MPs.
Therefore, I inform you that before the vote of no confidence, today the government resigns.
The government's fall follows the scrapping of a controversial budget plan. It would have been the sixth vote of confidence since January and comes just 20 days before Bulgaria joins the euro in the new year.
I assume that now, with us entering the Eurozone, perhaps there will be less money being stolen from our country, from the state. But many people are afraid that prices for everything will rise, rents, goods, everything. So I don't know what to expect. There will probably be both positives and negatives.
Bulgaria's is the latest government and the first in Europe to be felled by Gen Z unrest this year. Demonstrations over corruption and inequality brought about the fall of the Madagascan leadership and the government of Nepal. There have also been mass rallies in Indonesia, the Philippines and Tanzania. Several of those met with force from state authorities. The collapse of Bulgaria's government now leaves a power vacuum and questions over the direction the country will take. Its president, Rumen Radev, is likely to appoint a caretaker cabinet until new elections can take place. Well, I'm joined now by Martin Vladimirov from the Centre for the Study of Democracy. What's led to this current situation in Bulgaria?
Really, this is a protest against the hubris of the elite that has become very complacent to the practice of overriding the rule of law, undermining due process, including by harassing, I would say, political figures from the opposition with trumped-up charges with really inhumane kind of treatment of political activists. So it's not really the result of socioeconomic dissatisfaction. On the contrary, the country is doing very well economically, is joining the Eurozone from 1st of January. This is not a protest against the Euro either. It's an anti-corruption protest.
Is this an example of a Gen Z protest of the kind that we've seen elsewhere in the world?
It is true that there were a lot of young people on the protest, but it is much broader. So there have been representatives from all social groups and age groups on the protest. But I would say its success comes partially on the back of a very successful social media campaign, especially on TikTok. Some politicians that used to fail in reaching to these segments of society have become very active on these social media channels. The big problem, however, is what will happen next. And I don't think there is a real alternative to the current government. So we might be getting into a period of political instability.
Well, this, going back to the Gen Z angle of this is a generation that doesn't remember communism, all the deprivations of the late 90s. What are they hoping to achieve?
They would like systemic change. They would like structurally the society to be based on the rule of law principles that have been largely formalized and sidelined by individual well-vested interests. So this systemic change will take a lot of time. It's not going to end with a new government, even if it comes from the opposition groups that have led the protests. they don't have the solution. They were in power as well for 2 years, and they couldn't change the structural situation in the judicial system, where there is a lot of corruption, there's a lot of state capture. None of the political factions in power right now or in the parliament is strong enough to lead this change alone.
So what will happen now? I mean, the government is committed to joining the euro at the beginning of next year. What happens on a political, practical level?
Well, the big unknown is whether President Radev is going to decide to create his own political party. He is by far the most popular politician in Bulgaria, and if he joins the domestic political scene, it is very likely that his formation is going to win the next election. President Radev is pro-Russian, has aligned his policies and his thinking about the war in Ukraine with that of the Kremlin. I think this is the biggest geopolitical and geostrategic issue that will be debated at the next elections. If he doesn't join the election cycle, what we might see is political instability, so interim governments that rule the country for maybe another 2 years. In the meantime, there will be a fragmented parliament bickering over day-to-day issues.
Well, this is the first European government to have been toppled by these so-called Gen Z protesters. I mean, could this spread to other European countries?
Well, it can happen anywhere because the power of social media algorithm is so big and it's so uncontrollable that sometimes, political messages online take a life on their own. And I think in France, we have seen how the National Front has used so successfully social media to push the party much further ahead than the other, more moderate political forces. And Mr. Bardella, who is gearing to become the candidate for the presidential elections, he is riding on this wave. So we might see the next such big change, political change in France, maybe.
Martin Vladimirov, thank you very much indeed for talking to us today.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy top-tier VPN protection without the top-tier price. Unlock the best VPNs deals now.
Hello, I'm Maciej Mikos and you're watching News in Depth. After weeks of mass protests, the Bulgarian government has collapsed. What awaits the country now? To talk about it, we're joined by our Balkans correspondent, Paweł Trzaskowski. Good afternoon, Paweł.
Hello, Maciej. Good to be here.
You've spent some time in Bulgaria. Are you surprised by what happened today?
Not really, Maciej. Not really. If you factor in 9 governments that Bulgaria has had over the last 5 years, including the interim governments, if you factor in 6 snap elections in Bulgaria since 2021, no, today's government resignation does not come as a surprise.
Although it was only yesterday the already former Prime Minister Zhiriaskov was assuring the public opinion that the government would survive the vote of non-confidence. But
that is true, yes. So Zhiriaskov wanted to present himself as a statesman who is going to introduce Bulgaria into the Eurozone, which is going to happen on the 1st of January. But as you mentioned, that was yesterday. Today, his minority coalition government was supposed to face a vote of no confidence, not the first vote of confidence since Zhiriaskov's government was formed in January.
6th or 7th?
Something somewhere there, yes. Not the first since the government was formed in January this year, actually. So yesterday Zhiriaskov was certain, but today I think he did the maths and it turned out that the numbers are not there for his coalition government. I was told by one of my sources actually that there was an unwritten arrangement in the coalition agreement that this government that was there since January will be stable enough to guarantee Bulgaria entering the Eurozone. And since we know it's happening, it's inevitable, maybe that's one of the reasons why the numbers were not there. ahead of the vote of no confidence.
Right, Pavel. So we know what happened yesterday. Well, yesterday actually there was a mass protest again in Sofia, but I don't think that it was this particular protest that led to the government's collapse, right? Because the demonstrators were urging the prime minister to step down for quite a long time, as we've already stated. What's the problem in Bulgaria that people take to the streets?
Well, yesterday's protest was an openly anti-government protest, but this move started at least sometime around summer this year, and it was incited by the arrest of the mayor of Varna, he was detained on suspicion on corruption charges, and he was being arrested for a prolonged time. Some people in Bulgaria said that he was becoming one of the first political prisoners in the country, and there were protests organized in support of the mayor of Varna across the country. So that was one of the reasons that the pressure was mounting. But 3 weeks ago, the government of Rostan Zhelyazkov announced a budget plan for 2026, and this is when the first of the new series of protests started, and that was an openly anti-budget protest. After this one, the government...
So was this supposed to be an austerity budget? Well, why was it so controversial?
One of the reasons was that the taxes were supposed to be higher in the 2026 budget. That was also, we need to mention that the first budget in euro, some people were concerned that that might affect their personal finances, but also there was this controversial part that, you know, the workers of the public sector were going to have their salaries increased, but the cost will be more by the private companies, by the middle class, by those who have their own small businesses. So that was the first reason behind these protests. People took to the streets after the protests, which were one of the biggest protests that Bulgaria has seen in a while, and Bulgaria sees a lot of protests in the streets. The government goes out and says, okay, we withdraw the project. But they do not. They do not do that. And a couple of days later, there's another protest, much bigger, in various cities across the country. And this time they go out again and say, okay, so we withdraw the project, but this time for real. And they did so. However, a week later, we see what we witnessed yesterday, mass protests across Bulgaria. Also, I saw some protesters in Germany as well. So it was bigger than that. And after these protests, as you mentioned, the government steps down.
Right. So you've drawn the political landscape in Bulgaria and explained what led to protests. Now, what led to the government's collapse. Now, let's listen to Bulgarians themselves, what they think about the events of the last few days.
Last week, I deposited $400,000 from my life insurance policy into my checking account, and I'm very much alive. 6 months ago, I got the call no one wants. Heart attack at 42. My world stopped. Here's the truth. You're 3 times more likely to suffer a critical illness during your working years than you are to die. Within weeks, I couldn't work. But my mortgage didn't care. My kids' expenses didn't stop. I watched our savings disappear faster than I thought possible. Thankfully, I had a life insurance product most people don't even know exists. It's called life insurance with living benefits. Critical illness, chronic condition, even a terminal diagnosis, you can unlock up to 100% of your policy.
I expect them to stall a bit longer and then resign.
Anyway, Julia, I don't know if Julia, can you hear me?
Nakusikia.
That is what has happened in Bulgaria. Same Kenyan concept. Young people are rising. Bulgaria is a country in Eastern Europe. I don't know if it was part of Russia long time ago. I don't know, but I know Bulgaria is not the side of Western Europe. So they are a little bit different with France, England. Those ones call themselves Western Europe. That is the West. But Bulgaria is on the other side. So Bulgaria is considered the East. Either Europe or maybe hawajielewi sana. Yani ile pande ingine, so ile pande ingine, so ni ile Europe ambayo inadharauliwa na hii Europe ingine. So unajua Europe pia wako na divide, kuna Europe noma na Europe musangarire. So the musangarire of Europe now, hiyo ndio Eastern Europe. So that's how it is. So same things which happened in Kenya, Eastern Europeans are doing, and they are working. The whole government has resigned, so I don't know if the prime minister is getting out. At the third world Europe. So unajua mimi siku nataka kuwaonea, unajua tunaweza kuwa na mtu wako hapa na anaishi Sofia, and then waniambie na ingililia nchi yao, so singetaka kuingililia nchi ya watu. So that is what is happening. So Eastern Europe, Northeastern Kenya. Kumbe watu wanafuata hapa. Nimesema sasa ni ile Europe iko na mashida like but ndio wanajinuanga wenye. I'm not saying even if they have technology na vitu zingine, they build good houses. Hata ukienda huko wezi, hata kama ni Eastern Europe, I think ni just to perception ya hao wazungu wengine, wanasema watu wana pesa. Maybe it is because of reportable GDP. I think GDP ndio inafanya watu wasemekane ni kama hawana pesa, akina Macedonia.
Lakini wanakaanga, ukiangalia, if you wanna know, let me say this, if you wanna know that people in the country are happy, look at their homes, kama wako na maji, kama wako na stima. Some time back, my daughter traveled to Indonesia, and she was very surprised. She couldn't reconcile the thing about Indonesia, because aliniambia walitumia public transport buses na ziko mpaka na air conditioners Njiru, barabara zao ni mzuri, wako na maji.
Unasema public bus kama hii number 6 na kina number 9?
Bus ziko mpaka na air conditioner.
Which country?
Indonesia.
Indonesia tunaonanga kama ni nchi mbonoko.
And what she could not reconcile is that the currency in Indonesia is very weak, even compared to Kenya. And if you have dollars, currency out in a multiply to so much money. She couldn't reconcile that when she compared to Kenya. But then the people who seems to be having favorably decent houses, decent homes, barabara na maji. So me, what I now think, now based on that issue of currency, the fact that your currency appears stronger doesn't mean you're doing good. Now, a good example is Ghana. Ghanaian shillings, dollar ama shilling, iko very close to the American dollar. Have you looked it up, Njiru?
Currency. Inaitwa Sendi, Ghanaian Sendi. CEDI.
Yes. Is very close to the American dollar. Yani, they are not very far. Like Ghanaian currency is one of the most powerful, I think probably the most powerful currency in Africa. Like if you go to Ghana, Ghana is so backward, especially in their schools. I know some teachers from Ghana, yani hawana facilities. Njiru, kama when unafundisha somebody was teaching a big school in Ghana, and he's here, and he's telling me he had to foot even the expenses of taking his students out. Yani their shule zao hazina resources kabisa, Njiru. So, and if you look, and even the country is underdeveloped, seriously underdeveloped. Ghana inasikika kama iko na jina, lakini if you evaluate Ghana and you compare to Kenya, then wakikuja Kenya wanashangaa sana. So the fact that their currency appears powerful, I think there's a lot of manipulation of currency rates. Njiru, unisikia juzi hata kuna history ya Kenya shilling being manipulated to appear powerful. It does not mean that your economy is doing well. There are a lot of, what I was trying to say, there are a lot of Eastern Europe countries that appear like they are not strong economically. But if you want to know that their people are doing okay, is look at their rate of immigration even to the United States. Squeezy imepungua sana. Kumaanisha they are happy if they can live in decent homes. They can access education, they can access health services, they can access clean water na stima. Then what else would somebody be doing to move to another country? Just look up even some of those Asian countries, Njiru. Uangalie even villages, uko kwa ushago, nyumba zao zinakaa aje. Look at the images. You'll find that, according to me, the homes look decent. You will not see what you see in northeastern Kenya, in West Pokot, and even maybe in part of Masai Land, even sometimes central Mount Kenya region. Juzi nimeona penye Gachagua alikuwa anatembea, zile nyumba alikuwa anatembea za matope. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that people need food, shelter, and clothing, na maji, na stima, na barabara, for a country to claim that they are doing any better. And as in a government should ensure that their people have decent homes. That is one. Can have food, shelter, and clothing. Can access clean water, and they have power. Unaona, kitu kama electricity, whether it is wind powered or gas powered, whatever it is, they can access that. Na kuna barabara, and they can access schools, and the schools have resources, and hospitals, and the citizens of that can access health services. So in that case, the government can brag to be doing well. So I look up, I was very surprised about Indonesia when my daughter showed me the images and all that, and I was like, huh? We keep thinking that some of these Asian countries are behind. Kumbe watu wako na raha tu. They are happy. So even those Eastern Europe countries, some of the countries, they are well. Hata kuna some countries that are not Eastern. Kuna unajua nchi inaitwa Lithuania. Lithuania, I think, is in Eastern Europe, right, Njiru?
Lithuania is in Eastern Europe. Kuna tunazisikianga World Cup. Kuna Lithuania, Estonia,
Estonia, they are very developed. Very developed.
And they are very conservative, by the way. Like
they are very conservative.
They are very strict in immigration. You rarely even hear at Mukenya ameenda Lithuania.
No, Lithuania people are going to Lithuania because Lithuanians want workers. But you know what kind of workers they want? They want skilled workers. And the economy is developed, and the economy is developed. Their life is modern.
Na kainchi kengine kanaitwa Luxembourg. Sijui kama umeikasikia katajiri mbaya sana.
Yes, Luxembourg. I can say that people from the Luxembourg are some of the happiest people in the world. Because their government can provide it. Now Lithuania has been mentioned. Some Kenyans are now going to Lithuania, are immigrating to Lithuania, and Luxembourg. So what I'm trying to say is not the name of the country. Is the government take care of its people? That's the question. At Kenya, we don't need to have a GDP kama America. We don't need to have a GDP kama Japan. We just need to do things simple. Things simple. Make sure that Kenyans have decent homes. That is what. And Njiru, you started by saying kwamba Kenya, one of the advantages we have is a subsistence economy. Hiyo ni advantage kubwa sana yenye our governments have not been able to exploit. You know, having a subsistence economy means that that taking care of your people is not as much as an uphill task as the Western world, where they have a manufacturing economy and they don't have anything about subsistence economy. Everybody has to have money to eat. Unaona kama America, they have to create those social care sectors where they even pay houses for people. Yani America kama haina pesa, watu wanaweza kufa njaa, Njiru. Unajua hivyo? Kama hii serikali haina
pesa. Of course, America haina rural economy.
Watu wanaweza kufa njaa. Ile njaa ya kukotwa barabarani, wacha nikwambie.
Sasa hivi vitu zikataa kufanya kazi, si ni machek sasa, si serikali inaanza kuwapea pesa.
Na itawapea pesa for how long? Let me ask you. Can they sustain that?
They give you money as they solve the situation. So mostly I hear like the American government is not even liquid for half a year.
Yes.
So within half a year lazima wakuwe wamesort out issues.
The American government has a bigger task of taking care of its people than the Kenyan government, which means if the Kenyan government addressed its silly things kama corruption, now Njiru, let me tell you, fixing Kenya cannot take us more than 10 years. We just need 2 terms of a sober-headed president. Now, na serikali yake na amue we are going to address corruption. We are going to make sure that we have good roads up to Kanyamfua, ama Karigoine, wherever. We are going to have good roads up to Karigoine and wherever. We are going to take our children to school, irrespective of where they come from. And we are going to make sure we have teachers, we have good classrooms. Si mahutine. We have desks to kona vitabu. We are going to make sure that our children can access sanitary, kuna proper sanitary in our schools, kuna proper bathrooms, kuna maji safi, kuna stima. We are going to make sure that we drill boreholes and we pipe water into the homesteads. Hata afadhali Jiru, hata afadhali kama hata Wanakenya wataweza kuweka maji kwa bafu zao, wakuwe na tapu hapo nje ya maji safi. Ama unaonaje Jiru? Yani we make sure there's a tap flowing into a home with clean water. There's a pipe flowing into a home with clean water. If they cannot pipe into their houses, then they can access clean water hapo nje. We make sure wako na stima. And if we can't afford to provide them electricity, then we can import solar-powered electricity panels and all that. Because there are a lot of Kenyans who have solar-powered. We can make them cheap, scrap the tax, the import duty taxes, manufacture them in Kenya. Make sure kwamba kila boma iko na stima, wako na mwangaza. Think about cooking. We don't have to be cooking with firewood. We can talk about gas. Now, and then let Kenyans continue farming in their farms and producing their food to eat, and encourage the subsistence economy. Encourage it, grow it. Those who are wenye wako mashambani waendelee kupanda chakula na kukula, because in that we don't have to provide food for them. Whether they have money or they don't have money, they have enough food to eat. And make sure bring back our public dispensaries zenye zilikuwa hapo kutatene wakati wa Moi na wakati wa Kenyatta, kwamba let us post our clinical officers there and fund them, give them medicine and let them treat our Kenyans. They don't have even to pay for SHA. Go walk to the hospital, get treated. These minor ailments and all that. By the way, for your information, for a long time Kenya has had the best health services, even inashinda West, kwa sababu si West ya hapa wenye huko Njiru, kwa sababu kuna place ingine hapa kama hauna insurance you cannot go to the hospital. But Kenyans did not have to have an insurance. They could walk into the hospital and get treated. I don't know, Njiru, whether you found those public dispensaries where we had clinical officers who are treating Kenyans. People did not have to pay for simple ailments, homa, malaria, coughing. So Kenya can manage its people. We just need about 5 years. In the next 5 years, tunamalizana na Kenya inakuwa a developed country. But hii historia kwamba ati mtu, I watch something. Hii mtu kama Kasongo, he wants power. He just wants power to become wealthy. How much wealthy can somebody become wealthy? How much money does somebody need to think they are wealthy? Now, I guess Kasongo is turning 60. But here, okay, people will say I should not give him 20 years to live. Whichever years he's going to live. What is going to do with that money? Does he know that he shall live?
You know the reason why people accumulate wealth? People accumulate wealth because of the uncertainty of their generations. So people always think like their children will not have the advantages they are having. So ndio unakuta mtu anataka kuiba sababu ya watoto yake, because they think yani anataka watoto wake wakikuja ni kutulia, just they have merit. So human beings have been conditioned to think that it is better I have more so that my children will come and meet a platform. So what wafanye juu ya vitu zingine. So what Ruto is doing is because of how watoto wake unaonanga and the grandchildren. It's a weird way of looking at things, but it's all about the generations which they want them to be much better than them, or maybe they meet a platform somewhere.
Alafu kuna huyu jamaa, this politician from Kiambu who died and his relatives are still fighting for his wealth. Do you remember mwenye alisemanga ati alizia kuchoma makaa? Do you remember his name?
Jenga Karume.
Kuna mwingine pia that people are still fighting for his wealth, over his wealth.
Oh, I remember him. Gershon Kerema.
Yes, Kerema. Do you remember the wars of Gershon Kerema? Let me ask you.
Unajua venye Kirema ako na utajiri wewe? Unajua Kirema ako na utajiri hiyo Pangani.
Sasa hiyo utajiri na amekufa.
He has too many buildings.
Let me ask you. Hiyo utajiri na amekufa. What are his sons doing? Fighting and wanting to kill each other. Let me tell you, it is not worth it.
But you see, as Kirema was assembling that well, he is not thinking that way. He is thinking that once I'm not here, my children will be in Mary.
But now
kwa akili yake anafikiria they will be well and in good.
Na akifufuka saa hii atatamani hakutia hiyo bidii yote. Let me tell you, if people can watch people like Kirema, if Ruto can watch even the Kenyatta family, you see Kenyatta family is only having that well because I think besides investing, walipeleka watoto shule na wako na akili. Unaona? If you bring up idiots na togege na utuachie pesa, what do you think they are gonna do, Njiru? They'll kill each other. So I think
wasting your effort.
And you have suffered so much. People have hated you. People want to kill you. And now what are they doing? Wasting it. I think the biggest investment someone can do for his family is to bring up a sober generation that fears God and is enlightened. Now apeleke shule na wajua kuwakona. Yani bring up a sober generation. Bring up normal people who can take care of themselves and their families, and they will be able to sustain that and pass that to their children. If you do that, your family, you go to your grave peacefully. You not go to your grave thinking people are going to cut each other over your wealth. So akina Kasongo na wengine, mimi siwaelewi kwamba how much money they want to make and for how long. Kasongo is stealing and stealing. He went into power to steal the whole Kenya. Karibu to steal. He's about to steal Kenyans and put them in their houses, in his house, because he cannot get it. How much stealing can one do? How much? So that is a problem we have in Africa, and until we end that, I think it is good for people to know that it is not rocket science to put things in order in Africa. We just went to fight one disease, corruption. That's my take, Njiru.
Yeah, Julian Evo, I think we are too much glued in and worried of our children too much. Until we forget that they will also have their life in their generation. Are you aware of that, Julia? Unajua saa zingine you want to accumulate wealth to the children.
And they don't even respect your efforts. Let me tell you, Njiru. Have you ever known that people don't respect what you give them? You know, have you ever tried doing that?
So of course,
you have relatives home. Let me tell you, what in your comment section they can answer me. How do the relatives who you have helped more behave? Do they respect you? I'm a squeeze one on is their right. I am not discouraging anybody from helping anybody, but I want to ask the comment section, especially when you are diaspora. Kama mmekuwa mkisaidia watu nyumbani, those people you help, do they appreciate ama siku hizi they take it as their right, so that the day you don't send that money, they begin disrespecting you? That tells you how your children will behave when you are gone. After you stealing all the money, atunawaachia. So the faster you teach them to be independent and to be responsible, the better.
Yeah, of course, Julia. You realize that your kids will be better because even in their generation they need to accumulate wealth as well. So Julia, unataka kuniambia sasa mtoto wako, or maybe rich people, they say they want their children not to come and look for wealth, they come to manage wealth. Now that is a dichotomy. That's what I hear. So wewe tafuta mali, mtoto wako akuje kuchunga. Wewe njenga manyumba, mtoto wako akuje kulipisha. Instead of them going to the cycle of they are looking for that wealth from the first principle. So Julia, that is what rich people like akina Ruto are doing. So they are trying to assemble ili watoto wao sasa they work from management level. So kazi yao ni kumanage, like managing resources, doing what. And,
no, they don't know about management until you give umwache anzie biashara yake na ikwame, That is the only time they are responsible, Jiru. But money that they don't know imetoka wapi, they cannot. They can't, even your own children. And when you are gone, they'll be miserable. So it is high time that we train them that own what you are doing. In fact, let me say this. If you have a big investment and you have brought up children, probably gonna lawyers, gonna accountants, employ them, come employers in your company and pay them a salary. Don't give them money. Let them spend the salary that they are earning. Let them earn that money. If they can't earn, let them kick them out and hire somebody else. In that case, you are helping them. When you are gone, they manage that business. Unaona Father Denderas anasema kwamba watu nyumbani, I agree with you Father Denderas, they want you, they feel it's their right to be helped and they don't care Father Denderas. Wacha
Julia, do you know that do you know Iduka inaitwa Walmart
eh?
Do you know Walmart, they're in their 7th generation now. Like naijanguka like sahi the owner of Walmart, the succession was just done 1 year ago. Currently, the owner of Walmart is, after his parents died, the owner of Walmart is around he is a 30 years, I think that a 6 years old boy. Huyo ndio kijana inherit Walmart, and the business is moving smooth.
Because the parents brought them up well. Unaona, have you seen how Indians bring up their children? Have you lived with close to the Indians? Let me tell you,
I've not lived with Indians, but I assume kuna vile naona ni kama they have like some business acumen, because I see them functioning very well in Kenya.
Where I have some close friends who are Indian, and now I know that why Indians wanakanga kama wakombani na sisi when it comes to IQ and all that. This friend of mine, watoto wake, when they have been I met them when they were very young. Now, when we were in elementary school, walikuwa wameanza kufanya robotics and all that, and computer programming. Now, when we're in the middle school, they were already experts in computer programming, robotics, and all that. Now, in high school, they enrolled in other courses. Yani watoto, they don't just leave their kids benefit from the traditional curriculum. They keep their minds and hands active. Wako kwa sports, wako na nini. Saizi, some of those children that I'm talking about. Now, one of the boys is in his second year university, but he has done first year and second year courses, credits. Yani sahi ana acquire ako second year, kujaribu graduate from a state university. And when I look at that, I just feel like Indians work so hard to invest in their children rather than invest for their children. Invest in their children rather than invest for their children. Kenyans, we work to invest for the children rather than invest in them. So we should invest in them. Create responsible human beings that can run their life when we are gone. That's my take, Jill.
Yes, Julia. So what do you think about Kalonzo Musyoka and Matiang'i and Rigathi Gachagua, whereby tunaona ni kama wanafanya conferences different. Do you think these people are united well? Let me ask you, Julia, maybe ni swali tu nataka kukuuliza, because I've ranted too much about that situation here, and kama I'm not getting a solution. Now that we lost in Mbere, and our principals have not been able to come out clearly and show us, other than Gachagua coming and saying that it is impossible to steal 2027, which I know is a mere statement he's saying. Do you think we have the moral acumen to convince Kenyans and to show Kenyans the election is winnable?
I don't know, Njiro, what to say about those principles. I don't know what they're up to. Me, after Mbere, I think I reached the end of my thinking about how not to steal elections. So I'm a wait and see person. Especially after I learned that I learned from PK that you cannot even announce the results you have. You cannot take pictures in a polling station. You cannot take videos in a polling station. Then how else can we protect them, Jiro? How else? Vipi niambie. So me, I don't know what the opposition is up to. Gachagua is saying that it's possible to steal 2027. I don't know. I don't know what Kenyans will do to prevent Ruto from stealing. Maybe we can ask the comment section, what do they think we should do? Kenyans should do. Somebody else says we can do nothing. They are not united.
So Julia, let me ask you a question. So kwa nini unafikiria hiyo plan yako haikufanya kazi? Why did they not tell us their votes?
I don't know why they didn't tell us. So that since then, I've been like, then I don't know what we need to do.
Because it would have been very good. Uchaguzi umeisha, wameokota all their forms and they announce them to us. Hebu nikuulize, why is it up to now United Opposition waje tuambia results zao?
Why? They haven't said anything. JB has not even spoken about it.
So, Julia, in that frequency, how do we trust them with the rhetoric of 2027? If this is more mock, ni kama imeleta shida.
Yes, and they just let it be. So, unaona, if Ruto managed to steal Mbere ni Mount Kenya. Hey, that is what he'll do in Mount Kenya. Because he know that Mount Kenya is the biggest problem.
Sinjure, unajua hata kabla ya watu waende kwa main exam kuna mtihani tunaitanga mocks So ukianguka mocks, how do you pass KCSE? Ni swali tu nauliza.
It is usually very difficult. Unakuanga uko discouraged.
And that is the problem which we are having. The United Opposition has refused to hebu julia kama sasa nikuuliza, why was the United Opposition defeated in Mbere?
Yeah. And why did they let Ruku to go invade a politician and ban votes?
Julia, do you know that sijui kama ulisikia rhetoric yangu nikianzia show hapa nikikwambia vile nimeambiwa na mzee mtu wa miaka mingi sana. Ameniambia yeye toka azaliwe na ni kitu nimesema hapa, hajawahi sikia watu wanaibiwa kura stronghold yao. Hii ya kwanza. So na huyo mzee akaniambia either there is not our stronghold or there is something wrong, because he told me even in Uganda you cannot steal in the bedrock of opposition. Nimesikia like Museveni adai shida Kampala in his life.
Me what I think
it is impossible to mount a stealing machinery in a place which is not your stronghold.
No, me what
sasa na opposition ya Kenya wanatuambia Ruto was able to mount an opposition, no, a machinery I mean of stealing an election in their stronghold. Hao watu wanatuenjoy bwana.
No, me what I think, data. Me what I think, Jiro, is that the data was fed online by Tumbi. They did not need the physical ballots to confirm. That is why Ruku was banning some, so that kukuwe na hiyo confusion. So until we come to a realization that with technology right now we cannot depend on IBC to give us the correct tally, then that we shall still be going round and round. And hearing Gachagua said it's impossible to see 2027, he's still thinking physically, he's still thinking traditionally, he's still thinking that physical ballots, physical ballots correctly. Physical ballots will be counted correctly, and then the numbers will change at the tallying center. Atafanya? Atadu? Alafu hii story kwamba hatuwezi piga picha, hii story kwamba huwezi kuwa na video cameras, that is what they should be addressing. Why are they not addressing that? And then the other thing, Kenyans are compromisable. How do you know whether those agents were not all bought? So, Njiru tuko pambaya.
So, Julia, let me ask you, how does this opposition even galvanize people with this type of strategy?
They won't.
Now, they cannot win an election. So, like, Julia, let me ask you even a question. How do this opposition even how can it convince you even to? Of course, you can vote for them in Kaidre, you can support them in Kaidre, but how can united opposition convince you to use your energy in their strategy? Ni swali la kuuliza, can you waste your time for them with the way they are doing things?
And somebody saying that the Ethicon still brings, Ethicon is a thief. Ethicon is related to Ruto in the first place. Who said the Ethicon cannot teach? Is steal. Ethicon will steal with Ruto. He's already planning to steal. Hiyo pinzani, they can't until they accept that traditional elections cannot happen fairly in Kenya. Na hivyo wajue kwamba shida yao ni moja, ni Kasongo na Ethicon na wengine. Till they deal with those people, then we are heading nowhere.
Julia, Ethicon will be here with us. Ethicon akufi saa hii. So kama kuna watu wanangojea, Ethicon will be here with us, na Ethicon diata until maybe united opposition wa come up na ata supervise hii election ya 2027. So are they prepared for him to announce? Huyo ndiye ata announce Ruto kama atashinda. Ethicon, huyu Ethicon tunaongea story zake. Are they prepared to work with him? Those are the questions they should tell us. So Julia, do you trust Ethicon in handling this election?
Why should I trust him? Unless I'm mad.
Na mbona akina Gachagua waongea hiyo story ya Ethicon? He participated in stealing an election, na wamerelax.
Me, I think now, and until they come up with a new formula, we should just ignore them also. Tuendelee na maisha yetu. Tukojea Mungu atusaidie.
So in other words, tuseme tu united opposition is just wasting time. Can we say that?
They don't think they are
we wait for another savior from somewhere. Kitu ichipuke lakini tuseme hawa hawawezi.
Tugojea mimi that's my attitude na kitu nagojea kitu chipuke. Mimi now I will not use my energy. I have been frustrated twice, wakati wa Raila Odinga na wakati wa Mbeere North. So I'm done taking frustrations. So and waiting for things to change. So I think my take is that let's wait for something. If something happens, something unique happens in between you, I'll be back with energy.
So kwa sababu hakuna hope. Let's agree on that.
No, vitu vichinjaga. Things happen every day. So nimesema
nikisema kwa sababu hakuna hope. We cannot rely on akina Gachagua, Muturi, Kalonzo. Au tuseme tu waendelee tu kuwaste their own time huko, but sisi ni kuangalia na macho.
Tuangalie na macho. Things happen.
And can you imagine, Julia, ili ujue all the momentum they had imebadilishwa because of carelessness of Mbeere. Unajua Mbeere imewaharibia
sana. Alafu to make matters worse, Gachagua jumped and posted that yeye hakuwa hapo. Na akawacha JB. And then he started celebrating his retro MCA win. To an extent, he got so drunk with it.
That was a stupidity. And you're even celebrating MCA's win, and you cannot even. It's like you are validating the electoral system was okay.
Yes.
Sababu sisi tulishinda huko ni kama hatukuibiwa. Hata hii Mbeere kuna uwezekano haikuibiwa.
Alafu akaenda, he was so drunk. He was even found saying that Kalonzo amemwachia Nairobi. Did you hear Gachagua saying that somewhere? Alafu juzi
nilisikia alafu akaidina. No, unajua ile kitu iko Julia, let me reinforce that one on Gachagua. You see, Gachagua should know that an MCA seat is not statistically an MCA win has no statistical ramification to predict an election. It's too small.
Unless, it is too small. Alafu anaenda celebrate. Yani we just
like you see
awesome.
Like one MCA seat in unless like they are like 2 MCA seats within the same geographical region. That yes, Like there is an MCA seat, one in Mbeere North and another one like in Manyata. And then your party wins both. We can now claim. That is enough data we can claim. Sijui kama umeshika hapo. Lakini one MCA seat has no enough statistical data to prove that you have an overwhelming majority. It is not enough.
Alafu unaona mediocrity ya Gachagua ni kwamba immediately akadampa kina JB. Unaona? And then he's so full of himself. He's such a bad team leader. He wasn't able to embrace them in times of need. Akajifanya yeye hayuko hapo kwa kulose. Yeye hakulose, him he won. So you know that your individualistic tendencies. And now you understand why you have not seen Martha Karua working with them. Have you seen her with them in the recent past?
No, kwanza leo hata amekuwa Meru peke yake and I'm very happy. Ndio nakwambia. And I'm sorry to give this bad news. United Opposition they have to break that group and reconvene afresh.
Yes, they have reconvened us. They have to reconvene afresh.
Okay, kuna mtu anasema kitu kidogo. Njuria, let me read this. Njiro, are you telling us the three, even in Nyamira there were 3 MCA seats and they went to one political party? That can statistically say something. If it was from one county, yes. That one is statistically correct. Hiyo inaweza kuambia kitu. So bwana regenerate, if there were 3 MCA seats in one county, yes, that one is indicative. That one can tell you, but one MCA seat is not enough. Kama ni 3, that one is indicative. That one can tell you because unajua one MCA anaweza kuwa na like in my place naonanga MC tunakuanga na polling station gapi for one MCA is around 20. Those are almost like 60 polling stations. Yes, originate, yes. So, but one MCA seat in one county, you don't need to boast of that. That is not a static. But an MP seat is statistically correct to prove you, because an MCA seat, not MC, an MP seat, you realize it is like an MP. An MP, so like in Mbeere, for example, Mbeere North, there were 3 major towns in Mbeere, in that constituency. There is Chicago, which is a town. There is Ishiara, which is a town. There is Kanyuambora, which is a town. So you have 3 major towns. You have semi-towns. To town to get it to Dogo. You have the rules. So ukiangalia constituency is a setup of representation. But a ward is not statistically representable. So kuona Gachagua ana celebrate MCA, I was shocked. That is why Gachagua doesn't have enough strategies, informers. You cannot celebrate. Yes, you can celebrate to Meshinda, but you cannot say that now this one shows we have enough support. It is not statistically correct. An MCA has no enough data to show you that. Go ahead, Julia.
So, okay. First, I want to say that the fact that Gachagua got those MCAs shows that he has support across Kenya. That is good. But he's a poor team leader. That wasn't supposed to excite him. He was supposed to remain sober. It is, imagine the event of a general election and Gachagua wins all the MPs in Mount Kenya and Nairobi. Angereact aje Njiru? Angebehave, mlikuwa mnasema Raila Odinga. Sasa ndio mngeona Gachagua mafia.
So Julia, kuna kitu nataka tujiulize hapa Ni modelo gani? Nasikia Matiang'i walishinda viti zao zote. So what did akina Matiang'i do? So we need to do a comparison. Matiang'i alifanya nini na Mbeere tulikataa kufanya nini? So what made Matiang'i candidate to win? And because that's also another place where Ruto alikuwa ameingiza miguu sana in Kisii. What made Matiang'i candidate to win and we lost in Mbeere? We need to juxtapose that. We need to place them side by side.
Okay, I
don't know
can
if
tell you. I can give you a good answer to that.
Can you go ahead?
Matiang did not do anything to protect his votes. Ruto succeeded in stealing the votes from Bere North and Malava. In Bere North, Ruto did not win. In fact, somebody says he did not even get more than 5,000 votes. But he successfully manipulated the voting system there, either by even just feeding numbers online, the numbers we were seeing, and apparently the opposition had not taken measures to handle that. And I keep saying this. Somebody said that they cannot even take cameras, videos. What about if you have secret cameras then? Don't we have secret cams even on our clothes? Njiru. Can't we have? When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Hii story ya mtu kukwambia kwamba huwezi beba kamera, basi tusibebe, lakini tutakuwa nazo in our clothes. So the opposition relied on traditional voting, and they were expecting numbers to be ready the way they were. They were not. They were fed in the system. To an extent that Rook went to ban a polling station is because they were trying to have the real numbers. They kept saying here at 20,000 votes have been fed into the system. What did they do about that? I said here again, until tunasoma zile numbers go kwa polling station na tunazitangaza online kwa social media, then we cannot beat Ruto in his stealing. That is the only way we can beat him in his stealing. Kwamba unasema ile station inaitwa Tomutomu Primary School, candidate wetu amepata ina tunaiweka kwa social media. See, wacha aende kona aende kumanipulate your system yako, tutakuwa na hizo numbers kwa social media. That is the only time we can beat him. But let me finish, Njiru. We were here waiting to hear the readings from, was it Chicago? That was foolishness. We did it again. The way we waited for Chebukati to give us numbers from Bomas. We did it again and waited numbers from Chicago when Itumbi had already fed his numbers. So I want to tell you, the Nyamira elections and Narok elections where Gachagua and even Kariobangi, Gachagua and Matiang people won. They were not manipulated because Ruto had only one interest, Malava and Bere North. So until we know that, we stop that manipulating of numbers by going live, unaona Njiru, if you attack me, I can go live on Facebook. By going live, we deal, speaker aliniambia ati kuna sheria, we shall deal with it baadaye. Hii historia kwamba sisi ndio tunafuata sheria na wale wafuate sheria, it is neither here nor there. And the opposition should know.
Ndio hiyo story ishaisha. Venye huyu jamaa aliapishwa, story iliisha hivyo.
Sasa wacha kuniambia iliisha. If we are expecting to do anything different, tukue hata sisi tumejipanga kuvunja sheria. Tutavuka hiyo bridge baadaye. Nani alivunja sheria, nani hakuvunja? Na tulivunja sheria kwa njia gani? Kwa sababu nilienda na webcam. Nilienda kwa webcam kwa police station. Nilienda na kamera yangu ya siri na hamkuniona. Hiyo ndio nilivunja sheria. Tunaweza vuka huo that bridge there baadaye. Because that is the only thing the opposition has to invest in technology. There is no way they will beat Ruto.
Now what invest in technology aje? Ukiangalia hawa, who is investing in technology?
They are not investing, wako backward, wako traditional.
See, wanangojea natural systems to take course.
Yes, and
ati tutaleta watu watapiga kura.
You heard him saying we'll have our own youth. What do you mean? They have their own youth in Bere? They had. So walifukuzwa na polisi. Ruto alimwaga polisi watu wa Kenya huko. Hata kama they are trying to say it will be difficult to manipulate. Ruto will do that in Mount Kenya region because Mount Kenya region inampatia headache. So he atamwaga polisi wake wote wa Kenya Mount Kenya region because that is where he's getting a headache. What will Mount Kenya people do? They will take off and go home. So we must also find a way.
I'm asking a question, Julia. I'm asking a question, Kabla Joseph. And the question is very simple. How are we stolen in our stronghold?
I have explained to you, Njiru, wewe na wewe umekuwa slow kwa nini?
I'm not slow because it has never happened anywhere in the world.
No, I have just explained to you. I have explained to you, Ruto had the numbers online. And we had no evidence, physical evidence to beat that. So why we didn't find physical evidence to beat that? Because we did not embrace technology. Unaona, he had the numbers that Itumbi was posting online were the ones that were read in Chicago. They did not need the physical ballots to count. There were no physical ballots counted in Chicago. No. They just had already had numbers online. So what I was telling you here, opposition must embrace technology. If they are saying the law does not allow us to go with phones and take pictures, then let us have our secret cameras and save the numbers with secret cameras and send them to social media.
After tumetali na tuko na namba zetu, tutazisomea wapi?
Sikusoma, we just need to have the physical evidence. Jiri wacha nimekuuliza kitu. If you heard me today and I'm recording you on Facebook, is that not an evidence?
Yeah, it's an evidence.
And I'm live, na niko live. That is what I'm saying. We have to go live. That will beat Ruto. That will beat Edokon. We have to go live with those results. I am saying this. To end the live, I use Tomutomu police station because that's my police station. I will go to Tomutomu police station to call live on Facebook, on social media, as the presiding officer is reading the results. There he will not manipulate. He will read the correct results. We do that in all our polling stations, especially our strongholds. Unaona. Let me tell you, as soon as that live update starts going on, whether it is verified or not verified, Edokon will not manipulate the system. But as long as you cannot bring cameras, you cannot take pictures, you cannot do that. The same thing will happen in 2027. And that is what happened in Bere. Intimidated, you cannot bring cameras, you cannot take pictures, you cannot take videos. So go to Chicago and wait for Edokon to give you the correct figures from where Itumbi already fed the numbers into the system. Asanteni wa Kenya.
Sawa. Joseph, hebu ingililia story.
Julia, jambo, long time. Nimeona leo Jiru nini
Joseph, hi Joseph. Wait a minute. People are not getting my point. Anne is asking me at social media ikona certificate. Anne, you are not understanding me. Listen carefully, Anne. Nimesema hivi. If Jiru comes to hurt me in my house in a judge, as in a police, but I have security cameras. That evidence from my security camera can be used in a court of law. And if I go live, it's even worse for Jiru. That's what I'm talking about. So if Jiru was intending to hurt me, he will not. If he comes to realization that he's already live. The same thing with Edokon. Aki realize that results are going live from polling stations, he will not manipulate them. It is not that social media will announce our results. No. That is a proactive measure to tell your opponent that I know you are planning to do this. But as you plan to do this, this is what I'm doing already. It's a proactive measure. But as long as we don't have that proactive measure, they can do anything with the results. That's what I'm trying to say. I am not trying to say that the results we shall announce is what will be certified. No, we will not even announce. But as long as we provide the evidence live on camera, it will be an uphill task for Edokon to go back and change the results. But as long as we have nothing, atafanya kianataka. That's what I'm trying to say, and I'm not trying to say that we shall get a certificate. Joseph endelea.
Nimepata mkiwa mmekasirika Julia. Jiru, ni nini mlikuwa mnaulizana na Mkundo? Kabidi hata niingililie hapo. Yeah, I found you talking about elections. You know, election is a very, in Kenya it is a very hard affair. Inakuwa very hard affair kwa sababu unapata kila mtu side ile iko na power sana inajaribu kuiba. But what I can say about that is I think it is a wake up call for Gachagua. He needs to wake up now and smell the beans, because Gachagua has been trying even to fight other forces. I think his time also he should now try to embrace and show that he can be able to work with these players, the likes of Akina Matiang'i. You know, I saw in Jiru ulikuwa unauliza kwa nini Matiang'i alishinda. Hata umejibiwa tu hapo na I think na Renegade. Naitwa Renegade. Amekujibu hapa. Amekwambia mliona akina nani, akina Osoro na Jaffe Nyakundi wakifukuzwa with goons. So I think Gachagua should also stop undermining these players that they are with there in the United Opposition. He should take his calls because everybody has his own mechanism, but they need to come as one now and show that there is. I think they have said they are going to be having one guy who is going to be relaying all these things, and it will not be seen like it is one-sided. But in terms of elections, I can support what Julia is saying. Hii mambo ya watu wanaenda wanagojea hizi numbers that zinaanza kusomwa na akina Itumbi. Afadhali watu wajue vile watafanya. Watu wanafaa wajue vile watafanya. Tunafaa hata sisi kama sasa ni kuanza kuingia hizo polling stations, tuanze kuiba. Itabidi, kwa sababu ulisikia Gachagua akiongea hapo juzi kwa media. Unajua kuna kitu moja ilishtua, Gachagua anasema ati kutakuwa na agents wa sijui MCA, kutakuwa na agents wa MP, agents wa governor, agents wa senator, agent wa president, ati itakuwa ngumu sana kuiba. Anasahau yeye akiwa na hao agents anasema that pia hiyo gava juu pia itakuwa ikisupport hiyo candidate wako, ama ule mtu atakuwa ikisupport candidate wako, hata yeye atakuwa na agents. So when you are seeing your side, you should also see the other side, what is happening, and you should prepare, because Ruto will not be an easy battle kushinda. I thought Gachagua was ready. You know, that is what I was thinking. In all my thinking, nilikuwa ndani Gachagua has already figured it out. But I always come to that point where we ask ourselves, why does Gachagua not tell us how Ruto stole the 2022 elections? That is what we need to know. How he played with the system to get the 2022 elections. Until he's going to tell, even if he's not going to tell us, he tells the players they are with there, and he can tell them how they played with this system and everything. Is when we can really know how we are going to play with William Ruto. Nilisikia kuna news fulani zinakuja ati wanasema ati IEBC inasema kutakuwa na early voting. Let me tell you, there is no smoke without fire. When they are trying to tell you that kutakuwa na early voting, they are trying to mean something. They are meaning that there is some ballots which are going to be stuffed before. They clearly know Kenyans are not going to allow early voting. Watu wetu kubali hiyo early voting. So what will be the results? They need to have some stuffed ballots. And there is a guy who talked about kuna jamaa aliongea kuhusu kama wanaweza stuff ballots in every polling station, wa stuff ballots hata kama ni 500. How many votes will they have by the end of this nini? And he came up with 2 million votes, and saying that the person who has stuffed the ballots will be at 2 million votes before. And this one is going to be done with using the help of the policemen, the ones you are here in their plain clothes, and the IEBC officials. And during the general elections, one thing will happen. The government will come and claim hakuna enough security to give these polling stations. So what we are going to do, we are going to add even plainclothes officers. And these plainclothes officers, hapo ndipo sasa mambo yote itaanza kuingililia, because they are going to be colluding with the IEBC. So that they can be able to stuff in these ballots. And the instances that you saw in Mbere, it is just a small minor thing. There will be too much of that you'll see in some of these polling stations. And there is also one thing that I was told also will happen about them adding so much votes on the areas that they are supported too much. They are going to surge the numbers so that they are seeing that they got to, or it's like more so they are going to surge these numbers in areas like Nyanza, area like Luo Nyanza. They are going to try and put some more votes there, and then they are going to suppress the votes. That is what they are going to do. They are going to suppress votes in the places that they know the opponent is very strong. More so, Mount Kenya is going to be there's going to be voter suppression, and in Ukambani it is going to be voter suppression. So how are they going to deal with these issues? Because these are the issues they are supposed to be talking about. I'm seeing Gachagua still talking about MCAs. It's good you talk about MCAs and how you won and what time, what so what. This elections was about a learning curve. If you still have not learned anything, because I'm not hearing anything Gachagua is saying he has learned in this election. Hakuna kitu nimeona akiongea nini kwa substance akasema amelearn hii na hii na hii. I'm still hearing that the same rhetoric tulikuwa nayo 2022 ni tuliibiwa, tulifanya nini. We need to know how we are going to deal with Ruto. He's a very cunning person and he knows how to manipulate. Kama kuna kitu Ruto anajua kufanya ni kushinda election. Na hapa Julia anajua utakonkana na mimi. It is something that Ruto knows is winning elections. So you are dealing with a person who is very dangerous. And then you are coming here and you are thinking that the system will be with you. Forget about it. Kama unadhania kama hivyo ndivyo tunaenda hizi election, Jim nilikwambia tusahau. Kama tunaenda hizi election tukidhaniaga ati the referee is going to be fair. Tusahau tu na hizi election. But if you are going to that election knowing that the referee already is unfair, because he was asked a question and he did not answer that question in during the KTN interview. He was asked, okay, you are saying IEBC it's not the body ama hiyo body imejazwa na ukora na nini, then why are you going to election with that certain body? That was the question he was asked, and everybody here had the answer. Was that truly the answer that you are supposed to, you are waiting to receive? Kwa roho zenyu nyinyi mko hapa mlikuwa mnagojea hiyo answer ikuwe hivyo alijibu, because me I was expecting another different kind of scenario. But all I heard is him saying that wataenda tu nayo itakuwa vile itakuwa. So when you mean like that, I see the same talk with how Raila Odinga was talking. IEBC unajua ni fraud, lakini bado you are telling us we are going to go to that election the same way. Then to top it off, the other people even who are doing things before you need to bring them on board. I heard him talking about Busia Senator Okiya Omtata. Okiya Omtata has been the front line working these things. Amekuwa akiongea kuhusu how they want the voting to be ended in the polling station, how they want the electoral reforms, but you are not bringing them to the team. You should be trying to convince them. Stop be looking like kuna wakati nilikwambia Njiru hii mambo ya, na nilikwambia tu Njiru hapa tuliongea na wewe ukaona kama anasema vibaya. Nikakwambia hii mambo ya Gachagua kwanza hii rhetorical yanza angekuja kumalizia, na unaona hii mambo bado ni sawa, watu watasema ati mwanamtusi vibaya, but he should leave out this politics here. If you want to become the candidate you want to be, you should shed off this thing of saying Mulima all the time. Shed it off. Wenda play na wale watu wengine kule. Even the moment you're going to leave that thing, the people are just going to fall. Even those guys who are saying they are not following you, they are going to see the support you're getting in the whole country, and then they are going to shut their mouth off. Lakini sasa utapata tu wengine bado, unajua hao watu hata pia mnasema ati hao wanaongeaga hivi hivi, pia hao watapata tu bizao za vile wataharibu kura kule Mount Kenya. Na unajua kuharibu kura kama ngiri 10 ni noma sana. Ukiharibu kura kama ngiri 10 inamaanisha ngiri 10 kwa police stations. Tuko na police stations ngapi Mount Kenya? We have a lot. Now imagine you getting like 1,000 in every police station. Where are we going? It means that guy will be having at the end of the run 20-30%. And it is not advisable for him to have to that 20-30% in Mount Kenya. He's supposed to be fully washed. Anafaa shindwe kabisa the way Uhuru was done. And then you can be able now to nini, lakini sasa ukianza kuona hizi mambo zina happen hivi, people, that's the issue. The main issue, hata Gachagua niaje kwanza kuangalia mambo ya kingship. Gachagua niangalie mambo ya election vile watashinda election. Acha kwanza na kingship hata inakujaga baadaye. Unaweza ukishinda election hata unapatiaga hiyo kingship. Unapatiaga hiyo kingship automatically. So saizi ni ya focus. They need to focus. They don't need to be infighting. Wanafaa kuwa wakiita hao players wote. Matiang'i is a force. Ukiona akishinda hizo by-election zake, Matiang'i is a force. Don't underrate him. Usiunderrate maplayers wengine. They are needed. So hizi kama hawatafuata hizi mambo, Jiru, turudi na wewe hapa tu kama vile tulifanya 2022. Tuanze kusema IBC, we need to take form 34A na B, we need to take 34B tuzipeleke kwa koti, tuangalie kama tuliibiwa election. These things bwana, they are making people tired. Kama ni mbaya ni mbaya, tuamue kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. Na yeye mwenyewe akam clean atuambie kulifanyika hivi na hivi na hivi, 2022 tulifanya hivi na hivi na hivi. Hakuna kitu kingine itafanyika. Rawa yuko akuja aseme kuliibiwa, mtu alifanya hivi na hivi na hivi.
Hiyo Joseph, hiyo utangoja sana. Mamunyoro cannot do that.
Asipotuambia hivyo na yeye basi hayuko clean na sisi.
Wewe uone unajua, I have taken a lot of time, kidogo utaendelea. I have taken a lot of time to stand Wamunyoro na nimemuelewa vizuri sasa. Wamunyoro did not understand Ruto's strategy. Ruto, because Wamunyoro hakuwa pahali yako na MCA na MP. So Ruto did not see the need ya kuiba kura in kura za MCA. And he knew Wamunyoro will go and celebrate that and forget the real things which happened in the ground. So in that, I give it to Ruto. He was able to design a system which will distract one of his main critics. Instead of that guy focusing on Mbeere election, that guy will focus on the retro wins which he has been given somewhere. If Ruto wanted to show a statement, he could have even sponsored a machinery in those MCA seats. But he did not see the reason of that because hakuona stealing in every places, and it would bring, so he had to steal where it matters. And that is what Gachagua was not able to understand. So when it comes in terms of strategy and looking beyond, na kudanganywa, vile anasemanga, some of these things mimi naona kwa siasa sorry, zinakuja kuniambia yes, ni kweli Gachagua is dumb. Ni ukweli alidanganywa na Ruto. That's why Ruto, because some of the things you can easily see them. There's no way in which you can run to celebrate a retro MCA seat and you are not questioning and looking at issues which happened on a bigger seat of an MP, which is more strategic, which is more statistically viable in analyzing data. There's something I want to say here. Do you know that hata hiyo pali DCP walishinda kiti ya MCA? Do you know that on overall Ruto anaweza shinda huko? On overall, Joseph, hiyo kiti Ruto alishinda ya MCA, no, not Ruto, Gachagua alishinda MCA ni wapi? It was in which
alishinda Narok. Alishinda Narok. Unadhani Ruto angeshinda hiyo kiti Narok? Angeshinda Narok vile hizi.
If Ruto mounts a serious campaign in Narok, he cannot win in Narok.
And then you know Jiru, in Narok there were two candidates. Kulikuwa na mmoja wa ODM na wa UDA.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to tell you that Gachagua is celebrated because he celebrated the wrong thing. Gachagua was supposed to put his focus on the MP seat. That is where the locus was. That is where the turning point was. And ile siku niliona, the day when I saw Gachagua distancing himself from the MP seat and he was rushing to the MCA seat, that's the day niliona kumbe hata huyu beshte yetu tu tunamfuatanga tunafikiria ni mnoma, kumbe bado. So that is where I started seeing issues. Whether it was a DCP candidate or a DP candidate, it didn't matter that time. We were applying equal weight to whichever. It was a united opposition candidate. We win together, we lose together, and we fight for it together. But that element of detaching yourself was not very good. And that's why I'm telling you, Joseph, ili ujue what happened in Mbere is disastrous. Wamunyoro has lost a lot of people after Mbere. Amepoteza watu, hata watu, let me tell you, I've spoken with old people, wazee nini, hawana Wamunyoro sahi because of his carelessness in Mbere vote. Let me say here, na nitasema hapa tena, whether tulikuwa na system ama tulikuwa na system. If Mbere was our stronghold for opposition, we were not, and I will say it here again because I thought we had a strategy. Afadhali hata kiti ya Marava tungeachilia to focus na kiti moja. The most important seat in that election was not even Malava. The most important seat was Mbere seat, because that was a seat to turn on the revolution. And that is how we missed a revolution in the making. Sai Joseph nakwambia, if we won Mbere, sai ile momentum tungekuwa nayo. Look at these guys. They are doing press conferences. Now, let me tell you, after Mbere, I don't even follow their press conferences. That is how bad it has become. Because I saw people who are defenseless, people who cannot defend me, people who will waste my energy for no good reason. And I want to tell you right now, United Opposition needs to convince me why I need to be on their side. They need to convince me why I need to be. We cannot go to Kasongo, but they have actually made us, some of the people who had decided to be on their part, they have made us lukewarm. I was in high voltage with Wamunyoro, but is working in Mbere. And let me tell you, in this life, it's not about how hard you work. If you don't produce a result, it doesn't matter. Wamunyoro was for 2 weeks in Mbere. It didn't matter if you did not turn those results. If somebody else hits your homework, it doesn't matter. The fact that Wamunyoro was unable to turn those elections positively, it has then dentured his legacy, and his fight moving forward is not visible. And na mimi ndio nilikuwa nikisema hapa, moving forward, the United Opposition has to break up and reconvene at a particular time. Hiyo United Opposition ikwishe kabisa. Wamunyoro aende kivyake, Matiang'i aende kivyake, Martha Karua kivyake, Kalonzo kivyake. We now start new assembly. But this assembly as it is too nagging. There are too many things which are not working. We have tested them with a small election and they have failed. This United Opposition has to end. So, and it is a time now to start considering other fronts, by the way. Our Kinokio Mtato walinyamaza sana, I don't know where they went. You know, this Mbere election was a foresight. Ilikuwa ya kutuonesha. And let me tell you, Joseph, na nikitu nitasema hapa tena. Hata Museveni Kampala hajai shida. Even with all the intimidation. Sijui kama Joseph unajua hiyo?
Hata saizi atashinda tu.
Sorry?
Hata saizi atashinda tu. Hakuna kitu.
No, atashinda uchaguzi Uganda yote, lakini Kampala hawezi shinda.
Hata siku shinda anashinda. Si unajua kile anafanya? We know
that's what there's something I wanted to say. Kampala is heavily opposition. Na Museveni amejaribu kuinfiltrate Kampala na ameshindwa. We are the only people in the world who claim they have a stronghold, and we can still not defend votes there. It is laughable. It is unexplainable. Somebody comes all the way from Sugoi na anakuja kukuibia kura nyumbani, and we take it casually. It is not casual. The fact that Wamunyoro was unable to turn on the votes
in his own backyard
is indefendable, and it is inconsistent, and that is something now which has to be evaluated. We cannot quit opposition. Yes, we are in opposition, but there is opposition and there is United Opposition. Some of us now, we are watching at a distance. It is not explainable any longer. There must be a change of shift, change of a strategy. And the rhetoric they are giving can no longer work. there is a story where they are coming and saying that at in 2020 at sasa they want us to believe 2027 votes cannot be stolen because people will be busy everywhere. Ati kila mtu atakuwa anatetea kwake. And we want to say that the people will be at that racist statement tuanzie kuichukua. People inasema kitu ati you want to hear, but no, I'm not saying that, but no, ile kitu iko, if he has a platform and a plan to defeat Ruto, I'm ready to go with anyone. But sio mtu anaibiwa kura na ananyamaza. Hiyo nayo.
But Jiru, unaona hata ukia mtoto labda mpaka ako na plan kuliko Gachagua. The way people are thinking Gachagua has a very good plan. You know, he has come to shock everybody. He does not have any plan. Mimi unajua hata mimi nimestuka. Mimi the way I saw Gachagua bila alikuwa anaongea Jiru, you could have thought Gachagua knows everything. Anajua kila kitu kita happen kile. You know, when I saw him, unajua niwe uliweka hizo video hapa before we went for the Bear election when he was crying here and saying how they are going to steal the votes. You know, I saw the same issues that we were seeing before elections. Hiyo tu niliona Raila. When I saw him crying in the press conference, niliona tu Raila. Then you go ati mtu kama Roko Njiru. Roko ni anaiba kura. Na wewe unasema wewe uko gangari. You have information for one. Unasema mtu kama Roko ni anaingia polling station. Then to make matters worse, hadukubali kulienda hivyo na ukaenda hivyo Njiru. Anakuja kutuambia ati ni DP ilishindwa. You wonder what kind of nonsense is that. Sometimes take the loss, alafu ujue vile utafanya. Lakini si kuanza kubash watu. Now he has already bashed Muturi. Do you think Muturi can come back? Jiru, Muturi si amekuwa maisha hivyo. Do you think Muturi can be able to be revived in politics?
Kuja upinzani. Ndio kwambia tunaendelea kutupa watu. Muturi hata unaweza msikia kwa Kasongo sasa.
Ndio nakwambia Muturi sasa ameshaenda juu, hata ule mtu alikuwa na farm protect anasema ati si chama yako. Ati ndio atapeleka kesi kotini. And you are campaigning for the same candidate. How do you feel Karish was feeling, Jiru? Unadhani Karish alikuwa anasikia aje? How do you expect maybe Karish will go for nominations for UDA na ashinde? Na akuwe candidate wa UDA? Na maybe he comes and take that seat. Many people even have started to get the phobia. Manaona labda hii DCP, labda we make the wrong choices. We need to rethink about our... Niliona mpaka kuna mwingine anaitagwa ni wa Meru. Alikuwa anasimama senator. Sijui kama unajua hao kijana. Do you know that kijana wa Meru? I've seen he has started reevaluating. So, as things are standing...
Unaona Gachagua at the fact that alipata Kariobangi, he even went around yapping ati Kalonzo has allowed him to have all the seats in Nairobi, paka ya governor. I mean, that just, Njiru, you have said something na Joseph. Gachagua keeps saying that Ruto alimdanganya. Now I believe alimdanganya. He's slow. He's dumb. He's very dumb. He's a dummy.
Na sasa situko tunadhania Gachagua ndio sasa shield yetu ile kubwa kabisa. Sasa who is left? The other ones are open. How can Kalonzo even come and convince us that he can protect kura zake in Julia? How do we see Kalonzo protecting his vote? Kalonzo they have been stolen how many elections, Julia? How many elections wameibiwa elections in from 2013? If we say kuibiwa zimeibiwa. As they were saying kuibiwa. So si wao walikuwa wanasema zinaibiwa. They have been stolen elections since 2014. So how are you going to manage to kuacha hii kuibiwa hii 2027? There must be serious. Unajua watu waliona hiyo movement imeletwa one term. Wakafurahia sana. But they never captivated on that one term. Walisema tu one term na wakaiacha hivyo. How did they captivate this movement? I don't see anywhere they were captivating this movement. Tulikuwa nasikia tu wanarusha tu maneno na press conferences. Right now they should be laying groundwork kule chini Julia. They should be laying groundwork. Waende huko. Unaona huko kwanza huko Julia Gachagua alishindwa. Anafaa kuwa saizi akirudi huko. Ajue what is written what. Dini inakula ile ingine.
Alafu sasa hiyo acha hata si groundwork. Sasa wajue kwamba hawawezi shida system juu system itaweka hizo numbers. Sasa mimi nauliza, sisi pia tuko na wajuaji wa numbers, si ndio Joseph? Wao nimesema kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. Yeah? When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. So, I guess you guess what I'm trying to say. Hii story kwamba kuna watu wanaweza weka numbers. Wacha tapisi tuziweke. Yaani kiumane tu, system collapse tu kwamba ikae kama haifanyi vile kumeenda. Kwani hao ndio wako na akili kuliko hao wengine. Yeah.
Lakini sasa Julia nani ataweka? Na naona wote ni kama waoga.
Ni waoga na hawaoni hiyo point.
Kwa vile nilikuwa namchukulia ni ndume, sasa hizi naona ni muoga tu.
Alafu na hawaoni hiyo point. Unaona hawaoni hiyo point. Wacha nikuulize. Joseph, wewe saizi umeelewa hata pesa yako inaweza tolewa bank kama umekaa tu hapo. Si unajua hiyo yote unajua? Unaona tu ikitoka. Si wewe unajua hata your computer inaweza kuwa remote control ukiwa hapo. Unajua tu hivyo. Hebu fanya hiyo mchezo ya kuclick ma links. Vile unataka. Utaona mtu akitumia computer yako na remotely. Hiyo yote tunajua. Tuko kwa era ya technology. Kwa nini watu wanajifanya dumb? Wanajifanya slow hivi? Kwa nini wanajua kwamba, let me ask you, if Itumbi has access to the to IEBC portals and the sites, ni nini tamzuia kuweka hizo numbers? What will prevent him from feeding those numbers? Then tutakuwa tukigojea ati IEBC hesabu kura. Ni kura gani tutakuwa gojea wa hesabu? Let me say this. Kama ni mbaya. Hivi sasa we cannot wait IEBC to run any fair election. That one is out under all circumstances. Hata mkihesabu kura zenyu Mount Kenya muone kwamba mnaongoza, IEB will still manipulate them because you're waiting for them.
Lakini sasa Julia, who is echoing these words? Ulisikia kiulizo swali ya IEBC. Alijibu wapi? Hakujibu the right way. Angesema hapana, tukubaliani na hii body, na hii body ikifanya mchezo kutaharibika. Hivyo ndivyo angejaribu kuja kuambia, kusema straight, lakini ulisikia
and what I'm saying here is what Kashoka should have said. Angesema hizo numbers, angeuliza maswali. Kwa nini zile numbers Itumbi alikuwa amepost online ndio zilipatikana? Kwa nini? Why he didn't ask those pertinent questions? Angeambia watu wa Siakago wa Mbere, wacheni niwaambie watu wa Mbere na Malaba, hizo numbers zilikuwa zimewekwa tayari. Kashoka anasemanga everything else about Ruto. Lakini kwa nini hawezi sema hivi? Kashoka anasemanga very sensitive things about Ruto. Kwa nini hawezi tomboa yaseme hizo hata kuhesabu kule kwenye mnahesabu kule, hiyo ni waste of time. Ambie wa Kenya, wacheni niwaambie, tutakana tuwe na revolution saa hii kwa sababu hii serikali haiwezi hesabu kura zenyu. You know, we should put an extra gear. We should even make it clear to Ruto atuendi kwa hiyo uchaguzi na Ethocon. And we should start preparing ourselves for that. Because
lakini who is talking about IEBC now?
Now they are all getting ready for an election. Ati Matiang akona raha, akona following huko. Karoa was in Meru. Sijui Gachagua is feeling good because he won Kariobangi. Come on, if Ruto was able to manipulate Mbere North election, that is evidence kwamba he will do the same. So right now wangemchukulia hatua ingine kiumane, ndio tuanze fresh. Tuambiane hata uchaguzi hatufanyia mazi Joseph.
Na saizi Julia, saizi leo niliona Kithure Kindiki amerudi Embu, si ndio? Kuna by elections inakuja za Mbere. Do you see them even concentrating on anything?
Ati kuna by elections zinakuja za Mbere, what do you mean?
Si kuna by elections za MCA.
Me, I don't care about that now. Whatever happens, happens.
Unajua kile wanataka kufanya Julia na hiyo? They want to finish him off completely. That now will be the time to finish Gachagua off now. Pamoja sasa hata hii tuligonga. Na hiyo DCP hapa. They want him to bring DCP. Unajua kileta DCP alisema ni DP. Alisema DP ndio ilishindwa. Sasa wanataka alete DCP.
You know me what I think, and which Gachagua cannot listen. Na which unfortunately watu wa upinzani hawawezi nisikiza. You know, one of the things that we can do, we can just decide we are not having any candidates anywhere in Kenya at all. Na kila Wakenya wote wakubaliane, neither independent no upinzani wasisimame, waambie Ruto, instead of spending money to conduct an election in Nairobi, just declare your MPs. That will be a good message to the Dhokon, now even to the world. You see, but unfortunately, Gachagua will be feeling like, mimi watu wangu waliwin, mimi nitawin, watu wangu walishinda. Mimi watashinda tena. Unfortunately.
Mliona Tanzania, jenzi wa Tanzania wakifanya hivyo mkasema ni wajinga sana. So jenzi wa Tanzania walikataa kuenda kuvote. After wamekataa kuenda kuvote, hiyo mama alisema ameshinda na how many percent?
Yes,
ameshinda 98%.
And after kusema hivyo, even the Sadaki wakata, even a lot of countries say they don't recognize her. Do you remember that? Now,
yes,
mama
so,
akona pressure. Sasa akona pressure.
And I think Gen Zs are doing the same thing in Kenya, Julie. They are doing the same thing. That's why you did not see them showing up for this by-election. Even though we say that young people are voting, our Gen Zs, I don't see them coming in for this.
Let me tell you what we should do. We should not even have a presidential candidate. We should just tell Ruto, so you wanted to declare yourself as president. Unatuambia Kenya, what we are going for is ni revolution. Hata fadhali turudi kwa streets. Tuseme what we are going for is a revolution. Kwa sababu sasa, Dhokon will not conduct a fair election. So that is a fact. That is a point. So wasting our time ati Itumbi aweke numbers zake hapo is just giving them a good day and to enjoy themselves now and to fool us. So Gachagua did not address that because he thinks he'll win.
So what do they expect? What do they expect Gachagua expect? Because I saw when they were won the Bere and Maraba by-elections, na wakasema zimeibiwa. We saw them keep quiet. Walinyamaza karibu 1 week. So that is the same thing which will happen in general elections. After zimeibiwa sasa uone wamenyamaza tu.
Angalia mjinga mwingine hapa anaitwa Afrika anasema the Kikuyu community have no strategy. Yani people, we talk sense and people bring tribalism here. Some people are sick that come to Jiru's show. Africa 24. Africa 24 nakuanga nani by the way nikumbukishe. I think I know this person.
So,
I think I know that person. That is talking like that. Like I guess we should not give him airtime. We should ignore him. Now, so me, what I think is that the opposition should be clear. Should just tell Ruto kwamba we don't trust your electoral commission, and just let him have a good day. Atangaze uchaguzi, watu waende wafanye kazi. Nobody came out of in the polling station. Nobody even had a candidate. But imagine, let me ask you, Joseph, in a situation where we decide to do that and agree, now it's an election day and nobody's going to vote and we don't even have candidates. How do you think Ruto would react? You think he'd be very happy?
Yule mimi hata sijui. Mimi nakwambia mambo ni vipi. Ukifikiria kuhusu hizi mambo.
No, I don't think that. I think Gachagua should rethink. I want to celebrate your story MCA. He should know that that is nothing. And like you said, he did not address the matters when he was asked questions about the Electoral Commission. He did not even admit that they steal. And watu wako tu na reason ya tene. Unajua reason ya tene? In the era of technology, it is possible to manipulate numbers from a central point. And that is exactly what Itumbi will do. So we'll be wasting our time to go to the polls to count numbers. It is a waste of time as long as Ruto is president. People like Dhokon are in the Electoral Commission. So Kenyans should now start thinking of a new way of changing things in Kenya, of a different way or scenario, or all the same. And free and fair election cannot happen, will not happen in the present circumstances.
Me, I'm telling you, inaambia hata ule jamaa anasimama, unajua ni my friend, ule jamaa anasimama kule WT South, because it's going to be racing against a candidate who has been there for 2 terms, I mean. And he's a person who can be able to mobilize and have money and everything. If he's not careful, the same repercussion will happen. Kwa sababu these guys, they are going, unajua watu wanasema ati watu watakuwa na might ya kumwaga pesa. These guys, they have stolen a lot of money, Julie. These MPs, these governors. Ama hiyo pesa mingi sana. They are going to be able to do the same thing. Watamwaga pesa hiyo mlikuwa mnaona mwago mbele. Because that time they are going to be focusing on their own nini. Now, if they are going to mortgage the money the same way they did, these candidates for DCP watakuwa na shida mingi sana. Me, I'm seeing a scenario where they are going to be having so much. Wacha tuone, si amesema wacha tuone kama atasimamisha mbele. Si alisema DP ni yeye alishindwa, wacha tuone. Wacha tuone kama hiyo election ikuja mbele hizo NCS kama atashinda. Because now even wanajaribu kumchapo, you see nowadays they are saying DCP is a MCA party. So these things, vile Jiru amesema, he lost a lot of some people have already even now had the cold feet. Watu hata si kupotea wame have the cold feet. Sasa wamekuwa wanadhania vile nani angeguard hizo votes, sasa wanaona hata hakuna. So now cold feet has started entering in some people. So that is what it is. Julian. Julie, kwani mmepotea? Jiru uko hapo? So hapa ninaona Africa saying when you are defeated in your tribal back, how do you explain that to the people? That is the same thing I was saying here, but so kwa namna hiyo nilikuwa nimekuja hapa nikakwambia ujitayarishe machozi. So I think you're seeing what I was trying to say. We have to be very candid. If we are going to see the same things the same way we were doing them in 2022, hakuna pahali tunaenda. Hakuna pahali tunaenda. Mimi nitakwambia tu open. Hakuna pahali tunaenda. Narudi tu pale tulikuwa. Tukisemaga letter roll mzima iko na ballot boxes. Ndipo tunarudi. Ziende na kuanza kusema we need the servers open. Ndipo tunarudi kwa kusema we need the servers to be opened. So if you are ready, tayarisha machozi. Tayarisha machozi. Sometimes even I think about these political games, hata ninaona kama Gachagua anacheza. Mimi saa zingine nikifikiria mambo mpaka ninaona. Unajua kuna wakati tulikuwa tunaongea hiyo story tukapuuziliwa juu. Utajuaje kama ni deals zinafanywa? Me nowadays I don't trust anybody. Don't trust any politician. I don't trust them. I don't trust anybody to tell me the way forward. What now I'll do? I'll look for the king candidates that I'm going to vote for. But there is sitakojea mtu akuja akaniambia ati we are going to guard votes or do what. Me, I'm just going to do my civic duty the good. Wakitaka kuzigard watagard. Hata ndio wanafaa kuwa kigard. Kwa hiyo watupatie kazi mingi. Sisi wenyewe tuende tuamke, mtu aamke saa 10, uende upange line, upigwe na hiyo baridi. Na inakuwa kwanza August ni msimu wa baridi. Kwanza ni wiki ya kwanza ya August. Alafu ukimaliza kupigwa na baridi, upige kura. Utoe kupiga kura, tena unaambiwa tena urudi police station guard vote yako. Hata hawa wanapatia kazi mingi sana. If they don't have agents if those agents have been compromised, the way we were hearing they are being compromised, how are we going to trust? How are we going to trust this? That they are going to be able to handle even the general elections? If we were hearing some of the agents are being paid even 15,000 to be able to compromise the elections, now like a signature. As long as the agent has put the signature in hivyo, inamaanisha amekubaliana na matokeo. I saw the agents had put their signatures, the DP agents. So it's a very tricky affair. Hata kama itawekwa tu na nani kwa imeforjiwa. Why did we not? It was one by election. How will you talk about the whole general election? Tutasema kutakuwa na agents wengi watakuwa karibu 30. If we cannot be able to put the agents wakiwa wengi in one by election, how do you expect us to put agents wengi wakati wa general elections? And that time we'll be having polling stations more than 2,000. So tuache tu kuchezeana tu maneno hapa. Sometimes hata ninaona kama wengi wao wanajitayarisha kuingia ile side nyingine. It's not a shocker, you see the recent hizi masiku zinakuja usikie watu wengine wamesha fold na wakasema wata. And even some we already know they are working for the government. We don't know even where akina Munya they are standing. Some of them may be rocking the boat outside. Na sisi tuko hapa tu tukisemaga ati united opposition sijui mara huu. Hivyo ndivyo kutakuwa. So I see Anna akisema Matiang'i anasema it will be not be stolen. Alafu kose kujitayarisha kulia. Hivyo ndivyo kutakuwa. Kutakuwa hivyo. Hata Matiang'i mwenyewe hawezi niambia mimi kura hazitaibiwa. Walikuwa hapa 2022. Finia alikuwa interior secretary wa security. Kwanza by the way 2022 ndio tungeshinda elections very freely. Lakini bado kigeuzwa. Tukue tu tayari. Sasa hizi ndio sasa tuko na big mountain. Kama hiyo 2022 ndio tulikuwa na snow. Sasa hizi tuko na mlima tutapanda aje? Sasa hizo ndio tulikuwa tuna pahali pa kuteremkia. Sasa hizi tutapanda aje mlima? Na unaona hiyo mlima vile iko mrefu. Kudili na Ruto si the same na kudili na Uhuru tafadhali. Uhuru sometimes alikuwa anasema kiende vile kitaenda. Huyu si jamaa wa kuachilia na mnamjua. Na achiliagi mambo. So IBC, the first thing that people are supposed to be doing. Watu wanafaa kuwa kwanza on their necks size. Lakini those politicians are united opposition, they should be on their necks. But do you see anything of the sort? Wewe unaona kama ni watu waliibiwa wako na uchungu ya kuibiwa? Wewe unaona kama kuna mtu ako na uchungu ya kuibiwa? Hakuna mtu ako na uchungu. Na ndio mimi nasema ni biashara inachezwa. Ni biashara. Hata kuna mtu amekuwa akisema watu wako wera. Mimi nitasema tu kama yeye, watu wako wera saa hizi, watu wako kazi. Nyinyi mnadhania nyinyi mko basi lakini mko kazi. Nyinyi ni goods. Hao ndio peddlers, nyinyi ndio goods. And it will be easy. It's all good for Gachagua. Kwa sababu I've even studied these things nione kama yeye anatucheza. It can be also is waiting for the things that happen after election. Nasema maybe nini. Ruto aseme hapana, kuja tujoin tufanye serikali. Tutakufanya prime CS. Unaona huyu jamaa anaitwa Mudavadi, yeye hata hakuna kura ninaona analeta hapa. Mara nitakupatia mpaka speaker. Sawa, haina noma. Wacha tu nikuje. Ingia hapo ni nini. Because the first instance, politics is all about interest na betrayal. Kama interest za Gachagua saa hizo zitakuwaga zina align na za Ruto. Yeye ako na stability ya nchi juu alipata kura na yeye Ruto anataka kustabilize nchi. Those was the interest. Na yeye ataambiwa sasa hapo ukiingia utakupatia kiti nikusukumie watu wako kadhaa waingie kwa hizi vitu. Alafu watu wakifikiria is all about nini? Inaweza kuwa hata ni busy. Mimi kwanza siku hizi trust politicians yote mimi. After I saw what happened, unajua hata saa hizi tunaongea kuhusu Gachagua mwenyewe alitufanya majambo in 2022. So it's not a wonder. Mimi saa hizi sipotee kitu yoyote. Sijui kama akina tulikuwa nao hapa wakati Gachagua walikuwa wanatufanya majambo 2023. Tukiwa tumevaa sufuria kwa kichwa. Na hivyo tulikuwa tumevaa sufuria kwa kichwa. Tuliona moto. Under the same guy. As we are saying that is going to guard the vote. So I also heard him talking about goons. Kwa nini asikuwe na goons? Did you see there is goons somewhere? Hata wewe unafahamu wako magoons. Sasa wewe unasema ati kuna goons. Sasa wewe tunajua hizi vitu zitakuaga tu. Form goons. Kama mbaya. Then naona kuna degenerate. Jina ngumu. Anasema Gachagua atapita katikati kama Kalonzo 2020. Yeah, the same thing I'm saying. Watu wasipochunga Gachagua atapita katikati na mtamsia Ogava. Unajua hizi parties madeputy za upuzi. Ataenda amwambie sasa mimi nataka unipatie hizi ministries bila. Yaani nipatie cheo hiyo kila mdawa. Kwa nataka. Kwa ninajua hapo mimi tutakuwa tukisumbuana yeye niko chini yako. Tutakuwa side by side na unipatie half of the government. Najua yeye anapendaga share sana, atamwambia half of the government. So it is what it is. Watu wako busy, watu wako kazi. Naona Afrika anasema Gachagua needs strong team to back him up, not critics without solution. Those are the things which are there. Kama it is not yeye mwenyewe labda ako busy na sisi tuko hapa tukipiga siasa. Hatujuaje, labda yeye ako busy. Watu wako busy hii town iliogopa. You don't know what meetings happen at night. Unapata meetings zingine wana call for meetings usiku. Ama wanapigania masimu usiku. Then nyinyi mnaachwa hapa, nyinyi wenyewe ndio tu mko. And these politicians are all the same. Who could have thought that after all we went through in 2023 that kutakuwa na acha handshake. Sasa hii kwanza ilikuwa inaitwa broader. Ikakuja ikaitwa broader government. Who could have ever thought tutakuja tukuwe na broader government? The instance where even it was very easy for Raila to say this country is ungovernable. And we need to stop everything. And the revolution needs to come and remove Ruto in that seat. But what did he do? He said, no, we need, I don't know, a broad-based government. We need the NATCO. And we need to have a, kwanza mpaka nakumbuka kulikuwa na jina ilikuwa natumiwa, conclave. And now, things as are turning out, it is like that. The interest overtook what the Gen Zs were saying. So we are back to square one. Hata sijui kama tuko square one sasa. Sasa kama yata biz ukiangalia vizuri unaona ni kama biz inafanya kwa hizi serikali hizi gava na wale watu wako united. Tarudi na tujipate tuko deep fit. That will be bad. Watu nasikia watu wakisema Gachagua hawezi join gava. Nani alikwambia? Endelea kujua hivyo. Hawezi join gava. Hizi mimi nilijua anything is possible. Hata hiyo Kalonzo msiseme hapo, unasema hawezi join, hawezi fanya nini, atastaka hapo. Kama ni hao akina nani walikuwa wanaitana wanasema ati shithole. Walikuwa wanasema ni shithole. Wanasema is a shithole. Walikuwa wanasema ni shithole ama walikuwa wanasema nini? Walikuwa wanasema this government is what? Na yeye mwenyewe sasa ni yes wa treasure.
Si wenye au mini au ubeshte wa Njiru siku hizi sinaona amekaribisha Kasongo huku. Anybody can work with anybody. If the interest if the interest rhymes, it's not your interest that matter, it's their interest.
Sasa Julia, wewe unaambiwa atiwamke asubuhi uende ukapige kura. After kupiga kura atiwende kwa guard votes bado.
Mimi
kazi mara ngapi?
Mimi story nimewacha na nimewacha tu hata kungojea kura zihesabiwe, until the day I'll hear there is a revolution and Ruto has stepped down and is in jail. That is the day I'll know Kenya can change. Lakini as long as Kasongo is the president na Edhoko na nasimamia uchaguzi hakuna haja.
Kuna jamaa hapa nimeona hapo akisema ati Uhuru atujoin. Uhuru hakuna kitu atafanya. Uhuru hata labda yeye mwenyewe.
Uhuru has retired. We shouldn't bring Uhuru into this. We shouldn't drag Uhuru into this. Uhuru is a retired president, so hawezi. Kama hakusaidia Raila Odinga atasaidia na nini?
Lakini mimi siwezi vaa sufuria tena Julia. Hiyo kitu nilisema siwezi fanya.
Na pia hata kama niko Uhuru siwezi involve myself. He should enjoy his retirement.
Lakini mimi hiyo mambo ati ya kuchukua mabano ati maboxes ati tumepeleka Supreme Court. That is nonsense.
Just you know that already Itumbi has the numbers. Sasa mtapeleka mabox gani kwa Supreme Court na atakuwa na 34 mpya, 34 mpya. What will you be doing? See, I'm just telling you, the numbers will already be online. So if we cannot access the online so what we should be thinking now for us also is how to jump in that online portal. If it's true Gen Z jumped into Samia's portal na wakaweka kwa polisi yake wakabadilisha maneno, there is nothing that is impossible in this world. So what we should be designing now is not to recruit Gachagua is saying that recruit watu washunge kura pana. Saizi we should be thinking outside the box. how we can also jump into that portal and put our numbers. Ama Joseph, kama ni mbaya ni mbaya.
Niliona kitu moja ikanifurahisha sana. Najua Raila before tumeenda 2022 elections. Unajua tunarudilia hapo sana kwa sababu kulikuwa na red flags za tuko tunataka kuchukulia hizo red flags. Unajua Raila aliambiwa that kuna watu wamekuja nchini. Unakumbuka?
Na akaanza kusema akafikiri kusema itabadilisha, itachange anything, nothing.
Alafu hadi waseme tunataka kujua watu ni akina nani and we want to know what is their business in the country. Na tuendi election kabla tumejua. Niliona watu wamenyamazia hiyo story. Hata huyo Alai anaongea saa hizi bure kabisa. Alikuwa amenyamazia hiyo story. Hawakuwa wanaongea. Na hiyo ndio ingekuwa whistleblowing. Waseme hapana, tutaki hizi elections. I'm seeing the same thing with Gachagua. Pahali kunaonekana all the red flags, Julia. Wewe unaona red flags? Julia, unaziona hizi red flags?
Alafu anasema ati there will be no, you cannot do what he did in Better in the whole country. He will do it. He has the machinery.
Mimi hata saizi hata nasikia nimechoka Julia. Hata mimi sasa hivi najua kama hivi nachoka juu ya mambo zingine. Sasa ukiangalia to make the steps. Nilikuja hapa tu nikasema before tumeenda elections Julie. Tutakuwa na AFCON. Unajua hiyo AFCON kile itakuja ifanye. Unajua watu hakunielewa kile nilikuwa nasema. Hiyo AFCON. Unajua AFCON kiwa na AFCON watu wanatoka na nchi zingine wanakuja, si ndio? Wanapokujaga wanakuja nchi yenu. Hata wale wako Somalia na kila pahali watakuja tu na Uganda na wapi. Unajua kile kitafanyika? Hao watu wanaweza ambiwa tawatumike. Kwa sababu AFCON inaishaga kitu Julai hapo karibu 20 something. Au unacheza na hii gava. Hii gava inaweza fanya anything. Hata wale watakuwa wametoka Somalia wataambiwa sasa hii mtajifanya nini na Somalia? Kupiga kula Nairobi. Alafu wewe mwenyewe unakuja kusema ati
me what I know, Ruto won't even have to import those voters. He will just put the numbers in the system. Me, that is what I know. So even tukikifa tukifikiria ati Somali wanakuja, hiyo ni akina Ndware wanawambia kwamba our Somali's numbers will increase, just to prepare to you how many numbers they put kwa system. So having known that, then we should also think about vile tuweka namba zetu kwa system. Sasa ndio hiyo poto icrash, ndio tuseme maneno ya online imeshindikana, twende manual. Let me tell you, dawa ni kucrash hiyo kitu, hiyo system yao. Nakwambia hiyo ndio dawa. You know, when the going gets up, the tough goes going. You crash it so that it doesn't function for the next 2 years.
Hii moto ya jenzini ya makaratasi, si wanasema wanaweza hack. Kwa nini
wanaweza ni kwa sababu wacha nikwambie akina Gachagua hawa exploit. Unaona? Wanajifanya ati sasa tuna the tradition. Hakuna kitu inaweza fanyika Kenya ifanyike in the right way. It can't. We can't trust our systems. That is a fact. Sasa na vile Ruto ameamua kutumia Itumbi kuweka namba zake, the best thing hata sisi tutafute watu wa crash hiyo system isifanye kazi. So that we all start from scratch. Yani tuamuke, hakuna kitu inaendelea. Unaona Joseph, tuamuke. Hata Ethekon mwenyewe achanganyikiwe. Hakuna kitu inaendelea Kenya, hakuna numbers zinaingia, hakuna information inaenda, kila kitu imejam.
Sasa Julia, nikuuliza kuna issues tuliambiwa 2022 hatuku address. Tuliambiwa Ethekon ama ule alikuwa ule atakuja kuwa chair wa IBC, si returning officer. Returning officer anafaa kule wa polling station. Have we addressed that issue?
No.
Ama unaona watu ni kumangamanga huku tu.
Wanamangamanga expect miracle. Gachagua asema ati ataleta watu wa guard vote. Why he didn't do that in Better North? History of guard vote is even thuggery. It's criminal. People should not
I prepared akina hapa ni bila hapo wanaelewa nikiongea sometimes wanaona kama naongea vibaya. I've prepared them tulie Julia. Mtu amalize hiyo mambo. Hata hii wakati tutakuwa prepared, hakuna haja ya kuenda therapy. Hii wakati hatutaenda therapy. Unajua 2022 watu walienda therapy. Hii hatutaenda therapy. Hii tutakuwa kama. Sijui kama Julia wewe ulienda therapy. 2022. Bidi mpaka nikapotea kwa macho za watu 2022. So 2027 I'm prepared for anything. Kwa sababu ninajua I thought Gachagua is a person who has that atakabo the system kwa sababu anazijua zile vitu amekuwa akicheza nazo. I've realized that kuna kazi. Tuko bado tu pale.
Hakuna ako na tene na akili za tene sana. Joseph, nimekuuliza right now, you know that someone can access your account remotely na atoe pesa yako. So I hope you're aware of that, right? So you normally take all guards. Hata the bank kama hapa America, we have a lot of notifications. Kadi yako kitumika notification. Nini kivika notification, because they know that is possible. Gachagua anaoperate tene sana. Let me ask you, the moment we saw that nilisikia kwamba hatuwezi piga picha polling station, hiyo ilikuwa nini plan ya kuimba kura? Kumaanisha kwamba they didn't want you to have the data, the live data. Unaona, like the live, unajua ukiwa live, like I give a good illustration. Hapa kwangu niko na cameras. So because I have cameras, ukikuja I'm live. Like you are live, like you can be recorded that ulikuja kwangu. And if you're aware of that, you keep off my property. Unaona? So as long as we can't do that at the polling station, then Ruto na Edocon they will still. Sasa kwa nini Gachagua hakuji kwa hiyo realization? Kwa nini wanazuia watu kuwa na evidence kwa polling station? Ni kwa sababu kwamba wanaenda kwa system wanaweka hizo numbers. Sasa mimi nasema, why should we continue doing things that tene? Kama Itumbi anaingia kwa system naweka namba zake, basi pia mtu mwingine aingie kwa system maharibu hizo namba. So that now we can say our system is not working. What do we do, fellow Kenyans? We can start from there.
I think pia umeambia Jiru vile kufanya, kwa sababu unajua Jiru alikuwa so much in it. I think now he's coming out of the woods kidogo. Unajua kwanza the wrong group kwanza ni ati hizo elections zimeshindiwa in Bere, hometown. So I think he's coming off the woods now. I think he's understanding now what Julia sometimes he was saying.
It is not that Matiang'i did anything good akajishindia. Ni vile Ruto hakushughulika na huko kwao. Unaona?
Lakini walikuwa wanataka kuiba Julia, lakini ikashindika. Walikuwa wanataka kuonesha hiyo ki atmosphere, lakini I don't think hata nania kwa interested na kura za Kisii.
Hakuwa interested because those were MCA seats. Those were MCA seats. You see what he did? Prevent people from accessing evidence in the polling station, and then have Itumbi feed the numbers online. Unaona? So as long as you are prevented from having the physical evidence, then the numbers can be changed online. That is what he was doing in Bere North, and he successfully did that. So the point is, if we cannot have our live information from the polling station, then why should we wait for the numbers that are coming online? Why should we even waste our time anyway? Na kama tunajua Itumbi mwenyewe ndiye anaingia akona login ya kuingia online. Sisi bado na tuko na watu wanajua anaweza hata kucrack hiyo nini line ya Itumbi. You know, do you know what the word cracking mean? Wanaweza crack.
Unajua Julia, this one can become a very big story. Unajua watu ndio capitalize on this one. Walikuwa nasema the government is trying to steal elections and they are forwarded by a person called Itumbi. Unajua hii kitu inaweza enda hata ikifika pale wajaribu kufanya vile watabando election 2027 na watu wabebo. And they are going to be afraid of that. Unajua mtu akisikia utakuja kubebo
unaona story what should happen 2027? Hao watu watafute watu wa kucrack your system. Hata waeke namba zao. Tushtukie kwamba Wakenya wote 51 milioni wamevote. Yaani namba zinaanza teremka, watu wanasikia kuna wazimu Kenya. Unaona, you have to be smart in this world. And kama akina Gachagua hawezi fanya hivyo, then they should boycott the elections.
Sasa unaona kutupatia idea gani Julie? I don't see any idea. Ninaona tu ni kupiga kelele, wanashinda wakipiga kelele tu. Na press conference haziishi. With I don't know kulienda hivi, waliiba, sijui alifanya nini. Mi kwanza one thing that I got angry with Gachagua ni kusema ati candidate alikuwa wa DP. So whatever alikuwa wa DCP, kulikuwa kunasemekana nini? So I don't even get.
Sasa hii siaweke MCA wa DCP tuone kama atashinda.
hii mambo sasa hata mimi naiacha. Mimi nimeambia watu waache ku depend sana na hii mambo. As long as atubadilishi hii mambo ati tunaenda tu hivyo tunaendelea. Na Julia, wacha tujiangalilie kwa mbali. Tabii tujiangalilie kwa mbali. Usikaribie, usiweke roho yako sana. Unaweza weka roho yako alafu uje
mimi nimewapatia solution kwamba one, boycott the elections kila mtu ama people wanasema that's not a good solution, ama wa invest kwa hao vijana wa kuingia kwa hiyo system collapse yote, ndio tuseme hakuna kitu imeendelea Kenya for the last 24 hours kama ni siku ya election. Then now we shall now see kusema ile story ya ile msemo ya Wakikuyu wanasemanga muici akorire mukungi akorire ki mucemi mukungi akorire mucemi. We will start afresh and address each other that if you are not doing the right thing then your system will not work. Okay, so do the right thing and the system will work.
Na kama watu wako busy,
watu wako nini,
wako biashara.
Sasa mimi rais hizi siamini wako biashara. I seriously believe that the opposition meant business, especially I trust Matiang'i. I feel Matiang'i really wants to save Kenya. I don't think ako biashara, sidhani, unaona, but strategies ndio hawana.
Julia busy watu. Hata ukiniambia mimi naona wako busy. Mimi kwanza saa hizi nimekuja kutrust. Kama hakuna mtu
hawako. Saa hizi hawako. Okay, I'm not saying they cannot be compromised, baadaye wanaweza, lakini saa hizi wako. Ni vile hawana strategies.
Lakini watu kama mtu anagojea kama Gachagua anagojea itakuwa free and fair. Hiyo sahau. Mimi nitamwambia ukweli. Kama anagojea itakuwa free and fair, there's nothing which will be free and fair in this election. First of all, we are dealing with a crook. Huyu jamani noma. Watu unaona watu tu wakikuja wakisema ati sasa kama yeye mwenyewe alikuwa atuambia atapeleka William Ruto kama baiskeli ya kuibiwa. Angekuwa amempeleka kama baiskeli ya kuibiwa mbele. Ni tu duru angekuwa anapiga huko. Lakini hizo unasema utapeleka kama baiskeli ya kuibiwa Julia. Lakini mko sako kwa bako. It is not looking good in all angles. Hata kama Gachagua angeshinda, it means a perception. Ruto had votes. Because the war was between Ruto and Gachagua. So all the perceptions were there. Hata kama angeshinda hii by elections ya mbele, ingemaanisha hata Ruto alikuwa bado na votes. So it is not this, it is all the same. It looks very bad. Kwa sababu ukianza kujipiga, lakini kitu moja mimi naweza advise Gachagua. Let him stop kujipiga kifua and start now mobilizing sasa. Mobilizing, ground mobilizing. We saw what there is a party which was called TNA. And TNA, before they wanted to go for the elections in 2013, they tried to mobilize in the grassroots. Sijui kama unakumbuka Julia, watu wa mama wakipatiwa mashuka za TNA.
Walimobilize, lakini what I'm trying to say, there is no amount of mobilization that will help until they address the electoral system.
That's a kama wangekuhusu. Mimi kama wangekuhusu IBC hakuna kitu kingine watafanya. If they're not talking about IBC hakuna kitu kingine mimi wanaweza. Hapo tunaweza saidika na. Sasa hata kungekuwa kuna additional intervention ya international community kwa discuss mambo ya IBC. Sasa hizi wanasema kuwa na early voting Julia. Can you imagine? Hizo wanasema tuanze kuwa na early voting. So if you hear them saying even early voting, it means even they don't care. Wameona hata ule opposition wako naye si ule walikuwa wanadhania. And there's a statement that Ruto came and said. Na saizi inakuja kuona kama vile alikuwa anamaanisha hapo serious na hiyo statement. Alikuja akasema kama kuna mtu angemtishia sana ilikuwa Raila Odinga. Saizi mimi naona kama hiyo statement inakuja tufunisha. Juu kama Gachagua amefanya vile amefanya mbele Northern Sisi kukiwa na any issue, kukiwa na task wish. Juu kwa saizi hata ungekuwa kuna karika. Kama ni Raila alifanywa hivyo. Ungekuwa kuna karika sana. Lakini sasa kama Gachagua alishindwa hivyo. Saa hizi kama ni Raila alishindwa, I'm telling you that IEBC hiyo mnaongea kuhusu saa hizi. Hata sijui ingekuwa wapi, hata mlikuwa msikie kitoa press statement ikisemaga vile
kidogo Joseph, nataka kuingilia hapa. Reginator anasema can we get out of Mbeere North and think deep, advise somebody on cracking up the electoral issues. Early voting is early voting rigging. Let me explain the reason why they want early voting. They want early voting so that they can see how people are. Unajua, once you do the voting, the early voting, they will be able to predict how the election is. So they want to know their numbers early. Sijui kama Bwana Joseph uko na habari ya hiyo. So unaona kama Marekani, you know, we are supposed to, unajua, you borrow something from somewhere. So through the early votes, kama sahi early votes tunasikianga ya kwamba like in America we know like if Republicans are going to win in Michigan, this is what happens. Like for example, unasikia like in America unasikianga hivi. Early votes in Michigan are more Republicans have voted in Michigan. So ukianzia kusikia more Republicans have voted in Michigan, so during electoral day, if Democrats have to win that election, inamaanisha lazima watokezee wengi. So hii concept ya early voting na Ruto is an advanced concept of election rigging, very advanced.
Na watu wanasema huyu jamaa ni fala.
No, I've just, you know, for you to understand something, look at where it is being borrowed from and where it is and how it is used there. And then after umejua vile huko inatumikanga, then kwenyu hiyo kitu wanataka kuitumia aje? Because it is not about equal opportunity for voting. You know, in America, early voting is equal opportunity for voting. It is voting rights. That's why they brought early voting. They want as many people to vote as possible. Sijui kama Joseph unanielewa. So about America is making sure that the vote basket is big. But the issue of early voting in Kenya is not that Ruto want you to vote. So msifikiria sasa, unajua the intention which even hata Ndungu analeta ama whoever is the voter registration, she is giving the perception ati tunataka mpige kura nyote.
Lakini sasa shida ni Jiru, kitu swali inaweza jiuliza kwa hiyo nini umeleta how can they twist the constitution? Can they use the parliamentary system?
So what is happening?
Sababu lazima walete clause za hiyo early voting. Early voting ni ya kumodel ballot stuffing. So unajua hawataki kustaff ma ballots without knowing what to do ili numbers. So with early voting, kulingana na vile Marava wanapiga, sio Marava, kulingana na vile Siaya wanapiga, huko lazima tuongeze. Huko lazima nakwambia hizo kura zitapigwa ale. They will have to live in them na lazima zihesabiwe before siku ya kupiga kura. So tunadanganywa ni early voting, but ni early voting for electoral analysis. So Ruto anataka kuona watu wanapiga kura aje kila eneo. Na hata walisema wanataka kura ngapi Njiri? Kwa nini hata usemi alisema wanataka kura ngapi? 600,000.
That's what I'm going to tell you. It's a very advanced concept of election stealing, but again, our lazy opposition cannot analyze it. Hiyo kitu tu inaongewa tu na IBC ama ni whoever is thinking about it, no one relax tu.
Ni IBC, si ni IBC, si Nderito, si ni IBC. It's IBC.
Yeah. So ana anakuuliza what do you mean about 600k? So anasema anataka watu 600k ndio wapige ale. Na alisema wafanyikazi. Analiwekelea wafanyikazi, sivyo?
Alisema civil servants. Civil servants civil servants.
Civil servant.
Kwani yani siku hizi yako nyuma aje kwa hizo mambo?
Sasa wewe Mizi Moringe, kuna swali na kuuliza. You are giving a very bold move here, Moringe. Mbere, we couldn't do anything. Where you think Mbere is a replica of what will happen in 2027. We cannot help ourselves. Moringe, Mbere is 2027 in large scale. Sijui kama Joseph unanielewa hapo?
Itakuwa hivyo hivyo unasema ndio hakuna tofauti.
Mbere sijui kama najua Moringe umesoma hesabu, unajua kitu inaitwa linear scale factor magnification. So unajua sijui kama umeiona kitu imewekwa kwa microscope. Sasa Mbere ni kale ka virus kanaangaliwa na microscope. Alafu unaiona ikikuwa kitu kubwa. Sasa magnify Mbere 290 times and you get 2027. What happened in Mbere is what will happen in all constituencies. For your information, in 2027 itakuwa mbaya.
Asiye Shangwa akisema ati yako na agents.
Tusikirie kidogo. Joseph shikilia hapo kidogo. 2027 itakuwa Mbere on steroid to the extent hata mbunge wa Madhira anaweza kuwa UDA. And I want to say this again. 2027 itakuwa mbaya hadi mbunge wa Madhira anaweza kuwa UDA. UDA, nimesema tena UDA, mbunge wa Madhira. We are taking Mbere issue casually. And even Gachagua is not trying to see the impact of Mbere. Already hii kitu imemudeflate. Siku hizi nani hata anataka kusikiliza Gachagua siku hizi? Ungemaliza hata show hapa bila kucheza Gachagua. Ndio nauliza hapa ili muone hata Gachagua yeye mwenyewe anzie kuona ni kama anaisha steam na ajielewi.
Hata waipa wanaweza pata MP wengi kuliko DCP ukicheza.
That's why I'm trying to tell you Gachagua has been mummified. Let me use that word. Gachagua has been mummified and there is nowhere to run. And he is himself to blame. He caused this thing on himself. Let me tell you, you should not pity Gachagua, by the way. Hizi vitu zimetendeka Kenya. He caused this on himself. How he allowed an election to be stolen in Mbere is a stronghold. Has no defense. It is impossible. Let me tell you, I have followed election for so many years. Even in America, even when Republicans are losing an election, even when Democrats are losing an election, you cannot steal their vote in New York. Sijui kama Joseph uko na habari?
Yes,
even Democrats, even when Kamala Harris lost the election, but still Democrats won heavily in New York. They won heavily in Maryland because those are their strongholds. Hata Republicans washindani hawaendi huko. So if Gachagua has no way of frustrating Ruto, and Ruto anasema hata mlima nimeachana nayo, that is how if Gachagua cannot hawezi fikisha mlima hiyo level where Kasongo gives up, azituambie vitu bwana. Sijui kama Joseph unanielewa. Yani Gachagua, system ya Gachagua inafaa kukua ikifanya job mlima. Sasa hata Kasongo anasema hiyo mlima wachaneni nayo au tumeachana na wao. But ati Kasongo mpaka sahi anaingia mlimani, anapanga mambo yake mlimani na bado bwana tuache bwana. Hebu nikuulize, Gachagua, as Gachagua held a meeting in Baringo since impeachment. Has Gachagua held a meeting in Eldoret since his impeachment? Unajua kuna vitu tunafaa kuanalyze strategic na tujiulize hapa kunaenda aje. Lakini Kasongo utamuona huko Nyeri anahutubia watu huko. Utaona sisi Kasongo somewhere anahutubia watu huko.
Na bado anagongewa huko.
So what I'm trying to say, Gachagua has no home ground. History ya Gachagua has no home ground. So wacha tuseme hizi vitu peupe pakawa. In fact, Mlima Kenya is up for grab for anyone. In fact, wacha nikuambie sasa, I will even advise akina Matiangi, go and mobilize Mlima alone. You could be shocked even those people might.
No, Jiru, you are wrong. So you are trying to imply that Wamudende won genuinely. Is that what you are trying to imply?
I am not. Julia, you are not following me.
Lakini Julia, unajua hata tukisema Wamudende won genuinely ama si genuinely.
I did not say
what we are going to say, that margin was not supposed to be there. Unasema wewe umeweza.
Now, so you people again, you are going back to the same story. I mean, you amaze me. What margin? There was no contest there. It will be simply
but
said
it
the
doesn't
numbers.
matter. As long as we got it stolen in our stronghold, case closed.
Okay, fine. So what I'm trying to say that Njiru, it's a waste of time to keep saying that Gachagua has not mobilized, or has not mobilized. It's a waste of time. As long as
Matiang'i aende mlimani peke yake.
It's a waste of time. No, it's a waste of time to say that. Even let me say this: even Matiang'i himself can be beaten in Kisiland by Ruto, because Ruto has the system and he will influence the system. Period. It is not how much they are mobilizing; it's what tactics they are using in the electoral system.
Sasa, no, after we mobilize, Julia, listen here. After you have mobilized Sasa, we now go to layer 2. You tell us how you will defend your vote.
No, they already mobilized. The problem is that they are not able to protect their votes. No, let me say this. Let me say you are wrong.
You are
Kenya
has done something we call self-mobilization.
No,
no one has mobilized Kenya.
No, you are trying to imply that Kenya will have a fair election. That's the implication you are trying to give.
No, I'm not saying we will have a fair election. I'm telling you, Kenyans have mobilized themselves. No one can claim the mobilization which has happened in Kenya.
Okay, sawa. Whether mobilize themselves, let me tell you, the Kenyans who are ready for a new government. But as long as Gachagua and team are not planning on how to get this government in, and as long as they run away from the fact that Ruto will steal the election, then it's a waste of time. Mobilizing is a waste of time. Mobilizing Kenya is a waste of time and money. They shouldn't even waste their time. So we shouldn't be saying here that Gachagua should go and mobilize. It is a waste of time mobilizing if he doesn't address the issue.
And then why are they wasting our time telling us that calling themselves United Opposition?
That's why I came here and told them maybe some people are in business.
Maybe
some of them are in business.
Let me prove to you, these people are very slow and they never learn from past experiences, and they never learn even from the experiences we have had. Because and to prove to you, Raila Odinga has claimed to be stolen, his election to be stolen how many times? Mbona hakusoma? Kura zake zimeibiwa mara ngapi? Why he didn't learn? How long was
mwingine anataka kutuweka kwa hiyo cycle?
Now Gachagua has studied in the same cycle. Raila Odinga ameibiwa uchaguzi, ameibiwa since time immemorial, and he always comes back to say nimeibiwa, sijui nimefanya nini. How long? He died without even learning. So Gachagua is studying the same thing.
When I started this podcast, I said there's no way in which United Opposition can face this election without an international consultant to help them matters election rigging. Wako, by the way, there is a serious guy who can help them in America or in Eastern Europe. Kuna watu wamehandle stories of election rigging. Why are they not hiring those guys? And they can give them formulas. Ebu nikuulize, Julia, think tanks wa Gachagua ni nani? Sahi.
Akina Ketu Waruguru. Akina Akina Ketu Waruguru.
I wish you well. Na huyu kijana mwingine wa afadhali hata Matiang'i tulisikia amehaya ile kakampuni ya Canada kule. Although hiyo kakampuni tukasikiangi. Maybe kuna strategy wana hebu nikuulize advisors wa Kalonzo ni nani? Na ujue Kalonzo is a senior politician. He is supposed to have serious people.
Wavinya Ndeti. Wavinya Ndeti.
No, Julia, show yetu ya leo si jokes. We are not joking. We are very serious.
Sasa Jiru, kama already unasikia Sonko anapatiwa clear way.
And what do you think? Why are you saying I'm joking? Is Kent Waruguru not in Gachagua come at the top leadership? Why do you think I'm joking? Did you see Kalonzo? Did you see Kalonzo and Wavinya Ndeti today? Wewe niambia advisors wao ni akina nani? You give me the names if you know them.
No, I thought you have done your research and kuna watu wako pali atu.
No, me I'm only saying the people I know I see working with Gachagua. I cannot say somebody I've not seen.
So ndio nakwambia, as long as Gachagua has not hired an international guru to handle matters direction, as long as Martha Karua is not working with an international guru and a reputable person, mtu ambaye hata watu wa Kasongo wakisikia hiyo wasema kwani Kasongo ameleta nani?
Mimi Jiru, hata wale watu wote nawazaona wanaweza tusaidia kwa hii mambo yote. and they can help us keenly. Mi hata ninaona ni ile mlikuwa mnaona ilikuwa imeendwa meeting ya Luya community. Those are the only guys naona wanaweza tusaidia kwa hizi
ile kitu nasema, I'm saying kama tunataka kutoa Kasongo, we need international actors, people who do serious politics, people who have a serious political experience, and they are not Kenyans. I'm not talking of Manyora. I'm not talking of this Akina Baluku Muruka and PLO to be your political advisors. Au utaanguka mchana. I'm talking of political actors like Dick Morris, the one who almost made Raila Odinga a president in 2007. And since when Raila Odinga dropped Dick Morris, 2007 akaanzia cooperate na wajinga wa Kenya, his issues have never been the same again. 2007 Raila Odinga was reasonable because he was working with Dick Morris. Look even in the papers. We have those international actors who can help you. America has so many of them. There are many serious political actors. We have Democrat strategists and Republican strategists who can give you razor sharp strategies of what to do. Yes, they require money, but you need them. You have to have them. So those political actors, you have to have them. So Wamunyoro sijamuona na yeyote. Wamunyoro namuonanga tu na Gitungati 001 na Gitungati 002. Na manywele kubwa.
Hata Ruto alikuwa nao. Si Ruto alikuwa na Jose Kamago. Alikuwa na kina Jose Kamago. Unakumbuka Jose Kamago?
Ndio nasema sasa, of course Muringe, those people will analyze it. Unajua kama saa hii if Matiang'i for example brought a serious political actor. I'm not talking of, even Canada is not a serious country. So venye aliendea, you know, siasa ya Canada imekauka sana. Canada there is no politics. Get guys from America or Eastern Europe. Huko ndiko kuna siasa. Watu wanaweza kupangia. Au wase wanaanalyze hiyo kitu mzuri, wanamwambia mkubwa vile tumeona within a span of 2 weeks. Au majamaa atakuwa amekupia ripoti, wamekwambia mzae. Hapa usipopanga a rigging strategy. Autoboy. That statement will land heavily to Gachagua than watu kama sisi kuambia Gachagua hutoboi kama una strategy ya kuzuia kura kuibiwa. Sasa tukiambia Gachagua kura yetu inaibiwa ama itaibiwa 2027, it will be better in steroid. Anatuambia sasa hata utu tunajua nini na tumepanga siasa. That is why you need at least that impartial person who can tell you the truth which you can believe. I'm telling you, United Opposition needs international actors, and they have refused international actors who are known. Nakwambia sahi bwana Joseph Kasongo angekuwa anasikia United Opposition wako na international actors watano. Serious people. Na kama Uhuru anasemanga ako na pesa na ako pande yetu, hao watu watuletee serious international actors, majamaa tu kuzunguka tu hapo Kenya, alafu wanarudi Marekani, wanafanya maripoti zao, wanarudi tena. Mbona tu wajipange vizuri Kasongo asiue. Because nayo pia Uhuru atawapangia watu wa Kenyan matter election, ile soon unaweza jikuta Ruere.
Lakini sasa Uhuru atawapangia aje watu Njiru na wenyewe wajipanga. Lazima waoneshane uko na interest.
So that is what I'm trying to explain here. In a nutshell, we need international actors. We cannot dodge that. Ama Joseph Manyora atatusaidia basi. Unajua Manyora ni cheap. Hata nasikianga Manyora akiambia Ruto ampe kazi all the time kwa podcast yake. Manyora anasemanga hivi wa Ruto ama tuajiri Manyora basi.
Baba mjaribu kutafuta makao Mutua. Mtafute makao Mutua.
Unajua the problem of having a Kenyan operative as your think tank, that guy will be approached by Ruto for negotiation. Ruto anamwambia wewe kuja hapa, wachana na wajinga bwana. Tukiingia wewe ndio utakuwa minister wa trade. Wewe tupe siri zenyu. You want to tell me there are no political actors wako wa Munyoro and they are busy feeding Ruto with our strategies? Ni swali nauliza. You want to tell me there are no political strategies wako na Matiang'i na usiku wanakuanga na Ruto? Ni swali nauliza. Bwana Joseph?
Wako lakini sasa shida ni Jiru, shida ni unajua tumekuwa na hawa watu for 2 years. What were they planning? 2 years.
Bro bana, hii tumepatwa parts down bana. Hii
unasema hapa au international actors unasema waletwe.
Hao ni rahisi bana. International actors wanakuanga wamengoja bana. Ni wewe wa approach.
Wamekuwa na 2 years. Sie kutoka toleo kama
let me tell you. International actors hai tu uende tu Marekani.
Almost 2 years.
A serious Republican or Democrat strategist. Umwambie bana kule kwetu tunataka unajua those guys also they want anataka kubuild CV yake. Unajua jamaa akikuja Kenya alafu hiyo timu ishinde. Unajua Mmarekani ama mzungu anataka kubuild CV for his future. So yeye anataka kuando election ya Kenya ashinde ili akuange anatumia hiyo kama platform of bargain in other places. Akuwa anasema by the way, I was in Kenya, I handled the Gachagua election and we have won that election. That is why I'm very happy of we are even going to handle this one here. So mzungu want success for posterity. Lakini Mwafrika want success for other things, unfortunately. So that's why saa zingine we have those parameters which na si ati nasifu wazungu, by the way, and I'm sorry to say this. Saa zingine that's what nakutanga saa zingine. Why is it that saa zingine ukipea wazungu hizi kazi kubwa kubwa wana perform? Because saa zingine this guy is looking at legacy, jina yake, reputation, vitu zingine. Lakini the same Mwafrika unampea Safaricom, he doesn't care. Anasema nini? Kwani hata jina ikiharibika do I care? Kwani si mimi natoka hapo Narok. When Michael Joseph got out of Safaricom, tukaweka sijui huyu jamaa tuliweka after Michael Joseph alikuwa nani before you Asai. You want to tell me that hata CEO Asai wa Safaricom he cares of reputation? Hata Safaricom ikianguka, you think huyo Ndegwa cares of his reputation? Ati you know, as Ndegwa I am going to manage this company very well because I care about my reputation. Muafrika, my friend, tuote na tuote tena, an African does not care about reputation. So if you think that Ndegwa will care about his reputation, si Ndegwa anasema nani ajui kwetu ni Nyahururu? Hawa wataniambia nini? You think even Ndegwa will even speak even as Safaricom? You want to tell me what Ruto is doing with Safaricom now? If it was Michael Joseph the CEO, not the chairman like the other time, if it was Michael Joseph the CEO, Kasongo angethubutu kufanya ujinga kama hizo? Of even undercutting a company? Let me tell you, it boils down to our morality as Africans. And we have to call a spade a spade. As Africans, we do not have morality on so many issues, especially on governance. And that is why we are struggling on basics. That is why unakuta pesa ya shule inapotea, pesa ya kanisa inapotea, tunapigana kwa kanisa, because our moral consciousness on basic human principles is not there. Even though we claim we are 80% Christians, which I doubt, and all of us, we have Christian names. So that is a note we Joseph, we cannot turn. Let me not talk about that. But what I'm trying to say, until we get serious political operators, forget hiyo ujinga kina Wamunyoro wanawaambia. Hiyo ni kelele ya chura ile izuiri ng'ombe kukunywa maji. Sijui ama tunaisemanga hivyo, kelele ya chura aizuiri ng'ombe kukunywa maji. Ng'ombe ni Kasongo. Kasongo will not stop stealing votes because Gachagua is talking. Kasongo will not refuse to declare himself using Ethacon because Gachagua is talking. But Kasongo can stop what he's doing if he is given more measured. And let me tell you, kuna statements Gachagua atumiangi. In politics, this is how people talk. Niwafunze. In politics, you talk with finality. This is how you speak. Sababu saa zingine hao majamani kama wajui. This is how you speak if you tell us as Kenyans, this is the last time we are taking a rigged election again. In the unlikely event Kasongo steals our election, we will announce it in the public media and we will tell Kenyans what happened, and we will tell Kenyans to take law in their hands. Why can't they speak that way? They are great statements. Let me tell you, saa zingine munachekanga yule mzee wangu sana. Saa zingine mnachekanga yule mzee, lakini yule mzee wangu kuna kitu moja nampendeanga. Yule mzee wangu ukimuuliza, are you going to accept the election? Bwana Joseph, yule mzee wangu ukimuuliza, are you going to accept the verdict of the election? Anasemanga aje? Joseph sikusikii. I need you to answer that question. Mzee wangu akikuuliza, ukimuuliza, are you going to accept the verdict of the election?
Akubali. Akubali.
Anasemanga aje?
As long as it's free and fair.
Hapana, asemangi hivyo. Anasemanga we will accept it if I win.
Sasa mimi kitu naweza sema Jiru saa hizi naweza ambia tu kitu moja. Wakiiba waibe na si tuibe.
Let me connect this statement ili ukuje. So what I'm trying to say is this. The day when I had Gachagua kuulizwa if the election, are you going to accept the election? Alafu akasema, yeah, of course we will accept. Ndio nikajua hapa ni hivyo. My friend,
unasema ule mzee wako nimeelewa ni mzee mgani? Nimeelewa ni mzee mgani sasa?
Unajua lazima ukwaga unashika, lazima unaweka heri, unajua kuna vitu nikisema hapa uweze shika haraka. Na huyo mzee and he has never gotten outside that. It's a controversial statement, but it is a statement to show your voters that you will not let them down. Let me tell you, your statement is not a good one. In normal setup is not a good statement, but it is a statement which will make your voters vote for you like hell. Sijui kama
it shows confidence.
Your statement ni kitu inaweza fanya mpaka shosho wa miaka 120 akakupigia kura.
And that is why, Jiru, I'm saying, unaona, sisi sote now we know that we don't expect Kasongo to do the right thing. We don't expect him to give us the right numbers in the system. Sivyo tumekubaliana.
Of course tumekubaliana.
Whether we all wake up and even gather our votes. Unaona, hata Jiru aende, mimi niende pale Tomotomo, wewe uende pale kwenyu, Joseph sijui kwako ni wapi, usimamie uhakikishe kwamba mimi ni Joseph and you're not buying me. Come rain, come sunshine. Itumbi will still get in the system na interfere with them, isn't it? Sindio? So, mimi nimewapatia dawa. Unaona wewe Jiru umetuambia ubesi wako ndio anaongeanga. Si kupenda kwake. Ni vile yale ameonyeshwa. Ameonyeshwa kwamba hata saa zile anawini rightly kuna mtu anapanda kumnyang'anya. Sivyo Jiru, my line.
Yeah, of course inakuanga hivyo
Sasa hii story wacha nikuulize. Kama tunakitana naye kwa uwanja kwa if we are doing a race in the field Jiru na uko na katabia ka kwanza before we are started off, mbona ningoje hata mimi ningoje we start ningoje at the same time. I will do the same thing and I will even do it double what you are doing. Mimi okay, mimi watu wasioni kama mimi mtu mbaya, lakini mimi nimegundua kwamba dunia ni mbaya. Nimegundua hivyo sana nigundua tena sasa hii story ya kwamba ati wewe ati you are guarding votes, ati we are sending people. You know, did you hear people how Gachagua was saying the other day? Ni jana mani juzi. Ati this thing cannot happen when you have a general election because we have our people. We will deal with those criminals. You will deal with police with guns. How will you deal with police? And in fact, Ruto said that hata ile army yake, with guns. People will be scared to go back home. People will go back home. So the truth is, this thing will not be fair, whether it is a general election or a by-election. Na sasa vile tunajua Itumbi anaweka numbers. Mimi nauliza, si nilisikia jenzi wetu atawalingia kwa system ya Tanzania sijui akafanya nini. There is nothing that is not possible in this world. Hakuna cha kijapanyika. Even Solomon said, hata Solomon alisema ati hakuna kitu new mpya. Hao watu wanababaishanga hata America. Jiru, hasn't America penda ransom one day? Ilikuwa mwaka jana malini. Na nikashangaa, yani mtu anaingia kwa system za America mpaka analipwa pesa. Hiyo ilinishangaza sana.
Unajua Julia, hii vitu inateteka hivi. Let me tell you. Unajua it's not that you cannot sanction a government, you cannot hold the government on the boss. You can do those things.
You can.
This is what happens if you unaoneshanga tu confidence. Kwani hawa sio wakihijack system wanasemanga aje? It is you either pay us or you forget your system.
Yes, and that is what wanafanyia the most powerful government in the world. And they are paid. Wanahold hii serikali hostage.
Of course, hata huyu Ruto hostage ni ile.
Ati hatuwezi pata mafuta, asijui nini. Let me ask, with all the brains we have in Kenya, kwa nini system ya Ethocon ifanya vile Itumbi anafanya? Kwani hakuna Wakenya wengine? Hapana. With it high time we stop being nice. No, that must come to an end.
And that thing, Julia, and that thing starts with the leader. This is how I want to advise them for free. I hope they watch these shows of us. Na naona Je amekuja. I knew Je akisikia nimetaja mzee lazima angekuja mbio sana. So this is what happens. Unaona Julia, in this life, no matter what, confidence is a positive energy in whatever you are doing. So unaona sasa ile kitu iko already when you are saying that you have already said that IBC is not free and fair, then you are saying we will accept that election. What are you telling people? It's like you are telling people, and we know definitely sahi as we speak Julia, sababu ni kitu nimekuwa nikiongea na mtu, certificate ya Ruto isha printiwa. just what I'm telling you na msiniambie nimejulia wapi hii certificate ya Ruto isha printiwa na imewekwa jina
na akakuu
na sahi washatengeneza mpaka speech ya swearing in yake na wako past victory speech hiyo amefanya, and na swearing in ya Kasongo itafanywa Raila Odinga International Stadium.
Yes, alafu niruse Jiru saizi pamekiwa vile wataweka hizo numbers.
Nataka kuambia vile vitu vimepangwa sasa na
hold on your horses. Jiru taburudia vile umesema. Unajua watu
vile vitu
Jiru kwanza rudia kile umesema. Jiru rudia kile umesema. Unajua watu waelewi kile umesema. Taburudia kile umesema.
Nimesema unacheza michezo ishaandikwa. Imewekwa pahali kwa nini? Imewekwa pahali kwa save. Iko pahali kwa save imewekwa. Certificate ishaandikwa. Then from there, and you are busy campaigning, eh? Mark that, certificate iko pahali kwa save. Na Ethocon alishaoneshwa. Ethocon alienda akaoneshwa. Akaambiwa, wewe tunakuweka hapa ujoyride. Wewe utabangaiza after uchaguzi unakuja hapa kwa save. Na ukisahau hapa si unajua tutakuleta hapa at a gunpoint, eh? So you cannot forget you cannot forget this location. So start iko. Then from there victory speech iko. So what they are working on now is data engineering. So wanajaribu sasa kuweka patches kujua nini hapa tutampea ngapi, hapa tutampea ngapi, hapa tutampea ngapi. Yote ishapangwa.
And MPs sasa, and MPs.
Na swearing in, ngoja kidogo. Swearing in iko Taranta. Swearing in iko Taranta Stadium. So I want now Gachagua to work with that data. I want Matiang'i to work with that data. So how are they going to prevent certificate isha taipiwa isisomwe? Sababu according to Ruto anangojea kusomwa peke yake. So tell me how you are going to fight that. That is the system which we are dealing with. Sati ishaandikwa.
na kwa iko tayari.
Everything is ready. So those are the people we are dealing with. So once we know that is what we are dealing with, now you can work backward. Now work backward. Sati iko. In fact, if I was Gachagua, ningeanzia sahi ku reject uchaguzi ya 2027. We reject those elections even before we do them. We believe they cannot be free and fair. What is preventing them to say that such a statement? It's a powerful statement for mobilization. Joseph, you reject those votes even before they are being done. Reject them, Sai. There's no fair ground.
Huh? Is he doing that?
Ndio najaribu kukuambia sasa, Sai, if opposition got out, wasianzie kusema tuta make sure already ushava. Na ujue hiyo certificate ikitolewa na Ruto asomwe pale ni miaka 5.
Hakuna kitu kingine.
Hapo lazima ungoje.
Na Chief Justice anabadilisha jiri usigoje.
So ile kitu najaribu kukuambia, if you have to reject the election in Sai. That's why I'm saying Raila Odinga was even a million miles better than these guys. In fact, this opposition is 10 times worse than Raila. I'm telling you, at least Raila alikuanga na formula. Tunajua wamepanga, tunajua ile mambo. At least Raila alikuanga na sarakazi yake. Yes, we know what they are planning. We know what they at least you and that is what kept Raila Odinga glued to people for 20 years. Nyinyi mnashangaa how comes people did not quit Raila Odinga? Ni kifo tu ili museparate na watu. But Raila Odinga, even in his death, he was still having as many psychophants as possible. Watu tu walikuwa tu, people believed in Canaan forever. Hata kuna watu who believe now after Raila Odinga has died, has already left them in Canaan. There are people who believe that sasa Raila Odinga shawaacha Canaan. So there was no in which Raila Odinga could have died na waacha kwa msitu. Kuna watu wanajua venye tu Raila amekufa tu hivyo, wao wako Canaan already. So with that information, can we now ask ourselves, the so-called united opposition, which is more disorganized than Raila Odinga, and Raila Odinga was not able to beat that system. So what does it mean? It means this united opposition, for them to produce a win, they have to be better than Raila by strategy and by focus. Are they better than Raila? Because let me tell you, Raila Odinga was not a fool. Not to beat the system hiyo miaka yote. Kuna vitu hazikuwa zinatendeka vizuri. One watu wamekuja kumilimbikiza mambo saa hii. Sijui nini, sijui rais general, sijui na and to anoint him so many things after he is dead. But tunajua vile hao watu walikanyangia Raila. Sasa hiyo opposition hata do even hao watu hata watu unahitaji hata kukanyangia break. Wewe nikuulize saa hii, wewe hata ukiangalia hivi for the last like 1 year, umeona Ruto akikosa usingizi? Joseph, wewe ukiangalia Ruto, are you seeing Ruto na wasiwasi na watu?
Mimi pale nilijua mambo yote imeisha ni wakati alisema competition yake ilikuwa Raila. Hakuna mtu mwingine ataweza mpatia competition. I knew there is something is wrong. Kisikia mtu akiongea hivyo ako na confidence amewamaliza.
So Muringe is telling us Wiper can finish the job. If Wiper can finish the job, can they show us a formula? Are they going to accept a rigged election? The election is already rigged. Unajua hata mzee wangu alikuanga sijui, even he said this thing in America and people were joking with him. Mzee wangu all the time alikuanga anasema the system is rigged. Sijui kama Joseph, unajua wacha niwale. Unajua it's good to compare with other places and then you juxtapose with your jurisdiction. You understand things better. Mzee all the time alikuanga anasema the system is rigged. He was among the first people in America to use the word the system is rigged. Hadi watu wakaanzia kusema, mbona huyu mtu anaibisha democracy? That's what people started saying. Why is this guy damaging the reputation of democracy? So watu wakafikiria, people will get away from that. Then people who could understand the thing wasema, lakini yenyewe venye huyu jamaa anasema the system is rigged. Vitu 2000 vitu zilitendeka aje Florida? Watu wanaanzia kuona vitu Florida zilitendeka aje? So the truth of the matter is the system is rigged. The Kenyan system was rigged.
Mzee wako pia tofauti ya mzee wako na Raila, unaona hata yeye alieta noma.
No, at least
watu wakaingia
I was discrediting Raila Odinga. Nilikuwa nikifikiria Raila Odinga ni fara.
Mzee alikuwa sawa. Nikumalizia alikuwa anataka kumalizia.
Huyo mzee bana, tafadhali tumpee maua yake bwana. Huyo mzee amesukuma opposition the way no any other man can do it. Brothers and sisters, you cannot discredit Raila Odinga concept of managing opposition to a Rizzo concept of almost winning an election 5 times.
That's why you asked the question, Jiru Sikutai Kukat Sam. You asked the question, has Gachagua ever gone to Eldoret or to Rift Valley after he was defeated? Because you see the likes of Raila alikuwa anazunguka Kenya mzima, whether any place hata ile ana support. So can you compare Raila Odinga with Gachagua? You can't.
No. They are incomparable. I think Wamunyoro was unable to build a national appeal, and it is unfortunate. He is too much glued to his community, which is okay. I think he chose his community, which is fine. He was not able to build that national accord. So lakini ndio najaribu kusema hapa sahi, because we have to say hizi vitu peupe mchana. We have to say it, peupe mchana. Na karibu sana Roma. The problem which I'm seeing with this opposition is that they believe Ruto is a fool. They still believe they can win an election because there is a lot of Ruto opposition. Remember, there is a lot of opposition to Ruto. It is true. They are right on that. Lakini, opposition to Ruto does not mean it is acceptance of Gachagua and akina Matiang'i. Those are two different entities. Sijui kama Joseph unanielewa hapo. Haimaanishi sababu hatutaki Ruto, haimaanishi akina Gachagua, Matiang'i na Martha Karua ndio tunataka. Those are two different things.
Ilikuwa kufa dereva kufa makanga.
So what does it mean? What it means ni hawa akina Gachagua na Matiang'i, they look for ways to turn the opposition to Ruto into a Rizzo machine against Ruto. Ni wao sasa, it is a swayable. Sijui kama una bwana nani bwana Joseph, unajua like wakati tunaambiangwa saa zingine kuna kitu iko huko juu kwa hewa na inaweza anguka anywhere kwa dunia. So watu wakae, sijui kama umesikia vitu kama hiyo saa zingine ati kuna kitu inaanguka and the scientists are not aware the exact coordinates where hiyo kitu itaanguka.
Metals.
Yeah, so opposition to Ruto is a meteor. It can fall anywhere. So what akina Gachagua and Matiang'i are supposed to do is to guide this meteor. They need to guide this meteor ili iangukie Ruto vizuri na iangamize Ruto. That is what they are supposed to do.
Jiro, can I come in?
Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, nice to see you guys have been listening. Before I say what I want to say, are the elections leaked? Of course. But ulikuwa naongea juu ya msee system in a democracy works. Kama hiyo ingekuwa mambo mengine msee angekuwa angerudi, lakini because of democracy and other things alirudi. Hiyo ni hapo, lakini wacha niongee what I wanted to say. In fact, you guys, you are 100% right. Tangu hii mambo ya primary elections, sio primary, but by elections, ambayo ilifanyika like a couple weeks ago, you keep on calling them united opposition. They are not united. These are corruption. It's corrupt. You can just say divided opposition. These people don't even understand what they stand for. Yani mtu anakuambia ati kwa sababu yeye I'm your leader. I'm your leader. So, I mean, from what I'm saying, it is very scary. Another 5 years ya Ruto, really? Kwa sababu we cannot organize ourselves. Kwa sababu watu wako na ego. Mtu kama Kalonzo Musyoka, I don't know, I can welcome him akuje to make it strong, lakini hakuna atashinda. We have said it here. Unajua kitu yani, unajua since Raila Odinga alisema, unajua nini, wacha nitoke, he gave Kalonzo before waungane na hii serikali ya Ruto, alimpatia hadi nafasi to pray. Kalonzo alifanyaje? He failed. Ati anatakuja hapa na kuambia tu kwa sababu ako na kamba force kidogo, ati ndiye anataka kuleta ati yeye aliambiwa nini na nini na nini. They are not fighting. There's nobody who's fighting Ruto. Kama hii election hii ingekuja face to face, wakisema they hit, you hit them back. Unaona? Hakuna kitu ambayo unachukua sasa tunakaa chini mnatuambia nini? Ati walikuja wameiba kura, mlikuwa wapi? Where were you? We have only how many constituencies? 3. If 3 of them you lose 3 of them. I mean, okay, let's talk of the 2 we were contesting. Hii ambayo ilikuwa huko Kakamega na hii ambayo ilikuwa Central. Yeah? What did he do as opposition? Ati mtu anakuja hapo you know, ati watu wanakuja where you say wewe ndio kiongozi wapo, you are the person there, then from there ndio nasema ati waliiba kura. Waliiba kura ulikuwa wapi? We are tired. I had everybody you guys talking. It's true. If we go hii mambo ya soft, hakuna tunashinda. Then you guys, like you said before, get ready for another 5 years. Yeah, this conman. After 5 years, this conman is going to install his own puppet, who's going to be there for whatever. So maybe in our lifetime, after an election in Kenya, where you can just say, you know what, opposition won, they won fairly. That's what we are saying. Still have time. But the problem is the trend where they are headed to. The trend is these people, I don't even get them. I don't even hear what they say anymore. They are not united. They are just fighting. They are in between fighting. Kila mtu wako na ego, Shinani, Matiang'i, whatever. But more especially, Huyu Gachawa na Kalonzo, their team, that team cannot win. Let's be sincere on whatever we want to say here. They cannot win. Kwa sababu, well, the way they are best kama yani wameweka yani at their stronghold ni kabila yao. That's what they are trying to tell us. If you want to win an election, man, you have to go beyond your tribe. You have to go beyond your tribe. Ati kila kitu unaenda kusemea huko Central. Unaenda kusemea kila kitu when have you ever realized when Kalonzo ni kama vile anataka kuwa mgumu, ni wakati ya kukambani. Ndiye anakuonyesha. When out of kukambani usimusikii, hadi anachita Mkristo nini. Hii garbage, we are tired of the garbage. We support these people. We want to, hakuna haja kujiwekea tukuwe na tena hard. Unajua, some of us, at 2022, we still have that. I was just looking at my closet. And had that afadhali, yani papa to work at, we have a chance to win. We have a chance, at least there was a chance. Why should I support these useless people which I know at the end of the day how watapigwa kama punda meria? They're really annoying. They are really annoying. They are really annoying. That's what. Let me leave it there. They are really annoying.
Unajua Roba, let me tell you, there is no one who can even invest in a campaign which looks as a losing campaign on the onset. There is no one. And that is the fear which I have for this opposition. Not that we don't sympathize with the country, but the reason why people invest in somebody and in strategies is because the election seems undecided. You know that, Bwana Roba. Ikifika level ni kama wewe unaanzia kuona Roba, can you invest in somebody who you know is going to lose an election?
Like when you talk of Kalonzo Musyoka as one of them, what has he ever won?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to ask. People. I don't think it is Kalonzo Musyoka alone.
I'm saying is they're struggling like what you tuseme ukweli. Wao ndio walikuwa viongozi, yeye ndiye alikuwa anataka every time before these by-elections. He was a front runner. Alienda wapi? Where was he? Hata anakuja kutuambia mambo huko Ukambani kwa sababu ameshinda mama MCA. MCA of what? Yeah? Where were they when these guys they are complaining at people nani ameishi huko Kakamega and other places, and wameishi huko. You know what? Do the same thing to show them that you are capable. Kalonzo was the front runner by that time. About to go and say, oh, Kalonzo. If he could have gone beyond, even if they win at least one seat, or win something, they win at least one seat, they fight. Why wanna fight? Street fighting. Ikikuwa moto ikuwe moto, ikiwake iwake. Hiyo ndio what Papa stood for. Wakipiga tunapiga, wakilia tunalia. Lakini sasa watu, these people at MCAs ndio nakuja mnatufia kifua hapa. Then from there we even don't understand them. Hawa wako na hii group. It's as if unless you know the way they are doing it, but at the end of the day, Julie said something here very good. Technology is something they have to impress. Yani, since 2022, Itumbi, ama nimuite Mutungi, ama Mutomba, I don't know, I can call him. So to use some of these words. Yeah. He's the one who's just like a few minutes after kifunga, anatua namba sake. Oh, then from there, his numbers are always winning.
And we move on with them. And no one questions them. And people just take him as a hero. Kama sahi Itumbe is being taken as a hero Kenya mzima. Almost, look at that guy, is a criminal. Itumbe is a criminal, somebody who should be rotting in jail, and people are taking him as a hero.
Alienda shule gani high-tech, anakuja is the whatever. Yeah? And we have people who are capable more than that. Yeah? Jiro, tulisema hivi, wakati watu tumeona tumeshindwa, where we invested, when Stone PK walikuwa hapa, we just said, the opposition, if they want to win, they have to start now. They have to know, either they have one or two people, they know it's going to be a candidate, one of them is going to be president, one of them, they have to put themselves right now. Yani hii sio kitu ya kungojea huyu jamaa anachiweka.
And we need to see their food study now. Like, for example, Roba, maybe
exactly.
Who are their advisors?
Exactly.
Like, we need to see they cannot rely on the Kenyan pundits. Where are their international?
Where are they? Their tallying center iko wapi? Their tallying center iko wapi?
These people are very annoying. Zingine unajua hii kufuata United Opposition, they are very annoying. Unajaribu kuwafuata. Let me tell you, do you know that United Opposition, there is a very big windfall from Gen Z. Gen Z tu, na unajua wa Gen Z wataanzia kwenda kwa Kasongo. Hawa Gen Z hawa. Unajua hawa Gen Z is a bubble. Hawa Gen Z wakianalyze waanzie kuona hiyo opposition ni bure. Watarudi watasema hata huyu wacha tu tuende kwa huyu tumekuwa tukipiga. Let me tell you, it's not a wonder. Roba, Gen Z
anybody ambaye nafikiri utaunga mkono hii garbage, hii rubbish, one rubbish. What someone has to tell them. Sahi one garbage. We cannot. Hii hakuna hapa. Hakuna kitu.
Unajua in my language tunasemanga Roba, unapigana na mtu mnaheshimiana. Unajua majenzi wamepigana na Ruto mpaka wameheshimiana. And Ruto knows the only people who can cause havoc to him ni Gen Zs. He knows Gen Zs can cause havoc to him. Na unajua wamepigana, wanajuana. Ruto na Gen Z wanajuana. Hiyo kupigana walipigana wanajuana. They know each other. Ruto ndio unasikia Ruto tu akisikia tu young people wakiongea pahali. Ndio unaona yani iweva, lakini Ruto hata asikia Gachagua, even if Gachagua ongea na huko for 5 hours, he doesn't care. Hata asikie Matiang'i akiongea na huko 3 hours, he doesn't care. Lakini Ruto tu asikie tu there is a group of young men trying to assemble somewhere. Utasikia tu nao vijana ni nini? Because Ruto has seen the potential of young men.
You know what's annoying? Somebody was asking kama hii ilikuwa mock, mlisema actually abortion they failed. Wanasema kwa sababu wamepata C-, kwa sababu wamepata C-, sasa hiyo ndio wanapiga kifua nayo. Yeah? In fact they were even a D+. Kwa sababu I was expecting at least wangewin at least one seat. Lakini hivi, my question is, what's the way forward on these people? Kwa sababu
it is very
you can't
simple.
be told them to wait.
Roba, the way forward is very simple. Look for international actors wa kuanalyze ground. You know, these people, they have chosen not to believe us. Why are they not hiring reputable firms to analyze for them ground no pay framework? There are some people who have a way. Let me tell you, Robert. Me personally, there are people somewhere who can give you a formula of how to defeat a rigged system. Why are they not looking for them? They are available. They are available everywhere. You just need to approach those people. They are somewhere in America.
Let's go back.
They are somewhere
Let's
in
go back
Russia.
here. Let me tell you one thing.
Just go ahead.
Okay. Hii mambo ya rigging, I'm telling you, if we have a very strong opposition, and the opposition very strong and united, they can overcome it. We have seen this thing being overcome. But the problem, unajua tuko nayo, hii opposition tuko nayo, ni kama usiku, what the opposition, I mean, mchana ni opposition, usiku, or at
bro, how do you explain? Let me tell you, how do you explain rigging in your stronghold? Hiyo hata kama tunasema tuliibiwa kura. How? Let me tell you, na hii ni vitu Gachagua na Roba nataka uniambie. Can you explain to me? United Opposition has been saying Mlima ni yao.
Yeah.
How are they stolen in their stronghold? It has never been heard of anywhere in the world. Hata Putin hajaiba pale hana si stronghold yake. At the United Opposition ya Kenya is they are the first people to lose in their stronghold. Can you explain to me that? How do you lose in your stronghold? And everybody is aligned to you. Hata agent wa your opponent, there is a likelihood in wenyu. Hebu nikuulize kidogo bwana Roba. In Luo Nyanza. In Luo Nyanza, chances that agent wa DCP is aligned to ODM ni how much?
That's no confidence on that.
Huh?
At the agency, chama cha Gachagua na hakuna if they are, the people can be bribed, they can watakuwa bribed.
Yeah, ndio najaribu kusema an agent of DCP in Luo Nyanza, chances are huyo agent ni mtu ya ODM.
Yeah.
So and ndio nauliza sasa, if that is what a stronghold means. A stronghold means even the opponent can be your person. That's the meaning of the word stronghold. So ndio nauliza swali, how do you lose in your stronghold and you claim it is your stronghold?
That's, you know, why unaenda mbali. How do you lose your stronghold on just couple election vitu shingapi, when you have all the resources, when you have everything? See, it become all over the place.
Na ujua stronghold ni yako, watu ni wako, kila kitu ni yako.
Exactly.
Election laws, Roba, cannot be explained. It is purely carelessness. And let me tell you, and they have to apologize to Kenyans. And I don't know why Gachagua and Akina Muturi, they are not apologizing to Kenyans and bearing responsibility that we understand. Let me tell you, you know, there is victory in accepting your weaknesses. This is the wisdom which I want to give Gachagua. Gachagua angeanzia kukuja hapa kuanzia kuruka. Kuanzia kusema hata hiyo ilikuwa mtu ya DP ilikuwa huko. Gachagua angetokezea angesema, wa Kenya tafadhali, we know you believe in us. We never knew this is how Kasongo is. Tunawaomba msamaha. We will be more careful, wa Kenya. Musipoteze matumaini na sisi. We have just understood how bad this Kasongo is. Tafadhali mutushikilie na tuende pamoja.
Jiru, unajua kwa nini nacheka? Are you waiting Gachagua to say like that? You know one thing with Gachagua, he never admits to what is going on. Hata kubali.
No, there is strength in admitting the reality.
He cannot.
No, Joseph, if today hata huyo nani Muturi ajitokeze aseme, we didn't know how bad the Kasongo system was. And the
you are very far. Let's start from the beginning. how did we get a candidate who got defeated? Was there some
Forget about the candidate. As long as forget about the candidate ana shida.
You know, this was about ilikuwa at part fulani. Unaona? Part fulani. Kama the other part had a strong candidate, otherwise kwa sababu lazima kuwe wa mtuli. Unajua, that's the kind of nonsense. That's how they got hammered. That's how they got defeated. Kwa sababu wow, instead of just like preparing the best candidate, giving resources, sasa waje tuseme ukweli, kama hiyo Mbere ndio mnasema Matiang'i alikuja hapa when did Matiang'i campaign there, or Martha Karua alikuja when it serious campaign. Si kama hii Gachagua angekuja hapa last minute, hii ingekuwa landslide against the opposition. Just tell me, wamekuja wamepeana blanket. Kama walipeana blanket, wewe peana kibiriti. Kama you have to fight.
Roba, unajua, let me tell you, and I will say this one with a lot of humility. And I have shared the experience hapa. Nimeongea na mtu mzee from Embu. Ni mzee around 85 years. Na nimepea, sijui kama I think Wanjeri alikuwa hapa, sijui nani amesikia nikishare experience. Na huyo mzee amechekelea Gachagua vibaya sana. I'm telling you. Huyo, in fact, let me tell you, huyo mzee alikuwa opposition vibaya sana. Lakini ameretreat. Na nimejaribu kumconvince, akaniambia hapana, kijana yangu achana na mimi. Nikamuuliza why. Akaniambia there is no way we can lose in Mbere. Na hiyo usiniambie. People are shocked. People are shocked that opposition could not turn Mbere. Sasa hadi watu wanauliza, if we cannot turn in Mbere, we cannot turn Mbere to opposition, where else are we expecting to turn? Where else? Ni swali nauliza, like Roba, ni swali nakuuliza. If we cannot win an election in Mbere, can we win in Manyata? Can we win in Mazera? Can we win in Nairobi?
Can we win in Kiambu?
Or can we win in Kiambu? And we are meeting here, not looking at the impact of what has just happened.
Kwanza Kiambu ni noma, juu Kiambu ni cosmopolitan.
That's why najaribu kukuambia. And then Gachagua is taking these issues casually. He's taking casually. He doesn't want to take. You know what Gachagua should do is this. And I will say this from back again. Unajua, we advise these people. I don't know. Maybe wanaweza kuwa na, I don't know if there are very many political platforms which are overthinking these issues like we are doing here. But this is what I will tell Gachagua and Kalonzo Musyoka and whoever follows them. They need to take responsibility. And they squarely blame themselves. Wawache kublame Kasongo. Hold press conference na waseme, we take the responsibility of Mbere upon us. It is our carelessness. It is our mistake.
My friend, let me tell something. As long as we go the way we are going, unajua Gachagua feels that is the one on top. Yeye ndiye hata ngawa anasema is not on run, lazima akuwe washed at yeye ndiye anakona mlima, kuna watu. Unajua kuna hii kitu unasema yeye akona article, he has that kind of ego. I mean, if that's the case, the way we are going, that's why
Gachagua ana ego. Gachagua chakua discretion. Matiang'i, unafanya hata nikuite Matiang'i. Roba, Gachagua has been deflated. He no longer has ego. Wachana na story. Umemwona kwa press conference last time. Gachagua ashanyeshewa, brother. So I don't know hii ego unaongea, ego ya Gachagua ni gani?
Sasa ndio nasema
Mbere has deflated him. He has no even negotiation points for your information.
Ndio nasema sasa. Now from
right
here,
now you can talk.
What's the way forward?
Gachagua unaweza ongea naye sahi. Sahi ana negotiation point because kwanza unamuuliza swali simple, mkubwa. Unaniambia nilete kura. Mbona Mbere hukuleta?
Unajua, I like this Jiru, the new Jiru. Ule mwingine tulikuwa na yeye hakuwa anasikiza mambo. Sasa umeona mambo sasa clearly.
I wish Jiru, unajua I wish you on camera ndio nakuona vizuri with the way you look yo. Yes.
Leo kinachemuka bwana.
Yeah. Kwa sababu hiyo unajua tukikuwa camera ndio naonekana how serious we are about this issue. Kwa sababu sasa Seriously. Uliona the other day. The other wow, what happened? We are console. I mean, to tell you the truth, time has come. These people have to see the reality. Waseme, we have frontrunners who are wheelie, this and that, or watatu. That's where we go. They build from there. But instead, sasa Matiang'i ndio naona ameenda huku kulia, wamenikubali, Wamaasai wamenikubali. Kalonzo, that's not a bad thing. But when we look at the big picture, it's gone far apart. They are not on the same choir. Everybody kivyake. Yeah? But that's not the way to go. We have a few months to go before 2025. Well, exactly almost one year. I mean, if we go 2026, yeah, if we go 2026 with this kind of opposition, mimi sitakuwepo. Afadhali mkuja hapa tuongee mambo ya agriculture, tuongee mambo mengine hapa.
Wacha nikwambie kama kuna Gachagua anaweza negotiate bro. Kwanza hata Gachagua hata ndio sahi hata kuna negotiate na Gachagua anakuja bro, utanipea nini? Bro, hiyo serikali tunaunda, what is there for me? Gachagua has no negotiation point now.
Yeah.
And
so unaona
that's the reality.
Is in between here, ukiangalia the whole situation, okay, he has his ups and downs, but the downs now anakuja nayo is way more than what is bringing on the table. Kwa sababu, me, I keep on saying, at the end of the day, if these people were organized, then kutoka hapo before that, Uhuru akuja aingilie somewhere. Sasa hii ndio tutasema kitu. Sahi hakuna.
Mimi hata naona Robana ni ako na nguvu sana hata kuliko nani saa hizi. Nitagwa aje Gachagua natembea has a lot of say. If he can be able to mobilize.
Hata venye mnasifu natembea, ngoja relax kidogo. Venye mnasifu natembea, mbona hata huyo anatembea akutani Marava?
But matembea but natembea, you know the dynamics in Luya. Dynamics za Luya si the same na za Kikuyu na za Mount Kenya nani Gachagua nani atinataka kuita Gachagua Jiru. Dynamics za Luya land unazielewa. Hao watu wanakuwa na subtribe mingi sana. Si the dynamics. Hata vile wanavotigi is very different na vile si tunavote.
Sasa for Tawe movement to be serious, he was supposed to win Marava. Hata yeye
but you know Natembea is a governor, only a governor in Trans Nzoia. But he tried to mobilize votes in Malava. Kakamega.
Anajaribu, lakini why did he lose Marava?
Waje nikwambie, ile kama ingekuwa his own constituency uko mahali ya governor, I think they could have won. But this one was just way na vile ilikuwa, it's just like I mean, I can just tell you this. At least he was fighting back. I think he was fighting back. At least he was fighting back at least. Yeah. Lakini hao wengine hapa something has to be done.
And now you know Jiru, he can be listened to by you see even the coalition they had gone to say ati wanaenda kuongea kuhusu Luya nini. There is a problem they are seeing. Wanaona there will be some unity. All this is ganging up all that. Lakini sasa Gachagua, the problem ni even after tumefanywa vile tumefanywa mbele, bado wanakuja KTN na anajipiga kifua kidogo, alafu anaulizwa swali zingine. Jiru nilikwambia ameulizwa swali mingi sana lakini hakujibu. Aliulizwa mpaka kuhusu ya IBC, sikusikia jibu yoyote alimake. Bado ni tu zile zake za nidhamu zake tu za Ruto.
From Bele Ross, I have not listened to that guy. Unfortunately, that is how bad. That is the problem I have. You know, I'm a very unforgiving man. Mimi nakupenda sana lakini ukienda zaidi mbaya mimi nakutema kama kitu ingine. Hiyo ndio I'm very unforgiving. Gachagua will have to prove himself to me seriously that he has the required acumen to actually do serious politics in Kenya. But right now, I don't believe he has that acumen to do any politics in Kenya. and he has to give me his political mission and goal. Yeye ni wabunge anataka. I need to understand Gachagua nini anataka. Like for example, if Robert nikikuuliza leo, what is Gachagua interest in Kenyan politics? Anataka nini? What does he want? On personal level.
Mimi niliwaambia na utaki kusikia Njiru. Nimekwambia Gachagua wants bargaining in power. Na amsikii. Lakini mtaelewa tu vile nasema.
We will not
anataka MPs. He wants MPs so that he can bargain. He can have bargaining power. Na mtakuja tu kuelewa kile nasema.
As we want to win presidency.
Hii ni mchezo ya town Njiru. Na inachezagwa hivi.
Na sasa we will deny him that. Kama kazi yake ni kupata. So we will even we have to be reasonable on working on the presidency. Then he can claim wale MP anataka kupata ni sawa wapate. But we need to see a working formula on the presidency. So for Gachagua to win those MPs anataka, the presidential equation has to work, because unajua, let me tell you, politically, unajua leo nataka kuambia maneno, Robert, this is what happened. Politically, it is believed that the party which might produce the president has the affinity of people wanting to vie using that party. Sijui kama hapo Bwana Joseph umenielewa?
Kabisa ndivyo inakuwa.
The party which might produce the president has the affinity of producing a lot of members of parliament and has a lot of interest from people wanting to vie with that political party. I'm working backward.
Like 207.
So, for instance,
but do you see DCP becoming like that? Unajua UDA won a lot of seats. UDA itself, sasa tuongee kuhusu Kenya Kwanza, UDA. So, do you see DCP doing that?
Forget about I want to work backward. Kuna kitu nataka kuwaonesha. Roba utaongea. So, this is what we need to work on. We should not work on the political parties. We should work on dressing a good presidential candidate. Once we have dressed a good presidential candidate, na presidential candidate wetu ni mzuri and is acceptable, sasa we work backward. Sasa tuanzie kusema huyu candidate wetu atasimama na hii, then na akisimama na hii, then people will want to vie with that political party. But no one will want to waste his money on a presidential candidate who is not winning. So at a ground game yet it collapse because we are not presenting a winning candidate. So that is why a presidential candidate is everything in an election, and we don't have.
Fadhadana amekujibu hapo vile nimekuwa nikikwambia. Hebu soma hii comment yake ndio amekujibu. Vile nimeshikachukua nikishinda nikikwambia Njiru. Soma tu hapo.
Kidogo. Then if na ni bargaining ya kubagini na nani?
Si government. Ile itaformiwa.
So basi kama Gachagua intention yake ni kuenda kwa serikali, mbona hao watu wasichagua MP na serikali saa hii? Why should you use a political party which is not making the government? Why I don't see this formula working. Maybe if this is the formula, basi kama Gachagua anaokota watu na DCP alafu awapeleke kwa Ruto, si basi hao watu waingizwe na UDA. No.
Njiru utakasirika sana.
What I've come to realize, guys, I think nafikiri is a business. Kila mtu anaanza na chama chake. Sasa mliona huyu jamaa kutoka Kambana, yeye ameanza chama chake because that's how they make their money. Now, some of us we want to make a winning party mwenye atashinda. Kama saa hii ingekuwa United Opposition as a party where they speak the same language, they have one issue. Lakini sasa kila mtu anataka kuja na chama chake hadi it's as if they already have said they might lose.
Roba, we are supposed to be thinking of the candidate, of the president. If we had a president who is acceptable, ima ujinga zingine zote wanafanya, they are non-issues. Hata political parties ni siku moja inarejistiwa after tumeagree candidate ni huyu. Where are we not agreeing on presidential candidate? Tunasema huyu ndiye atakuwa kiongozi wetu. Then we work backward.
There's fear. There's fear kwa sababu I'm not trying to defend them. Kwa sababu yani, unajua kila hii kitu ambacho mimi nasikia yani inaniumiza sana. Huyu jamaa anaitwa Kalonzo Musyoka. Anafikiri at the end, unajua the problem is he has been given a chance and he never did nothing. Tell me, since the last time Kalonzo amechukua watu even to and protest even a single thing, since kama alikuwa anafuata baba. Tell me when he has done it himself. Siku gani? When? It's very soft. Very, very soft. Yeah? So,
Roba, hebu nikuulize kitu. With this disorganization, how can Luos even come to us? Hebu nikuulize, can we convince even Luos to come to us? Si afadhali tu wajaluo tu waende kwa Ruto.
inaonekana hivyo.
No, if you are to advise Luos between Luos coming to united opposition na kwenda kwa Ruto, utawaambia waende wapi?
Kuna sawa Jaruo yeye itakuwa itategemea
let me advise Luo community. Nyinyi endeni kwa Ruto. You are better there.
Jini wewe unanifurahisha sana.
No. I also want good for them. Hakuna haja wakuja watu join na tuna lose.
But
with all these problems we are having, watu wakae huko hata wakula kule, it is okay, ni fine.
No, it's not time to say that.
No. It is time to say that because there's no good reason of supporting people with no strategy. Let me tell you, mimi sitajidanganya hapa. I will not invest emotionally for 2 years on a group which is going nowhere.
Even me, hata mimi nakunga mkono hapo. Hata nimejitoa.
I have invested with Raila Odinga enough. Raila Odinga, I had to take drugs. I had to take drugs. I had to disappear for a whole month. I had to go to the hospital because of investment. Roba, are you aware what we went through because of Raila Odinga? Yeah, blue.
Mimi nilijifungia kwa nyumba.
Raila Odinga, I suffered. I couldn't talk. I couldn't speak. I couldn't believe.
Mimi hapo sirudi mimi.
Duko tunasema hakuna Ruto will never be president. Hiyo siku ya swearing in. Singefungulia TV. Hiyo siku ya swearing in.
Ya red carpet.
Nikutane na speech ya huyo jamaa.
There's no worst day I wake up knowing that Ruto was the president-elect. That was the worst nightmare.
Alafu sasa unataka sasa ni invest na mtu tena saa hii. Alafu sasa 2027 niko kwa TV. Wanasema Kenya tuko pamoja. Tunangojea
Roberto uko mzuri tuliona president. Mimi sasa niliona akianza kuenda Bomas. Hapo ndipo nguvu ilisha kwa magoti.
What are you talking about, my friend? Bomas, I took my place of work for 2 weeks. I want to celebrate Papa.
Let me tell you. Roba, let me tell you. I'm not ready to invest in a losing campaign. I'm not ready.
Also me, I'm not.
Nikiona hakuna pali munaenda na retreat mapema niangalie. Allow me.
Nimeambia pia mimi nasimama MC wa kwetu lakini itaangalia the atmosphere.
I hope you are not doing this one for Ruto because
No. Of course I will never support Ruto. I cannot support Ruto. But again, yes. I will not work for people who are not giving me a card to win. Hiyo nayo I don't work that way.
I agree with you.
Roba, I don't work that way. I need a formula. I need to see serious people. These people, we have lost in Mbere and they cannot explain. They are just thinking us as their children.
They are opening the case in court. What happened?
Let me tell you, they have not explained to us what happened in Mbere. And I cannot work with such a team. I'm a man of responsibility.
Even case, kama mnapeleka Roba case, you're supposed to be explaining to the people. What happened in that police station? What really happened in that police station? Ilichoma.
Let me tell you where I think something went wrong, and that's what I was telling you in Stone PK. The first time you walitangaza, unajua kulikuwa na mtandao tukafikiri it was fake news inaenda, kumbe that was the UTS won both seats. We thought maybe that is not true.
Yeah, so sasa unaniambia sasa mimi ninataka yani ati nianzie kusema opposition alafu ikitoka nisikie out of 290 seats Ruto amepata 270, tumepewa mbao peke yake.
Then from there the worst part of it ni kwamba tuliambiwa
ndio amepata 270, tumepata ngapi?
Mbao.
Yenyewe wanakuambia kwa sababu jamaa majina yake they don't you know, I'm just like I want
my friend,
I don't want to tell me how they start the election.
Roba, you know, even if you are saying the names are not matching, why did they not take that case to court before? Kwa nini hawakuifanya before the end for the by-elections? These things could have been done before.
The problem.
Mimi hata sasa kusikia excuse za hawa jamaa. They have very lame excuse.
So
story shy. So anyway, Atiana ananiambia ati Ayaga alikuja hapa Italia sio Njiro peke yake. No. Let me tell you, I have said it here. I supported Raila Odinga for 10 years. Years of tears. At one time, I even paid my ticket to go and vote.
Njiro.
I need to finish this one. Because inaniuma sana.
Wacha amalize.
Sitaki kuchezewa.
Wacha amalize, inamuuma.
Ni mbaya sana. Mimi zile vidonda niko nazo ni mbaya. Kama kuna mtu anataka kuenda huko United Opposition kukaa huko, kama wewe una roho ni sawa. Because me I'm not like what Mandago says. Ati siasa weka kwa mapafu ikisha. Me I'm not like me I invest soul, my dead body there. Mimi siasa inaweza niua. Kuliko mimi siasa iniue, wacha tu niangalie nikiwa nje.
Leo unanimaliza jini, leo unanimaliza.
From 207, tumefuata papa. I know 271 and we know what happened.
Jeshi ya baba.
Now hata nikiangalia yani hii mambo ya Azimio la Umoja.
Jeshi ya baba. Na ndivyo nilikuwa naimba mpaka hizo wimbo. Siwezi kataa kusikia hiyo nonsense tena. Ati na mnapeleka na
at least there was hope. You know, he was fighting. At least you could see you can win. You have a chance. Yeah. At least you had a chance back at the last minute. Yeah. Lakini just sasa hii ambayo unajua uzuri ulikuwa na hii by elections. It gave us kama hii it never happened. Sahi hata hiyo Gachagua angekuwa anapiga kifua vibaya sana. At yeye unajua kutoka hapa wakati alikuwa huko USA, alikuwa na momentum, anaenda huko nini what nimeingia amekuja okay, lakini sasa this was a test ambayo they failed. Since they failed, they have to tell us what's the way forward if they want to.
Unajua ile hii momentum yote ya Gachagua hii hata akienda Marekani sasa hakuna. Unafikiria ati mtu kama mimi anaweza kumuona tena? Ati Gachagua ako pale niende.
When I was following you wakati hiyo story imeisha bwana. Nakwambia unakimbia na kamera na kuona everything
I was thinking now a time bomb here now. Sasa ni lakini kumbe ni mtu ana formula. It's very annoying bana. It's very annoying.
He's annoying.
Unajua, let me tell you, I'm a very serious person. Na mimi nikianzia kuona uko na joke. Ati kura yetu inaibiwa. And you cannot account.
The red flags, these members of parliament, more especially these senators, kina Medho, Stu Medho, walikuwa karibu na yeye sana. Lakini wakati imefika hiyo
Roba, red flags zinaanzaga hivyo polepole. Unaona, kumbuka mpaka Uhuru akipiga kura ya 2022 aituambia nini? Alipiga kura akaulizwa na media mambo ya vile amepiga kura, akasema I don't have any candidate in this election. Nakumbuka hiyo word vizuri sana akisema hivyo. And if I could have known, hata singeingia kwa hiyo. After nimesikia hizo vitu zake ningenyamazia hapo na niachane na kila kitu. Kumbe tutakuja tu kulia baadaye. Then you come here, tunapeleka ballot boxes ati evidence kule Supreme Court. I felt very bad. By the way, sijai heal kutoka kwa hiyo kitu.
There's hope. Nimeona Matakarua wamekaa, nimeona Matiang'i wamekaa. I think they are trying, maybe now wamesema hii experiment ilianguka. There's hope, maybe there's hope.
Matiang'i ata protect kura aje? Give me a formula. If he has a formula of protecting vote, hebu niambie Matiang'i in my rural polling station in Mwea or Manyata. Hebu niambie huko ata defend kura yake aje? Nimpigie sahi. Nipange vile nitaenda kumpigia. In Manyata niende nimpigie kura yangu Manyata. Matiang'i ata defend hiyo kura aje?
Walishindwa.
No, mimi nataka wewe niambie huyo I have no problem of paying fair. Nikapige kura. Lakini niambie nimetoka hapa nimeenda Kenya na nimempigia kura. Tell me how Matiang'i is going to defend that vote of mine.
No, yeah, you are right. You have a right to ask that in upfront, because what we have seen from the experiment ambayo iliwekwa a couple of weeks ago is not helping. So we want to see somebody.
Umesikia vile Gachagua ati anasema, ngoja kidogo, Gachagua ati anasema a very racist statement. Mimi ndio imenifanya niondokea Gachagua kabisa. Let me tell you. After ngoja nikuambie sasa mistake ya Gachagua na watu wanafuata, lazy people are following. Ili Robert nataka uniambie ama kama hii statement ya kufuatwa na mjinga. You know, we saw what happened in Mbere, right? A true statement. Nataka tu kuwapeleka pole pole. But in the general election, it is not possible to do those things because even Kasongo himself, he will be in Sugoi fighting for his life. You know,
na huko amalizia vile alisema kutakuwa na 30 agents.
They are not available to be mobilized in the whole of the country.
Mkate miti, mtu atakuja kuchinyonga.
Alafu atakaendelea, Roba sikia, you need to listen to this one. And then it is impossible to mobilize goons in the whole of the country. Who told you Kasongo needs to mobilize goons in the whole of country? He doesn't need to mobilize goons in Rift Valley. He needs to mobilize goons strategically. And those goons are available. You don't need to mobilize goons in the whole of Kenya. You need to mobilize goons in places where it matters.
Mimi Jiru, as you're making that comment, kuna comment umesema hapo mbele na nikabelieve na wewe. You see, even in Madera, he might even lack that MP. Madera, jule jamaa anaitwa Amombi huyo. Usicheze na, they were the ones who are mobilizing those goons in Mbere. Hata Madera kutakuwa tu hivyo.
Na ujue wanataka kudisapprove Gachagua
Vivyo hivyo. Vivyo hivyo.
Kupea Gachagua mbunge ili wamwambie wewe sio kitu.
Watamwaga pesa kabisa na walipe magoons. Wewe ngojea. Hata hiyo Madera.
Let's not talk about from emotional side of it. Emotional.
That is what
we also look like. What's the solution here?
That's why I want to give you a solution. A solution is simple. I told you.
Okay. No, let me just finish then from there. Where I was headed to. So the thing is it possible some of you can also suggest what kind of lineup might work, because it looks like what we have right now is impossible. Which one can work? About people we know who might just like they might come in if they are given that chance, they can fight back. If they want to. Because at this point, are we saying we are divided? Because all of us, we have said point blank, we don't support this dictator. We don't support him. But what's the way forward? So are we going to say, let's leave it like that to end, or is there a way we can...
Jiru has given you a very good option. He has told you until they show the seriousness they are in with. You cannot say you are going to become president and you're not showing the top three. You know the top three who wants for this job. Tunajua Gachagua anataka, Matiang'i anataka, and we know Kalonzo wanted. We need to see seriousness in them. They need to address these issues. They cannot just come and give statements. Wanafaa tuambie if this election will be bundled with, we are not going to accept, and we are going to even if we are going to hire any hint of this election going haywire, tunakataa na hizo elections.
And Joseph,
It's better we go the revolution way.
Joseph, and as they give, unajua na wasikilizanga, as they give reasons, they have to give.
By the way, guys,
kidogo,
I have not seen other than Gachagua, somebody who has called a news conference with all the media house, akuje ambie Ruto, unajua nini? You choke, we will be on you too. Kwa sababu Kenya, we are a democracy. Hata akiwa president,
they are not
we have to tell him. But situation,
we can even jail you if you continue. You know,
exactly.
Because it is known. Let me tell you, this is how people speak. It was criminality which happened in Mbere. It was criminality. This is how you say, unasimama kwa media, unasema, we saw the shenanigans in which the government did. And we know very well it was under the sponsorship of the president. Mr. President, we are not going to take these jokes you are doing. And we will go the extra strength. If you steal our votes again, we will make sure even you go to jail. Why can they not be that lucid? Let me tell you something, Robert. The reason why I'm hungry with these people. Unajua, toka jana by the way niko na hasira mbaya sana. Hata show ya juzi, I was not able to do it here because kama umenisikiliza niko na hasira mbaya sana.
Hata umekuwa umefunga bwana, jana ilikuwa like 40 minutes.
Yeah, I am just tired and angry of these people, Bwana Robert, because I don't want to see these people wasting time of our grandmothers and our grandfathers. I am speaking with our grandfathers and our grandmothers, and they are not happy with what our people are doing. They are trying like to make Kasongo akae ni kama ni kitu kubwa sana.
Is there something you have in mind which can shake?
I have so many reasons. I have so many ways of defeating Kasongo, but again, they cannot.
And person here, kwa sababu from what I'm seeing, let me be sincere. Martha Karua, Kalonzo Musyoka, Gachagua, let's be sincere on this. Hii mambo ya party sao, I mean, I'm not talking about Matiang'i because Matiang'i came hiyo mambo ya party ya Huru, that one has been in existence. But these people, they can't tell me at one form party because that's the way they want to negotiate. If that's the way, then that's wrong. At this point, that's wrong. Yeah? If we don't have a united front, a united party, hii mambo ya kusema sasa TCPK wala TCPK wala tisa kusikiza ground.
Unajua they want regional parties sababu kila mtu anataka
exactly.
Yeah. They want regional parties.
What I don't know. Why not?
Because unajua
aende kuanzia huko Migori.
Unajua the reason why they want regional parties because Gachagua anasema because I didn't have a party, that is why I was impeached. So you see now you cannot end out Gachagua from that thinking. Yeah, anasema I am developing a party ili hata nikishikana na hao united opposition wasinifukuze, niko na kitu nimeshikilia.
No, the thing is
I don't want to as an individual. That is what he thinks, and his constituency is believing that.
No, what we want is, in fact, I think that's why our politics have gone wrong. Hii mambo ya kusema kila mtu anakuja chama every year, hata sijui wapi, it's a business. But if we had like a party which stands for something, and that's where we go wrong. That's my own opinion. If we had, like, let's say, Jubilee, that's an example of not a Jubilee. I remember Jubilee was just there, was against us. Here as 2017. I couldn't, the Jubilee nilikuwa ukuniambia ningekata what, lakini sasa kwa sababu ya Uhuru, I came to like Uhuru. I don't know why. So if we had a party that we stands for, tunaungana hapo. That one might work. Lakini kusema sasa hii adui akuje chama chake ndiye ameanza kidogo, na huyu akuje na huyu akuje, sasa watakuja hapa, it's not going to work. Yeah. By the way, let's be sincere. The parties which want this MCAs for Matiang'i is not his party, sio Jubilee. It's chama kingine hapo, I don't know, but those people, we know their patterns ya kupiga kura. They don't like the government, more especially when it is the way it is right now. That was a strength of Matiang'i. I don't believe on it. But Matiang'i seems he has same as Gachagua or everybody. From where they come from or whether they do have strength. But that's not enough to make you be a president. To be a president, you must have strength in the whole country. And that's what they are lacking right now. That's what they are lacking. If you can beat it on your backyard, unapigwa kama nini, hapa ni kwangu hapa, I mean, hapa mpaka nani atangaza ameshinda. Then from there, you realize sense danger ati watu wanakuja. Then from there, they attacked us. Oh, why you attacked your own backyard? Why couldn't you fight back? Or ungeweka system where you fight it up front. Yeah. See, to now end the election even before. In fact, mina ngojea waje nifuatilie mambo ya election result. Mina naona hiyo jamaa huyu si Itumbi ameweka hapo, ndio sasa you can see online kila kitu, ndio nikasema huyu jamaa is still alive. Hii memory saki from 2022. You know, that guy was almost killed. Normally I don't fight for people to be killed. I don't know whether he was faking or alikuwa karibu kuuawa. That guy from 2020 alipatia very bad wakati hiyo matangazo na nini alikuwa na yeye alikuwa na nini, then it was. Then from there hii mambo ya by election anakuja at the end anakuja na anaweka kila kitu tena, it stands to be the same way. Then I said it this way when Stone PK was here. When is the time opposition itakuwa their own tallying station, watatangaza matangazo yao waseme unajua nini, what do you the commissioner or whoever who announced is we have our own and we want to declare our own to be the MP, whether you like it or not. Then from there we know the truth. We are not fighting. Tunaambiwa tunachukua code, lakini tuambie give us the results. They have never given us nothing. Hiyo ndio inanifanya na mimi nakuwa wasimu. I don't want them anymore until someone wakes me up and tells me there's another way forward. And that's I'm asking you guys. Is there another way forward you guys you can see? Or to work a mkono juu to say this enough is enough? Then we move on.
Bwana Roba, sijasema tuweke mikono juu. What there is this. The opposition is slowly collapsing in Kenya. And as the opposition is collapsing, it doesn't mean that it is collapsing and people are going to Kasongo. We need to be clear about that. What these people are doing is they are turning boycott of elections. People, so watu wanaweza kataa kwenda kupiga kura, hata kama tunajua Kasongo atajipigia kura and it will determine the amount of votes which will be in the ballot. But what the opposition is doing by what they are doing, they are increasing frustrations. And when they increase frustration and there is open evidence that these people cannot help themselves, they are not aggressive. You know, let me tell you, Bwana Roba, politics is aggression. You have to be aggressive. Bwana, there is no, you know, even Ruto himself, he was very aggressive to Ruto and Raila. Ulikuwa unasikia bwana, huyu kitendawili hakuna kitu anaweza nifanyia bwana. You know, those statements, see ati they are meant like to cause havoc, but they are meant to show your people that there is a moral sense of following a leader. So, like, I'm expecting by now somebody who should be addressing Kasongo by I. And anamwambia aje, right? As we speak now, we are defeating you. We know that you have assembled an election rigging system. We will investigate it. And don't ask me, how can you investigate an election? You can investigate it. It is computer aided rigging. So computer aided rigging is investigatable. We will investigate all the monkey businesses which you are doing. And if our investigation turns to collaboration to bad actors in influencing the election, we are going to institute, like, you need to show that aggression, that you are serial. Hii united opposition yetu wanaibiwa kura na Kasongo, they cannot react. Because when I say they cannot react, there is no any opposition figure who has reacted effectively on that election stealing of No, it was November 27. Yeah, November 27. No any candidate, no opposition candidate who has reacted. Your vote cannot be stolen, and your vote cannot be stolen, and you take it as a Monday as usual. How do you react? Goja kidogo, reaction. Namaliza. They are not giving smart issues. They are not exact. They are not realistic in their approach or even in the way they address. They are too vague. Hata Gachagua akiongea, Gachagua anaongeanga vague. So what do they need to do as I finish here uongee? Is very simple. They need to show Kenyans confidence of winning an election. It is possible to show that confidence. So, Bure Bwanaroba, if you don't show Kenyans you can win an election, don't tell Kenyans, get out and vote, do what, we are doing what. Don't even tell Kenyans you are even vying. Political campaign begins with the confidence. And not confidence, it is confidence for you as a person who kushinda. I need to be hearing these statements like from somebody like Matiang'i. Kenyans, rest assured, Kasongo cannot steal my votes.
Let me also bring another thing here about they have to start from. They have to start from the way they are breeding this parrot peppers. Because I think there's a disconnect about every time Naskia, they printed the exact material, and by that Naskia, there are some extra parrot peppers ambayo imepatikana nini na nini ambayo. So kama hizi vitu nakuja is being inspected. Na kila kitu, if we have that kind, if opposition wants to win, they have to go 100%. 100% in.
Unajua Droba, what happens in elections? You know why elections are made so that they cannot, even if you are going to steal, you try to steal with few votes. You know what happened to elections like those? Is there is tension in those elections. Like the way we saw in 2022, the way we saw in 2017. There is always tension in those elections. The tension is brought by when the opposition leader tries to say apana. This guy, this IEBC guy, like the way Raila was talking about Chebukati and saying apana, huyu mtu, this guy is not free at all. This guy cannot conduct free elections. That is what Akina Gachagua are supposed to be doing to Ethacon right now. But do you see them doing that to him?
They should ask more answers from a commissioner.
They're not doing that. That is the thing they should be doing now. They should be on his neck.
Response. So wanataka Royal Society of Kenya iende kufuata. Wanataka nini iende kufuata. Imagine there's sahi, yeah, maybe because people were spoiled, because baba alikuwa anasema kitu anasema akisema nini na nini, yani kuna hile. Now we are past Raila. He's gone. He's not coming back. And we are not going to have another Raila like him in our lifetime. But how do we win this election ambayo inakuja? Or how do we? Because what I'm seeing here, like we said, tuweke roho zangu hapa, ya kwako ya kwangu na kila kitu, baadaye itakuwa like 2022 again. There's another that one need tufanya wengine tuseka haraka. Sitaki kwenda hiyo tena. But I want to see, since I'm anti-Ruto, let me say it myself, anti-Ruto, because I've never support him. I would never go the way he goes. Is there a way, guys? Is there a way forward where we can just say, you know what? If these people come up, like you said, like you just said, if Matiang'i will just come up one-on-one, not angoje Ruto aseme ndiye anafanya nini. Some of the things he has to start. Unajua lazima ukue radical, ukue extreme, ukue unajua you cannot, hii mambo mahali mefikia, you cannot be the good guy in town. You cannot be the good guy on the block. At wewe, at mimi, if spend na hii, you want to be, sometimes you have to get out of your comfort zone. You have to.
But Roba, you know, we come here to say our views and to weigh our options and our opinions. Do their handlers come here to listen? Because that is the main issue. They should be having their handlers who are listening to people who are talking about these issues. Do they even listen? Because if they are listening, we don't come here. I've seen somebody saying mtu saa zingine akona hopelessness ama yuko sawa. We are not coming here just to speak to ongea roba and then we go to sleep. We come here to look for solutions for things that are happening. Do those guys have their handlers who come and listen to these issues? Because these are issues we are raising which are very serious. And they should be having their handlers coming here and telling them, hey, nasikia pahali kuna show fulani wanasema hivi na hivi na hivi. What we need to do and this and this.
Joseph, you'll be shocked ni Ruto handlers ndio wanasikiliza. Wakanyanga kabisa.
So he's getting the better option. Kuliko wale united opposition. So how can you be saying that you are dealing with Kenyans even in online and everywhere? Na mpaka ukuji kusikiza mpaka some of the opinion unapewa. Right now, if I was Gachagua, I could be taking opinions from everybody, so that I can know the way forward. Nijue okay, hapa na hapa, how am I gauging after the Mbere fiasco? Bado nina gauge aje? Umesikia Njiro ikwambia hapa kuna mzee alimwambia mimi huko nimetoka. He's supposed to be gauging now. Right now, nimeambia Njiro leo, Kindiki amerudi tena Mbere, amerudi Mbere. Si leo wako Mbere. They are about to go for the Mbere MCA's by election. Anataka amalizie Gachagua kabisa sasa, amfunike kwa hiyo benera.
Focus nayo hiyo Ruto, let me tell you, amjui vile hiyo Ruto atawapea.
Lakini sasa unajua kwa Kindiki iko na importance. Njiro anataka kumzika kabisa. Make sure amezika, anataka ku make sure amezika Rigathi kabisa Mbere.
That one psychology does not work that. You will not focus on that.
No, see Ruto, I'm talking about Kindiki. What if Kindiki wins those two by elections?
No, they will not focus on that, because they want to give them understand how slots work. Sasa sinaona vile sasa wamewafanya hivi. Sasa ukidunga mtu shindano saa hii umdungaji and unangojeanga. So ile kitu iko hiyo ya mbele wanaweza, unaona hizo mabirections zingine kama ni za MCA. Hizo hata wataleta maguns, hizo tukura itapigwa vizuri washinde. Ili sasa tukuapia comfort. Bana. Ni kama hii system sio mbaya. Hii kitu unaweza shinda.
Lakini kuna mtu alikuja na akasema hapa na tukambanish vibaya sana. Alikuja akasema Ruto anataka Gachagua asimame presidency ndio ammalizie haraka. Watu wakaona kama ni mchezo tu. And I'm very sure Gachagua he be open to run these elections.
No one will support him.
I'm seeing they are going to open for him to run. Ninaona kama hata kotini wataambiwa
ona he is on his own.
So
asimame unajua.
Umeulizwa na Anvia, nimekuwa nikiuliza what if UDA wins? Utasema aje?
Kuna kura ya bibi, watoto, relatives.
Guys, I don't see this election. There's a time tuliona Ruto has.
Let me tell you, Ruto atawapea comfort. That's how these people. Sasa between now and election, watapewa comfort. Sasa Ruto will present a formula like the electoral system.
Let me advise. For me, the only way this thing can just get started again to be on track is somewhere next year between maybe around February, March, around that time. And that one has to start be announced starting now, mpaka hiyo tarehe. Opposition itaenda Ikai, they will have a conference. It can be cross door. Itakuwa cross door na nini. Lakini waseme when baadaye wakitoka huko watatoka na one voice, united front. Hakuna mambo ya chama kingine whatever. Then
with a party leader.
What's that?
With a party leader. They need a party leader.
Yes, somebody who's going to be, yes, exactly. Who's nani anamsaidia nani. Then from there you can see the trend as a fresh start. Nana. Lakini sasa hao jamaa wakiendelea kila mtu anafanya hivi vile wanafanya hivi, hata kila mtu wa Mnyoro. Sasa wa Mnyoro atuongee tena wa Mnyoro, si wa Mnyoro nini?
Hii wa Mnyoro unataja, umeona watu wakipigiwa hapo picha hapo wa Mnyoro nini? Mwisho. Umeona hata picha za wa Mnyoro zikisambaa siku hizi. I love wa Mnyoro. Joseph, have you seen any I Love Wamonyoro of late?
No. Ninakwambia wewe unajua Jiru hujaelewa hiyo kitu yangu ya mbele. Na ana la kusisitizia hapo juu mimi najua kile kitafanyika. They are going to make sure wamemalizia Gachagua kabisa. Hiyo Wamonyoro unasema picha itakuwa. Wanammalizia mbele kabisa.
Guys, the only problem is kila mtu anajua kuna hii kitu ambayo I keep on bringing this thing here. I don't know whether you understand, you guys, the way I understand it. Kuna hii ambayo mtu kama Kalonzo Musyoka nafikiri if it cannot be announced is the one or whatever is one anaanza kucheza hiyo game alikuwa anacheza Raila tena. Is want to start doing the same thing. Kwa sababu he feels like he's entitled for this. So that's something they have to clean up. Kama they had someone, guys, waje niwaambie ukweli, Kalonzo people wamemuona sijui tangu lini, yani hii itafanya watu wengine wapotea hata wasipige kula. People want something new. Watu wanataka kitu ambayo italeta, even if it means these guys they can say, you know what, mimi Matiang'i nimeacha, mimi Kalonzo nimeacha, mimi whatever nimeacha, let us go, we get somebody else as long as we win this election that can work, that momentum, that whatever. But I don't see it. Sioni. The way they are being advised is different. I might be wrong anyway. So inaonekana hapa watu wameenda hapa Njiro, people are gone. Hello.
Yeah, we are listening. So so ile kitu najaribu kusema Bwana Roba, hii united opposition, unless they be serious, hata Gachagua asipooneshana elements of being, and seriousness is not rhetoric. Sijui Kasongo this, Kasongo that. You know, let me tell you for your information, we know Kasongo is a bad man. We know Kasongo is a dangerous man. So any rhetoric which is pointing towards saying Kasongo is a bad man, is a dangerous man, is not edifying by itself. So we need more related information on what we can convert and make us achieve what we want to achieve. Kutuambia Kasongo ni mwizi, Kasongo this, hiyo haitusaidii. What I want to hear is this. Kenyans, don't worry. This election, we are winning it. We are turning it. And they will attempt all their monkey businesses. Hebu nikuulize bwana Joseph ameenda. Maybe Robana anaweza kuuliza. Toka uanzia kusikia kina Gachagua wakiongea. Have you ever had Gachagua akisema we will fight Ruto monkey business of stealing the election? Have you heard him saying that we will block any stealing of the election? We will not. Eh? Have you heard Gachagua saying we will block any attempt to steal the election?
That's what he was saying. We don't have nobody at this point. Hakuna mtu ambaye who is a fighter. There's
so
nobody.
You want to tell me that it is impossible to defend an election? And nambona wanaomba kura kama wajui hebu nikuulize if you sijui kama do you know how wanyama wanaitwa baboons? Do you know baboons? Hawa wanakaa kwa kichaka huko, hawa wako na, do you know baboons? Baboons or mannequins? Okay, let me call mannequins. Maybe mannequins you can understand. Now let me ask you a question. You hire a garden in a place which is invested by mannequins, na upande mahindi hapo, na after umepanda mahindi hapo urudi kwako. We know that mahindi it takes 120 days in many places where like in my place mahindi ina take 120 days you harvest. Upande mahindi yako alafu uende nyumbani na uliacha umeipanda pahali kuna mannequins. Then siku ya kuharvest ukirudi hapo hakuna mahindi kwa shamba na majority ya miti ya mahindi ilianguka chini. Then you are there and you are busy asking, hey, mahindi yangu ilienda wapi? uko hapo tu unauliza mahindi yangu ilienda wapi? Then unaanzia, alafu sasa unaangalia hapo kando, unakuta sasa mzee mwingine hapo kwake ana harvest vibaya sana, hata hako na wafanyikazi wana harvest. Unamuuliza mzee, bwana nini kwako naona kuko sawa, kwani nini kwangu nini litendeka? Wewe ulipanda na ukaenda, huyu mwingine ana harvest, alipanda na akaajiri watu ya kuchunga shamba ili mamani kizisiingie. So who are you to blame? So the issue is this: the harvest could be plenty. No, na tunasemanga hivi in my language, by the way, kuona mazao sio kukula. Yani sababu ati chakula kwa shamba juu inakaa vizuri, inakaa mzuri, haimaanishi hiyo chakula mtakula. That's what we say in my language. Like ile wakati tunaona mahindi imebeba kubeba mbili. Unajua kuna time mahindi inabeba mbili. Unaenda kwa shamba sasa unasema, yani unaanzia kusema mboro. Ai bwana, niwekee ngiri 50 hapa kuna kanta ya mahindi utapata. Unaanzia kuhesabu hiyo mahindi ikiwa kwa shamba. We don't do that. So the united opposition, nimekupia hizi scenario zote bwana Roba, ili nikuambie ile kitu inasumbua united opposition. United opposition wanajua ya kwamba Gen Z ni wengi, rejection ya Ruto ni mingi, yani watu wataki Ruto, and in their thinking wanasema hawa watu wote 80% ambao wataki Ruto ni wetu. So let's just sit down, relax and wait for these guys to guide themselves in the ballot. Yes, that's why nilianzia hapa kuambia akina Julia that Kenya has done what we call self-mobilization. You don't need to do anything to get Ruto out. What you need to do, and that's why I'm trying to tell you, Bwana Roba, we have one of the easiest moment of our lifetime. But we are not strategic and to think, how do we guide these votes into our area? Right now, we don't need to do a lot like wakati wa kina Moi. Right now, the ground is charged. The anti-Ruto wave is serious. But that anti-Ruto wave has to be guided somewhere. And it has to be protected. Ili uone mafutunda. So, as a strategic man, unaweza angalia sasa hii rejection ya Ruto. How do you optimize it? What do we need to do to make sure that all these people they are in our front? That is what the united opposition is not seeing. So united opposition, and by the way, do you know that much of the support united opposition is getting is not their support? Sijui kama Roba, united opposition has not mobilized anyone. Au tu ni wale watu tu wanasema tu hatutaki Ruto. Hata Gachagua hakuna mtu amemobilize.
And that's what I said, that's the hope we have. And that's what I said, that's the hope.
Sasa hiyo hope tuko nayo, lakini hawa watu wote wanaweza piga kura na hizi kura zote Kasongo aibe. So wewe kama united opposition, you don't need to do mobilization. What you need to do ni you come up na strategy ya how to guard those votes. And that is why the biggest assignment of 2027 ni kuchunga kura, sio kutafuta kura, sababu kura iko. Saa hii ndio nasema akina Matiang'i they don't even need to have rallies. Ruto, wachana na hiyo rallies. Wewe keti chini, fikiria. Hii kura itahesabiwa aje ikuwe yangu? That is the big question. Si ati kwenda kutafuta, wachana na kutafuta kura. Kura ishajitafuta. We have, and I told akina Julia hapa, in Kenya we already have self-mobilization. You don't need to mobilize people to vote Ruto out. What you need to do will the vote of Kenyans be counted correctly? That is all what these people need to do. Hata Gachagua hitaji kwenda kupiga campaign. They are doing the wrong job.
I'm also tired. What you see, like what happened in Better North. Wamekuja, waliweka, we had a lot of stories. I'm just like, okay, where were you? Where were you? Because you are competing. So the thing is, it's simple. My take on this. Sometimes it's not easy to win an election. If you know that's the case, then don't run. Because you will be messing people's emotions. You'll be there's some people who invest like us. We invested just only for a couple of weeks. We see because of this by-elections, how we have been disappointed. I mean, it's good this one happened. Maybe something good might come out of it, but I don't see unless these people come up with a formula how they are going to do the election. Nobody's going to tell me, oh, they are going to run or what, until, like you say, they tell us how they want to protect the election. That's the bottom line. At this point, that's the bottom line. Okay? Because at the end of the day, if we are saying 3 members of parliament, or it was 2, whatever they were fighting for, it was leaked, and it now protects the election. What about nationwide? What about nationwide? Which means they have a wrong way to go for this one to get it done. But here's a problem. Are they even united themselves? No. It looks like everybody it's just like they are disappointed. They know if they say what's going on, many people might get disappointed. Kalonzo feels it is his time. Matiang'i feels the same way. It's not a bad thing. But if these people can just find a formula of working together and uniting, even this Timbera note, I never saw them united, campaigning there as a team. They went there. Sometimes when Gachagua speaks, that's when Kalonzo, you see Kalonzo. But I've never seen nobody who comes in and divines root and just tell them, my friend, even if your power comes from the people. You are here to go. Your time has come. Don't wait until Mulango ikuangukie. You know the way you just tell him. Unaona kama vile papa alikuwa anafanya. Unaona papa could tell his stories, then anakuja nampatia China. Then from there he takes over. Even though he never won, at least there was hope. But these people here, I don't even see their hope now. I don't see. Yeah, I don't see where how they want to convince me moving forward. It's very difficult. I hope something happens, but when? This is December. January is coming very soon. Yeah, this is kind of ridiculous at this point where we are, and we can't keep. I mean, we can't just like. That's what I said. Here's the thing. Let us give them until maybe probably March next year. If they are the way they are right now, there's nothing, no movement. Forget about it. You just better go and look for something else. That's my way. I want to do things. That's the way I want it. At this point, I don't see no hope until they just show me that they are doing something going forward. Last time, the problem was for protection with the Raila. And we kept on saying that. And maybe that's what cost him presidency. Now we are seeing even people are not even more interested in engaging, maybe trying to find out how they can fight back and protect their forts, because already from the by-election, they failed. Is this the way to go forward? I don't want to support a team of that kind, because I'll be disappointed again. In Jiro, I just feel like something has to be done. It has to be a major shakeup. Something happens until now you just say, you know what, now there's hope here. But before that, it just looks like it's going to be, we see what's going on. You just want to know what's going on. You don't want to invest. You don't want to put your heart there. Kwa sababu, these people can really disappoint. And some of us, we have been disappointed for a long time. Someone like me, I don't want to go through there. I just want to live my life. But my hope keeps on just diminishing. The more you know that the people you support or the people you wanted to win, it is becoming all wishes were horses. So there's no hope on that. I don't know whether let me just leave it there, and I don't know, man. I don't know this guys here. I don't know who's even running their team, who's their campaign manager, who's what. By now, we should have these people that could have said, this is my campaign manager, this is my whatever, this is my organization, our officers are there, this is where we operate from, whatever it is, this is our team. Even if it means we are not a country, just try to put something right now. But we are telling people are just like they are like us. They want the wind to come from heaven. It's not going to happen. Ruto cannot do that on happen. It's not going to happen, my friends. We have a long time to go. Okay, Jiro.
So, Roba, I think we have exhausted much of the things. So, if you're in close proximity with the Matiang'i campaign, please can you let them know the frustrations which basic Kenyans have? Just whoever has close proximity with those people, waambie things are not okay. Kenyans don't feel
Things are
safe.
not. Things are not, and I hope they will
Yeah,
get. They'll get it.
There's no any strategy, and we don't feel safe in investing in a campaign which is going to lose an election. So we don't see like the reason even to identify with them. We are not for Ruto. We will not identify with Ruto, but they are losing us. They are losing us if they continue in this bright direction. So according to me, I feel these people are blind, unless, and I think they are not greenhorns. They are people who have been in the government and they know how these things operate. Kalonzo experience, Matiang'i, even if he worked first time with Uhuru, I still believe he has some experience. So I don't think these people are lacking experience, but there are some things which are not tying up. They need to engage serious pundits, not Akina Manyora. So that is one recommendation I have given here tonight. I need to see serious consultants from Eastern Europe or America who are advising our campaign. So
and the people, they should have campaigned like all over the world.
People and the people who have won an election. We need people.
Exactly. People who just
I need
come.
to see those people as a strategist to opposition. Ata Ruto akisikia, by the way, United Opposition has hired this company to lead their campaign. Ata unajua, by that is how you create a perception. Ata tanzia Roba, I hope you understand when I say that. Unajua, that can be a perception.
By the way, I've been involved in a lot of campaigns. Some we have won, some we have lost outside of Kenya. And I'm telling you, major campaigns, even whatever it is, I can't even. And if there's proof, we can prove it. But mahali hao jamaa wako sahi, this is
ni pabaya tu, pabaya. I don't know kama wanajua hivyo ama we are over unajua, maybe pengine bwana Roba, maybe we are too pessimistic. Maybe we are too pessimistic.
No, you know what? Let me tell you something. There's some there's some in every day, more especially like the 2027 election, there can be an event which can turn things around for somebody. Like now, we had a big event of Papa dying. That means a lot. That event,
and I think that event Ruto used it for his advantage.
Exactly.
You know, Ruto used the Baba event to recruit rural communities. And if you look from that time until now, he is not stopping.
He's using it. Yeah, but also that's why I'm saying the problem with the so-called opposition. That's what I was saying was about these people. They are not. Huyu anataka mahitaji ya Jubilee. Huyu Gachagua kana mahitaji ya party yake. Martha Karua ameanzisha party ingine as if the party alikuwa nayo. It was lacking. What was lacking was not China. What was lacking is people to set the party. The people, unaona. That's a problem. The problem is not like to have a lot of kila mtu akuja na chama chake cha ukabila ama cha chikoni. Nana. The problem we have right now is to have messaging lazima ikuwe moja. Inakuja moja. Mwenye mnamwachia sasa yeye at the end kutukana, kufanya nini? Now you're the same person. There's part of the country where they can't stand him. We need people like Spockman who can just come. When somebody akiongea anaongea once, mpaka even the media wakisikia inaenda, unaona. Lakini sasa ikikuja, remember there's a time watu walikuwa nasema ati wanangojea Raila aongee. Where is the Raila now? Where is the Raila? Where is the, hao walikuwa wanasema, oh, even me I want to be president, people like Kalonzo. Wako nini? Wamefanya nini sasa? Wamefanya ati akienda Ukambani na Sunday ndio anataka kuongea kutoka hapo. That's it. Ati everything huku Ukambani ndio anaongea hapo. Hapo utashinda kura kweli? Ati ukienda hapo Western nini na nini unajaribu no. There's what we call, you must have a system for your own if you want to win. Campaign start very early. Hata hiyo Ruto alikuwa alirun campaign for 20 years to be president. Hii ni kitu alianza kitambo. You can right now, somebody has a chance, but they must lay the ground. Everything has to be. They have to start fighting. You know who's the candidate, the other candidate is. Why are you just as if we don't know who the other candidate is? We know. Lakini sasa Gachagua akikuja the best candidate ambaye atampiga kwa sababu I have 7 million for asivie any ile mambo, kwa sababu mahali anatoka nafikiri watu watakupigia kura. Hiyo mambo ya kitambo imeenda. Na mimi what I know, the way I just feel, hii opposition, it needs new people, it is newcomers, needs something to happen. The sooner the better. The more they wait, the more this thing is getting out of hand. It's running away from them. That's the way I see it, Jiro.
Sawa Roba. Wacha niweke interview ya Gachagua. I interpret it as we move forward.
Forget
Tutakuwa kwa studio.
Nisikia kama kuna kitu wako
na mtazamaji. Kwa taarifa hizo za michezo ndipo nakamilisha taarifa zetu za KTN leo Jumatano leo. Jina langu ni Sam Amani, ila ni kuache mikononi mwa Dennis Aseto akiwa kule Kara. Nikumbuka anafanya mahojiano ama anafanya mahojiano.
Budi amekuja. I will stop that interview a little bit so that I can give him a moment. Bwana Budi, happy Sabbath. Budi, habari?
Poa sana, ni aje?
Happy Sabbath. Unajua Sabbath ishapita sasa. Hii sasa ni wakati wa kurarua chapati kabisa na vitu vingine. Sasa unaweza pika, unaweza fagia, unaweza toa snow. Si Sabbath imeisha?
Yeah, sasa hii Maraga angekuwa ameshaanza Supreme Court petition.
Yeah. So today we are just analyzing here and people have lost hope with united opposition, unfortunately. I don't know if you have followed our discussion tonight.
I was following, but on and off, but on a larger scale, yes.
Do you think it is an overreach, or our situation doesn't look good unless we have an eye pattern? Do you think we are up to reality, or we are just accusing these people for no good reason?
I don't know why Roba went. I think Roba should have been here. I came in because of him.
I think Atarudi. Roba, please turn back. If you are there, at least we need to hold this discussion.
And turn on your camera if you want us to have a conversation. Because
I will have to use my phone. Wacha ni computer yangu ni kama iliharibika. Let me just put my
yeah, because it looks a little bit more formal when we do that, because especially you don't want to act like Candy Sowen. You know, that's a very good question you have asked. And I think for a long time, because of the situation we were in, we have refused to tackle it in-depthly. And the reason we are refusing to tackle it in-depthly is because of the fear Bio has been sustaining what we loosely call united opposition. There's nothing called united opposition if you go by the recent events. And the truth is, if we go by the recent events, there is nothing that we call united opposition. Now, I want to be candid and I want to come forth and explain myself when it comes to that. If you look at the mountain, first and foremost, in the aftermath of the impeachment, Gachagua, was disposed because of the anathema of William Samoei Ruto, because his game plan was planned again, was already planned. Immediately after the election, the Machiavellian law started working that keep your enemies closer than even your friend. And therefore, we start sowing a beehive of activities in Homa Bay. And constantly, Eliud Owalo, Murkomen, so on and so forth, to the economic forum that we saw that ended up saying that Homa Bay was the most improved county. In so doing, three things were going on: how to appease the Luos, how to depose Gachagua, and how to bring another Kikuyu to retain a certain percentage of vote, but at the same time appeal to the overall base of ODM. Now, when Gachagua came out, and this was his one assignment, is to make sure that the mountain didn't go out. And we kept on asking, do we have a timeline whereby we are going to say no to Gachagua? We failed to answer that, so we still have Gachagua to the very end. Gachagua seems to be an asset and a liability at the same time. An asset in that he does what nobody is able to do temporarily. A liability that him being with us can never unite what you think is called the opposition. So he exhort some fear that when we project it, or the people from other areas project it, I think the mountain does not understand it, because I think Gachagua seems to be also the only person right now who looks for the interest boldly of the mountain right now. But at the same time, he repels what we can call a union of the opposition. So any negotiation becomes almost impossible from the onset. So what Gachagua calls united opposition is something that is in his head of what he might want to happen. But when it comes to actions, books, and the roadmap to the election, there is no agreement. And you can see the disagreements and disorganization that we saw when it came to the by-election, more especially the Western Kenya. Here in the US, we have toss-ups states whereby obviously they are not too blue or not too red. So you don't waste, candidates like Democrats don't waste their time going to Mississippi, Arkansas, and some states, because they are deeply, deeply red. So they end up going to maybe Minnesota, maybe Kansas, maybe this time around. You look at states you can flip. And if you look at, honestly, this time around, the biggest voting bloc that we need to appease is the Western region. And to that end, Gachagua really mishandled the whole issue from the onset. And then you find that the opposition have not realized on how to bring forth, they have the support, but the leadership again, Nikama, you're using people like Malala, who also go against people like Natembeya. And if you do the synopsis very well, you can see that honestly, we have done more injury than we have done what? The union that we desperately need. Now, having said that, the truth is that the support base that we have in Western is huge in terms of votes. But Western seems to be a voting bloc that can easily be influenced either not to vote because they don't see why they are voting, or allow votes to be stolen because of the perception that the politics of the day is playing. So I don't know how the larger united opposition have tapped into the Western vote, and how we are going to work around to make sure that we allow themselves to participate within this opposition, the loosely opposition we are calling, so that they come up with their own leader without us getting involved and getting interfered, us interfering with it. The complexity that we've brought in is Malala is the water boy for Mr. Gashago. And you realize that Natembea wants to dethrone Wamalwa. And imetushinda kukaa chini, we set the pace. Now, when it comes again to the mountain itself, we are seeing loose opposition, which everybody is lying to us that, you don't know the mountain, this is how the mountain votes, you don't know us. But when you are going to election to somebody unhinged as Ruto, you cannot keep on playing the same politics we played before, whereby elections were stolen. We tried it this time around in the by-election, and we lost that by-election. Not that we lost the votes. The perception they created was that we are very divided people in the mountain. That's why Moses Kuria will take a little bit, Muturi take a little bit, Martha Karua take a little bit, and Giunjuri take a little bit. Like, they are creating a perception under your watch, okay, that the mountain can never be united in terms of votes. They are so democratic that they can vote to so many. But that perception can never be created in Luo Nyanza, nor should, at least now in Luo Nyanza it's starting. But that perception cannot even be allowed in the rift. And that is why everybody has been bought, including Gideon Moy. So you start seeing on the perception and the roadmap that we have towards even within what we call our rich votes, there is no union within us ourselves. Martha Karua is here rebranding his party. Gachagua is starting a new party. Kioni and the rest are entrenching back to recapture the lost ground. Muturi is here saying the East Mountain is east. So let's even start from there and be very honest. How do you run against a person who has already solidified his region? He has solidified almost like Luo Nyanza to his, because you can see the talks that is coming. They are ready. If they are given the deputy president, they want to, in terms of perception, they are giving their 4 million votes. And we are talking about, because Kenyan politics is not about counting votes, it's perception. And let's agree on that before we go ahead. Because if we go ahead and say it's counting the votes, then I think we are still lying to ourselves, the way Gachagua lied to us, that votes can never be stolen, and people trusted, and even told the people that you go vote, and kazi ya kufanya nini ya kuchunga ni yangu. That was a big lie. Now, if you look at the perception now they are creating in the coastal region, and this is where Mzalendo doesn't come forth very truly, the perception is that the coastal region has gone to Ruto, when we know very well that the ground is different. We have refused to capture the hearts and minds of the leadership, and also get a personality card within that region that will move the opposition, to our desired goal. Now, what we see in the coastal region is our infighting, whereby Kalonzo ought to have solidified the base of not only the Kamba region, but also the mic-minded people like the Kisses, who actually are becoming a bigger voting bloc in the coastal region. There's a girl that I used to tell that Kilifi people do not understand that Kilifi imekuwa Kisindogo. And when she went to do her homework, and she was like, it doesn't seem so, but we came to understand that almost half of land that has been bought in Kilifi now. So when you look at the outsiders who have gone to the coastal region, if something within the opposition is done right, they will have the courage to vote for the opposition. But do we really have somebody who can do that? I think Kalonzo has totally refused that. Now, going by the events that you see, Matiang'i has removed himself from actively participating with Gachagua. And you can almost see that there is nothing we can do about it, because we understand the way Gachagua operates. It's either his way.
They can't blend. I think
Yeah,
we
it's
need to
either
accept
his
that.
way. Yeah, it's either his way or the highway. And Matiang'i is not somebody you can bulldoze. That's another thing. So we must agree that what Kenyans want is an ideal union between Matiang'i and Kalonzo. But Gachagua has captured, Kalonzo. So Kalonzo is not ideally able to work with Matiang'i, a team that we honestly see that we don't care who becomes the president or the deputy, but it is a team that can give Ruto a nightmare and can work. But Gachagua, for some reason, does not have that insight, and he has lacked that foresight. And in essence, as each day goes by without Kalonzo working with Matiang'i, Ruto is encroaching. Whether we want to lie ourselves or not, be it perspective or what, that meeting that Ruto had in Ukambani, that he drew so many people, whether he bought people or not, in perception, they can take 30% of the votes. And that has never happened. If you look at how Baba used to operate, even Uhuru could not steal the votes za Ukambani. So if they succeed to take 30% za Ukambani, that's a huge voting block that they have stolen from us, which I really fear. And we are talking about strategy here. We are not talking about, politics of populism here. Now, lastly, Ruto game plan, which we thought an informed, knowledgeable, and educated mountain could see. I see a situation, Mr. Njiro, that is going to complicate everything. Towards to the election, Gachagua is going to be prosecuted legally. And one of the things that Gachagua is going to fight is to remain relevant. And this is where the Kikuyus needs to watch very much, because towards the election, Gachagua is not going to fight for the common good of the people. He's going to use the electorate to fight for his personal exoneration from the current postponement of the legal wars that we are seeing. And Ruto knows how to inject them at the right time. So towards that, Gachagua is going to fight if the courts are going to allow him to be electable. In that event, a lot of you are going to support him. And in the end, he's going to also start to perceive to be a candidate. And Ruto will know that once he does that effectively, he will leave him to become a candidate. He will not be electable, but he will be able to divide and also create a situation that Ruto surely desires. Surely desires. These things we are seeing them. The problem is, if we come here and we want to debate them with politicians who are aligned to Gachagua because of their interests to take the euphoria that Gachagua will bring for them also to win seats, they will want to silence us. But now the bigger question is, Are we looking at the interest of regions, or we must go beyond regions and say we rather have the people that are supporting Gachagua lose seats, but on a national level, we frustrate Ruto and therefore we can be able to redeem this country? I bet many politicians are not going to allow that. They will seem like so, but towards the election and nomination, it will be very difficult to do that. And when Ruto, as a politician, knows that, he will be more than ready in the last minute to have preserved an alternative path for the people that will fail to agree with Gachagua, Matiang'i, Kalonzo, and secondly, and assure them that they will win. And these are the games that Ruto has played over time, and you saw how he dismantled Jubilee when he decided he's going to give people nomination, how people like Kabogo and others were taken out, and eventually how he built his own new base and how actually he has entrenched and encroached the current politics of the mountain. The same case he is currently doing well in Nyanza, more especially Luo Nyanza. Somehow he has succeeded halfway in Luya Nation. He is actively working to remove Ososi, as you saw the newspaper was saying, Ososi and Sifuna. He's actively doing that. Why? Because there's a clip that came out that there is one thing that right now Ruto fears more than anything. It's the name called Sifuna, not even Babu Wino. And I was looking at TikTok the other day. I was laughing from Gachagua to Raila to every other leader on the podium. They have stood for some reasons and criticized Sifuna vehemently because they realized Sifuna is with the voice of the people. So one thing that Ruto wants to do, the last nail he wants to do to Western, is to finish Ososi and Sifuna, because those are the dissenting voices that can only overthrow him in that region, because he knows how to deal with Natembeya, because Natembeya can be prosecuted in many, many ways. So, and that's where we come now to your question. What is called united opposition? After giving that synopsis, does it even exist, or it's a loose word given to us? And we are discussing what has never really existed. So for the record, we've never had a united opposition. That's the first thing. So we are actually discussing a facade, and we must stop using that name, because we are imprinting to Kenyan voters that there is something called united opposition that has never existed, not in paper, not in working, and it has never, from the very onset. Gachagwa's rhetoric, you know, from the day one, when he said wakisi wafanye watuonyeshe kura wako nazo, actually demeaned the euphoria that the Kisses had towards the movement, the so-called united opposition. And many people started questioning. And towards now by election, he spoke with the Luyas very well in the media and the dialect last time through TikTok and others, and they embraced him. But this by-election has brought a lot of questions. And when they are doing the aftermath of what really happened, one of the people they are blaming is the opposition itself. Matiang'i did not come to campaign for our candidate. Uhuru did not show up. It's only Natembeya that was prosecuted. Gachagua did damage. So you see what we have done. So do we have united opposition? No. Is it in our perception we are lying ourselves every day? What do we need to do? Is to come up to our senses and say, you know what we are discussing does not exist, has never existed. Let's stop this nonsense and ask ourselves, is there a way we can build a team? And if not so, how can we destroy Ruto without even united opposition? Okay. Then we go to the second thing. How can we destroy this person without even a union? That is easier done than lying to ourselves. That is my thinking.
Okay. I hear you. The challenge which I have with that is the opposition has been by themselves, the leaders, I'm not talking people, the leaders have been calling themselves united opposition. So I don't know at what angle of reporting they say that. You'll always hear Eugene Wamalwa in their usual press conferences, they call themselves united opposition. So you will have to help me understand who christened them so, because they themselves, they refer themselves so. So I need to know that name came from where? United Opposition. Like, was it a random name from somebody in one of the press conference, where as they were speaking, it just was a random name? That is one. Number two, to advance what you said, you have said we are blaming opposition because of misfortunes of by-election. And it's like we are not able to account fully on some of the things which Mr. Ruto did. And I think the United Opposition has not been also able, I don't know if it is because of shock. Unajua saa zingine unaweza pigwa na butwa mpaka you are unable to respond. So I think the United Opposition has not been able to discuss the postmortem. You know, like even when you do the postmortem results, you always try to digest those results. What are they telling us? What is this thing? There is a fracture in the head. What does it say? Yeah, there is water in the belly. We call it the postmortem report. You have to synthesize that information into a way in which people can understand. And one mistake which the United Opposition has refused to tell us is they have refused to discuss. Because this happened, this is what it means. Because this happened, this is what it means. And to the extent they are continuing to play the same games, that it will be impossible to steal the election in 2027. And their by-election was stolen. And they are now continuing with the same narrative that it is still very difficult to steal an election. I think these people, they have refused to analyze that Ruto is not a greenhorn in the Kenyan election. And in 2022, he ensured he was declared as a leader. And I don't know the reason why the opposition brigade is not able to look at what Ruto did in 2022, and they postulate a likely event in 2027. Now that even he has even a more cordial IBC on his side. So that is something they have refused to postulate for us. Just to tell us, if Ruto does what he did in 2022, this is how we are prepared for it. Maybe somebody will tell me that they are waiting for the election days to come near so that they can be able to explain to us. Never. A force is seen in the morning. And that's why I was saying here, Bwana Mbudi, I think I was belittling Raila Odinga for so long, and I think I was wrong. I think Raila Odinga politics against a very bad systematic arrangement. He really tried. This is a time when now I've come to realize doing what Raila Odinga did for 20 years is not a joke. This is a time when even Ruto himself cannot do. I think that's why even everybody is appreciating him and even naming stadiums after him. Looking at what this opposition is not able to do and what Raila Odinga was doing every time. Raila Odinga ulikuwa unaona anakaa ni kama ameisha, anakuja anatokezea na kitu, and the momentum is there again. Look at how you like a man of 9 lives, somebody who could mutate from one form to the other one. Our Gachagua ndio huyu, I don't know if our Gachagua can be able to mutate after this beating which was done by Ruto. So today I have given a story from some grandfathers, nimekuwa nikiongea na wao. I didn't know even our grandfathers have a lot of history. And this is what grandfathers are saying, Bwana Alex, that even Museveni in Uganda, he has never won an election in the stronghold of the opposition. Somebody told me that. I had to confirm that. Like, Museveni has never won election in Kampala. I think you want to respond to that one, Bwana Alex, did you?
Yeah, that one I know very well, because But there was a point you are putting on. I don't want us to deflect to Museveni. I don't, because
the reason why I've said that, I'm not going to Museveni. The reason why I've said that is that I wanted to put United Opposition. So that Odi Muzee was telling me, it is unexplainable. It is unexplainable. United Opposition and to rule in their perceived stronghold, even with the goons from the government. It should be impossible to do it.
You know, one of the things that I think, and I like the fact that you're bold enough to say what many cannot say, that you finally have come to a point of acknowledging that the politics of Raila was not easy. And he went after a grain of systems, not one system. When he deflects one system, there was an alternative, okay? There was a contingency plan on how to thwart the guy. Because under any regime that was dealing with Raila, there were people like Mutahi Ngunyi, a political analyst, who also had an avalanche of psychologists that they hire, political scientists, economists, in the so-called school of government, paid by the government to deal with only one man and his movement, okay? Specifically. So they employed psychologists, they employed journalists, they employed a contingency of professionals to make sure that they knew on a daily basis how to go against Raila. Now that we understand that an individual is not just going against Ruto, these are systems that have been set up. And that is why you wonder, how does our country function? From corruptions to the way jobs are given, to people being extremely rich and you don't even understand where their richness is coming or not, to every president of the Republic of the continent of Africa, not every, almost all the presidents having houses in Nairobi, and you're wondering, how does this country, to almost all the ambassadors who come to Kenya, when their tenure is finished as expatriates, they don't return, including the last 3, except maybe 1 US ambassadors. They still remain in Nairobi. They start companies, they marry there, wanatengeneza makaratasi. You start asking, how does this country operate? You know, it's a very difficult country because the state in itself is a system. The government in itself is a system. The politicians and the way they handle their relevancy and even their retirement, it's a system. These people called in the judiciary that we think they stand for us themselves is a system that is very corrupt. And now there comes the army. So for you to go against all these systems, my friend, as a presidential candidate, it requires a true goodwill of the people. And that is what Raila had. You get Mr. Njiru. The one single important thing Raila had across the country is the goodwill of the people. Even when the perception and lies were that Raila does not have people in the mountain. For a very long time, you voted for Raila even when you are a mountaineer. But the perception is Raila was never loved in the mountain. And some reasons, for some reason, there's a time even Raila won Kiambu and people are questioning how did he win that. So he had goodwill, and even you have seen during some of these painful deaths that happened during COVID and during that time when Raila could go to the mountain and say, Gachagua, I campaigned for him, the Nyeri governor, or this is the history we have with him. Like he had a rich history with leaders and he understood the core way of agreeing on the things they could agree and leave what they could disagree and work with good faith with these leaders to a point that when it came to elections and when it came to the agitation of what the people want, whatever systems, even if they were to converge together, the will of the people still superseded. And that is why they could still call the man and say, we will take your election, but we'll still negotiate with you because this country will be ungovernable without you. Now, that is what Winnie Odinga keeps saying. The people of Kenya gave only one man for a very long time their single most heartfelt trust to manage their affairs. They are looking for another man. They've not found that man. Can we go back to the people and ask them what they want? Because these people haven't given him that trust to any other person. Not Mbadi, not Matiang'i, not Gachagua, not Sifuna, not anybody. They have not given it to anybody. They just want to be spoken to. And Gachagua is not willing that to happen. Matiang'i is not willing that to happen. Neither is Ruto willing that to happen. Now, this is where now we are looking we are looking and we are forced to things. If you look at the metamorphosis of my politics, many people may think that I don't have a stand anymore. When it came to a point that Ruto was actually silencing us by force, I was forced to support Gachagua. And many people, including you and Julia, questioned. They couldn't understand when I will say, right now, I'm with Gachagua. But I have to ask, up to what time? I don't know. But for now, I think he has filled a vacuum that is so necessary, and we cannot. So if you look at what the people want, it is not what the politicians want to deal with. So we have politicians who are cowards. They don't want to face the electorate, more especially you and me, and Stone PK, and maybe Julia, and other people like Joseph, who will look straight to Gachagua and tell him, we like you, but we don't want you to be our leader. That's the worst thing he will want to hear. So that is the conundrum and the dilemma we have. We like you, we support you, we are yapping about you. But we have red flags about you.
So Bwana Mbudi, unajua umesema hiyo kitu ni kama kuambia msichana na kupenda lakini sitakuoa. I hope that is not what you have told your political sweetheart.
So, Njiru, now we need to have a conversation. An open conversation without putting politicians in. You ask me as Bundi now, sasa hii kitu tufanye aje? So mi nasema as Bundi, not a person also allied to Matiang'i right now, let me take Matiang'i out, Gachagua, everything, we are doing wrong. Okay? We don't have opposition. So when we are in our dining tables, these things are spoken over. The problem is when we come to this forum and podiums, we change our language, we become chameleons. We remember we are Kikuyus. We remember we are Kisis. We remember other things that we should remember. But on a level, let's be very honest, on a level that unasema wacha niseme initoke, we are not going to defeat Ruto. That's the first thing. In as much as we want to lie here, currently the way we are going.
That one is true for now. Yeah. With the formula which we are using, we cannot defeat
whether you add for now, whether you add the formula we have, it still remains the common denominator we are losing. Okay? You don't need to add an integer.
And now you know, Bwana Mbudi, that's a very heavy agreement, because now if we are losing, how can this united opposition even push impetus from possible supporters? How will supporters gravitate to them with an open eye of loss? Can people gravitate to them?
Now we have this quandary that we also don't want to handle. We have a man that is accepted across the country as a safe pair of hands, not a man who can change the country. Okay? As a safe pair. Let me repeat that in bold, red, and italic. A safe man, safe hands, not a man who can change the country. But we have gone to be also lazy like the man. We can't criticize the man. Okay? This is a man who has all the opportunity. Tunampea vibe, anapeleka ng'ombe. We speak about him, tunamsifu. Anapeleka ng'ombe tu matanga, anarudi anakaa. He still lives in the Oka consciousness. You remember the Oka thing? Every day they are in an hotel. Every day they are in an hotel discussing nonsense issues that do not pertain us. So Kalonzo is an accepted safe hand across the country, but he's the laziest politician. We have a man who is not accepted completely by even me, but he's the most hardworking politician. A man called Gachagua. We don't want to give him his flowers. So we are caught in this quandary. And then because we want now to make peanut butter sandwich, tunasema bas wacha Kalonzo atembe na Gachagua. And then Kalonzo becomes even more lazy because Gachagua is too hardworking. So, and then we are waiting, talking that, you know, tukieka Kalonzo, tuweke Matiang'i, my friend F. Kalonzo cannot become a president with his attitude, with his work ethics, umesikia? And with his inability to outsource for money. We had a talk here that, do we have money? My friend, we just had by-elections where our 1 billion was used. We couldn't even raise 1 billion in by-elections. So you expect me to sit pretty here and tell you how we can transverse across the country and win if we couldn't raise 1 billion?
Let me ask a question in that trajectory you are going. You have said very heavy things about Kalonzo Musyoka. Are we not having synergy by cooperating with? Are we not saying like Gachagua and Matiang'i and all the other players? Can they not bring what he lacks? Or it has to be you as a presidential candidate? Like, let's say he has decided to unite with them. Can they not fill the gap of what is not there and make him a sizable presidential candidate who is ready?
That brings a lot of suspicion that presidency will be handed over to him and he will be controlled. He has 2 years to prove that he's a man of his own. This guy has been in politics when he had not married. Today, he's having grandchildren, and yet he has to be supported. So this issue of like, let's make this perception. No, Kalonzo does not need perception anymore. There was a famous clip that actually I will send it to you and Utachaka. He said, the ministries that Kalonzo has served, the role he played in parliament during Moi's era, when he became even assistant speaker, all these, even leader of government business during what? The coalition government. There is no seat apart from the presidency that Kalonzo has never been. So for him to be held a hand by Gachagua shows a misfortune from us. So don't even go there. That is telling us that Kalonzo is not ready to become a president. Do you hear me? Whenever we bring that, we already say we don't have a presidential candidate. And that is why capacity now comes in. Okay? That he does not have the capacity to become a president because he still leans on non-starters like Matiang'i, who came the other day. That's the dilemma we are having. But now, in all these, that is not what disturbs Ruto most.
Okay, kidogo.
Okay? Hold on.
Okay.
In all this, that's not what disturbs Ruto most, because we should be discussing something that actually is an avatar of what Ruto wants, because we dissect, we derail, and we start talking things that Ruto likes because we are not solving the problem. What Ruto fears most is not what we are talking. What Ruto fears most is that the people of Kenya are still saying one term. And he fears that in a flashlight, if luck and a blessing will find us and we find a common leader that is able to rally us, Kenya will erupt. Okay? Which tells you that the electorate and the people of Kenya do not have confidence in the Ruto's government. And he knows what happened during the GNC's uprising can come anytime. The problem is we have not given this trust that Winnie Odinga is talking about to an individual. That's why Sifuna is the biggest enemy, because Sifuna, having been with Baba, has a goodwill and also learned on how to speak with people. The fact that he was able to traverse the country and he was an MC when Baba was alive, he can still go back and talk to the people and say, when we came here, this is what Baba told us. When we came here, so he becomes an enemy. So if Sifuna could get an individual like Kalonzo, Matiang'i, that are willing to work with the people, Ruto is gone. So we should start discussing on the possibilities of the people that can come forth, because the current crops, we had so much hope. And I think Father Darius, every time he hears that, he doesn't want even to come to the studio, because nowadays, every time he hears me saying the hopes we had in Matiang'i became the biggest disappointment more than any other person. People start telling me, oh, he needs time. Oh, he's doing this and this. Obviously, yes, but the hopes that we had on him, on the way that Kenyans wanted to build him, not him to build himself. Kenyans were ready to vouch and die with him. And that's how Ruto must be taken out. Kenyans will be ready to die for somebody, not somebody to die for us. That's what the politicians are. So they are not reciprocal that, you know what, if you are ready to die for me the same way Raila was ready to, we were ready to die for Raila, Raila at some point was also ready to die for us. Now, the problem is that they are ready, we die for them, but Matiang'i cannot even stand one tear gas. Imagine Matiang'i in a demonstration in city center. Will we have that man alive in the next 5 minutes? He hasn't even practiced, because lazima hizo tear gas akule. He's not ready. Kalonzo has been a man who has been evading tear gas forever, even when he calls himself opposition. I don't see Gachagua doing that. Okay? That is why now Natembea comes in, because already ameanza kuchapwa. If we can groom him, the better. So the problem is on us now. What is the way forward? Because the current leadership has totally flopped, has totally failed, and they are taking us nowhere. Uliona ile kitu yenye Sarah Palin ali build in Alaska, a bridge to nowhere. Do you remember that? This is what we have now, a bridge to nowhere. Okay? And we are buying that.
And by the way, let me tell you, Bwana Budi, okay, thank you for that corrigent and closer look at that. And you know, by the way, there's no time for your information. 2026 is here. So I don't know if you're aware of that. There's no time. Do you know that there's no time, by the way? There's no time to plan anything. So I think this the so-called united opposition, I think in the meantime, we have to declare them impotent. Let me use that one. We have to declare them impotent, and they have no capacity to take us to the new Kenya. Now, because imagine these people, they have wasted all. I was telling people here before you came, these people, they have the easiest ground to convert into leadership. In fact, I was saying here, Kenya has done something which is called self-mobilization. You don't need, so even these issues where they are saying they just needed to get organized and plan an acceptable candidate who every Kenyan could have come and rallied behind. Because already Kenya, so we have already mobilized ourselves. It's unfortunate. But they have been unable to capture that moment. The seaweed was already flying, needed to, it's like the monsoon weed was already there. Let me use that word. You know, like when Indians were coming to East Africa, they never used to come all the time of the year. They used to come with the monsoon weed. Na hiyo monsoon weed inawapiga mpaka Africa. Wanangojea tena hiyo monsoon weed ipinduke, inapiga kadao tena inarudi. The monsoon weed. There is a time when you just be guided by the wave, and the wave was there to guide these people. Now you have said that because for sure for us to turn the Kenyan politics, we need that figure who will be acceptable and a unifying factor. Because we understand you are not only fighting Ruto, you are fighting so many things in play. And that is why it is very difficult to become a president in Kenya. Because unapigana na vitu mingi sana. Yeah, I would even want to stand how Ruto became a president against all those people. I think maybe he might have been part of that systemic issue in Kenya. I think he was just pretending. I think that is a discussion, Bwana Alex. We need to discuss like how was Ruto able to beat the system, not to beat the system, or how did the system enable Ruto presidency? It is something we need to look at it. Because for Ruto, it came so quickly. Like, is it that he really understood how leaders are made or what? Because for Ruto, it was not as complex as for Uhuru. Uhuru had to collapse in a presidential election. But for Ruto is one trial, ndani. Or does it mean like there is a Kalenjin architecture within the presidency? Like,
you know, Jiro, I think there is a bigger discussion that has never taken root so as people to understand the Hague impact to the democracy and the politics of Kenya. When Kibaki and Martha Karua is culpable and complicit here, quickly went international world to show that whatever happened, Kenya can deal with it. We created a situation that forever changed the politics of Kenya. First, we, against Raila and the parliament, we agreed let's go to Hague because we didn't know we can truly, because I think even Ruto vouched that I don't see how the Kikuyus can allow the Kenyatta to go to the Hague. So they refused to go to Arusha and we agreed, let's go where? To Hague. I don't know who advised Kibaki. But when Moreno came to Kenya and Mutula Junior and Mutula Senior was, whatever position he was, we agreed and we took our people to the Hague. The reality dawned. And at this particular time, even if I was part of the mountain, I would have done the same thing they had done. Because the one thing people do not want also to say is that when the Kalenjins, and these are allegations, but whether you want to believe them or not, I will use the word allegation because we are in your platform. I wish we were not in your platform and I could say this is what happened, but let me say these were allegations. When the organized Kalenjin came and they wanted to take the Kikuyus all the way from Nakuru, because they had succeeded, they came to Naivasha. When that meeting was held in State House, because those things are in hindsight and they are in the record, when they were in State House, Michuki and other people were reluctant to save the Kenyan Kikuyus who were going to be lynched. Naivasha all the way to Nairobi. One man decided this is not going to be. He started questioning, he realized people were reluctant. He organized, whether it was militia or not, quickly used his money, sent them, and somehow there was a pushback before our soldiers could come and life was saved and some life were lost. Naivasha became a battlefield, but Naivasha, that is where a lot was stopped. And to this date, Boniface Mwangi in the book, he has pictures of the post-election violence in Kenya. You can see those bad pictures and images. You should buy that book. It should inform you a lot so that a lot of these things we speak can come to a rest, because it tells you, you know, the things that were done in Naivasha. Now, when the same person who had stopped the lynching and the annihilation, total annihilation of some communities in there was taken now to The Hague, I think the whole community rallied emotionally. But now we created a situation whereby we put sworn enemies in one basket and take them out of the politics of Kenya. Now they came to realize that they either become friends and save their lives, or they die in the court of the criminal justice, whereby they cannot corrupt anybody. They decided they must put the enmity aside and find a way, because they have families and they saw that they are going to be jailed. And that's how the union of Ruto and Uhuru came in. The thing is that Uhuru's case collapsed in a genuine way. Ruto's case never collapsed. It was put on hold. So we created a lion that is injured is more dangerous. Okay? So Ruto understood, if he does not become the president of the Republic of Kenya, his goose is cooked. That motivated the guy to say, I will do everything to become the president or I die, but I'm not going to The Hague. So when negotiating for presidency, he realized Raila was not giving him what he wanted. Uhuru, because he was desperate, gave him what he wanted. But because Uhuru again was desperate, he overgave Ruto. By the time 2013, the young boys went to government, Ruto was more powerful for 4 years than Uhuru. Uhuru only came to realize later on that actually this government was not his. So for us to come and say Ruto came it at one try, it's a lie, because Ruto understood the dangers that have been posed to him. So Ruto became a president at 2013 with a different person taking the position, but Ruto taking the role. So when we look at it that Ruto tried it for the first time, that was a lie. Ruto became a president in the name of another person, waiting actually to be sworn in 10 years later. That is the truth. And that is what Raila went to save.
How did he manage to subvert the system to
Because
be at
of
that
the
position?
remember, Kimemia made this to happen. Kimemia was critical when that election of 2013 was taken away, and they put forth everything possible to give confidence to Ruto. It was not Ruto who was demanding it; he was given everything. Because the problem that the Kikuyu nation created is that they feared Raila more than anything else. Okay? So in fear, they feared Raila, but they did not see another more dangerous thing than Raila who they feared.
So if you now analyze between Raila and Ruto, who do you think has done more worse to them? And why is it that the Kikuyu strategist could not be able to see the dangerous momentum which Ruto could have created in them in the future? Why is it that they were so blind? Let me use that question. Why were
It's
Kikuyu
you,
so blind?
it's you now to look back and tell us, because we've never understood it. It is you guys to tell us, because what did Raila do to Kikuyus?
So it's a question which I'm trying to ask, because I don't think there are enough reasons of why they did that. And I don't think Raila Odinga hatred from Kikuyu people was something which was qualifiable. I think, for me, I take it as family rivalries.
Do you think the right word is qualifiable, or, I mean, like, okay, let me ask you, from all your honesty, I want you to sit down as an educated person, a knowledgeable person. When you saw the union between Ruto and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the quick one going to make that government, did it dawn to you that obviously they were not going to finish together? Didn't you know that they were not going to finish together? All the Kikuyus knew that, isn't it?
I think you know what blindfolded, and I'm saying this one's a lot of honesty. What blindfolded Kikuyus is that they pre-assumed the occurrences which brought the union together have been forgotten. Like not forgotten, they have been settled. Like
resolved.
Resolved. So like they felt that even though there was accusation of killings in 2007, where the two parties and they were even talking of like the South African moment, where
the Truth and Reconciliation Committee.
You remember this guy?
Desmond
Tutu. Called
Tutu.
who? No, not Desmond Tutu. This arch rivals, the two, Mandela and the other Muzungu, Bother.
De Klerk, not
De
Bother.
Klerk. You see, De Klerk and Mandela, arch rivals coming together. So that is what like they were saying. No, it is possible for arch rivals to. You know that is all the time how politicians hoodwink us. It is possible for these people to come together and
you know, like, Jiru, you are purporting. You know, you are giving me hypothesis. I'm asking you, when you saw finally these people have gone and now they have a government in place, I want you to be very honest. Don't explain so much. Did you think their journey was going to end well?
To some close proximity of 70%, you could predict there would be a problem. Because
and 70%,
we know how Kalenjin and Kikuyu mafia operate.
Yes, and that is why I'm still bringing it that even today, that honesty is still not there. And when you sit down, okay, to do the synopsis and diagnosis of the events that led Ruto to become a president, events that were loosely very catastrophic and very injurious to the community. For instance, to bring a mother who is the mother of the Kikuyu nation by virtue that his husband was the leader of the Kikuyu, Mama Ngina Kenyatta, transversing with Ruto in the mountain at some point, allowing him to kneel down, holding hands and praying to the mountain and saying, "You are our leader." I think that was very careless. You are doing it for political expediencies, but you are not seeing that you are anointing. So we are looking at, because you people don't want to take responsibility that some of the events that were taking place politically were catastrophic and have brought the pain today because of the carelessness of what we call leadership. Leadership is sacred. It's a shrine that all of us can be leaders. But the problem is we cannot be. It is assigned to a specific person to a duration of moment because it is a shrine. So knowing the sanctity and the divinity of it, you don't just go anywhere and play political expediency without checking the person. You are anointing. Munaekea mafuta, munasema now he is a Kikuyu elder. He will kumi yangu, kumi yenu. You know, I'm debunking what you are saying, that Ruto tried it only once and he took it. No. There is a path, there is a trail, there is a part you people played wrongly. Let me ask you, when Raila walikosana na Kibaki, don't you think it was careless on Kibaki's part, on a public holiday, Jamhuri Day, for Kibaki, no deputy president, no minister for internal security, no any other minister had ever rode in the presidential motorcade, whereby you start and greet the people of Kenya during what? Kibaki akaweka Ruto nyuma ya gari, wakaenda round ya stadium kusalimia watu as a co-president because he was dealing with Raila Amolo Odinga. So don't come here and say that the guy only tried once and became. No, there was a making of Ruto. Unintentionally, not intentionally. We can agree on that.
And that's why I'm trying to ask, is like after Moi, where did the Kalenjin mafia go, or they just mutated and retreated? Because you know, like we have the Kalenjin mafia and the Kikuyu mafia who designed this thing. So, like for example, if I ask you, can you tell? Is it possible for you to tell me, like, because you know, like right now, because it is Ruto presidency, you can see the Kalenjin mafia is elevated, is like a little bit elevated, and so where are the Kikuyu mafia? Where is the Kikuyu mafia at the moment when now the Kalenjin mafia is the one which is like in the throne?
I cannot understand your question very well. Are you asking about the Kikuyu mafia or the Kalenjin mafia?
I'm asking now, right now, because Ruto is in power, Kalenjin mafia are elevated. They are the ones who are like, they are making a lot of inroads. You know that. So because it's like there is a hog and shove between Kalenjin and the Kikuyu mafia. So during Kibaki, you will see a lot of Kalenjin mafia, no, a lot of Kikuyu mafia doing a Kememia, what, you know, all those people, Bob Wajoy, so there is the Kikuyu mafia during a Kikuyu presidency. Now,
Okay,
there is Ruto, there is a Kalenjin mafia. So the reason what I'm asking, when now the Kalenjin mafia is on the throne, where is the Kikuyu mafia? Where are they?
Again, you know, we've said it here, and I think you in a classical way, you've been able to decipher that here. And I laughed when you said that Ruto is a man who does not hide what he does. Okay? And you gave examples. Now, there is something in the 2017 election. When 2013 happened, immediately, Makala, anaitwanga David Makala, Murkomen, they used to go and I have some very good political meeting with this lady. That was what was her name? There was this lady who used to have very good meetings in Sundays, and they poached Murkomen. The moment Murkomen came to URP, TNA, and that was a loose called Jubilee, Murkomen started demanding something that we were wondering. And I think Ruto had a long view because Ruto understood in terms of how long it will take him finally to become the president. So URP said it want to collapse. If they have to be with the Kikuyus in the coming election, they must have one party. In the negotiation, Uhuru still found that Raila was very powerful. I want you to pay attention. Now, if you remember, I want to cut the story short. The Mount Kenya Mafia prevailed over Ruto, and Ruto acted like a fool. But when it came to the nomination of now Jubilee, that was going to take care of Ruto to become a president in 2022, Ruto refused to negotiate with Uhuru. He said, either I become the election director, even though I am the deputy president, or I am going to support Raila. In fact, negotiation had started. When the Kikuyu saw they were losing it, in the last minute, without even any announcement, we were shocked that the president dispatched Ruto. If you remember, I want you to concur with me here. They dispatched Ruto. First, they had dispatched the son of Jomo Kenyatta to oversee the nomination that had been bungled, more especially in the mountain. If you remember, there was no debunkelment of nomination anywhere. It was only the mountain.
Na mulima imepangiwa from long.
Kwaron, unasikia hata naongea kikisi Kwarorere. Sasa ikafika Uhuru alikuwa amefikiwa. What Stone PK could say, alikuwa ameshikwa mahali panyeti. He either agrees or Jubilee collapses because negotiations are going on the other end. Wakikuyu wakakubali. And Ruto went and handpicked Waiteto, Wamakeki, Wamatangi, Wanini Nini. His path to power, Ndindi Nyoro, Ichungwa, and Ruto. So the man that we thought could take over, you know, Kabogo made a big mistake. Kabogo made a mistake immediately 2013, starting bullying Ruto, Kuwa, you are not going to become just a heir apparent. You must come here and talk with us. And Ruto already knew the people are going to give him a problem, if you remember. That is when the Kabogo lost a nomination, when Kabogo was one of the most formidable and a person in record who had done wonders in Kiambu. A man who had made 3 hospitals from bootstrap lost a nomination. And Ruto totally took away what we used to call Mount Kenya Mafia. That was the death of the Mount Kenya Mafia. Have I answered your question?
So in other words, you have said the Kalenjin Mafia has totally mummified the Mount Kenya Mafia. So at the moment, you don't have
you don't want. The problem with the mountain is when something is done to them, instead of them correcting and accepting this was done by Ruto in face of us and our leaders sold us, you want to say, in short, no, I did not say that. I said your people, your president, gave power to Ruto to nominate the leaders. And what used to be the Mount Kenya mafia was
Is no longer there.
dethroned.
So in other words,
Was dethroned.
at the moment we don't have Mount Kenya mafia is a fiasco of saying.
My
Can
friend,
we say that?
how can you say you have it? If we tried even to put another man who was masquerading kwa hata anaenda kupikia watu kwa nyumba zao apikue governor, akapewa billions of money akuwe governor, akashindwa na nani? Na Dimples. So where is the Mount Kenya mafia if they could not even give and retain? You know, if you want to know that the Mount Kenya mafia was gone, it's when Sakaja was given the nomination. How did Sakaja receive a certificate from IEBC? Of all things.
So
has it not marveled?
Right now?
Right now we have only the Kalenjin mafia. There are no any other mafias.
In the Luo, do we have any mafia?
Where have there been mafias in Luos anytime? Who?
Just asking, like,
no.
Are there any community like which has assembled some mafia? Because I know like a mafia group is that camouflage group of power which claim does not exist, but in reality it is there.
Where will Luos become mafias? Even now? Where? Tell me. Don't extend that name to where it can never be. That even if does it even feel comfortable, even normal to say Luo Mafia? Does even those two names, do they even rhyme?
Okay. Do we have a Kisii Mafia? Nikuuliza tu.
My friend, we only have Kalenjin Mafia and Mount Kenya Mafia.
No, I think Northeastern is also becoming a mafia very soon.
And I like the fact you say you think. We are saying.
I think Northeastern is becoming a mafia.
No, I like the fact you say you think. You are still thinking. What is tangible is Mount Kenya Mafia. What is tangible? What you could feel. Ukitaka kuongea na Wakikuyu lazima uongee na Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Kabando wa Kabana anasema if Uhuru is not in the ballot, all votes go to all roads lead to Mbondo. That is what we call a mafia. Munapea mtu ticket, mnaanza kumuita madimoni. That's what we call mafia. It's tangible. You feel it. It is effective. You cannot call Luos mafia when you call them goons. I can agree, but not mafias.
Na mbona hii mafia mnaiondokea hivi? Kwani hii mafia ndio serikali? And by the way, Budi kukuuliza, are the leaders of mafia institutions known? Like for example, yes, we have the Kikuyu mafia, we have the Kalenjin mafia. Is it possible to like isolate the
Let me ask you,
people?
When Kaluma started crying, who did they send to Homa Bay the next day?
I do not recall. Sikufuatilia hapo.
Cheregai.
So what was Cheregai meant to do to Karuma?
What did he do? That's the question.
Kumtuliza, kumwambia usijali, boss ako na wewe.
No, he went and they did what they could. Boyd Welle won, and that is it. Who took Khalwale out of that seat? When you hear Farouk speak, pay attention. When you hear Cheregai speak, pay attention. When you hear Kamket speak, You know, during 20 years, Kamket used to ongea kidogo hivi, mnaeka ndani. You know, Kamket is another bisinje in Kenya. Kama na mtu alishikwa ni Kamket. But Kamket siku hizi anasema vitu kule juu mpaka mnashangaa, lakini the guy is never in.
In other words, maybe now Kamket has now morphed into a Christian mafia institution of the Kalenjin land, because I think
not in other sense. Well, you can hear, you know, let me tell you. Do you remember how ODM was formed? The government of the day went and they sanctioned NTV and they bullied what? Was it NTV Amanini? They bullied the journalist. And the whole brigade went for the fourth estate. Then the opposition rallied and went to protest. And when they were picketing, you know, Nani was caught up by surprise that had happened. Michuki. And Michuki, the journalists were so mad, they went actually to look for him. And they asked him, this cannot happen. Michuki just said a few steps, when you rattle a snake, you will be bitten by it. Everybody stopped. That is a mafia. He speaks, you keep quiet.
No.
If you rattle a snake, you'll be bitten. And that was it.
I now agree.
So, I mean, don't say that Mbadi is a mafia. He's not a mafia. He doesn't even know. Look at somebody like this renowned economist. Ako frustrated, he's yapping. He acts like somebody who has been pregnant for 100 months. There's nothing he can do. He comes out and say, you know, there's no economic growth, there's corruption. Wamemwacha tu hapo, he's just yapping. He can't be fired. There's no need to fire him. Why? Because he's nothing. He is totally nothing.
Now where's the engrave kwa mafia system?
Yeah, he can't. Mbadi is not a minister for treasury. He's a figurehead. He was running everywhere telling us about this issue of Safaricom. Later on, one person came and said only one thing. I don't know if you saw that embarrassment. That is when you know. That is when you know what a mafia group is. But it's just a figurehead.
So, what is that guy? What did he do? That guy? That is a bit interesting. I need to understand that, because I know the Kalenjin mafia is there, but I didn't know like the Kalenjin mafia and really engraved itself to the extent that they have exterminated the Kikuyu mafia or Mount Kenya mafia to only have a monopoly in mafiahood. I didn't know that the Kalenjin hood is now the monopoly of mafias in Kenya.
You know, the face of the economic empowerment in Kenya is the Kikuyus, but the old money has been effectively faced with the new money. If you look, people like the Royal Media Services going to visit State House, it's because there is a way Communication Commission of Kenya just switches one thing, not everything, so that you can start making noise. They know mahali pa kushika, and advertisements, so on and so forth, is gone. You continue, you cannot pay your people. They are not putting you down, they are not putting you up. But you know what? They leverage you, because mafias knows how to deal with renegades. They don't dethrone you. They frustrate you until you start becoming their own tools, because they know they don't have to build new structures. And that's political structure. If you look at economics, there is a history of economic development. And I think Miguna has spoken about it, the chapter of propaganda and economic development. And this is where now it comes, the mafias come in, the oligarchs and the people who actually bankroll and have a say in how they run state media, something called manufactured consent. Okay, so what some of these things that are sensational headlines that are against the government, they are really not against the government. This is what we call manufactured consent, to make you be happy that you have an alternative voice and still have hope that Kenya is going to be okay, not knowing that this is actually run by the state who wants to appease the what? The people.
The public. So in other words,
Okay.
zingine hata tukiona standard wametuwekea heading noma sana hapo.
No, standard is ile yote, that is Itumbi. Like, let me go read a book called, anybody Google right now and read a book called Manufactured Consent in the media. My friend, you will laugh. You know, for instance, wacha nikuchekeshe. You know, if when you saw this thing of SPN files, everybody was talking about the Fox News was not talking about it because the owner and the person who runs Fox News is part and parcel of those, is in those files. So how do you expect this journalist to run and talk about it 24 hours and the owner of it is in it? Hiyo ni kama kumwaga unga. So what do? So
you ignore.
Yeah, but that is part of the strategy. That's one of the strategies in the book Manufactured Consent, how the media is run. The other one is poisoning one media that is totally against the state. But as days goes by, it started giving pulls. Oh, Ruto has been defeated. As ikifika 2 days to elections, this thing is tight. Wamewacheza mpaka last minute. This thing is tight. And hivyo ndio walitucheza.
They start producing what we call a binary election. Once they start talking about binary election.
Yes, this is how, this by election, that is what happened. Start telling us Wamutende and Nani are head to head. When you know totally in the ground that is not true. But because you believed them from the very beginning and they were giving you what you liked, what reason do you have right now not to believe them? Because for a very long time they have been saying what you wanted.
Lakini wanangojea kukugonga pale mwisho.
Obviously, you must know the trend. That's how manufactured content works. So what am I saying? The deep
I can
state,
see that book of Manufactured Consent. I can see it's like a foreign writer.
Go read that book. You will come and thank me as a person
By
who
Edward
has this.
Hamann, Edward Hamann and
Edward Hamann.
Noam Chomsky.
Noam Chomsky is a very good. In fact, Noam Chomsky was for a very long time banned in America. In fact, the first journalist to host him was it who was that? Was it Tucker Carlson? Ama ni nani? It's a very weird, because for a very long time I never used to like Tucker Carlson, especially when he used to be in Crossfire in CNN. Tucker used to be very unhinged, but for some reason I've come to listen to Tucker. Tucker is a different breed of journalist that if you don't understand him, you really hate him. Okay, so he was the first person to host actually Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky is a very bright person who says things that are very controversial. In fact, if you read some of them as a scholar, utakuja kushangaa that, wow, is this how politics works in the world? So this media that you are talking about, it's called state control. In fact, you cannot have what we call a mafia or deep state. Wachana ya maneno ya Matiang'i, how deep it's deep state. He knew what he was talking. He was distracting us. There's deep state. So you cannot have it without an effective media. You cannot.
Let me just ask a question, kidogo, on this manufactured consent. Do you want to tell me that, in a light note, that like the way sometimes the media is somehow biased, maybe like to the current president, is also manufactured consent for a certain moment? One is it that
it is,
for now, let's attack this guy? Is not in
my
reality
friend,
the truth?
No, it's not. It is not. It is a consent.
Wanasema wacha tugonge huyu mtu for now.
It is a consent.
Wanasema wacha tumugonge. Can you give me like the benefit ya kugonga huyo mtu like what is the intention? Kuuliza tu. Ama hiyo ni kupigie kando.
Ewe nipigie kando to discuss that book. That book if we discuss it here tutakuwa banned na YouTube, my friend.
No. It's not about that. You know we want Kenyans to start now getting closer to how these people have. So like for example, let me ask you a question now. Do you think they can manufacture a consent on a likable candidate for the opposition for us? Are they going to manufacture a candidate for us using the same concept?
Oh yeah, they do that.
There was a time they were saying that Kalonzo Musyoka
Obama was a manufactured consent candidate.
Like Indiana. Is it a
you can't just give a speech in Chicago. There is no blue America. There is no red America. And all of a sudden, I mean, it doesn't work like that, my friend. I mean, politics of America, whereby, the politics of America is very complex in structure. In the media, it looks very very cheap. But for you even to become a candidate, it's not a walk in the path. Unaelewa? So the thing about Obama that became a manufactured consent, this guy, he never had a rental history. He never had a car. He had never had insurance. He had, if we go back, the fact that he was black, we campaigned for him. It's okay. He won, and that was historic. But how he was presented,
he was presented like a pauper, like somebody without anything.
My friend, go look at the guy. The only scandal they could find him is when he went to that church that said "God damn America." Like there was nothing again you could find about him. Is that the only thing you can find about a person?
So
like seriously, being a presidential candidate,
wanaosha mpaka YouTube.
Like being a presidential candidate, the only thing they could find out about that person is goddamn America. So that was a consent. Noam Chomsky will explain it. Even I think that is chapter 3 on a public opinion. Okay, you can see some of the things that they write there. I mean, the counter-revolutionary violence that is within the media, whereby CNN is an archival of this, to a point that they create a bloodthirst viewers who believes.
Mtu anaamini CNN hataki kuona mtu wa Fox News.
Umeona wewe una watching CNN kweli? Let's be honest. No, unaweza watch CNN. Wewe una watching MSNBC?
Siwezi hata
sikia.
Hata vuja TV.
You are a manufactured consenter.
Mimi hata naanziaga kujiuliza sasa hao watu ni nini wananiambia. Mimi hata nikiketi chini hivi naanzia kusikiliza CNN. I don't hear anything. Like hata kama ni game naona hapo. Naona ni kama hata hiyo game ni kama inadanganyano.
And this is where you find things like FLAC, which many people do not know, things like FLAC that are very expensive to the media. How they can eventually say that O'Reilly has been a good journalist, has so many ratings, but he has been sued so many times. And they pay so much. And then all of a sudden they bring a small thing that, you know what, he touched an employee, then they take him out. But when he was supposed to be taken out, he was not taken out. So you wonder, why did you pay this person? You paid to the state 300 million to save this person. Now that a small thing has come, you want him to go. That's when you start seeing the flacking and the fluking, and you start understanding. Go read that book.
Let me ask you a question. I want to ask you now that because we can now see the effect of mafiahood in Kenya, we have said like the only known mafia in Kenya is now the Kalenjin mafia, and for us to win the next election, we have to go around through this Kalenjin mafia, which is actually more evil than Ruto himself, because we need, we are fighting Ruto, and there is the underpinning, there is a foundation behind him, which is like that Kalenjin mafia and some other stakeholders there. So can you try to advise me, how do you beat such a system in a conventional election, which these people they are willing to sell their blood for it, and doing open killing, open attacks like the ones which they did in Mbere? Like, how do you beat a mafia system? And you cause like that one term, like in other words, what I'm trying to ask you is that is one term realizable? Is it possible to achieve one term in such a connotation of mafiahood society, which has already edged out all the other mafias, and it is only a single mafia in a country? Is it a time to lose hope?
I think so, yeah.
So let me ask you a question. Can you build your own mafia group?
Oh, yeah.
Can a mafia be built specifically targeting another mafia to get it out of power?
This is how you build your mafia. And let me give you, maybe let me Google this, and then it will help me. The fact that I have a laptop around here, because I was helping my child do this, but let me use it for that. Now, this is how you build a mafia. When a president in America is appointed, is elected, when he feels his position, the day he feels a position, he must fill 4,000 appointment within 1 hour.
Yeah, that one I know. Presidency comes with so many appointments. That is why it's a.
So I'm telling you, this is America. Now, in Kenya, what I read last time when I was following, because as I told you, yes, as I told you, 2007 election made me understand things I had never known in my life. And I said, how stupid are we? Because the moment my uncle became a member of parliament, he was taken away from us. We didn't see him after mpaka nini ilipokuwa inaitwa nini the election now of the parliamentarians were sworn in, and now they had to elect their own speaker. And the process of doing that, I was so ignorant of it that, man, beyond election, the speaker is the most important seat. And I was like, man, Kenyans do not understand what they do when they go for elections. Wao wanabaki kwa ballot box when other things are going on. Now, I came to know, when you are Ruto and you are becoming a president, and now we have become like America, whereby you are given about 2 months or 1 month before you become a president. That month is so little, because you go to an expedition to understand one or two things, like Ruto did. The judiciary gave them money. He sworn the judge that he wanted. He politicized the judiciary. Until today, we have never had an effective judiciary. Did he build a mafia judiciary that until today we are so ineffective? Yes. Building a mafia for a person like Ruto, who does not care. It's very easy. The other day, Kalonzo in Siaya said something we all know, that Ogola was taken away. That was building a mafia.
And the same Orengo said, the same Orengo said, speaking to Ruto is like speaking to a stone, somebody who does not hear. Go ahead.
So, what I'm saying is, for a country like Kenya, it is so easy to build a mafia in a very short time when we have a regime that did not understand the coming regime should be stopped because the way it perceives. Within no means, we found out that the office of the president expenditure had ballooned 20 times more than the previous one. Is that not making of a mafia state? Within no minute, the CDF was called NG, National Government, CDF. Is that not controlling the legislature in a mafia state way? If the national government can control the funds, not the treasury, the funds for every member of parliament, do the members of parliament have a right in essence? Is that not building of a mafia state? I can go on and on to give examples of how Kenya is a mafia state. So yes, to your question, mafia states are built. Uganda, the way Kijana Museveni speaks, is that a professional army or a mafia state army? Somebody wakes up and says, Indian Ocean is part of Uganda.
We can conquer Nairobi in 8 hours.
Yeah, so
those things, it doesn't care of territorial ramification of that.
Yeah, so and there's a big difference between mafia and goons. You know, goons are spontaneous. They are paid for specific work. They have specific positions and work to do, but the role that assigns all that is the mafia. People who have no position, like Farouk Kibet, but they have an office. You know, Gachagua once say atujui ofisi ya huyu jamaa iko wapi, lakini he's very powerful. They acknowledge when they are with him, but later on when they don't agree, unaanza kumtukana mtu ya class 7. Even hata useme mtu ya class 7 how many times, it does not take his mafia statehood as a person. Unaelewa? He only continues to amass those powers. And the sad reality about being a mafia is when you don't get along anymore, you can never be demoted and live a peaceful life. You have to be executed.
Like Jirongo. Are you aware that Jirongo has died? Like, for example, do you think Jirongo was a mafia in Moi regime?
Jirongo was never a mafia in that regime. No, Jirongo was used in perspective, and I think Jirongo has explained himself. You can almost look at the Antarctic, and even you know, intuitions will tell you that I think Jirongo has come out clean. I think Jirongo was young. I think Jirongo was excited. Jirongo was after making money. Jirongo, by the way, was a very sharp student who also had a weakness of women. And if you look at Jirongo's life later on, he regretted some of the things he did. He came forth, he tried not only to sanitize his name, but also to redeem some of the messes that he made. If you look at the Savage, it's called Savage what? I always listen to some of these podcasts he has called Savage what? Jirongo tried to do his best to look back and see the mistakes he made as a young person. But you can say people like Henry Kosgei were state mafias. That's why they are very quiet. You can't hear them. People like Franklin Beth, those are state mafias. Sally Kosgei, those are state mafias. You can't compare Jirongo with those people, my friend.
Are they part of the mafia now? Have they transited into Ruto mafia, or they have been repressed?
And that's what I wanted to tell you earlier. I forgot. One of the disadvantages that Raila had for a very long time, and still has, and Kalonzo will never have, and I'm going to make a statement, a lot of people are going to get mad at me, which is true. And this is my learning in politics, is only two tribes have ability to become president and totally make a government without poaching people who will become distractors. Those are Kalenjins and Kikuyus. Raila did not have that ability, and that's why he kept on depending other tribes who kept on putting him down, or eventually betraying him. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. So in that effect, the moment Ruto became a president, or if you want to know that, if you want, I'll give you an example of something that you never. During the BBI, we formed a task force of elders, whereby the former senator who died and then his son took over was the chair. And we went and poached what we call eminent people. I want you to listen carefully. And these eminent people transversed across the country wanted to do the job and make sure the BBI passed. And also we go to what we call rotation of presidents. But when that report was being represented, one man came against that report. Do you remember who it was?
The BBI report, I think before Ruto, I think I saw Ruto, or before Ruto, there was another person.
No, the eminent people, the elders who were chosen, leave the politician, there were elders who were put. Now, the one person who refused, who signed that the report, this is what they got, but finally, he refused and said, you know what, this part is not right, was Tonjo. Tonjo used to be the person who was the head of the KDF.
Daudi Tonje.
Daudi Tonje came about and said, no, you are against our own son. This thing, BBI, is to take the Kalenjin out. And Daudi Tonje was so powerful, if you remember that. And Daudi Tonje had an agreement with Ruto. And to that effect, you know, you people play with the leader. Kikuyus played with the leadership, and they did not understand what leadership is. At that particular time, Henry Kosgei's son was told to contest for Tinderet. Sally Kosgei's son was put somewhere else. Franklin Beth's son was given, all these people came to UDA. Remember, Franklin Beth's son contested through UDA. And all these people that we used to think they were with Raila, and who actually we perceive that could actually this time support Raila, their children were actually with Ruto.
Why those two forays? And we couldn't understand, like.
So the moment Ruto understood what leadership is, he came to know that the moment he becomes the president, for him to stabilize his leadership completely and take effect, he needs Franklin Beth more than any other person. He needs Sally Kosgei. He needs Henry Kosgei. He needs all these people. Kirwa, they act as if they are not with him. But in the stabilizing of Ruto's government and regime, if you go keenly and start looking deeply, the people that surrounded Sally Kosgei, Henry Kosgei, all that worked with him are within. That's why people like Nick Salat started coming to UDA, paving way. They were John the Baptist, paving way for Jesus to come. That's Gideon Moi. We told people Gideon Moi eventually will join. People refused. This Nandi boy, you see him making noise. That is manufactured consent. At some point, you realize you're not going to fight against your community, but they allow you to do it so that you can look like you have democracy, because even within them, they understand how politics must be played. So when you take a state, Alfred Kater, when you take a government, the Kikuyus and the Kalenjins are the only ones who can fill all their position with loyalty. Kalonzo cannot become Kalonzo can be overthrown within 2 days. That's why Gachagua thought that, you know what, we are deep state, we were here and here and here, not understanding that these people, 24 years, I can use a biblical language, they were the only begotten son of God. That whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life. They forgot that Moi was the only, and the Kalenjins were the only begotten son at that particular. So being in power for 24 years, whereby you control the intelligence, that was the CID, you controlled the Majonis, as we used to call them during our university time. You control the chiefs. You control the powerful provincial administration. You control the colleges, and you control their dean of because politics was severe, education was severely politicized. For you to ascend to become a dean in a faculty, you had to be politically connected. For you to have even a PhD, to become even a chancellor. So you saw education, commerce, parastatus, you saw. If it was keep or chep, all these things. So they had remnants, not only remnants, the old money that had already, remember that particular time, Peugeot Marshalls and Masai Ferguson had only one dealership in Kenya, and it was where? In Kericho. Kila mkale alikuwa na Peugeot 504. Na alikuwa na Masai Ferguson. So wealth was entrenched in them. So by the time you took over even 20 years, these people had money, they had wealth, they had structures. And they had foreknowledge of politics. So in the reminiscence of remembering how power used to be sweet, and they had an opportunity, they used to hear stories when Moi was in power. When Moi was in power, so it was easier to bring them. So the Kalenjins may act as if, and the media may be saying that the Kalenjins are not enjoying power. That's a lie. That's a pure lie.
Good. I want to advance a little bit. Na karibu sana Mzalendo. So does it mean that for another community to ascend to power, other than the Kikuyu and the Kalenjins who have already ascended to power several times, does it mean that community has to begin by building a mafia institution?
And that's the weakness of Raila. He refused to build a mafia within himself, a true mafia. He became a Democrat. Makau Mutua, akona sijui na huyu na nani. And we have spoken this all the time. The problem with Raila, he had affinity to intellectualized politics. Politics want loyalty.
And it's stupidity in it.
People like Duales. If you have to punch people from the other side.
You know Stephen Miller. Unajua nimesikiliza Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller anasipingi mzee sana. Mr. President, if you never won the election, we could have died.
So I think this bad guy has come here to save me. I've spoken. I was tired.
No, I understand. No, I want to still something. Ngoja kidogo. Hii sasa pia nani bwana Mzalendo, I will give him a big dose of interrogation in this story. Umekuja vizuri sana. I want you to explain to me, Kalonzo Musyoka or Matiang'i, can you help it? Because And there's a reason why this topic has erupted. So, is it possible? Because for you to become a president, there must be the easiest way we have seen. You have to build a mafia group to fight this other mafia group, which is here. So now, is there a way in which, if it is Matiang'i or Karonzo, is there a way in which they can build a mafia
Let
group?
me tell you, if Matiang'i became a president, he will create a mafia group within 24 hours. I think he held a position and he understood. And let me tell you, the problem that I know you and Resilient will not like what I'm saying.
Go
but
ahead.
I will say it so that it can help you advance this.
Okay.
I told people, if Trump wins, what if, there's nothing as bad as you lose the presidency, you say, I wish I could have done this. Okay? And eventually again you get the presidency. My friend, hata wewe unamsupport hapa akipata ni illegal. My friend, you will go home. There is no question about that. So Matiang'i has one advantage, that he wielded power for a while, okay? He looks back how he's being blamed for Yala and everything. So if today Matiang'i was to get power, my friend, he will use it effectively. It will not take time for him to bring a force. Some of these things, the petty things he will want to deal with, he will deal with them within 24 hours because of that goodwill. And he will revenge to some people. We wouldn't take long before we start seeing another Yala, because that thirst to make sure that some things are gone will not take diplomacy. We'll have to take that route. He is not going again to allow Okiya Mtata to go to court, all these government projects to be stopped the way they used to be. He knows that route very well. He is not allowing that nonsense anyway. Now, people will live and rule by decrees and executive orders. You need to know that. So Raila failed to do that. Yeah.
Okay, relax kidogo. Wacha nilete Bwana Mzalendo, mambo? Mzalendo, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Sorry for that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Leo, our syllabus is a bit advanced, because of some frustrations which we are having with the united opposition. So, because we are seeing like there are some blocks which you cannot handle unless you have. So, and we are trying to analyze that. We are seeing it is impossible to fight Ruto, who is already a mafia by himself. And we have analyzed by length how even the Kalenjin mafia has mummified the Kikuyu mafia. And the people have agreed here, the Kikuyu mafia is like, it does not exist. So that is the story right now. So the question which we are asking ourselves, then how is Kalonzo Musyoka going to become a president? And we don't see him having capacity to either build a mafia now or in future. Do you think mafiahood is the next way of producing the next president who can actually beat Ruto? Or we just move as we move naturally and waiting for and doing issues by the rule of the thumb, saying that you are going to win an election naturally?
Thank you, Brother Njiru and Alex and our viewers back there who are watching. Once again, thank you for the invite, Njiru. I think we are doing a very good civic education for our people. One thing I must correct you is that we don't have a mafia group in our politics in Kenya. We have people called goons and goonism. That is the new advanced stage in our politics that we never had before. Now, can Kalonzo win the election against William Ruto? One thing I've said, and I'll repeat it here on your show, is that A fragmented opposition is a gift, is a Christmas gift to William Ruto. In fact, William Ruto is celebrating an early Christmas because of a fragmented opposition. And we keep on advancing that talking point that the opposition is really fragmented. But what is so important is how can we bring these people together so that we have a formidable force that can challenge William Ruto's presidency in 2027. Right now, the way things are is that we have been part of the problem and not the leaders. We have been pushing for them to be divided in tribal lines, and we succeeded in that in the early stages of making one person called Rigiji. And in Jiru, you are part and parcel of that bandwagon that propelled Rigiji as one of the most important leaders in Kenya today. So it got into his head. It got into the opposition's head, and they felt like, okay, fine, we are going to, I can go it alone, while they didn't know that they're dealing with somebody who beat Raila Amolo Odinga. He also beat Uhuru Kenyatta, and he also beat the state machinery, that is the government, in 2022. So this is a political animal that you are dealing with, and it's not normal. He is going to crush the way the opposition is right now. He will crush them asubuhi na mapema. So what should they do? What is the way forward for them instead of blaming them right now? The way forward for the opposition in Kenya today is to make sure that they have they are united and they have a messaging that resonates with the people of Kenya. Currently, the messaging is not resonating very well. They know pretty sure that a divided opposition will be beaten by William Ruto. Njiru, listen to this. William Ruto is coming with something called the broad-based government that is uniting all these regions in the name of a broad-based agenda and broad-based development across the country. Now we have Rigiji coming with a bunch of Kikuyus MPs from Central, and Kalonzo also pulling some leaders from Ukambani, and they are meeting at the center here, trying to face this guy who has united all all the communities in Kenya to fight for him in 2027 in the name of development. I think they are fighting a losing battle if they don't change their strategy. Otherwise, thank you.
Okay, I want to enter at that point where you have talked about Mr. Ruto is going to come up with an agenda of development countrywide using the broad-based argument. The question which I'm having, we know there are so many projects which Ruto has talked before, and we don't have, some of them have not started, or we don't know if they would start. So this new development platform which Ruto is coming to bring, which and you are saying that he is going to launch Maendeleo countrywide.
No. I have not said he's going to launch Maendeleo. He's already doing it. I mean, this is something that is happening.
It's okay whether he has launched, whether now or it has been done. That's the question which I'm asking. How is the financing model? Like, how is it possible? How is he going to be able to finance Maendeleo in Chimzima?
Now,
is he having a financing model for that?
This is where we lose it. That is a logical argument. The voter in Kenya is not logical. They don't argue like that. They don't. First of all, I need you every other time to analyze who you are talking to. You are talking to a local voter who has got no time to analyze the finances of the country. What they think of is what they can see, what they can see as tangible. If I come from Moma Bay, what I see is tangible. Is Raila Stadium complete? They'll tell you yes. Do we have a theater there? They'll tell you yes. Do we have our people appointed? They'll tell you, oh, you see, and you've seen that. Our people have been appointed.
Okay,
And
let me ask you a question.
these are,
Nakuelewa.
yes.
Wacha niku advance kidogo. Like for instance, they might say you want to do roads. Does the Kenya government have? We are interrogating this. I know there are people who are listening to us, and maybe they can now understand when we are talking of this array of development. Like if today Kenyan government is told to explain a funding model for 1,000 kilometers road network in Kenya, like Ruto to be told to explain. Like I heard the other day, he said he is going to do a high deck in coming from. He is doing a high deck from Musiamu Hill to Thika. And I don't know the rationale and the modality of talking of a high deck there. Sijui kama ni Wakikuyu alikuwa anajaribu kufurahisha ama ni nini. But the question which I'm asking, because we have been going to China for single-funded projects. You go to China for one project, like instead of going for a portfolio. So the question which I'm asking, does Ruto have capacity to finance like 1,000 kilometers? Because, like, for example, if you want to do development countrywide, it shows like Embu will need like 20 kilometers of tamaking. Maybe Baringo will need maybe like 30 kilometers of tamaking. Ni kusema nasema from the unpaved road. So how is Ruto going to harness that financing? Noting that as well, we also have some debt baggage, which we are still saying to Konanden is atujaripa. So is it loans on top of other loans, or how is he going to present actualization of those projects to Kenyans? They have already said we are debt stricken. Deni natusumbua. And we do not have a reserve where we can say hii pesa tunachukua tupeleke kwa maendeleo. So is he trying to explain the pain of doing those projects, or is just to kusema tutajenga barabara na tutaweka rami na tutajenga stadium na we will build ports? So where is the rationale of funding to Kenyans? Like is it the issue of he will be taxing us more? Is it the issue of he is going to do toll roads? Is he telling Kenyans we are going to do a road here, but you'll be paying them as you ride them? Is he telling Kenyans that? Ama hiyo tu kazi yake tu anasema tu barabara tutafungua? And are Kenyans understanding that a toll road you pay as you use if we are going tollway? You're mute, sir. You're mute.
Thank you, Njiru. That's a very important question. And those are the logical questions that, yes, it needs some kind of thinking that somebody like me, maybe I might not be in a capacity as it needs an economist to answer such a question. But I'll give you an overview of what I think. Remember just a few days ago, why Kenya, why the issue of Safaricom shares being sold. The government was selling its shares to Vodafone to finance a project. I don't know whether you remember that. Do you remember something like that?
So maybe you can tell us like how much money they intended to get from Safaricom's sale and which project they want to finance. I thought if you sell Safaricom, there is difference between a project and a program. They are not, or a portfolio. The problem which we have in Kenya, we finance a project. You are not supposed to finance a project. You are supposed to finance a portfolio. So I don't know why even Kenya government is so lazy. As a government, you don't talk of projects. Projects are too meager. They are too small. You talk of a portfolio. You talk like inter-county paving. You cannot be talking about, you can talk of inter-county road improvement as a government. So as a government, you cannot be talking of like doing a road in Mombasa, doing a road in Nairobi. That is, a government has to think things in larger scale. That is why I don't understand what they talk when they are talking of a project. Even Ruto is not supposed to be talking about Mau Summit. Mau Summit is too small for the government. Too small. You need to talk of a portfolio, something which will change lives in 360 degrees.
You see, you see, Kenya. What I think the reason why they are trying to fix the debt problem that we have in Kenya by selling the assets that they have. But you see, some of these assets are very, very valuable, like Safaricom. Uh, Safaricom has got its liabilities also. When you sell Safaricom shares and a foreign entity becomes a major shareholder in Safaricom, then what does it say? First of all, your data, that company controls data, everything. All the information now lies uh, on the foreign entity, and this is something that probably the government did not look at, and maybe they should have sold it to the local people, float it as shares in the stock exchange, so that we can buy if they wanted to fund a road project and to raise the difference. It might not be enough, but they can still use that asset that they have to raise some revenue to build that road you are talking about. Now, even if they want to build a road, for example, the 1,000 kilometers of road, some of these projects are funded by banks who are ready to manage, who get contractors who are ready to manage the project for a certain period of time, maybe 30 years, collecting toll fees and things like that. You live abroad, you know that that they are called HOV lanes that you can use. There are toll stations that you have to pay a toll when you're going to, if you are driving from Nairobi to go to Kisumu. When you reach some place like Naivasha, the fee that you are going to pay is, if you're going to Naivasha, that destination, the fee is different from somebody who is using that road all the way to Kisumu. So that is another way of raising this kind of revenue, so that some of these debts cannot be incurred by solely the government, but the burden pushed to the general public who use the roads and for future maintenance. I hope I answered your question partly.
So, okay, Bwana Mzalendo, that one is fine. So, like, and when we are talking about a toll road, are we able to analyze the affordability of it? Like, can Kenyans afford it? Let's say we have said a toll road, we will do a toll road which Kenyans will be paying as they ride. Are they able to look at justifiable means? Like, if the economy is not growing, or if the economy is on a reverse gear, is it sustainable, or you are just doing a dead project, a project which people will be trying to evade? So, like, for example, it's a question I'm asking. Let's say you do a toll road in Garissa. You do a toll road in Garissa, and I don't see the value of a government doing a road of 50 kilometers. For me, I don't think a government should be able to do a road of 50 kilometers. When the government decides to do a road, they should do more than that. Like the way the US did 46,000 US interstate highway system in 1955 under President Eisenhower. I don't know why like Kenya is not able to. So like the reason why nimesema the US interstate system, because the US
you see, Njiro, this is the problem with that kind of argument. When you compare the economies, like for Kenya and the US,
no, I'm not comparing the economy.
No, wait a minute. Do you know that there are counties that can fund the road projects in the US? Counties, just counties. They can float a bond and they will finance their own road projects without going to the federal government. That is where they are.
No, the interstate was a federal project in 1955. I wanted to give you the vision. I wanted to give you the vision of the interstate so that you can see why Ruto is destroying our country with these small projects, which are not valuable. This is what happened about the interstate. And I would like you to look for information about the interstate highway. It is the genius project which America did. If there is one thing which all countries in the world are borrowing, is the interstate program. And every state in America is a shared beneficiary of the interstate program. 46,000 miles. 46,000 miles of connectivity from California to New York and from Michigan to Florida, all state connected. And that program has been financed for 70 years. Even the US itself, they knew they had no money to finance that program because it's a program, that's not a project. The US had no money to finance it immediately. So what did they do? They designed them. Wakasema sasa hii project tutajenga polepole. The interstate is being built up to today. Kuna places hiyo interstate ijaisha kabisa, but it is there. So that is what a visionary government does. But we cannot start saying you only want to do a section of a road. You only want to do thicker. Instead of, like, for example, the easiest way to do it, like in Kenya, is to say you want a program which is financing all the international trunk road, class A roads in Kenya. That's a program we can say like we need to do in Kenya. We do from Ethiopia to Uganda, and we do the other one from the Tanzanian border to the Somalia border. That is like a program of like around 4,000 kilometers we can do, and you can loan for it. But I don't see it economically viable doing a highway in Nairobi, and it is not the only city you have in Kenya. Like, when are you going to think of having interconnectivity in Nakuru? Like, for example, Nakuru needs serious highways. Mombasa needs serious highways. Kisumu needs serious highways. So when we are saying we are going to borrow in China to build Nairobi, when are we going to borrow to build Nakuru, which is a city? When are we going to borrow to build Kisumu, which is a city? That's why I don't understand the reason why Kenya is in a mess, is in a debt hole, by only having a project in one city. Yet Kenya is not only one city. So we are not able to look like, or why are we making Nakuru a city? Why are we making Eldoret a city? If you are making Eldoret a city because you can also have a high deck there. So why not? Because that's why Sazingine, I don't understand even this far, where we are saying as Kenyans, we want to have cities everywhere, and we have no management plan and investment plans of those cities. Since we made Eldoret a city, what transformational project has been done in Eldoret? Is Eldoret looking like a city? According to you, Bwana Musimamo, is Eldoret a city? Eldoret is a joke. That is not a city. Cities don't look that way. Even smaller cities in America, they don't look like Eldoret. You know, somebody can tell me I'm saying that because maybe I don't know, but I'm trying to look at the streets in Eldoret. Look at Uganda Highway. I lived in Eldoret. I'm saying you this. Eldoret is not a city. It's a joke. And I will not withdraw that. And anyway, I don't know, but anyway, help me to understand that, because and these are some of the things which even opposition is not having. You see, like one of the reasons why Ruto was able to go into the ground, he was able to use DVD very effectively. Alikuwa anaenda mpaka huko Mlimani to explain economical concepts. Why is the united opposition not having infrastructural experts to debunk this stupidity which Ruto is pending around as a development? And we have people with information, and they can be able to destroy whatever Ruto is talking, even the issues of building Singapore. You know, it is easy to destroy that idea with an infrastructural thinker. But why is it that, you know, when like Gachagua is saying it is not possible, and he is using political acumen, it does not seem well. People don't get it. But if he is having like an engineer who can elaborate how nations are built, Kenyans will be able to understand. Why is it that these people are not using experts even in areas where they have no information about. That is where we are failing, even as united opposition. There is so many lies Ruto is pending, and they can actually be deconstructed in a minute. They can be deconstructed in a minute. We are not using health experts where we are supposed to use them. What is the big deal of having a health expert there to explain the stupidity which Ruto is doing? Instead of because Kenyans are dying and they need to see reforms, but Ruto lies are not being deconstructed equally. So anyway, Bwana Muzalendo, you can go on. So that is what I needed you to explain to me. Why is it that now this development which you have told me that Ruto is bringing, how sure are Kenyans going to appreciate that Ruto is going to achieve? So are people, like, for example, in Luo Nyanza believing that Ruto is going to achieve those projects? Hiyo maendeleo itakuja. Maybe just asking.
Me, I'm telling you, that is what they believe. This is what they. I think maybe you are not. You don't follow the politics in Homa Bay and other places of Nyanza. You are so much glued into the national politics. You need to go to these areas and look at what the locals are saying, because every politics is local. Now, the local politics is simple, that the development that they have seen, first of all, some of it is propaganda and lies. Even if I tell you, you would not believe that John Mbadi is the first Luo CS appointed by William Samoei Ruto's government. And they have never seen something like that since independence. A Luo CS. That already is something that is out there that you cannot tell the people, no, don't support this guy because he has
Is it
given
factual?
you.
Is it the first one?
It is not. It is not. Even if you try as many times to tell them that
So
is
in
not
other words, wameachilia tu uongo tu ijae masikio yao tu.
ni sawa, wanakuambia they have not seen this development. They have not seen very fast development that in Nyanza, like the nuclear project that is being started in Siaya, nuclear energy project in Siaya, the rural electrification that is happening across Luo Nyanza. That is something that they never saw. Probably in Central, this is something that you are used to. But in Luo Nyanza, they have never seen things like that. So you will not tell this person that William Ruto is not the president that that is good for you go moving forward in 2027. These people will tell you that I have got power because of William Ruto. William Ruto has employed our son as the CS for finance. He works in treasury. He controls the money in Kenya. He decides where the roads are going, and Mbadi is the one who is going to
Na venye
decide
Rex
all
hapa
the roads.
ametuambia Mbadi hakuna kitu anafanya. Mbadi is just a stooge.
Hiyo ndio unaona
Rex
hiyo.
said that Mbadi is just a stooge.
Nani amesema?
Alex said that Mbadi is just a stooge.
Hiyo
Hakuna kitu like he is just like a puppet amewekelewa hapo tu, kuna wale wanafanya mambo.
Unaona hiyo ni politics ya elitist. Unaona, that is the politics now at another level of me and you and pengine Alex, but any other local politics, they don't buy that kind of nonsense. Unaona, they don't buy that
So in other
kind
words,
of
you are saying our Ruo brothers have decided ni time yetu ya kudanganywa na Ruto, hata Wakikuyu walidanganywa.
yani wewe pasa unakuambia hivi, sikia the painful part. Hizi benefit zote tunapata na tukupigia huyu mtu kura. Sasa na je tukimpigia
wewe bwana
nimekuambia
bwana, stop behaving as if you have been convinced as well.
No, I am not. You asked a question. I am answering you the way the politics is local.
No,
I am just telling you.
You are responding with a lot of ease, brother. You are responding with a lot of ease. Haikuumi.
Ile shida nimekuambia ni vitu zile usikiagi. Unaona, hizi ndio vitu unafaa kusikia ndio ujue ground inasemaga namna gani. These are guys who tell you that, mi nakwambia, these are guys who sell them a policy, even a way of, mimi, skia, let me give you a good example. And this has happened to me. Unapata mtu anakunywa maji kwa mto na umbwa na wanyama wengine kama ng'ombe nani nini wanakunywa pale na yeye pia anakunywa pale na anaoga pale ukimuuliza boss, hii mimi ninataka kukuletea maji ya mfereji, ile utakuwa nayo tu pale kwa boma yako, unafungua namna hii na unakunywa, nipigie kura na nikuonyeshe vile hii maji tutaleta. This guy tells you that this is the life I'm used to. Hii maisha ndio nimezoea. Wewe ule unataka kuniletea hiyo maji, wewe hii maisha yote nimeishi all this year na hii maisha hii umbo akikunywa na mimi kwa mto. Sasa wewe unataka kuniambia nini? Wamezoea. Mtu anakuambia like I was interviewing another Gen Z. Now this is somebody who is learned na anaishi majuu. Anakuambia nilimuuliza, aliniambia, you guys, you keep on talking about roads, like Njiru here talking about roads, blah blah. He does not need the roads. So long as he can afford a flight, why does he need a road? If he can hire a chopper aende huko nyumbani kwao, and huko Ushago atumie hiyo barabara kama off-road ya kwenda nyumbani, he needs to see the difference. He needs to see the difference between the city and up country. That is all he needs. Wewe unamwambia nini? All he needs is money in his pocket. Hizi vitu zingine unaniambia ati barabara sijui nini. He doesn't need that. And I was like, okay, this is now another level of thinking that mimi sijafika. Unaona? This is somebody who is telling you hiyo barabara yeye hahitaji, anakuambia
hahitaji barabara like
yeye hahitaji hiyo barabara, yeye anahitaji pesa kwa mfuko, because hiyo barabara kama iko mbaya ananunua 4x4 anakimbia nayo anaenda mahali anataka. Unaona, yeye hiyo maisha haya village hiyo yeye aishi huko, yeye anaishi kwa city, anaishi abroad ama nini. He can afford a flight and go and spend
na hiyo the city where he is living is it not developed? Does it have roads?
It is developed. He only needs to see the difference. He doesn't want to see that kind of development in the other side. The other side, he wants to get out of this other side and see another side of his country that he loves most. That fresh air, that no industry, no nothing. That is what he wants. Wewe hiyo vitu yote unamwambia hiyo ni porojo, unaona? So there are people who also think like that. You must know that there are people who also think like that amongst us. I'm not saying I think like that, but there are people I've talked to, they think like that. They think that what is important is money is in my pocket. Create the industries, create the opportunities for me to live the life I want to live. I can fly. I don't need to use the road. Hiyo road unataka kutengeneza toll. I can fly. You are laughing. That is the reality.
I can see Budi kuna kitu inamuuma sana because unajua Budi is also shocked, he cannot Budi, hebu kuja hapa sasa. Kuna watu wanasema sasa wao watatumia ndege, hawataki majia.
I told you earlier, and I want you to pay attention to this, Njiru. And this is how it works. You saw, and we had with Mzalendo this discussion in his show, but because I'm limited to say some things in his show, because you know the history where we come from, I couldn't touch on this, and because that was part of the topic. Why do we see people in Kisumu and other areas supporting Mr. Molo, who is Omolo, the PS for security, against Gladys Wanga? Is there a division in Luo Nyanza? And we had a very good discussion about that. But beneath it, what we agreed was there is a surge in online predators, political predators, or activists. If you seem to be a person who is an influencer, the PS and his team will come by you so that you can promote what you're hearing, that now that is the normal in Luo Nyanza. And I try to infuse that to you. And I think that is chapter 6 in, and that's Noam Chomsky who talks about manufactured consent. When people want to bring an issue to deflate you so that you can accept that it's already existing, they come and tell you that, yeah, me and Alex know the truth, and here that's the politics of elitist me and you can play. But down there so they've given up, and he's happy because that is because what actually he is propelling to be happening down there is what he has always fought for. So he will come out here that that's not what it should be, but down there, that is what is happening. So in one way or the other, they don't want an argument. They want to convince you that it is not their problem, but it is the people down there who have resigned, and that is the norm of life. Now, that is the kind of the new people that Ruto is sending online to come to debunk on how his ideas have already been bought. The issue of housing. If you talk about housing today in Kenya, I had my friend Mzalemdo told me that one of his friends went to Kenya and said, Ruto amejenga. Hakuna mtu amaijenga nyumba tena hivi Kenya. They come up with those, and we come in the media, we start discussing, not to defute the reality, but now we start talking about the perception of what they have about the reality. Now, there is a danger of discussing with somebody who already knows where he wants to put you to. Now, according to what I see in Mzalendo, he doesn't want to discuss facts. He wants us to discuss, and I want you to pay attention, the perceptions that he claims should not be there, but are already there, but he's happy that they are there because he gives you reason that, you know, that we believe that this is the first CS we have had. We believe we did not vote for this person, and yet he is doing this to us. Now, the possibility is this. Now, if we voted for him, how much will be done to us? But he doesn't want to discuss that there are people who voted for the guy who do not get these benefits across the country. So it is a binary concept whereby they understand what is the target and what they want to achieve out of it. In this case, Nyanza is the target, and the perception that the Nyanza people are not elitist. Now, when it comes to education, doctors, every CD, like the human capacity of that country, then we agree that it is an educated region. It is said that ukienda, if you want kuenda you from house to house in Siaya and probably shoot people, you will shoot maybe 3 doctors, 3 engineers, and 3 lawyers. But now when it comes to the issue of life, then again we resign and say, no, these people don't know. This is elitist politics, which me, Alex, and Jiru can speak. But on the ground, these people cannot speak. Look, the way the politics is being shaped, the big beneficiary here is Ruto, so that he can capture that perception that the Luo Nyanza have acknowledged him, they have accepted him, and he's doing development, and therefore we must forget about it. And this is the politics of perception now we are fighting. We don't come to the media anymore to talk about the reality. We are busy talking about the perception so much we forget the reality that in the end, Ruto will run away, and because we have legitimized what we call the perception. Mzalendo is doing that job very well, which he did before election. Now he's come with a different style and a different smile again. The thing is, the Luo Nyanza voters are not an informed electorate, what we are trying to do. That's the first thing. This issue, we are being told that that is the perception. That's a lie. That's a political perception that is being built, which actually, if you talk to people even who hate the politics that we hate, they will truly tell you, including Ayaga, hakuna kitu inaendelea kule. They will tell you that. But now, we are going to get this over and over, where we are going to discuss the politics of perception that Ruto is shaping and his online people, so that we will never talk about the reality that Njiru wants us to talk, but we are going to be pushed to talk about the perception. And that is what is going on here right now.
Alex, first of all, because you mentioned my name, let me correct you. I'm not an online person for William Ruto, and I don't work for William Ruto. I I I I analyze politics the way I see it, and if you see it in a different lens, that is your lens. What the community is saying is very, very simple, and you've watched it many times, not from me, but from the leaders. What are they saying? Baba alituacha wapi? Aliwaacha kwa msituni ama aliwaacha kwa barabara ama aliwaacha wapi? They say that Baba alituacha kwa serikali. That is not a mzalendo perception. It is not a perception. It is a reality that the leaders are the ones talking about that. So I don't know where you get this notion of perception or me trying to make you think in a different direction. No, I am not trying to make you think in a different direction. You can stick to your thought. I also stick to my thought, my thinking. My thinking is that the opposition is confused at the moment. If this is what you are going to sell to the people out there, then they might not buy it, but because first they will not understand you, what you are trying to say. You know, politics is all about perception. Politics, if you can control the narrative, then that is okay. That is okay in politics. So the person who is controlling the narrative in Nyanza and Luo Nyanza at large is William Ruto and the elected leaders who he managed somehow to convince to come to his side. Although there is now some difference. Why? The difference that is emerging in Nyanza is simple. The appointed leaders like Raymond Omolo and the elected leaders, the elected leaders want to be associated with government projects. Don't run away from the reality. The elected leaders want to be associated with the projects that PS Omolo is officiating on behalf of the government. And PS Omolo is also coming out and saying that these are William Samoei Ruto's government. And why is he saying that? He is saying for the benefit of William Ruto in 2027. So William Ruto has done for us A, B, C, D. So the online warriors that you are talking about, they are either associated with the government of the day, and of course the politicians elected by your party ODM. So those are the ones who are blogging. They're either anti-elected leaders, anti-appointed leaders, or they are fighting William Ruto directly, of which they can't face him directly. Just the other day, there was a meeting of governors held by William Ruto. Nyanza governors did not attend. So those are the kind of things that are happening within Nyanza politics, and why we say that uh, William Ruto is building a coalition within the people of Nyanza and moving away from the elected leaders. What is wrong with saying that? Mm.
You know, you infused the opposition there just to score points, but you ended up again to acknowledge that there are online scavengers by the government to create a perception that is not a reality on the ground. We saw a Ludowalo clash today, not because maybe those developments are not there. I don't know. That was not the point of disagreement. The point of disagreement, Peter, that he's not getting any. Was coming, but so that he was not getting any accolades in regard to the part he played, which I believe he's also played a very huge role in terms of marketing Ruto within the region. And if it were truly development that is visible, tangible, and also enjoyed, do you really have to defend the government over things that are seen? I think one thing is that me and you come from the history of Amabe. We've seen this market that was launched by Ruto. In fact, for me, I was one of the first people who said it was overdue. And the reason I said that is because, to be honest, you and me know that the people of Amabe have had a raw deal when it comes to fishing, which is absolutely nonsensical, given the fact that fish has to be transported from Amabe, from Kanyada, from Nyuru Bay, all that way from Kindu Bay, all the way to Nad, all the way to Kiambu. And part of it is some of it rot. Yeah, I mean, these fish cannot even get to Kisii on time. You know that. So I thought that was a game changer, only to realize that that thing didn't even last 3 weeks before flooding, so on and so forth, came in. The same things that Gladys Wanga used to do to people. Anasema amejenga vitu za nini? Milling. And that time we used to disagree with you a lot, because whenever you said that, I was like, no, Gladys Wanga can't do that. But at some point I started believing, because there were some things that you were consistent about that particular time. So the issues, the airports came in, that Homa Bay now has 2 airports, okay? And which we found they were not true. Later on we found out this were like ni miti inakuja nawekwa hapo tu hivi, mtu unaandika airport, so on and so forth, and nothing is going on. And that is why Zelen have a problem in that don't buy into that narrative. And it hits me harder because there is this thing, I don't know if you have heard it on a national stage, that I don't even know how to defend it, because we have renegades who are so degenerated in thinking to a point that you wonder if they don't know that they are doing wrong to their community. Unapata mtu anasema, Nyanza tumepata maendeleo, that thinking. And then when Rigiji says maendeleo yote imeenda Nyanza imetoka kwetu, which is not true, you don't know how to defend it. So what happens there? Now, in the middle of that, because pesa truly inatolewa in the mountain, because there is no development there, badala iende then Nyanza iende kufanya so that they can be accused, hiyo pesa napata katikati hapa njia in under corruption. And really nothing tangible is put. So I think me and you should be the ambassador of saying, look, whatever is being said, it's not happening. Because I think this is something you are consistent from the very beginning. And we went to the ground to see. This issue of being lied to, that study I'm into standard, I think this woman should be investigated for the amount of money she said that stadium has costed. Because in itself, that's a clown of a stadium. It's not a stadium. Issue ya unga, yani nini ile factory ya unga, we need to investigate. And so many things that within Homa Bay that have happened. So if we keep on saying that there is a nuclear facility, there is this and this and this, things purported to be, but they are not there. And we become advocates of such lies. And honestly, there is a total belief within the mountain, because somebody has come out again and also radicalized them that pesa yetu inatolewa hapa inaenda kule, na nyinyi mna confirm the ground is my friend, you know it. You know, and then I see Muzalendo of all people, who is my friend, proposing that, you know, that is the ground, we have accepted it,
Alex,
and we will, and tumekubali kuwa, if we did not vote for this person and this is what he has done, how about if we vote for my friend? That Muzalendo,
that is a sick
No,
mentality. That is the reality.
Muzalendo kubali. Upgrade is important.
Yeah, unajua Alex anajua hiyo ni ukweli. What I'm telling him, he knows very well that is what, because this guy speaks my language and he interacts with these people. He understands what these people are saying and he's pretending here that he has never heard of
Sasa
that.
hiyo nuclear itajengwa.
this is Muzalendo is propelling lies because he knows it will promote Ruto.
Sasa sikia. He has talked about
Muzalendo last election you was squarely under
Before this broad-based government, he's the one who told us all the lies about these so-called projects. Today he has run away from the so-called projects.
You are the one defending Gladys Wanga and Mokwa here. And Raila, when Raila launched that Mokwa thing, you are the one who was defending her. You remember? You were defending and defending.
Not I. I remember I defended you and I said, look, we need to call out. Remember, go back to the hindsight. When everybody refused to understand you, I said, you know what? There's a point in that. Especially the issue here, the place Yaunga. I spoke and I said, Muzalendo has a point there. But what I did not agree with you was your political rhetoric. But the fact is that you are right. But today you've changed. We have switched.
No. Let me tell you, I've not really switched. It's only that we are in a confusion. We are all in a confusion.
Now he's calling it confusion.
You are all in a confusion, including yourself. You are in a confusion. You don't know whether to support Rigathi Gachagua, whether to support Kalonzo Musyoka, whether to... you are nowhere. Who are you supporting politically? Are you supporting Matiang'i or are you supporting...
Do you know, sir, now Njiru, see, what we were talking about, now he has to infuse Gachagua and Matiang'i to win, not based on facts that, look, the mountain is being told pesa yetu inapelekwa Nyanza. Nyanza wanakubali pesa hawajaipata vile wamepata, wako na maendeleo. Hiyo maendeleo truly hiko? Haiko.
Ni fact hiko.
So sahi anataka kuleta aje, we are confused. Analeta Gachagua, analeta that was not the topic.
Let me correct you. Umeuliza swali. Hiyo maendeleo, hiyo watu wa Nyanza wanasema iko ama haiko? The answer is iko. To them hiyo maendeleo iko.
So Njiru therefore pesa ya Central inaenda Nyanza, Luo Nyanza.
Hiyo sasa unaona hiyo ni mentality ya watu wale wa huku chini, te pesa hiyo, that is what Gachagua is selling for everybody else down here.
So what makes you think sasa hiyo ni mentality ya watu wa Gachagua ya kule? Nyinyi hamuna hiyo mentality.
Mimi wacha kuniweka kwa hii group. Wewe sijui.
You know, he said earlier, skia, Njiru, earlier Mzalendo told us that unajua hii ni politics ya elitist. Mimi na wewe na hizi we can talk. Lakini watu wa huko chini, yeah. But now he has turned around, if you don't see it.
I was telling you the reality. There is no way you...
So the people down there, because they are not educated, so on and so forth, how they believe what is happening. I listened to you.
Unataka niende niambie, okay, for example, niambie almost 1 hour about PPPs and RPS loans and the debt that Kenya has and how it affects his life. Will they understand? Will they understand at that level? They wouldn't. Wacha kusema vitu zile. Yani,
so watu wenu, because they will not understand the PPP, you cannot call them out. Lakini when we say watu wa the mountain wakiambiwa pesa yao inachukuliwa hivi, unasema
unawaita majina.
Which wenyewe wewe mwenyewe unajua ni uongo. Wewe mwenyewe unajua ni uongo, but you can push that lie.
So watu wenu, is it our fault they cannot understand PPE?
I have not said that it is their fault that they cannot understand. It is that
So why you demean us saying the people of the central, if they don't understand kuwa pesa zao zinapelekwa huku?
Will not understand that language. Majority of the voters will not understand that language you are talking about. They will understand the language unasema hii ya Gachagua pesa yenyu yote sasa imepelekwa Nyanza. Is that a fact?
Is that not part of the PPE?
It is not a fact. Unaona? Haya, Wajaluo wakiambiwa sisi sasa maendeleo.
You know, we were listening to a certain speech Mbadi akasema kwa Kijaluo, and I know my friend will not allow, and he said it. I remember.
Who is this friend of yours who will not allow?
And akasema hivi kuwa, you know, kwa hii budget hakukuwa na barabara fulani, lakini because mimi ni minister nikaingisha ndani. Did you hear that speech?
Yeah, sasa simama tu hapo umenyamaza.
So is that right?
Wewe Alex, hii speech wewe ngoja. Hii speech Mbadi anaisema akiwa wapi?
Luo Nyanza.
Wapi in particular? Kwao.
I forgot, but it was in Lut. Yes. So alivyosema hivyo, so hiyo si ni pesa inatoka. Alitoa hiyo pesa wapi? Si alitoa central ameileta huko.
Did he even have to explain anything? Like that, hii pesa we borrowed it from the board.
Wani unasema kuwa hiyo ni cheap politics ya Gachagua, ati pesa inatolewa kule inakuja huko. When Mbadi says it,
that is the language the local majority understand, and Gachagua is using it perfectly.
So the language majority yenu ambayo Mbadi atatumika akiongea lugha yenu kusema alitoa kuingine ameleta barabara huku is different because it's a local language. Lakini ikifika central akisema pesa yao imetolewa imekuwa Luo Nyanza, hiyo ni upuzi ya Gachagua, si ndio?
No, sijasema hivyo. Wewe ndio unasema hivyo. Mimi nasema hiyo ni ukweli ya Gachagua. Hiyo nilikwambia politics is local, and everything that Gachagua is communicating to them directly.
There is value in knowing many languages. There is value in knowing many languages so that you can understand how those local politics play about. What Gachagua is saying, that pesa yetu imepelekwa huku, Mbadi has confirmed it when he speaks in his local dialect, na anaambia watu, hii barabara ilikuwa imewachwa, lakini kwa sababu mimi ni minister, nimeiweka ndani. So what is the difference? What Gachagua says, pesa yetu imetolewa hapa imeenda Luo Nyanza. Then Mbadi confirms in his constituency kwa yenyewe hii barabara haikuwa mimi nimeiweka. You know, stop being double standard here.
I have told you I have no problem with Gachagua playing his local politics to the community.
That is not local politics, that's a fact, because Mbadi accepts that aliweka barabara haikuwa.
Now, in reality, do you think that can happen without a budget?
Let's talk about reality now. Reality is barabara zinaendelea kujengwa Ujaluoni. Yes.
That is the reality.
Didn't you confirm kuwa the reality is maendeleo inaendelea?
Okay, fine. The reality between me and you of those talking points, Gachagua and Mbadi, does it make sense to you? I am asking no. Does that make sense to you?
Hey, yeah, Jiru, Jiru, it's your show. Wewe umesikia vitu zimesemwa. Why don't you be a fair attributor hapa useme tu hivi? Pesa inatoka central. Minister for Finance ameongea kwa constituency yake akaconfirm. Mzalendo tumemuuliza in reality maendeleo inaendelea, akasema ndio inaendelea. Na Mbadi amesema kuna barabara haikukuwa hapa, lakini nimeiweka na nguvu.
Nikakwambia PS Omolo ametengeneza amphitheater pale Homa Bay. Ilikuwa ama ikukuwa?
Inaonekana hiyo amphitheater iko.
Inaonekana iko, enda Google hapo sasa hivi ilete hapo.
Hatujakataa. Lakini when Gachagua tells his people the truth kuwa pesa yetu imepelekwa kule, acknowledge that amphitheater was not part and parcel of the manifesto. No, we wanted to get you to acknowledge iko na vitu ziko, they were not budgeted. Na hiyo pesa imetoka wapi? So we want to go back kuwa what you are denying when Gachagua says pesa yetu inatolewa hapa inaenda kule at is cheap politics. That's a lie. It's not.
Who has said?
Where was the amphitheater budgeted?
Nimedeny wapi?
Where was the amphitheater budgeted?
Nimedeny wapi? Nimedeny wapi?
Right here.
No, hakuna mahali nimedeny. There's no way. You are just putting words into my mouth. You want to create an
I wish
no, me, I'm telling you,
I am just listening. You know, Mzalendo, I listen to what you say and I respond to what you say.
No, I have not said that Gachagua.
Then you forgot you said it, but you did say that. You alluded that. Just say you forgot
what I was alluding to, and you have flipped it around, is that simple. Every politics is local, and the politicians know how to play the local language. The language you speak here might not resonate well with the people down there. When Gachagua says that pesa yote imepelekwa huko Nyanza, majority of Kikuyus believe that. That is a fact. Now, when Mbadi goes to Luo Nyanza and says that I am now in control of all the roads in Kenya, and I'm the one who controls the budget in Kenya today, pesa zote zinalala huku Suba. The people in Luo Nyanza believe that. Me and you don't believe that, because that is not a fact. These things are that simple. Yani, usizicomplicate sana. Watu ukiona people in Central believing what Gachagua is saying is because majority ya watu wale wana believe mambo kama hayo ni wengi kushinda watu wale wa believe mambo kama hayo. It's like telling me, yeah?
I want to bring you on board because I want us now to interrogate this politics of Luo Nyanza because it's serious. So let me ask you a question. Like, you know, Kenya is not starting to develop now. There was Kibake, and I saw some of the big projects which might have been done there. So do you want to tell me that between Moi, Kibaki and Uhuru, Ruto ndiye amepeleka maendeleo sawasawa, visible maendeleo?
Very good question, Jeru. You've asked a very good question, and I will tell you what you don't hear in your show here. Now, the people of Nyanza, the people who support Raila Odinga, why they are saying that for the first time they are seeing tangible development is that they have been in the opposition since independence. They have not been in government.
Na handshake ya 2018?
Listen, handshake ya 2018 did not give Raila positions in government. Minister gani Raila?
No, but si pia kuna maendeleo ni kama ilienda.
Don't say, ninakwambia vitu zile watu wanafikiria.
Okay, sema.
Wanaona. Wewe usiseme
you tell us vile watu wanasema and the reality. You also juxtapose the reality.
What they can see and what they have seen. Yeah. What they see, mambo ya kusikia. When it comes to Uhuru, you know what they say? Uhuru loved us so much, but he brought nothing. That is what they say. So, jua hiyo, that is what is being said in Luo Nyanza.
And Ruto loved them so much and he brought everything.
Yes, and Ruto, in a short while, we didn't even vote for him. And he loved us so much. He even gave our sons a minister, CS, ametupatia, and an AG. For the first time, a Luo daughter is the Attorney General of Kenya. In whose government?
unasikia vile amefurahi akisema AG.
No, see,
AG.
This guy is deep rooted in Ruto
AG.
government.
I'm
But
telling you. Manufactured consent. There is no way you can convince Mzalendo here. Mzalendo is so mesmerized by those things. And there's nothing wrong. Mzalendo, just to be open, you be open and be happy.
Jiru, protect me. This was my question. It was not for Alex.
No, I don't need to protect you on that. I think you have decided to use another route to reach to Kasongoism, which is okay. The other time you used a direct route, right now you are using an indirect route, but the destination is the same.
Ni ile tu sikia, ni ile tu kuna kitu Mungu amenibariki nayo. Ile
unajua the other time ulipitia Kawangware,
kuna kitu ile Mungu amenibariki nayo, ile hamna. Ile mimi naweza niko na maono ya kisiasa, I can predict.
Acha hii pride yako ambayo haikusaidii bwana, ati sisi hatuna kichwa cha tuone. Sasa hii kitu yani as if that we have come to do here nothing, kwa hakuna kitu tunajua, ati wewe ndio unajua Mungu anakupenda. Yani mumefika mpaka mahali that thing ambayo ya Ruto alikuwa anatuambia Mungu ni wao, ati Mungu ni wenu. Sisi Mungu sio wetu.
Kasongoism is so deep in this guy.
It is so deep. Ati sasa mimi Mungu amenibariki, kuna vitu naona nyinyi hamuoni. My friend. This guy is in another cult.
What happened in Mlima Kenya? So
you guys Luo Nyanza, I think you belong to
Alex,
I can't get
Luo Nyanza is where Mlima was 2018. Unfortunately, na ni sawa. Muko pale Mlima ilikuwa 2018. 2019.
Mlima is more confused than
no. They were exactly there. Walikuwa nasifu Kasongo. So walikuwa nasifu Kasongo mbaya sana.
You know Njiru, there is a problem in Luo
Nyanza. Hebu nikuulize kidogo. No, msimamo utaongea. Hebu nikuulize kidogo. As Luo Nyanza interrogated the reasons why the Kikuyu community fell out with the Kikuyu community, is the Luo Nyanza like nikuulize kidogo bwana Mzalendo, when a girl is falling in love with a man who has quitted another girl, is the second girl interested in wanting to know kwa nini huyu msichana mwingine aliachwa na huyu jamaa?
They are not interested.
Why?
They don't care.
Amu wanasemanga tu kikiumana nikiwa ndani.
Nakwambia, they don't care. This is what they are saying. They don't care. And in
Luos don't care. So Luos don't care.
They don't care what happens in Central. And in fact, this is raw politics. Nawaambia hapa. Here huwezi sikia. The more people in Central suffer because of William Ruto, Luo people are happy because of that. Wale wana support broad-based, they are very happy.
That's not raw politics. We already know that. Kaluma said that. Kaluma said that over and over.
Kitu najua.
Kaluma said that over and over.
Kaluma said it. So, yani the suffering in Central is a pride for
what is the suffering? What is the suffering in Central? I would like to know, because
so
this is a policy.
So long as Kasongo.
Joseph, that's a very good question. What is the suffering?
What is the suffering? You know, I've never understood the suffering, and there is a road which is being built that is called duo Marua duo carriageway, which is I think 97 kilometers, and there is another one called Maumau Road. What are these suffering? You know, I've never understood what is the suffering.
You see the way the politician and the people look at it, because you are talking about Nyanza politics, is that they have not been in government. You have been in government. You have been in how many consecutive governments? They say the Kikuyu people have been in they have been in Kibaki's government, and they have been in Uhuru's government. And they have been in they have been in Kenyatta. Yeah, Kenyatta's
How
government.
many cabinet positions do Kikuyus currently have in
I don't know. I don't know the number.
That's
But
why
Very shocking.
more
So
than
people are
that's,
in government and they only have.
so then why are you saying that they are suffering?
I am
If they are
telling
more
you,
than,
so
if they
long
are
as
more
Unajua
than,
mzalendo,
Well,
kitu
unajua
moja
Mungu
watu
amehama, according
wakubaliani.
to Muzalendo,
so long
Mungu
as
amehama from Mlima
Gachagua is
Kenya
feeling the
akoleki.
pain, so long as Gachagua is feeling the
ile
pain.
kitu Gundi na mzalendo mtabidi mkubali. One thing that they are going to kubali is that always in Kenyan politics, Mount Kenyans will never lack CSAs in the government. Even if it will be Luos who will give Ruto the votes, that will happen even in 2027. Now the problem is, what is going to be delivered for you guys? And that time you'll be in government. You know, now you are being delivered for because you are not in the government. Hamkuwa mna delivery because you are in the opposition. Now take an
I don't
instance
know.
where you are in the government.
Sasa Joseph, unajua ukisema we, I don't know who is we.
sasa nani
No, I'm
ameenda,
saying
it is
we are
you.
talking
Sasa
about
wewe ndio
Luo
umekaa
Nyanza.
big
We're talking
seat.
about Luo Nyanza, Mzalendo.
Mzalendo now Njiru ameenda, sasa wewe ndio CS wa finance.
Wewe unataka nichomwe hapa. Unajua hapa kila mtu ananiangalia in a different lens. Yani
Mzalendo
they
wewe
look at
unafaa
me here,
kueducate hao
they remember
kweli.
2022. Watu wakiniona hapa wanakumbuka tu 2022. Sasa si hiyo ndio shida.
Mzalendo,
So
you need to educate your guys, eh? You need to educate your guys there back at home. That
which
there is
guys?
no
I mean,
suffering.
these guys, every day we wake up every day to give civic education to the people. Mimi hawawezi nisikia, hawawezi. Wale wachache watasikia vitu nasema ni sawa, but these people are brainwashed. Wale wako Central wako kwa brainwashed, wale wako Nyanza they believe in what they want to believe. Wewe ukileta facts, those facts they will only sell to a few people. Siasa ya Kenya kuna vitu mbili, ni gunism na
Let me
pesa.
ask a question, Let me ask a question, Bwana. Let me ask a question. Because there is also some injustices which have been done to Luo community. I don't know to what levels maybe they might want to place Ruto administration in that. Ama sijui kama ni Gachagua wanawekelea hiyo, wanasema hiyo. So like
we have interrogated that, we have tried.
No, I'm asking about
Njiru, I want to go. Nimekaa hapa kiasi. I want to go.
Okay.
I want to go. I've been here for so long. Wacha niambie nani kitu kimoja. Hopefully this discussion will continue. Nani Mzalendo, keep coming here because we don't like one-sided politics. Here raw politics tunapenda watu wanapendwa na Mungu na wako na kipawa na Mungu. But let's also tell you one raw politics. It's not like Luo Nyanza never got development. Luo Nyanza kept destroying the development that they were given. That's the raw politics you need to know. They destroyed everything that they were given and they left nothing. So there's nothing like they never got any what we call development. Secondly, I come from Luo Nyanza particularly. In fact, I dream in Luo more than even in Kisii. If you look at the leadership in Luo right now, it has taken people for a ride. Nothing like Kikomi, nothing like our Aero irrigation scheme, nothing like Lake Basin Mall, nothing like all these things that I could have seen like true development are really going on. Okay, if there was any development that would have been huge for the people of Luo Nyanza is the ability to use the water for Lake Basin, for Lake Victoria, to do irrigation and to use it the way they want. That treaty, that Egyptian treaty, needs to be thrown away so that the Luo Nyanza community should not suffer. Lastly, the issue that are pandemic, which involve what we call floods. That is one thing that they should and must address once and for all, if there should be any tangible. Luo Nyanza has one of the best, biggest arable land Kenya can ever had, situated in a place whereby you can grow coffee, you can grow cotton, you can grow anything, including watermelon, what cannot even the people in the mountain cannot grow. The Luo Nyanza have the ability to do that. Okay, if for the first time the government has a goodwill for that, they should not even have the minister for energy. They should have a minister for agriculture and change that situation. If that is what you are agitating, then I can agree with you. But currently, whatever we are seeing, like a nuclear plant in Siaya, that's a road deal. Thank you.
Mr. Bunde, before you go, I would like to visit you to the parts of Embu. We grow watermelons. I'll take you there to kule watermelon mbili tatu.
Yeah. Ulisikia vile Mzalendo alisema AG. Umesikia vile Mzalendo amesema for the first time we have an AG. Watermelon in Luo Nyanza is very sweet. I will not lie to you. Especially Kano Plains. You've never eaten watermelon from Kano. Wachana hizi zenu ambazo
What about to them? They have a nuclear plant. You know they were given a nuclear plant.
Friend, hao watu watauana bwana kama
Orujire. Watermelon ya kwa kina wa Mudhende. Hata kwa kina wa Mudhende kuna watermelon noma.
No, nakuambia hizo zimekula huko Nairobi zinakuja siku zote, lakini watermelon ya Wajaluo, it is in fact they don't even sell them. Let me tell you, go watch a documentary of a young girl who became a millionaire from Homa Bay, who had a special contract by the Germans to grow pepper, special pepper that can only be pilipili that can only be grown in Homa Bay, so that he can make the strongest pepper spray in the world. People don't know about that. Some of the watermelon that come from Luo Nyanza cannot even be eaten in Kenya. They are sent Uarabuni. That's one thing you don't know. Because they are very special. So we are...
The problem is these people don't have good leaders who advocate for their things.
That's what I just told him. They are advocating for nuclear plant.
So how are you coming to people who don't have Maendeleo? If you're not advocating for watermelon, you're not advocating for your lands, for a hair irrigation scheme. You see our people advocate for tea, coffee. They advocate for milk. So it is the leaders. Don't blame people. Blame your leaders. Na hata tukiendelea tu hivyo, watu watakuwa kiendelea tu kusema wako government na hakuna kitu inafanyika. Mtakuwa kwa government lakini hamna leaders kuweka zile vitu in place in law. Our people are very clever, they anchored these things in law. Ukisikia majani chai wakisema tunataka dividends ya pesa ngapi, wanaianka into law. So that is what will happen, Mzalendo. So people need to be civic education. There is nobody who is suffering. The suffering will be all together if you are as one, if it is the economy. But talking about development and everything, yes, ni sawa mtaguziwa kwa barabara ama nini, then you'll be very happy. But in terms, the economy is dying. What are we doing?
Haya, naona Roba amerudi mara ya pili, and so maybe Budi, that one was a good one, a very serious intellectual show tonight. Umefanya vizuri, that is why we were able to do those 9 hours, and I know like Bwana Kariuki amelala akaamuka tu anashtukia huku. Saa zingine Bwana Kariuki we usually do a very serious marathon, so toka utuache tu tumekuwa hapa. So Roba, uko na geni?
No, I just saw Mzalendo. He has been hiding. Sasa Raila ameenda ndiye amekuja tuaje tuangalia is he going to succeed, kwa sababu alikuwa na kila kitu, alikuwa Raila ndiye anamuumiza, Raila ndio problem. Sasa mzee ako ndani huko. Sasa enda basi, we want to hear you are the next member of parliament, you are the next whatever governor, maybe from Migori. So some of us who sometimes, like my good friend there, Alex, but just some of us, we being neighbors up there, like from we know very well. Manoya Migori, Wendo, Oklahoma Bay, Asia, we used to live there. Kelbakanyangwe, so you Kent Bay. So we wish you all the best, man. Naila man, sasa waje tuangalie Luo Nyanza. But the only thing I disagree is that kwa sababu wako na ministers nini na nini, kwani inasaidia nini watu wa Luo Nyanza? Si wenye wanakula peke yao. The only thing is people have to demand for services. But the problem, the guy was never elected. Nobody gave him, as 2 years. I don't know what happened. So I can see them kama kawaida. We should demand.
Roba, kabla sijaenda, huyu sahi andi kugombea, huyu sahi alituambia kazi yake ni goon. The new word in town ni goon. So nasema sahi hakuna mafia, ni goonism.
So alikuwa anasema Raila alikuwa shida kwake. We still remember Msarenda.
Sahi amekuwa goon, atapata nomination.
Roba bana siku mingi. Sijakumbuka unajipitaga huku.
Mimi kama suti yangu, I'm still waiting Raila kuwe president bwana. My suit is still there. Still as hope.
Ile suti mulishona na kupiga blue. Piga blue. Huyu mzalendo anatuchanganyisha. Hiyo ndio Njiru pia ameleta hapa siasa bana. Mimi sichanganyishi. Mimi naambia tu watu ukweli vile kuko. Opposition sahi vile iko Roba, they are so disorganized. They are so
disorganized. I mean, that's the worst opposition you ever see. Right now,
can you imagine, yani wewe, hata wewe Roberto, hata ukiangalia tu vizuri, can you imagine Ruto beat Raila Odinga when he was alive? He beat Uhuru Kenyatta when he was alive. Then he beat the state machinery. Then you come here, unaanza ati we Kalonzo unaenda njia yako, Matiang'i anasema yake, nani anasema yake. Yeah, by now they don't even have a united front. Yani ile kuface William Ruto sahi. Even a clear messaging that this is what we want. Mtu anakuja anaanza kusema sisi kama jamii ya Wakikuyu, sisi kama, that does not sell. That does not sell. Now your opponent anasema I want to unganisha jamii zote za Kenya. He kills that language immediately.
I want to make Kenya Singapore, like Singapore.
Jamaa opponent wako anakuambia, mimi kazi we bado unaunganisha sijui Nyeri, Mbere na nani. Mtu anakuambia yeye anafikiria mambo ya kwanya kuwa kama Singapore.
Mimi
saizi hata amebadilisha sema Singapore. Saizi anasema to the 6th largest economy. Sasa inajini on to the likes of Africa.
Unajua it's a confirmational lie. It's a confirmational lie.
Yeah, is it achievable? Is it something that people will buy? Is it
Kenya
something that
will never be like
somebody
Singapore as long as the corruption continue? This man here is the most corrupt person. Pengine anasema pengi yake itakuwa kama Singapore. That's what it means. But that's they are just telling the country that they're just stealing.
No, you see, Roba, what you brought out, can the opposition bring out that message clearly and sell it to the people? Can they package your message in a better language that can resonate with the people?
So the problem with the so-called United.
Hata sijui wanajita
United Opposition.
Njiru ndio Secretary General. Njiru.
Niko hapa wanajitanga United Opposition. Hebu niulize swali a question for discussion. We discuss both of that. Do you still believe like the Mlima Kenya, now that because we have now seen Mlima Kenya and Luo Nyanza, they are reading on two different scripts. There's no two questions about that. Courtesy of Muzarendo here. Do you think Mlima Kenya, Bwana Muzarendo and Roba, do you think Mlima Kenya has done the right decision to quit Ruto? And do you think Luo Nyanza has done the right decision to start agreeing with Ruto? Do you think every community is justified to their decision?
Before you go, I don't know why you said Central may quit Ruto. See, wamempatia Mvunge the other day. What are you talking about?
Perception-wise, we have been thinking they are not part of him.
Ilienda UDA imeenda. Si wako Central ni watu wa Wilbaro. Ruo Nyanza, I don't know
Njiru wewe naona ni kama uangalii siasa za huyu jamaa. anauangalii kitu ile anaangalia huku mbele.
Unajua,
Central Ruto is already divided it. Mi nakwambia,
exactly.
listen to what Gachagua is saying. Listen to Gachagua very, very carefully. By the end of next year, Gachagua will be in government na Central yote itarudi kwa serikali. Wewe pengine hapa utakuwa sijui utaenda wapi saa hiyo, sijui utakuwa unasema ukiona Gachagua
What convinces you that Gachagua is returning back to the government?
And it's okay, anaweza return to government, but what is the repercussion to the Luo community? Because that is what we should
I have
check
told
with this.
you, Jose, Luo community, they don't care. That
So
is,
they don't care anything coming back to government.
care.
Nimesikia tena nikisema you want us to suffer.
They don't care.
Guys.
Yani whether warudi watu wafanye nini, mi nakwambia ground inasvile na wanasema they don't really care.
Musarendo. Let's talk the truth here and let's put facts the way they are. OTM, when it came in and it formed that kind of whatever government they call it, that was not like Ruo Nyasa. Why Ruo on this Ruo? You don't see somebody from Coastal Province, Yakoko. You don't see some people from Western, part of that. Why are we not talking about them? Yeah, we should talk about is ODM. So ODM, they are where they are, is going to collapse. Or it has already collapsed. Now, the question remains, what's the way forward? From Western, Western people were ODM. Kakamega area, everywhere. So where are they going? Yeah, so Ruo Nyasa, we can see the trend even before, even the last election, Dang 207. Wamekuwa wamechoka. Kuna sasa ilikuwa not hawana kula, wako na kula, lakini there are very few people who are voting. Now in the next election, I would not be surprised that some will not show up. I can tell you that for free. They will not show up. I would not. They are there. It's for grabs right now. Lakini the fact that kwa sababu adui anakuja na aseme kwa sababu nani amesema adui ni wasiri sasa anakuja. How many people you convince? You convince some, yes. But at the end of the day, I think some of them might vote somewhere else. There's a trend. See, this ambaye kuna chama kutoka maeneo ya Sitsia, the guy who just he keeps on winning with his own party. What's his name? Musarenda. This guy, guy in parliament, just one there for almost his own party, not OTM.
Huyu wa Siaya nani? David Ochieng.
David Ochieng. Yeah, David Ochieng. So it's easy. It's not like because it's Ruo Nyasa, they will just go because we're going to meet. Some of them, it's going to be very difficult.
Roba, this is what is happening, and the politics there is very healthy right now. You know why I'm happy about what has happened in Luo Nyanza and the division within ODM, why it is healthy for the politics, because it might bring in new leaders. If UDA fills its candidates in Nyanza, then we will have new leaders emerging in those particular areas, especially those who have mismanaged the funds from the national government. Wataenda nyumbani, and that is what
let me give you this. A year ago, a time like this one here, it was almost, I think next week, I was in Homa Bay, a funeral in Homa Bay. Next to just here in what's the name, Oyugis. When it came up, so something came up, something I can just see like what you just said. So there was these people were saying, "Oh, Mapei, we don't have no opening because the governor is going to the election. What? Nobody's going to defeat her. We don't have an opening." Some of them came up, opposition came up. They just say, "Who told you that? We don't know. I want to governor." So like 2 or 3 people came up. Nana. So the politics is going to change, more especially now without Raila on the Akiwa Huko. Oh my goodness! You see this one.
Yeah,
it's going to be like kissy politics. Watch.
Yeah, Kisi politics have been very democratic, and that is
Exactly.
why, that's why Kisi is developed, because
Yeah.
people are coming from different political regions. Now,
They don't vote for a
these
party.
regions who are propelling tribalism and hoping that when we unite as Kikuyus, we will get assistance from government is all rubbish. When we unite as Luos, we will get assistance from government is all rubbish. A president, when he's elected, the president of the Republic of Kenya, should bring development in all the parts of the country, regardless of those who didn't even vote for him. Yeah, he should bring development in all those particular areas. That is the kind of governance that we want.
No,
But
but
now,
hiyo sio theory ya Ruto. Si Ruto
no,
anasema muingie serikali mupate maendeleo.
no, sikia,
That's
listen, roba kidogo tu kabla nisahau hii.
Mm.
Listen to what Ruto is saying. Ruto is not playing hii siasa ya Gashagwa ya sisi kama Wakale. Have you ever heard him akienda huko kwao huko Sogoi huko nini akisema sisi kama Wakale hii kitu hatuachilii? Have you ever heard him with that kind of topic stories? He doesn't talk those things. Hizo wamewachia these tribal leaders wanajiita ma kingpin, wanaongea hizo siasa za unity. Even Kalonzo, despite coming from Ukambani, he does not propel that in the public arena the way Gashagwa propels it or any other. They keep quiet about it. Even Matiangi comes from the Kisii region, but huwezi mpata akiongea ati sisi kama jamii ya Mugusi tutafanya namna hii. He will only say it quietly in the bedrooms of Kisii, ndio utasikia hiyo vitu ikisemwa, lakini utoki kwa public unaenda kusema hivyo, that will be used against you. Unanielewa? So some of these opposition leaders, they need to think that the person they are dealing with managed to win the elections while he was in the opposition and beat the state machinery and beat the sitting president plus the enigma. Unaona?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's a tall
Raila
order for them.
plus Matiang'i being the security huko plus Uhuru Kenyatta being the president. Yeah. Serious, wacha tuseme hiyo ilikuwa ngumu bwana. That's why I'm just people thought we can be given on the
Na sasa tunaweza washida sasa. We can still beat the government if we
oh
are
yeah, this is the weakest candidate right now.
So whatever happened is that it is also showed that the government can be defeated if people are organized.
So that's why I can say this one. If this guy could have Msarendo wangekuwa pamoja, then from there there's a theme to develop. Whatever one team is the year of change. Unaona? How do you want to change? Unaona? So that's when people like Kachawa can come in or Uhuru Kenyatta can come in and just say, you know what? Since independence, tumekuwa maybe two tribes rule the country, but this time we want to have somebody from a different. Maybe that's where we have been going wrong. That's the I'm giving you an example. I changed. I mean something now to run off. If they have a candidate, say Musyoka or Matiang'i, they will just say, of change. Something which might stick. Yeah, something which might stick. But if mnakuja hapa mnatuambia mimi ndio kiongozi wenu, then from there mbele note mimi ndio kiongozi wenu, then from there unapigwa pakora bana.
Unachapwa kwenyu kama mwizi.
Exactly. I think even he knew he ran the day before the election imekuwa hapo, he ran away. Yeah, so that's where we are. But do we support these people? I don't know, because they are very weak. I mean, they're very weak.
Yeah, Roba, these guys are weak. Ile tu tunajaribu kuwasukuma, but they are very weak. Ile kitu iko ni, look at how Raila made himself the enigma. Yani advisor wake alienda akachukua jamaa anaitwa Salim Lon. Nobody knew about Salim Lon. Nani amjui nani? He made some strategic moves looking for people that can come into the team and build a very strong opposition. Now, the current opposition, ukiangalia DCP advisor wake walikuwa wanatafuta nani? Waume Thuku. Jamaa hata hajawahi, jamaa ni columnist ama ni Njiru, who is Waume Thuku? Advisor alikuwa anataka kupatiwa hiyo advice.
He is a useless guy. Hata Raila Odinga umeenda mbali. Before Salim Lon, there was even, I was discussing this, there was Dick Morris in 2007. That is why he did a very serious politics in 2007.
Ebu angalia hizo Njiru zote unajua, na you cannot advise your kingsman.
Yeah,
you cannot advise your kingsman.
Yeah, so
for what? Those are things for him to reach that level. Those are things he need to be knowing. He needs people who have played bigger politics than Kenyan politics. You cannot become a political. You cannot. You begin by making yourself as an international figure or with international figures. Lakini hakuna vile utaanzia kusema akina Manyora akina nani. Those people cannot help you. They are useless. Do you think even Ruto doesn't have international actors in his ring who are managing his politics? Hii siasa ya Ruto ukiangalia hivi, unafikiria hii siasa ya Ruto haina manini? Haina ma scientists involved in it who are not Kenyans?
Wewe ukajua zile tallying center Ruto alikuwa nazo 2022.
Ingine zilikuwa fake.
2022
and they were discovered. Musarendo, unajua Nation, they discovered some fake stations. Mpaka saa hii nobody even make a follow up. Yani Kenya, yani tuko kama changiri, tuko I don't know what. Yani imagine extra station huko Karenjin, adunaenda shule ukienda huko hamuna kitu chochote huko, but kuna silitoka huko nyingi. Na hapo mko na serikali, mko na polisi, mko na nini na kila kitu, mkashinda. Saa hii yako na kila kitu, itakuwaje? I'm not saying he cannot be defeated. He can be defeated, but the problem
Roba sema tu kweli, the opposition the way it is cannot defeat Ruto the way it is right now, unless they're going to do something beyond December ama next year.
In a free and fair elections, they can win, but in this mechanism they are using the machinery, they can't. But in a free and fair
election watakuwa wanasema okay, niambie their talking points, watakuwa wanashinda. Niambie, I want you to tell me
talking points are very easy. There is very easy talking points.
Yeah,
talking points are very easy. You know when you go to a debate, when you go to a debate, you ask, you know the incumbent all the time will always have too much problems. The incumbent as running for the second term, always, not even in Kenya only, everywhere in the world. Even Trump himself, when he was trying to go for a second term, you are always, when you go to the debates, you're always asked about the things you have done within the 5 years, and the corruption cases and everything. So it is easier for somebody who is coming to challenge you for the seat while you are the incumbent, and that's what truly even happened in 2022. Some of the mistakes that were done is, Raila was also supported by an incumbent president, and you can imagine what we had just come out of. We had just come out of Corona, where the economy was not doing quite well. It was not doing well.
The economy is even more worse than ever, and it's not going to change.
No, I'm saying at that time. I'm saying at that time, unajua kile ilikuwa kinaangalia, watu walikuwa wanasema economy. Unajua tulikuwa tunaongea kuhusu economy at that time. Ruto came with the hustler movement and the bottom up economy, you remember? So he was talking about economy, and now they have
he has been there for all
this years. But that time he became opposition, so we can say he was fighting. He was fighting when he's inside.
Yeah, okay, I understand you now. Okay, so which means even when you're the opposition, they have a chance to win.
Yeah, because the incumbent is always in too much problem, because all back lies with William Ruto. It does not lie with Akina Badi and anybody and Akina Kidiki. All the government from 2022 to 2027 will lie with Ruto. So it's very easy for them to come and say the economy did bad. We have civil. They have even been telling you civil servants have been cut their money. They are not happy. Those guys. They are not very happy. They are not happy at all. I'm telling you, civil servants. their money has been deducted. Right now, you're talking about 1.5% of money going to housing levy, a house which will never be given, and you are not being cut 1.5% alone. The company that has given you work is also being cut. If you know, the civil servants in Kenya from the government have had their only 1 million. Then the 2 million, they are coming from the private sector. So imagine if you are if umepatio kazi as a G4A security guard, when you are being cut your money, it means even the company is being cut 1.5%. On to top it up with all this, they brought another levy for the hospital bill, and it's the hospital itself, that system. I'm telling you, it's not working very sufficiently. And then there is one more thing they did. You see, like teachers and policemen, they had a healthcare system, a healthcare insurance, which they were being given 100,000 every year. Right now, it was removed. It was scrapped by the government. There is no that system. You can talk about many things. There is Linda Mama, which was not there. People now are paying for going to maternity for the. There is so many things you can hit this government, but in a free and fair elections, Ruto is very hard to win. But if he's going to use the tactics that he used in Bero and everything, I'm very sure.
Joseph, let me tell to my opinion, opposition, anybody is going to come forward and say it's going to end the corruption in Kenya, is going to get a lot of votes, because that's what the problem is. And I think many people have come to the areas, corruption. That's what's killing. And unajua, to be sincere, Ruto, the way he campaigned, hiyo mambo ya bottom up, he got to vote for these young people ambayo alitanganya. Is he going to do the same thing na mambo ya kanisa? I don't think so. But now he has changed his way. Sasa anaweza kusema nataka kuwachukua kama Singapore. Uongo, Singapore. Singapore. Huyu mtu ambaye anako na ATM kwa nyumba yake, Singapore.
Kuna pahali nimeona hapo Sami Costa amesema ati civil servants don't vote. Let me tell them they vote. I have one and they voted in 2022. So that is not you telling us they don't vote. I know they vote because I have one in the house and they voted. So Roban, the problem is always with an incumbent. Unaona mpaka hiyo mambo yote unasema ati Singapore. What we remember is, what did you come and tell us in 2022? You want to take us with a bottom up economy. Kwanza ilikuwa inaambiwa, unajua mpaka tuliambiwa tusahau ile inaitagwa aje, trickle down. Tuliambiwa trickle down is just a fallacy. Trickle down was the one which was coming from up going down. Unapati the money is coming from up going down. Now he came in with another formula that money will be going from down going up. So there is so many things you can hit William Ruto with, but now the problem is in an unfair election, can they win? That is the question we should be asking. But in a free and fair election, I'm telling you, even Okia Mtata will beat William Ruto. I'm telling you, because it is about policy only. It's about policy. There are so many things just that need only policy. But when you bring in this kuibiwa, kufanya nini, tuko na ballot stuff, it changes the dynamics.
So who's the candidate now can beat Ruto, Joseph? For your opinion?
The candidate for United Opposition.
Okay, from all the candidates we have right now, if you are told, Joseph, choose for us the person who's going kuweka anaenda kuwekea ile, unajua ile paka walikuwa wanasema ile panya, wanasema huyu paka tutaenda tumpige tumwekea kingera tukimsikia akilia tunaenda. Nani hiyo position ataenda kuwekea ile kingera, wekea ile paka kingera huko? What from your own opinion?
People cannot like what I'll decide, but the only candidate I can decide to vote for, a very clean slate, it's only Okia Mtata. But will the people support him? That is the question. But if we had a Okia Mtata presidency, that is the only guy who has a clean slate. All the other people, hata Kalonzo si ati vile ako straight hivyo. All the other people, they have madoadoa in their closet. The only guy, and I don't know, I see Mzalendo laughing. You know, Mzalendo likes to go with candidates with name. Unajua yeye anaangaliaga majina. Yeye anaangaliaga kile mtu anaweza kuja kuleta. He's just looking at them by names with big names. Me, the only candidate I know who can be supported by these young people and by all the other people. Me, I know Okiya Mtata can be a very good candidate, but nani atakubali? Nobody.
So ndio nasema, in fact, me what I think, you are right this way. If the opposition wangesema, so we want to win, wasema, let's put our egos aside, let's go and have a person who can beat, let's say Okiya Mtata, hapo pronounce properly, na mtu mwingine mweke hapo, things can change in Kenya overnight. When it comes to that, people want something new. People want somebody. Yeah, the reason why, Raila won 207 to kusema kweli, he had the correlation, he won hata wabunge wenyewe ile kura walichukua kwa nguvu. If you see the way he won, it was just like people wanted something new. Hata Kibaki wakati alikuja, people wanted, there was that hope. Nana, baadaye akakuja akafanya vile alifanya, and is the center of the problem of what we have right now. Kibaki, even Uhuru Kenyatta, I don't think they ever won an election, except he just favored because our tribesmen come in. Kibaki was the center of all this problem, even though they say economy alifanya vizuri, lakini yeye democracy ya Kenya ndiyo aliharibu kabisa. Mambo hii ya rigging ilianzia kwake mpaka saa hii. But if we have somebody like we have the 2000 election, I think that would be the best thing for the country. But we should, like you said, we should have somebody who is, we know who is not going. I Uko, they are finding some of these things, because to tell the truth, I don't trust Karonzo. He's very soft. When he had a chance, when Raila just gave him space, I mean, imagine since Raila just like he went quiet before they formed this government, or before they joined whatever they joined. Where was Karonzo? He never came. I've never seen him just doing something here like, you know what, this one, he has been there. People know him. People are tired. It's just what else is going to change. People want something new. People want somebody new. Some people, let's say, for example, in my opinion, and I don't mean if we have like, let's say the governor of Nairobi, maybe the senator from this guy, I kind of like his cool. Instead of Karonzo Musyoka, give me that senator from, what's his name? There's a senator from Kitui. There's this guy is very, very, to me, it's just like he can make a very good president. So, I mean, there are some people, that's my opinion. Something new. People will come up. What watakuja wasema ninajua nini, I'm on foot for change. Lakini sahi, sasa Koruto, huko Karonzo memsikia miaka yote. Some of us, we were even to school, when I was in school, Wasiri wa foreign affairs, Karonzo Musyoka, mpaka sahi ako huko. What else has he going to change after all these years? Yeah, so even new people will come in. Like the opposition just say, you know what? Hey, Sifuna, come here. Even this, what's his name? Tindi Nyoro. You guys, you want us to give us a government. Oh, Ruto will be in trouble. You know, the problem is, yeah.
One thing I know, the dynamics of politics is going to change very rapidly, because I know they not be a Kikuyu presidency very soon, even not soon. It will not, there will be no Kikuyu presidency for quite a while. Another thing that I'm seeing, there will not be also a Luo presidency in the time coming. So, and this time is the last time we are giving a Kalenjin presidency, even though he's going to be able to still on what he'll do. So the dynamics will change even if it is not 2022, 2027, 2032, the dynamics will change and the country will change forever. That is one thing I know. It will change forever, because these three communities that have been there dominating politics, they are up. I think it is that it
Why,
is their
why,
time which
why,
they
why
are
do you
being
say
led.
the rules are dominating politics when they have never been after the presidents even once?
No, they have been dominating politics, my brother.
How?
You
How?
cannot remove Luos from the Kenyan politics. If you
Oh, how?
remove Luos from
I
Kenyan
don't see
politics,
it that
what
way.
politics real?
Until you have the presidency, that's when people just say, you know what? Okay, as to go now.
But you have just said they have the presidency in 2007. But it's because Raila did not utilize
what
that
are you
time.
talking about? What's a president without being a president? What's a president with a story?
He never utilized that time. He could have refused for those elections.
Yeah, we
He did not
now
utilize
can't
his
run the
time.
clock back. We can.
Huh?
We cannot. So if that's the case, okay. If that's the case, kama mnahesabia Wajaruo, tuhesabia Waruya vice makamu wa rais wamekuwa nayo since independence. If that's the case, we go there.
Ndio ninakwambia Robam, it is changing. The dynamics is changing. And I'm seeing a scenario where we are going to have a president who is coming from the minority side.
Yeah, but that one,
It is
that's
going
the
to
kind
come.
of thing they now they can use and they get people out. That's something
Because
you
right
say,
now,
who
all
started
I'm
that?
seeing, right now what I'm seeing, Roba, is these big communities being divided all over. You find
There's no big
Kikuyu.
community now. There's no big community.
No, we are talking about the top big communities who have been in government. That is what we are talking about. The ones which have been in government, the ones you're saying Akina Luya, the ones you're saying Akina Kikuyu, they have been in the presidency. That is what is happening now. And you can see even it is being challenged even in Mount Kenya. People talking about how Kikuyus, they have been on top of Mere and Merus. I'm telling you, the dynamics is really changing. And by 2032 or 2020, I don't know, 2027, we see how they figure out. But by 2032 going onwards, it will be very different. And also Raila's death changed the dynamic for Kenya politics very significant. People cannot see that, but it changed. It changed completely because now the Luo people, how will they be able to get a leader who is going to take them up?
You don't need a leader, my friend. You don't need a leader, and that's where we go wrong. You don't need one.
You know,
That's
let me say something, Roba, and you asked a very important question: who can be the opposition leader? Now, there are things that you need to look at when you're looking at an opposition leader. First of all, let us look at the sellability of the opposition leader. Among the people who have presented themselves, can they sell? Can they sell, or anybody can sell? The answer is no. Then we look at the financial aspect of running a presidential campaign. Who among these leaders can run a successful presidential campaign and succeed? Who among them has been tried? Then you'll find that every aspect or angle you look at, the candidate of choice would be Kalonzo Musyoka to run as a presidential candidate. Why am I saying this? Kalonzo Musyoka comes with a base that has been supporting him all through, and he doesn't come with a lot of baggages, and he comes with a sympathy vote that is intact. People look at Kalonzo in a different way, other than just looking like he's timid, he's watermelon. People had started looking at Kalonzo as an alternative voice for the people. So all he needed is an energized opposition to rally behind him and push him to the next level, where he can now say that I am the candidate for president, and I am going to face William Samoei Ruto. Then you come to also in these presidential elections, we have presidential debate. Who is this possible candidate who can debate Ruto on the big stage? You'll find that probably it is Gashagwa or Kalonzo who can debate this guy. Even Matiangi can perform on the debate stage. So there are some things that all these candidates can do on a debate stage successfully and outsmart Ruto. But when it comes to the financial aspect of the elections, which is very, very important in our politics, because one, you have realized that politics is no longer about selling the agenda or policy the way Jose is saying here. Politics in Kenya saa hii ni mfuko yako, uko na pesa ngapi? How many people can you buy? How many goons can you hire to disrupt a position? Yeah, that is what our politics has generated into. It is no longer the civil debate that used to be there a long time ago. An example, the litmus test was in Mbere, the one in Kasipul. The one in Kasipul, people died, people were killed, and investigations were never done. IBC accepted that Kasipul, there was a problem and even fined the candidates 1 million each. But what did they do beyond that? They did nothing beyond that. Were people contented with the results, even with the beating? Even in Mbere, I don't know whether they have gone to court. They were happy with the results. It is okay, tulichapwa, tunangojea kuchapwa siku ingine tena. So Kenyans have resigned to some kind of fate and a new normal that stealing elections or goonism is just part of us. It is just part of us. So what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? Do we counter every election with a set of goons? Remember, the opposition currently, the way it is operating, it is not even appealing to the young people to come on board and be part of them by saying that, by now they should be floating the idea of, my vice president will be a Gen Z, a young person. Gen Z should come up with somebody who will give us support, and we rally behind them as a vice president, as a deputy president. And 2027 is just a year ahead. Yeah, and they are doing nothing about it. They are doing simply nothing about it. Now, my other aspect of this story is among these candidates that you're seeing, the government always has a project within a project. Now, who is among these candidates do you think is a government project? Wacha niwawache na hiyo swali. Who among these opposition candidates do you think is a government project? You'll be shocked.
I think Gachagua is a project.
I think you're too smart. You're Roba. It didn't take you a second to answer that. Give me why you think is a project.
There's something which is in me by design. Look at people. If people like Korea, what's the difference between him? I mean, this is by design. At the end of the day, he's going to go back.
Yeah, Korea resigns. Korea resigns from government.
Then
Comes back to the ground. He has got nothing important that he's doing, and he has left a very good job. He has come just kurandaranda mtaani. It's not that he was offended in government. Ye yuko tu
alitumwa
alitumwa afanye kazi na nani?
Yeah, so that they can. It's just like something. It's even Ukambani, unaona Ukambani. Si then hiyo Mike Sonka ameanza na yeye chama chake. See, this
Mike Sonko pia kuna chama chake imepatiwa kibali.
Yes.
Now,
So,
Sami Costa, you are saying the Gen Zs hawana votes. Bana Gen Z wako na votes. Gen Zs are projected. Analyze hizi vitu. Angalia data, the projection of Gen Zs. The projection of Gen Zs in the coming election is about 15 million of them who have never voted and will be voting for the first time. If they decide to vote. So that is a vote that is good enough to propel any candidate in the opposition. hata kama
problem
atapata
is
tu 10 million votes peke yake, even 7 is good enough. Yeah,
they
remember,
can
yeah,
even produce their own candidate and the
they
vice
can
president.
even, they know the numbers. Hawa watoto ukiona wamenyamaza, si ati they don't know the numbers. They only think that producing that candidate early enough, mapema sana, the government will deal with them. So what do? They chill, wamechill kidogo, wanaangalia vile tuna tunatapatapa hapa na siasa.
But they cannot produce somebody just because of his agency. They have
No,
to
they
produce
don't.
somebody.
They will rally behind someone.
Yeah.
They will rally behind someone. So, Sami, the Gen Zs worldwide is projected that they are the majority in any election cycle. It is not different in Europe. It's not different in any other African continent. It is what is happening. That is what you see happening in Uganda. That is what you see happening in the uprising in Tanzania. That is what you saw as the uprising, and they stopped the government the other day. So these guys are indeed very, very powerful. Don't underestimate them.
Hata Mburugeria wako. Umeona Mburugeria kile kimetendeka this week?
Tuambie
Mburugeria. Sophia.
Oh,
Sophia
Sophia.
City. There was a serious revolution of Gen Z. Vijana in Bulgaria, Eastern Europe.
Hao watu wanadhani that the fact that Gen Z did not participate in elections like Mbere or hizi zingine walipotea. No, these guys once in a while unaona wanatokea wanaongea. Nowadays they killed all the spaces. They don't speak anymore. You don't know what they are talking about. But coming to the elections, these things are going to be revived. And that is why the government was so strategic to bring this media bill that curtails Njeru from selling propaganda here, na atafungiwa here anytime akiuza propaganda, tunakata. Unaona, serikali inakata mzalendo huko na
hiyo bado dispishiwa huko kwa court, hiyo is not below.
Inakatwa, so that they really wanted that to be law.
Yeah, they wanted it, but it's
yeah,
not
Ruto signed it into a bill. It's already law. It's only that it's being contested.
Yeah,
it's already a law.
But it's suspended for now.
Anyway, Roba, you got it spot on. Roba, umepata spot on.
The thing is, let me just say this: the problem with Kenya, and if these Gen Zs they want to form a government, our problem is the way our politics are in terms of parties. You know, most of these countries they go with parties. Yeah. So let's say Uganda they go with party, Tanzania is a party, some other countries, but Kenya, it's just like you have to form a party or something. No. Even developed countries, their parties, so when they get in as they follow what they want. Sasa Kenya sijui nini au tuna nini sijui TM sijui UTA. It's a lot of nonsense. We don't have parties ambayo mtu unasema hawa let's join so and so kutoka hapo ndio to grow in there. That's the difference. So Kenya pana.
Umekataa mambo ya Kenya.
Yeah, but they have a very good chance. If they get united, they have a very good chance. They can even, like they say, they can even see what happened in Senegal. Yeah. So things have happened.
One thing we are forgetting, it's not about even all about parties only. It's about even the individuals who are running for this seat. People are tired with them. People are really tired because we have tried to test them. There is a picture I always come to it. The picture that they were all in court. You remember that picture where we had Uhuru, we had Raila, we had Kalonzo, we had Mudavadi. All of them, they were in the court. And that picture there down is always written, hii ndio ilikuwa shida yetu. Wangefungia watu wote, hatungekuwa na mashida. Even Ruto was there in that picture. So clearly you can tell the citizens that it is the leadership which is a problem in Kenya. We have never heard. Yeah.
Yes, the problem is what I was trying to bring up. So unajua when somebody comes here like UDA, muda anakuja anatuambia UDA na form party, ikifika katikati na collapse,
Lakini sasa hizo parties unajua ni individuals, you know.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's the problem we have. If we had parties about, they can be 3, they can be 2, about some this one I want to join this one because of this. Maybe Gen Zs can start that they form their own party.
Yani party inakuwa yani watoto wako wakizaliwa wanaenda kuregister. Hii ndio party, hii ndio yani in England some of these people who support like Manchester United kama Jose pale. In England unapata a whole family that used to support Manchester United. That seat that is reserved for them, it has always been there. They have never missed a match and they sit there as a family. Moja akiaga unaona grandson ana inherit hiyo kiti, ama ule mwingine amekuja ana inherit hiyo kiti, anasema this is where my grandpa used to sit, Joseph. Yeah,
but do a politician have that tolerance? They don't have that political tolerance or that
because politicians in Kenya, they don't work for the people, they work for themselves.
You answered yourself. You have answered the question. So it's all about these politicians. They are not good. That's why even the Gen Z cannot come out to vote for them. They are feeling we are just doing the same mistakes over and over again.
Let's talk of Chubiri. Chubiri was on power for how many years? Presidents twice. Why they lose? Or why did Ruto, just like it's Chubiri, let me follow Chubiri? Is it because an individual? People take parties as a business. It is a business. Why do you think Martha Karua wants a party? Huyu Gachieta mwenyewe alituambia, unajua kama ningekuwa na party yangu singeng'olewa huko kuwa makamu wa rais. Unaona? That's the problem.
Party yangu inakuja na nguvu. Sasa yeye hata unajua yeye anasema hey, hata kama sitakuwa kwa serikali lakini nitakuwa na chama yangu na
income money.
Yeah, itakuwa na wabunge wengi. And Kenya has got this very funny law that the taxpayers fund the political parties. Yeah, we fund political parties and we fund them each and every year. It's not even that we fund them during election time.
You know one thing, Robert, we come to forget, who is Gachagua? Who is Gachagua? No, who is he? If you can be asked, give me a 20 seconds of Gachagua. What can you say? Give me a 20 seconds of Gachagua. Because if you are told, give me a 20 second of Raila Odinga, give me a 20 second of Uhuru Kenyatta, give me a 20 second of William Ruto, you can clearly tell from the history. Who is Gachagua?
Gachagua is
Mount Kenya.
He's a strong.
He's just a one-term MP, and he was a DO.
Yeah, that
he's
is
just
true.
a one-term MP.
Today, Gachagua is the Mount Kenya leader.
No, I'm telling you, if you are given, now that is what I'm saying. If you are given the background history of this guy,
he's a tribal leader.
You cannot even see him anywhere because he's just a one-term MP.
No,
and he has been a DO and an assistant to somebody.
Guys, let's talk about what do you think ODM is still they are fighting between ODM. I want to talk. So need a person party. That's what everybody's looking at. Sio kitu kingine. Kama hiyo ilikuwa hiyo kama hiyo ipast sasa wangekuwa wameenda watu wamekuwa wamesambaza walikuwa they could have gone. But kwa sababu kuna hiyo millions tu ngapi a lot of money ambayo siko huko sasa they are still there. So that's the problem. Yeah. So they are fighting. It's just like parties, they have been turned to be a business. And you are forming a party in the kuletea pesa. And that one is...
Saizi pia unajua wanaangalia hapa tukiungana na UDA itatusaidia kweli, ama tukienda competition nao itatusaidia, ama hiyo pesa itapungua? Juu hiyo pesa unapatiwa kulingana na wabunge wale uko nao pale parliament.
And that's what when Uhuru Kenyatta, okay, he's doing that, but he's just there because his parties, they're getting their money, they're getting their share.
Angalia party kama Jubilee. Jubilee hata sijui ina wabunge wangapi.
Wengine walienda, but still they are counted as Jubilee.
Wengine walienda lakini they are still counted as Jubilee. By the time we do this election cycle ya 2027, Jubilee I think it will be dead. Hizo ni party zinakufa tu, zinaenda kama zimekufa. Kuna machama zile zitakufa hapa mbele kabisa.
ODM is going to die. Jubilee is going to die.
ODM, if they are not careful. I've seen Winnie Odinga resigning. Of course, she wants the father's legacy to continue. She'll fight very, very hard. Of course, watu wengine watamvuruta hapa na pale, but it will come up with a wing young ODM, people like Babu Owino and like minds, Kina Sifuna.
So we were talking about Gen Z candidate.
Huyu anaweza kuwa Gen Z candidate huyo.
Yeah, she's very smart.
Yeah. And people will resonate with her, and then ile kitu tampeleka huko mbele ni jina ya baba yake. Hizi hiyo story nyingine watu taangalia baadaye. She comes into the politics with the father's name. That is good enough, just like Uhuru Kenyatta. So what it only needs a small push from a politician to propel her to where she wants to be.
You'll be surprised people will just come and vote for her.
People will vote for her. People will
be surprised, Robert, that you see a child of William Ruto come into politics. Just wait.
That's why he's working hard. That's why he's working hard, stealing all that money.
Yeah, so and she'll be voted for a governor. You hear she's a governor of a county. When she'll be a women representative somewhere, then after some time, she'll be a governor. So it's not a miracle wonder. I think even the only person I can appreciate in this politics also, there was nepotism, was Uhuru, because Uhuru was brought because of nepotism. But after, he is like, he did not involve his children in politics.
Sasa unafikiri hao majenzi unaweza walazimisha na kitu wataki? Watakwambia ya mimi sitaki, I don't want.
I'm telling you, the uniter, if the uniting force, because the way he talks kama baba yake. Even in a pre-protest kama baba yake ataki ujinga na kuambia what's white black and white. That's how it is. I mean, that's how it is. But if she's going to accept,
when Winnie said that the relationship between their father and William Ruto is a very complicated relationship, it is only his father who could understand it and nobody else. Yeah, that was a political statement.
So if they can work with the this guy, I heard he went to the hospital. I don't know what's wrong with him. I hope he's okay. Yes, if they can work, they can keep ODM. And the problem is this ODM, when you bring Uhuru Kenyatta, this Uhuru guy. I mean, you just make it to be a tribal party. I mean, if Raila Village that, then just get somebody from Coast, get somebody from whatever, just take over, unite the people. But to say that it has to remain in Nyanza.
Hii ndio shida Roba, watu waelewi na watu wa Nyanza. Na mimi najaribu kuambia hapa vile watu wa Nyanza.
That's wrong.
Yani, you see ODM wanaiona kama identity yao.
And that's wrong.
They see it as their party, and they see it like not the way Baba used to see it as a national party. But even look at what Baba did. Chairman aliweka nani? Party leader wakati akienda
Anyang' Nyong'o.
Ethiopia aliwacha nani?
Anyang' Nyong'o.
Do you think alikuwa juu kitu anafanya? Alikuwa anajua kitu anafanya. All these people, you want to look at ODM as ODM is this national party. ODM is composed of Raila's friends, marafiki zake. Na hao marafiki zake wako na wafuasi. wengine wanatoka Kisii kama Roba ni rafiki ya Raila Odinga. Yeye ana represent hiyo area, ako na wafuasi yake. It is a family of friends. It's a family of friends headed by one person called Raila Odinga. Those structures you are talking about, sijui party, sijui nini structures, mizizi, ODM ilikuwa ni Raila na Raila ndiye alikuwa ODM. Now they kept on telling you, and saizi everybody is pretending that they didn't hear this. Raila akisema left, tunaenda left. Raila akisema right, tunaenda right. Raila akisema jump,
most of them they are getting direct tickets. They cannot
yeah,
even
jump,
campaign.
jump,
Wanalala tu na
anauliza I
direction
jump
day.
how high, niruke juu
Yeah.
kiasi gani. They told you all these things. Waliwaambia hizi vitu zote. So Winnie also knows that this is his father's party, and we all know that he chama ni yao.
So this thing here mpaka kama Gacheta alikuwa anasema me and Kalonzo we have agreed vile tutawanya Nairobi. Yeah, no, it's on some. So what are they talking about?
You see, Roba, that is where now Gachagua needed an advisor.
At Nairobi ni Wakikuyu na Wakamba, and we want to unite
Unaona
to
hiyo
make our own people.
Unaona hiyo statement inatoa watu wengine nje. Yeah, it pisses off other communities. Unaona? Yes, he's saying something that is factual, that they can easily win Nairobi, but he could have represented it in a better
way. In a way, somebody else.
And then hata si yeye ku represent. Somebody anapatia mtu kama Matiangi.
Huyu Marara mwechama ya chipati yake. Angekuwa yeye ndiye angekuwa anasema hiyo vitu.
No, Matiangi tu anakuja anasema, unajua sisi kama Wakisii tuko wengi hapa, tukiungana na majamii wengine tunaweza chukua hii Nairobi. But in the back of his mind wanajua they are working close with the Kikuyu community, they are working with the Wakamba community. Yeah, but you see when you come and say that sisi kama Wakikuyu tutachukua hii Nairobi yote ikuwe yetu, watu waongeagi namna hiyo.
Yule jamaa alikuja hapo ODM iliweka hapo alishinda vibaya ya the
But I think only the packaging of what he talked was the issue. But that is what has been happening in Nairobi. Even 2022, that is what happened. See, tulichagua
what happened in
Polycarp.
Nairobi 2022?
Tulichagua Polycarp and we had a very good candidate called Tim Wanyonyi. Tuliendea Polycarp.
Lakini Polycarp alishinda. Alishinda.
Na ni Nairobi.
Si alishindwa.
Sio nasema tulichagua Polycarp instead ya Tim Wanyonyi. So these things have been happening. The problem is Gachagua is talking them loud. Anazieko loud. Unajua wangekuja kusema ati kwa nini wali reach to the conclusion that Polycarp should become the
that's not even the time ya kukuja hivyo. That's not even the way you do it. When the time comes, have some candidates, you say to me, I agree this, just can't, not kuacha kusema unasema ati mimi chama changu na chama nini, yani chama chake kitu ambacho kimeanza choose ndio already wameshindwa. Sikuweka huko, ni Mtuli aliweka huko. So
you know Nairobi imekuwa hivi. Anytime Nairobi politics has always been like, if you want to see how the governorship has been changing hands in Nairobi, anytime a Kikuyu runs as a governor, he will be beaten by the other community. If they run alone as governor, they will always be beaten. And the reason why is simple. All this other community, they rally behind this other candidate to beat this one tribe. That is what has been happening in Nairobi politics.
No, so but I differ with you, Mzalendo. In 2013, Kikuyu could have taken the governorship, but what did they do? They brought in two candidates. They brought in two candidates. One was Kabogo and the other one was Jim Nambaru. They split their votes.
One was Jim
Nambaru and one was Kabogo. They split their votes in 2013.
2013 nani alichukua governor wa Nairobi?
Kabogo and Jim Nambaru and Kidero.
Alikuwa kama wa Mobei.
Kidero ndiye alichukua.
Yeah, because they split their votes. Walisimamisha Jim Nambaru na Kabogo.
Ndio nakwambia hata huyu hii election ilipita, kulikuwa na Mkikuyu na alishindwa. They didn't split any vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that statement, it's wrong in a way. They had a candidate, they didn't win. So
who won?
Hii 2022 si walikuwa na huyu nani anaitwaje huyu?
No, they never voted for Polycarp because they voted for Sakaja because they were voting for UDA. You remember they were voting for yellow fever? They voted it straight out. Kwanzia MP.
Ndio na wacha nikwambie how otherwise they would have won hiyo Nairobi elections kitambo sana if they were reading the politics ya Nairobi. Anytime you go as a community, especially the Kikuyu community, waende peke yao, wanaenda kutafuta kiti peke yao, they will not win that seat. Other communities will gang behind either Aluya or anybody else to block that those numbers, and that has been happening in Nairobi politics for a very long time. Now, if the Kikuyu community back, for example, they back Aluya or they back a Luo, that Luo will win, or they back a Kamba, that Luo will win. Akikuwa akisema wanabak Mkamba kama governor wa Nairobi na yeye ana run kama deputy, then that popular candidate will win. Saizi they are fronting who? Gakuya. Gakuya akikuja Nairobi, he will only be coming with the Kikuyu vote na Kamba vote, and most likely Kambas will be divided, watakuwa wanaenda pande hii na pande hii. Wakifront Gakuya might lose that elections in Nairobi, and that is a fact. Na wakisupport Kikuyu community, wakisupport a candidate like Babu Owino,
he's want to win now.
Sasa tunaona now, you see other communities are saying they are more comfortable with Babu Owino winning. Yeah. Babu Owino, between Babu Owino and Gakuya, nani anaweza pewa kura?
People are comfortable with Babu.
Yeah, because those are the
obviously, I don't see a scenario where Gakuya is going to stand against Babu Owino. I'm pretty sure he's not going to go at it with Babu Owino, because Babu Owino has been a very he has been in the middle. He's not siding with any of these parties even, and I think ODM will not give Babu Owino the candidacy for running for 2027.
Babu Owino understands Nairobi politics now. He understands it better than most people. That is why he's not siding with this Luo community, because the Luo community are not siding with the Kamba community, and are not siding with the Kikuyu community, and are not siding with the Kisi community. So
and Luya, you're forgetting Luya community.
And Luya community. So where does he appear? He appears as a candidate that is sellable among all these communities.
Babu Owino looks like who, Mzalendo? Babu Owino looks like Sonko in 2017.
No, yeah, that is the
He looks like
why.
Sonko. Sonko was voted across board. If there is a candidate who won with a lot of votes, or Sonko in 2017.
If Babu Owino was campaigning to be the Embakasi East MP in 2027, his politics would have been very different. But he's campaigning to be the Nairobi governor. Same to the problem Sifuna is having. Sifuna cannot say that he doesn't need the Kikuyu votes to win. He needs it like yesterday. So what kind of politics that does he play? He plays the neutral ground. He wants to be seen like
very good on that.
Yeah, he's so good on that. He's so perfect that a Kikuyu will fall for it and vote for him. And same as other communities.
Mzalendo, I think a person who will win these elections very easily is one candidate, Sifuna, because Sifuna has the backing of the Luya community, and Kikuyu, they don't feel like Sifuna is a threat to them. The Kamba don't feel like Sifuna is a threat to them. Now what will happen? ODM, they might decide to not give him the candidacy, and then the other candidate will be voted by Luwe. What does that tell you? We win by a landslide.
No. That's my candidate for the president.
Sifuna does not attack.
No, Sifuna will win senatorial by a landslide, I'm telling you.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about he's my candidate for the presidency.
Yeah, he's good, but now he's not still ready. He's not ready. The
Well,
way we
Sifuna,
can see.
kama unasikia, wacha kuogopa, enda uwanie kiti ya urais, utakuwa rais wa Kenya mapema sana.
Bado Sifuna hajaingia ile readiness ya upresident.
No,
Hata yeye mwenyewe alisema. Yeye mwenyewe alisema anataka kurudi senator.
Ukitaka
But one
kuwa
thing,
rais,
by the way, Mzalendo, I can never like Sifuna to become the governor of Nairobi. I can only like him to be the senator because when he's a senator, he will check Nairobi very well than when he's in the governorship. These people, we saw Sakaja who was very fierce and very nini when he was a senator. But when he entered into government, into the county politics and he became the governor, he became a very useless guy.
No, ni ile tu kwa kaunti hapa hakuna debate. Wewe ni ufanye kazi, wananchi waone. Kama umeshindwa na kazi, unaenda nyumbani. Nairobi is very cosmopolitan.
Just what him as a senator. Me, I like a governor coming from an MP to a governor. That is what is always good. But kutoka senatorial, hata sisi mnaongea kuhusu Orengo. Orengo came from a senator. Right now,
president and make a transition.
Yeah.
Governor akuwe president.
I'm saying if we want somebody who's going to take Kenya from a transition to the new generation.
We have them. We have them. We have them. We have akina Zikuna, Babu Owino, Didi Nyoro. We have them.
Bila ukabila ama nini. Na huyu jamaa ana need to transformation kidogo. Ndindi Nyoro can be a very good president.
I gave you that is the makamu wa rais. Remember I told you? I told you too.
The issue
lakini sasa yani sasa this guy
I told you those two guys.
Yani shida yake how he markets himself, how he projects himself.
He can be a good vice president.
If no, he needs to make decision. He cannot be a good vice president.
What I really actually know about Robert, what I really truly know about Didi Nyoro, he's a like Kibaki kind of guy, and I see him in somewhere top there. Very soon there he'll be top among the top. What I don't know, he cannot become a president, but I know he'll be top.
You guys, I gave you two candidates. I said my ticket is Sifuna and Didi Nyoro as the vice president.
But saizi
if you get that ticket, that's a compromise ticket. Ruto will go home.
Hiyo ticket Roba, I agree with it, lakini swap iko around, yani huyu mwingine akuwe hapa juu kwa sababu ya kitu tu moja. Shida ya Ndindi saizi, maybe in 2032 he'll be the president if he plays his cards well, but right now he can't be. But this guy,
that's why I put him second.
Yeah, if I was the president of the Republic of Kenya, that is somebody I would be putting as my chief advisor
in economics.
In economics and in any development nataka ifanyike.
It's very good. I've listened to him.
Do you know what that guy has done in his constituency in Kiaru? Unajua amefanya nini? Wacha nikuambie. In Kiaru, he has got about 120. I saw that 120 primary schools. All of them zimewekwa kabro, ziko na stima na ziko na maji. They are nice schools. Haya, hizi schools, secondary schools pia ni the same. Now in the same school, the transition from primary to secondary is just seamless. Ukimaliza hakuna ati mambo ya fee. The fee ameweka ni 1,000 kwa kila mwanafunzi yule anasoma Kiaru ni 1,000. Now the neighboring constituencies amewawekea slot wale wanataka kuja. Kila mtu anataka kuja kusoma kwa hizo shule zao. And the standard is high. So ebu niambie, yani huyu jamaa ni mbunge wa Kenya.
Hii mambo ya nia alisema vizuri sana ya hii mambo ya Safaricom.
And that shows you, you don't need even to do so many things so that you be elected. Just do the right things. Sasa kama Didi Nyoro hahitaji upingamizi, you can go and campaign against that guy in that MP seat. Pia anajua hiyo MP seat yuko hata bila kufanya campaign, hata watu ndio wenyewe
Ule
wanamfanyia
huyu
campaign.
anaenda the other time alienda na post ama is always
Ati
alienda na post.
Yes, ndio nakwambia, even this time who will oppose Didi Nyoro.
Alienda na post, yani
Who?
mtu anaenda MP anaenda na post, yani hakuna mtu anampinga. Wewe utaanza kumpinga namna gani?
And he has done so many things. Wacha tu watu kusema mashule. You know, even the roads there, I saw he's the only person who is using these roads that are concrete. Najua ni anatengeneza barabara za concrete. Do you know the concrete roads, how they take long before they are damaged?
You guys, okay, before you go where you want to go, remember I was talking about opposition retreating and they come up with new ideas, maybe new people, and they make a compromise. Those guys could be a very good compromise on both of them. New people, young, yeah, educated, and we know them what they can do. The country would rather against Ruto would go home 6 in the morning. He cannot even be able to steal an election.
But we are still in tribal politics. That's the issue.
Sasa shida yangu ni Ndindi Nyoro, I think is the arsenal that Ruto ameweka kando hivi anataka kutoa in 2027. That is the arsenal that Ruto is sharpening for 2027. And maybe, yeah, he is not associating himself with Gachagua. He's neutral. He's just critical of the government and giving government direction. He's not critical of Ruto. He's just there trying to say the right thing. But look at his politics. He is sitting on the fence. He is sitting on the
So
fence.
he's going to be then I'm makamu wa rais.
He will play a bigger role.
Probably, I would say no.
Probably role ya Mudavadi, hizo maroli hizo ama
akifanya hivyo
mambo ya makamu wa rais Ruto ashamalizana nayo. Kindiki ndiye atamaliza na yeye kwa sababu gani? Kindiki ameshinda kura ya Mbere, and now the Merians now feel that they are closer to the presidency than before. They can't let that go. You understand? So kura ya Central, Ruto does not care whether Gachagua takes hiyo yote. Yeye ile alikuwa nataka ni hii ya Meru hii, na hiyo ashapata, na hiyo ashapata.
Embu na Meru ni kama wako pamoja.
Embu na hiyo ingine mnaweza ng'ang'ana huko na mambo yenyu na Gachagua nini. Hii ingine ashapata, na hii ingine bado anaweza enda kama anaokota akienda. So that is all he needed. So that one has worked for him. So let us wait and see what happens in.
So that's why I said if these two guys they can shake the country, if they come like now, the people, the candidates go wanaunga mkono na every opposition, then it's over for Ruto. That's it. That's the only thing we can win. That's my opinion. I mean,
wacheni niwamalizie nikisema tu hivi, yani the opposition needs to organize themselves in a better way to face William Ruto. They are playing somebody who was given them a checkmate in the by-elections that were held. Amewapatia checkmate na amewapatia warning that mimi siko hapa kucheza na nyinyi. Kama ni kutandikwa mtatandikwa, kama ni kuibiwa mtaibiwa. So hiyo usemaga tu hivi, mjipange mapema. Na anawaambia, you know the confidence Ruto talks.
What's there? Msarando, wacha nikwambie. This is what I see. If the oppositions want really to win, yeah, let them go. They call for a conference of all of the opposition, whatever who wants to be opposition. Maybe next year, somewhere there in mid next year. Then they will close the windows. We will come up with the candidates. None. About the people about the fursa hiyo furahi. Makamu wa rais na rais. Then they come up with these two guys I was telling you. What akina Matiang'i, akina Gachagua, akina Kalonzo wanasema these are our candidates. Akina Martha Karua, Uhuru Kenyatta, akina kitu. Hatuna Jubilee, hatuna nini, tuko na United Opposition Party. Unaona? Wakuja ndio hiyo na kila kitu hapo. Kule itakwisha in the morning, that's the end of it. Ruto can have nothing to do. There's no way. That one is the country will go just some bond of. In fact, even if they wait until 2027 January, waseme hivyo, it's over for him. But ukijiwekea hii manyakwara, hii machorochoro, magunia tumeona miaka mnatuwekea hapa, hakuna.
Wewe wacha tumalize hii show ya Njiru. Njiru yuko wapi bana? Mimi nimechoka, wacha
Na mimi
nikalale.
kalala bwana.
Bana, wacha kupotea sasa. Zingine unatutembelea pale Afrika kidogo, tunapiga story ya siasa. Mara mingi nakuja hapa kwa Njiru mara moja, tusikie pia mnaongea nini pande hii ingine.
Niliona huko mambo ya wapi uko tena?
Afrika 24 hapo nyuma. Unaona Afrika YouTube hapo.
So when I'll be off on Wednesday this coming week.
All right.
Saa ngapi unaanza?
Naanzaga saa 4 most of the time. Saa nne usiku kama kuna issue. Have you subscribed? Umeenda pale Afrika ukaweka Afrika AFRIQ 24.
Okay, so unaanza saa 4 ya East Coast ama wapi?
Yeah, East Coast.
Yeah, saa 4.
Yeah,
that
so
would be the right time.
nataka
Have me for Wednesday, Thursday.
Unaona hapa kwa private chat, nitumie namba yako.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
that is the easiest. Kuna issue saa zingine nina issue, I need you just to comment, not even to have a show. Comment on that particular issue. Nitumie hapa kwa chat, then I'll save it.
Yeah. You can work other WhatsApp one.
Yeah, ndakuweka kwa WhatsApp tukue tukiongea. Tujue hii nchi, unajua hii nchi lazima tujue tunaendelea namna gani bwana.
Yeah,
uko hapa tu, kwani uko MD?
What's that?
Hii ni namba ya Maryland ama hii ni namba ya wapi?
Hapana, that's a California number. Kama wako na hii area code ya California, I mean ya Maryland studio. Sarendo, you are just Sarendo. I think you can't hear you. Ulikuwa umesima hapo.
Yeah, I was saving your number. Nimesha-save sasa.
Yeah, I was saying hashtag the two candidates to answer you are sure next hashtag to answer you Tindi Nyoro na hashtag wow.
Yeah, exactly. These are guys that we have. Tumeshaona hao jamaa potential yao. Unaona hii group Ndindi Nyoro, Matiangi.
Yeah, I'm telling you, those guys they come in, they will turn the country around.
They can, they have got the brains to turn this country.
Yeah, so they can turn the country around. If those two guys here, hashtag, let's draft them to us. He hashtag this.
Yeah. Tuwasukume. Matiangi needs to start talking to this guy. These are the guys that you need to be seen around with. This is somebody who can be advising the opposition.
Yeah, so
he's very articulate, and Kenyans have started taking him serious.
So let's hashtag these two guys.
Hashtag Ndindi Nyoro, hashtag Matiangi. Sawa, Roba wetu onane bwana. Huyu hao watu wamelala, wewe tutaongea. Sawa kaka.
Okay bwana.
Nimeshukuru sana.
On Wednesday nitakuwa hapo jioni ya kwako.
I will call you personally, ukuwe na namba yangu.
Okay, sawa.
Nimeshukuru. Good night. Huh?